Chapter 483, The Truth. The command deck, bodies, pools of blood, everything seemed to disintegrate along with the corpses. Erebus, in utter bewilderment, retreated into the past. It was a night on Colchis. Erebus had just left the church and gradually came to a desolate area, then a figure slowly appeared in his vision, a child his age. The boy came closer, emitting a stench of long unwashed filth, but he didn't look poor, some parts of him showed golden ornaments. "Do you need help?" Erebus asked the boy. This was Erebus's usual opening line, selflessly offering help was his habit. The boy had a sneer on his face and slowly approached. "By the gods. Are you the well-known good boy Erebus? I certainly need help." Erebus immediately stepped forward, reaching into the package on his back for food and fresh water. The other party hadn't asked for food or drink, but on Colchis, food and drink themselves represented the gods' mercy. "Here." Erebus handed over some hardtack and a bottle of water. "Are you looking for a place to stay? I know a priest, he's very kind and willing to selflessly help children like us." "Which priest?" "Eric." "Oh, so you always introduce homeless boys and girls like me to that esteemed priest?" the boy asked with a sneer. Erebus was slightly dazed. They were silent for a second, then the boy spoke softly, "You have defiled your god, because you sent children like me to hell." "Well done, Erebus." Erebus was even more dazed and confused, but having helped too many people and witnessed too much human suffering, he suddenly understood what this unsettling boy his age meant. "Help me," the boy said. "I don't mean send me to that demon Eric, but truly help me." Erebus nodded. "How can I help you?" "Give me your identity." The boy suddenly swung a knife. Erebus felt an intense pain throughout his body, his mind was filled with confusion and an instinct to resist, but all of it was meaningless, as the pain made it impossible for him to even control his muscles. But then a surge of power appeared, and Erebus killed the boy. Once the intense pain in his body subsided, Erebus crawled over to examine the corpse and saw that the boy's face had become identical to his own, equally handsome and covered in scripture. Confusion. Bewilderment. But there was no time to figure everything out. Erebus remembered what the boy had just said and immediately returned to the church. A blinding flash of light suddenly appeared, and the entire command deck seemed to be thrown into the sun. The intense light pulled Erebus out of his memory. When he endured the sharp pain in his optic nerves to observe the strong light, what he saw was the second lance strike fired from the World Eaters Legion's flagship. This was followed by the third, the fourth, not only from the unyielding resolve, but also from the invincible faith cruiser. Erebus realized that the fellow who looked exactly like him just now, whether this fellow had been resurrected, or was another bad seed who looked like him, in any case, he had killed everyone here, and he had incited a civil war. "I am Erebus." Erebus, with his back to the viewport, picked up the communicator from the pool of blood and roared in a tone completely opposite to his usual calm and friendly demeanor. "Cease fire immediately." The people on the gun deck were naturally confused. The orders from the command deck were changing constantly, and both orders came from the captain's dedicated communication line. But since it was a superior order, it should be carried out. There was no questioning due to a lack of tactical acumen, only the gun deck commander's crisp order, and the report after the order: "All lance strike macro cannons have ceased fire." Erebus hung the communicator on his belt, thinking about what he should do to stop this civil war between the Imperial Astartes legions, and immediately wanted to contact the legion's high command. But the next second, a gradually spreading blue light flowed through the command deck. It was a sign that the void shield was gradually disintegrating. Erebus sharply turned to look at the viewport. A tiny speck of light suddenly appeared at the furthest edge of his vision, then the speck grew larger and larger in his sight. All of this happened in an instant, until the intense light once again stung Erebus's eyes. What happened next, Erebus no longer knew. Unyielding resolve command deck. Shou and Angron teleported out together. At this moment, the situation within the command deck was one of orderly chaos. Large numbers of naval officers came to the command deck from all parts of the ship, hurrying back and forth. Lorgar Saren's amplified shouts occasionally echoed through the command deck. The moment they teleported out, Shou saw the lance strike fired by the unyielding resolve graze the front right side of the invincible faith. Clearly, Saline had already given the order to return fire. This was a completely correct measure. As the flagship of the World Eaters Legion, being attacked by a warship from the Word Bearers Legion, regardless of the reason, Lorgar Saren, as the captain, had to issue a return fire order. This was a declaration to the other warships in the Legion fleet, allowing other warship captains to prepare for the upcoming void battle without any hesitation. Even if this upcoming void battle might not happen. Temporarily cease bombardment. Angron walked towards Saline. "Give my father half an hour." Saline saluted the Primarch, then transmitted the order to reload the gun deck. The unyielding resolve ceased bombardment, and all lance strike macro cannons entered a reloading state. Shou, after bringing the Primarch to the flagship, then reopened the teleportation portal. Snow and wind swirled and then dissipated. The vast entrance to the invincible faith command deck appeared before Shou. At the same time, the word bearers gathered outside the command deck also appeared. These word bearers, rather than guarding the command deck, looked more like World Eaters boarding parties preparing to assault the command deck of the invincible faith. Their bolt guns were all aimed at the command deck. And from inside the command deck, a shout came: "I didn't kill anyone. It wasn't me." When Shou appeared, the word bearers turned to look. Considering the current situation, the word bearers raised their bolt guns and aimed at Shou, who, in their eyes, looked more like a boarder. Shou gently waved his hand, and dozens of word-bearers outside the command deck stiffened in place. White psychic energy flowed like electricity across the surface of their armor, and the superhuman warrior bodies beneath the heavy armor trembled with the paralyzing sensation brought by the psychic energy. They weren't killed by me. The roar continued to emanate. Qin Xia passed through the word-bearers and entered the command deck. He saw 3 word-bearers officers confronting Erebus. The latter was covered in blood. Qin Xia estimated that Erebus must have been thrown and hit his head on something during the vibration caused by the land strike grazing the ship's hull. The 3 officers and Erebus all saw the suddenly arriving Qin Xia. The former looked at their subordinates restrained by psychic energy outside and realized that the White Knight Lord's psychic power was enough to obliterate everyone present, but he hadn't done so. The reason for coming to the Invincible Faith was probably not for a decapitation strike. Therefore, the 3 officers put down their weapons and cleared a path. The word-bearers have no intention of attacking the World Eaters. Please find a way for our Legion High Commands to contact each other and stop the impending civil war. The officer watched Qin Xia walk past him, speaking urgently. Your Legion's warships are also preparing for battle and gathering. Qin Xia glanced at the scene outside the viewport. The word-bearers' warships that had already arrived in the current star system were rapidly gathering. If civil war breaks out due to misunderstanding, the word-bearers certainly cannot just wait to die. Qin Xia ignored the officer and came before Erebus. The bodies on the ground explained some of the information, replacing the agitated Erebus. Clearly, the officers inside the command deck and the other 5 word-bearers were all dead, and Erebus was the only survivor on the command deck. So, the later word-bearers believed that Erebus had killed the others and issued the fire order, intending to provoke a civil war. Calm down, Qin Xia stopped. Tell me what happened. I joined the oversight team, then came to the Invincible Faith. This cruiser was about to head to your legion. Erebus was very agitated, but having experience in preaching, his speech was quite coherent and clear at this moment. I don't know why, but the other 5 members of the team left before me. When I arrived on the Invincible Faith, I saw that they were all dead. Killed by me. As soon as he finished speaking, the officer immediately roared sharply, "You admit you killed the others. The verification process on the gun deck has been completed." The voice that gave the fire order, when compared to your voice, shows a 100% match in voice print. You just don't understand. Erebus, misunderstood and agitated at this moment, finally roared, "I just told you it wasn't me. It was someone who was believed to be me and who also looked exactly like me. You're the only one alive. If it wasn't you, who could it be?" It wasn't. A psychic shockwave suddenly spread outwards, everyone present felt as if they had suddenly been thrown into a storm. The officers, Erebus, they were all pushed back several steps, only stabilizing themselves when their power armor boots finally dug into the ground. The shockwave suddenly dissipated. I told you to calm down. Qin Xia stared at Erebus. I know you mean there was someone who looked like you who killed everyone present. Where did that person go? Hearing Qin Xia's understanding, a look of disbelief appeared on Erebus's face. Although it was true, he hadn't expected Qin Xia, who also had incomplete information, to believe him immediately. He was killed by me, and his body melted after death, Erebus said. Good, Qin Xia nodded. For ease of identification, I'll refer to that other you as Erebody for now. Erebus nodded vigorously. Go back, and tell your word-bearers Legion's highest commander in this star system to immediately stop the fleet's gathering. Qin Xia turned to look at the officer. The officer exchanged glances with his 2 colleagues, nodded silently, then pointed a hand towards a warship outside. Qin Xia immediately teleported the officer over, and at the same time, conveyed the situation here to Angron. The word-bearers warriors outside were no longer restrained by psychic energy, but they watched Erebus with hostile gazes. Qin Xia did not leave immediately, but instead pulled a table from a distance behind him and sat down in the path of the command deck's entrance. The White Knight Lord remained silent, patiently waiting. Chapter 484, The Destruction of the Perfect City. Time passed. Qin Xia saw that the word-bearers Legion fleet, located behind the Invincible Faith, was no longer gathering. After a while, the World Eaters Legion fleet also stopped gathering, remaining dispersed. Erebus couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. The sense of relief after the crisis was over made him instinctively lean against the wall, his chest beneath his armor rising and falling with power. We averted a civil war, Erebus said. Yes, Qin Xia got up from the table, thought of something, and added in his mind, for now. Erebus's mood gradually calmed, slowly returning to normal, and he immediately started to walk out of the command deck. The word-bearers immediately aimed their weapons at Erebus. Stand right there, Qin Xia stepped forward. Erebus looked back, bewildered. You think you're in the clear, do you? Qin Xia scrutinized the man before him. The suspicion on you still hasn't been cleared. The only reason your battle brothers didn't rush in and take you away just now is because I'm sitting here. Do you know what will happen if you walk out of here? Erebus nodded. I know, I may never be able to clear my name, I may be executed. Qin Xia was stunned. But it doesn't matter, as long as the civil war didn't happen, it's fine. Erebus's expression at this moment was as if he was discussing the fate of someone unrelated to him. The God Emperor will arrange my destiny. If my destiny is to be executed, then I can only say. The man of unwavering faith smiled easily and shrugged, it is my honor, my soul will continue to fight for him under the God Emperor's protection, no longer bound by the shackles of mortal flesh. Qin Xia was speechless. Erebus turned and walked towards his battle brothers, dropping his weapons as he went. I wasn't resisting just now. It's just that I still had the mission to nip the civil war in the bud. You wouldn't let me leave here to convey the truth, which I couldn't accept. You want to take me away and execute me, that's fine. Take me away. Erebus knelt on the ground, his posture submissive, but his tone impassioned. The God Emperor will pass judgment on my... Before he could finish speaking, Erebus, along with the latter half of his unfinished sentence, vanished into the wind and snow. Qin Xia led the man of unwavering faith onto the command deck. Angron looked at Erebus, instantly knowing everything the person before him had just witnessed. And as Erebus was about to salute, Angron immediately stepped forward, placed a hand on Erebus's shoulder, and conveyed what he knew and felt to the other party. Erebus gradually learned everything. It turned out that, in the White Knight Lord's prophecy, Erebus of the Word-Bearers Legion would be an extremely evil person. This person, in his youth, killed the true Erebus, seizing Erebus's name and identity. Because of this, the White Knight Lord had arranged an assassination attempt. A nimble person infiltrated the Word-Bearers Legion flagship by traversing the void with his bare body, to slay Erebus. But because the current Erebus is a good person of unwavering faith, the assassination attempt ultimately ended with the assassin resurrecting the target using an ancient relic. After learning all this, Erebus gazed into the Primarch's eyes. Erebody, he's not dead. The name Angron and Qin Xia had given to the evil version of Erebus, which was Erebody, was also perceived by Erebus in his recent sensory experience. When I was little, I saw that guy. He looked exactly like me. I killed him back then. I thought that person was completely dead, but I didn't expect. Erebus fell into deep thought. If you hadn't counter-killed that bad seed back then, you would have been replaced by him, and then this bad seed would commit all sorts of evil deeds in the name of Erebus, Qin Xia said. Just as you sensed, your destiny has changed, and the reason for it is currently unknown. So, Erebody isn't completely dead yet, and will still appear before me someday? Erebus asked. Angron and Qin Xia nodded simultaneously. However, Erebus didn't understand one thing, why that guy would jump out of the shadows to do something on the invincible faith that was bound to fail inciting a civil war. Neither the Word-Bearers nor the World Eaters were fools. Both Legion fleets had gathered and were heading towards each other, but that was merely a necessary strategy to be employed if needed. Both legions still wanted to communicate and resolve the misunderstanding. If the misunderstanding couldn't be resolved, then naturally, due to the misunderstanding and the conflict it caused, they would commit blood debts against each other, leading to an endless struggle. But even if Qin Xia hadn't teleported over, both sides would surely have communicated before the battle, and the misunderstanding could still have been resolved then. Perhaps he just wanted to make a grand entrance in front of you, Angron, sensing Erebus's confusion, offered an explanation. No one can understand the thoughts of an inherently bad seed, their existence is like filling an ecological niche in terms of personality. Erebus recalled the inexplicable confusion of being stabbed as a child, agreeing from the bottom of his heart. The accusations and suspicions against you can never be cleared until Erebody is caught, Angron continued. But I can at least vouch for you, so your legion won't execute you. Erebus pondered in silence, finally nodding. If possible, he certainly didn't want to die, because the truth of the matter had not yet been thoroughly investigated. Even if he was vouched for and survived, he would likely be marginalized, even abandoned, within the legion, but as long as the truth could be uncovered, the misunderstanding was not unbearable. Wait for your Gene Father to arrive, Angron motioned to the administratum officer on the command deck, indicating for him to arrange lodging for Erebus. Stay put until that day, otherwise you won't have a chance to clear your name. The rest of the Word-Bearers Legion's warships arrived in the star system one after another. As they emerged from the warp, Lorgar stood on the flagship's command deck, gazing at his father's back. The Emperor stood at the very center of the command deck, silent and unmoving, seemingly without any emotion. This made Lorgar believe that the Emperor was a god, because such an unperturbed demeanor was precisely part of divinity. But it was also this lack of perturbation that made Lorgar feel suspicious. What were his thoughts? Why did he deny being a god? What sin did the very existence of the perfect city constitute, that it had to destroy the most sacred place in the galaxy? Amidst his doubts, Lorgar felt a complex mix of emotions. Incomprehension, puzzlement, pain, sorrow, even discontent. Primarch. The communications officer stepped forward, softly reporting to Lorgar what had happened in the star system a while ago. Upon hearing that the World Eaters and Word-Bearers had almost erupted into civil war, Lorgar's expression grew solemn. And upon hearing something about Erebus killing Erebus, Lorgar's confusion deepened. At this moment, a holographic image popped up from the command deck's communication device. Angron and Erebus, their figures appeared before the Emperor and Lorgar. Brother, Angron spoke, I have perceived Erebus's mind and confirmed that indeed, a person identical to him appeared some days ago and nearly caused a civil war to break out. I will vouch for him. Lorgar nodded silently. Regardless, he was still willing to trust Angron. Even if the World Eaters were to destroy the perfect city, and the Word-Bearers Legion was extremely displeased about it, Lorgar knew very well that the order was not given by Angron, nor was it this brother whom he had once supported suddenly going mad and coming to destroy the Word-Bearers' holy site. Someone else had issued the order. Angron, having become the War Master, naturally couldn't defy the orders of the Imperium or even the Emperor himself as recklessly as he once did. Regardless of the truth, forgive Erebus, Lorgar said to a Word-Bearers officer. The officer saluted. After resolving Erebus's matter, Angron looked at the Emperor. The Lord of the Imperium still stared straight ahead, saying nothing, his gaze fixed on Kur. It wasn't until the flagship approached Kur that the Emperor slowly spoke, take your sons to the surface. Lorgar silently saluted and turned to leave the command deck. The word-bearers began to land on Kur one after another. During the time waiting for the word-bearers' flagship to arrive, the people of the perfect city had been forcibly evacuated. They were now in a newly constructed settlement on Kur. The World Eaters continued to maintain control as before, ensuring no disorder occurred. So when all members of the Word-Bearers Legion arrived on the surface and gathered in the mountains 10 kilometers from the edge of the perfect city, they saw a deserted city. The perfect city remained sacred and magnificent, only the ceaseless chanting was no longer heard within it. There were no explosions, no smoke, and no ruins, indicating that the World Eaters had not committed atrocities upon their arrival. Look, Lorgar said over the comms channel. This will be our last time to admire this holy sight. The Space Marines gathered, standing at varying heights in the mountains, gazing at the perfect city just like their Gene Father. No one cared if their position was too close to the city, or if they would be affected when the World Eater's orbital strike descended. The word-bearers simply watched. The Emperor, located within the flagship, slowly raised his hand, making a downward motion. Oppression arrived silently. Lorgar's armor hummed, and he could even hear the faint creaking of his bones under the immense pressure. The Space Marines knelt first under the invisible pressure. Lorgar resisted for a while, then also knelt down. The outline of the colossal vessel, unyielding resolve, was clearly visible on the surface, as were the twinkling lights on its hull. On the flagship's bow, the high-power lance weapons fired at full power. A crimson beam of light descended from the sky, instantly striking the very center of the perfect city. The word-bearers instinctively lowered their heads amidst the blinding light, only Lorgar's Primarch eyes could see through the intense glare. The very center of the city was completely obscured by light. And beyond the light, first, spiderweb-like cracks spread to all sides of the city, and then, as if something was about to erupt from underground, the city was lifted from its very center. After that, even Lorgar couldn't see anything. The word-bearers and their Primarch only realized they were unharmed after the light dissipated. No one among them, so close to the city, was injured. Only the mountains they stood upon had become the smooth, flat edge of a massive circular crater on the surface. That was all. Chapter 485, The Angel's Descent. Word-bearer's flagship. The Emperor looked down at Kur, his hand, which had been pressing down, twitched slightly. Vast psychic energy surged from the warp into the reality universe, causing ripples in the real world according to the Emperor's will. Thick clouds enveloped the area where the lance of light descended, looking like a typhoon in a weather map. And after the Emperor projected his psychic power, the clouds dissipated in an instant, and the sky became perfectly clear. Where the word-bearers and Lorgar knelt, sand and stones flew, followed by a storm of sand and stones. Strong currents howled around each Space Marine, making them tremble uncontrollably. The Emperor merely had a thought and flicked his hand, yet he conjured a strong wind that changed the weather, and added another layer of tribulation, beyond the heavy pressure, for the kneeling word-bearers. That's enough. Inside the command deck, Angron's holographic image had not yet dissipated, and he was watching the Emperor's back. Hearing his son's displeased words, the Emperor slowly turned around. This is a lesson. What kind of lesson is this? Angron walked to the viewport, pointing at Kur. You always deny being a god, and then you act with psychic powers like a miracle. If I, like Lorgar, didn't know why you hate faith, I would really think you're a hypocrite. Power is innate, the Emperor said calmly. My psychic power also has a source, and cannot only be explained by the ignorant lie of miracle. Angron raised his hand, gesturing for the Emperor to listen to him first. So why couldn't you just stand here, with Lorgar and the word-bearers in the fleet, and just watch the perfect city be obliterated by the lance of light? Instead of making them go not far from the edge of the perfect city, and then using your psychic power to force their entire legion to kneel, and then making them survive the lance of light bombardment, and then using your psychic power to unleash a storm. Angron pointed to Kur outside the viewport, then asked in a deep voice, by the way, aren't you secretly enjoying this immensely? I am the Lord of mankind, the true god of the present world, I can make a legion kneel with a single psychic wave. Silence, the Emperor said. I didn't force you to destroy the perfect city back then. Don't vent your dissatisfaction on me after doing it. After saying that, as if realizing it was indeed inappropriate, the Emperor paused for a moment before adding, you know about the Black King, and your nature should also make you the person who understands me the most, but every time I need you to understand my actions, you always, as expected, disappoint me. Why didn't you tell Lorgar about the Black King? Angron asked. Why do you think I should tell him? The Emperor countered. Angron frowned. The Emperor continued, what do you think Lorgar would do if he knew the truth? Angron thought carefully and fell silent, because he instantly realized the Emperor's thoughts and understood them. So, the Emperor turned and walked out of the command deck. Prepare, and take your brothers to continue the Great Crusade. Are you returning to Terra? The Emperor remained silent, simply walking away slowly. Angron withdrew his gaze and looked at Kur. The perfect city incident still required follow-up. White Knight. Great Library. The thinkers sat on the floor, surrounding Angron and Qin Xia. The meeting being held was a secret one, as it involved a most forbidden existence demons. Angron's eyes glowed with white light, a sign that Qin Xia was sharing his psychic vision. The thinkers waited in silence for the Gene Father to observe, while also speculating about the Gene Father's psychic talent. Primarches clearly possessed psychic power, and this psychic power was very strong, but Primarches could never cast psychic spells like psychers. I see a storm of emotions gathering over Kur. The light in Angron's eyes dissipated. The storm covers every place where there are Kur people. Upon hearing this, the thinkers all became serious. Within the World Eaters think tank unit, everyone had studied a course called Psychic Theory, and the influence of emotions, an innate human connection, on reality was discussed in detail in this course. Emotional resonance would greatly weaken the fabric of reality, leading to the occurrence of supernatural events. And when the degree of emotional resonance reached what the Primarch described as an emotional storm, it was no longer as simple as just weakening the fabric of reality, it could even open a passage for warped creatures to enter the reality universe. Question: Qin Xia scanned every think tank present, what is the probability of demons appearing on Kur? The veteran think tanks remained silent, giving the opportunity to answer to the newcomers. Just like in the Kraken naval battle before, the chance to answer and receive praise was given to a Caliban-born think tank. Yielding is a virtue. 90%, a new think tank replied. Why? Qin Xia said, there are many places in the empire like Kur, where the fabric of reality is greatly weakened, but there has never been a single instance of demon invasion into reality. Because Kur is a religious world, guide, the think tank's tone was calm, his expression confident, looking quite knowledgeable. The local people's thoughts already contain the concept of demons, and our legion is considered by the local people to be demons. Very good, Qin Xia smiled and nodded, from now on, you are the deputy to Grand Librarian Tethys, with the title of think tank editor. I will fully cultivate this promising young man. Tethys stood up and saluted. Angron remained silent. When he heard that the World Eaters were considered demons by the Kur people, some thoughts appeared in his mind. According to normal human logic, the World Eaters came to destroy the perfect city on the Emperor's orders, but tried to ensure no one died in the destruction. How could such an act be called demonic? But according to the Kur people's logic, the World Eaters destroyed the sacred perfect city. What kind of creature in religious texts would choose to destroy a sacred place? The answer is demons. The World Eaters built new cities for the Kur people, and unconditionally fed them until labor production and trade resumed, delivering clothes and food to the Kur people every day. This behavior was seen by the Kur people as demonic temptation. The Kur people were a bit ungrateful. But Angron was not angry, because no matter what the Kur people thought, they were imperial citizens. We must act, Qin Xia told the thinkers, you will be dispersed across Kur, on standby in the areas most deeply affected by the emotional storm, ready to respond to sudden supernatural events at any time. The thinkers all stood up and saluted. Qin Xia then looked at his adopted son. Angron spoke, naming the places where the emotional storm was most violent, according to his perception and observation. Kur surface. Erebus walked alone in the city built by the World Eaters. It was night, and the World Eaters were on high alert. The streets were filled with World Eaters, Space Marines and Nusari immortal soldiers. Because Angron had invited the Word-Bearers to join the aftermath phase, Word-Bearers Space Marines patrolled alongside the World Eaters. A squad of Word-Bearers came face to face, and Erebus instinctively wanted to greet them, but he saw that those battle brothers simply turned their heads and walked past, as if they didn't see him at all. This situation reminded Erebus that he was currently a man under punishment. Although the Primarch had ordered clemency, and the Lord of the World Eaters had vouched for him, this could not change the opinion of most within the Word-Bearers Legion. The fragmented information most people received told them that Erebus had killed other brothers, with no other explanation or answer. And until Erebody was found and brought to justice, the misunderstanding could never be clarified. Erebus knew this, so he did not force himself to go over and greet or explain anything, but simply continued walking down the street. This city looked unremarkable, filled with formulaic buildings. The square metal houses were inhabited by refugees from the perfect city. The houses were forged in the World Eater's forge engine, airdropped directly from low orbit, and became a house that could accommodate a dozen families. Although the houses were ugly, they were at least habitable. What more could these homeless refugees ask for at this point? Erebus. A World Eater's officer came towards him. When the other party removed his helmet, revealing a handsome face and a sunny smile, Erebus recognized him as Karn. The two had fought side by side many times in the Ulaner War and had become friends. What are you wearing on your neck? Karn pointed to the glowing area on Erebus's neck. That was originally the neck seal of the Mark II power armor, but now a circular device was around it, glowing faintly. A locator, Erebus smiled helplessly, tapping the circular device. If I try to escape, it will help my battle brothers catch me. It seems you've had a tough time after the Invincible Faith incident. Karn stepped forward. Why don't you just come to the World Eaters? Are you crazy? Erebus's expression tightened. Where is there an Astartes who leaves his legion? Karn chuckled. Erebus then realized that the other party was joking. The two walked side by side. Are you out for a walk? Karn asked as they walked. No, I'm out to supervise whether you are treating the Kur people with harsh measures. You're no longer the head of the supervisory team, buddy. I know. But I still want to see if there's anything I can help with. The two conversed as they walked. Karn was about to reply when he suddenly heard a commotion. They quickened their pace, and after turning the corner, they saw a group of Nusaria soldiers and World Eaters Space Marines aiming their weapons at a large crowd of civilians that had gathered ahead. There were a few bodies of Nusaria soldiers on the ground. However, the gathered civilians did not seem to be resisting, but rather had their backs to the Space Marines and mortal soldiers, kneeling on the street and worshipping some presence. When Karn's gaze fell on the furthest point, he realized that the battle brothers and soldiers were not aiming at the mortals, but at an angel. Karn stared ahead. He saw a person with wings on their back being worshipped by the civilians. This person was very beautiful, wearing exquisite and form-fitting armor. Karn was not a religious believer, but if he were to describe that person, only the word angel would come to his mind. An angel? Why would you think that's an angel? Erebus, the religious believer, raised a question. He didn't understand how Karn could mistake an upright bird with wings on its back, appearing entirely blue, for an angel. Chapter 486 Speaking the Truth. So holy. A brave civilian rose from the crowd and walked towards the angel. After swallowing a few times, the person excitedly asked, Are you an angel? Have you come to punish the demons who destroyed the perfect city? The angel looked down at the mortal before him. No. It shook its head. I am a demon from supreme heaven. I came here because I found a loophole in reality and decided to have some fun. How could I be an angel? These words were heard by the civilians present. Those who were still kneeling on the ground, revering the angel, all froze for a moment, looking up in a daze. Fire! Erebus roared, drawing his gun and firing. But because he was disarmed, Erebus instinctively drew air and pulled the trigger on air. Other than the sound from his mouth, nothing reached a distance. Fortunately, the only people without weapons here were Erebus and the civilians. The World Eaters raised their bolt guns and concentrated fire on the demon, while the mortal soldiers fired small-caliber rifles at the ground near the civilians, attempting to disperse these troublesome people. The demon pulled out a staff from somewhere and pointed it forward. A blue light spread out, passing through the civilians and intercepting all the incoming bolter rounds. The seemingly threatening blue light surged further forward, while the civilians who had been passed through began to undergo flesh-twisting mutations. The Astartes reacted swiftly, dodging the incoming blue light, but the mortal soldiers, both in reaction and speed, could not compare to the Astartes. Just as they were about to be affected by the blue light, a flash of light suddenly appeared, and a think tank appeared in front of the mortal soldiers, raising a psyker barrier to resist the light. Karn looked at the think tank, recognizing him as Chief Librarian Varys. How could it be here? Varys murmured to himself. The thinkers had already been deployed to various weak points in the reality structure on Kur. This particular location had a relatively stable reality structure, yet the demon had appeared precisely here. Brother Karn. Varys called out, help me seal off this area and buy time until the other thinkers arrive. You heard Brother Varys. Karn waved to the World Eaters present. The Astartes immediately dispersed, sealing off the street, while also surrounding and concentrating fire on the demon. The demon stood its ground. When bolter rounds flew towards it trailing exhaust, they would be blocked by some unknown force. It seemed in no hurry at all, like an observer, its gaze fixed on the unarmed Erebus. Meanwhile, the mutated civilians became monsters over 3 meters tall with countless tentacles. They did not seem to possess psyker powers, and when the Astartes fired upon them, bolter rounds often tore off chunks of flesh from these mutated creatures. Just tearing off a chunk of flesh. Karn pulled the secondary trigger of his bolt gun, continuously unleashing ammunition, and simultaneously shouted on the comms channel, that flesh is harder than the trench plates made by the Iron Warriors. The power unleashed by such a holy and beautiful creature actually causes people to mutate. Erebus heard a World Eater saying this, then incredulously retorted, why do you think this birdman is holy and beautiful? Upon saying this, Erebus suddenly realized that the scene he saw was not consistent with what others saw. The opponent might have a glamour ability, but this ability had not affected him. Varys, gripping his spear, charged towards the demon. The think tank Terminator armor was driven by psyker energy rather than physical energy, producing no sound even when charging at full speed. Upon seeing the only psyker capable of threatening it charging forward, the demon did not immediately engage, but instead turned around. Varys' intention was exposed at this moment. The flames he released while feigning a charge were disintegrated as they surged towards the demon's back, and then he saw the demon turn to face him, raising its sharp claws. Surging psyker power immediately bound and lifted Varys. The surrounding Astartes continued to fire, only Karn decided to take a risk, drawing his chain sword axe and charging forward. This gamble succeeded, for Karn's chain sword axe indeed struck the demon. However, this gamble, from the result, was not entirely successful, as Karn's chain sword axe passed directly through the demon's body when it sliced, like cutting water with a knife. The demon turned and swung its staff, sending Karn flying. Erebus, without a weapon and unwilling to stand by, sprinted a few steps, rolled twice, and picked up a chainsword axe that had fallen to the ground. The demon noticed this devout individual, released Varys, and charged over. In desperation, Erebus swung the chainsword axe, slashing. The sound of a sharp weapon tearing through flesh rang out, followed by blue blood mixed with feathers splattering onto the ground. Karn, who had just gotten up from the ground, saw that Erebus could actually cause damage to that monster, and couldn't help but fall into self-doubt. The Astartes who were engaging the mutated creatures also concentrated fire on the demon with their battle brothers after killing the mutates. And after Erebus inflicted heavy damage on the demon, the bolter rounds were no longer resisted by some force, all hitting their mark. The demon was being brutally hacked by Erebus while simultaneously being suppressed by continuous gunfire. Feathers and blood splattered, but the Space Marines felt that their bolt guns were inferior to the chainsword axe in Erebus's hand, causing far less damage than the axe blade. Varys broke free from the demon's influence and joined the battle. The killing effect of his psyker power was stronger than the chainsword axe in Erebus's hand. And upon realizing that the current demon, though suppressed, would not be killed, Erebus handed the task of suppressing the demon to Varys, while he himself charged towards a nearby house. Followers of the God Emperor often have a habit, they buy a rope to hang a large number of items to be used in ritual activities, such as purity seals, parchments filled with scriptures, and so on. Although the people of Kur had already migrated out of the perfect city, Erebus still firmly believed that the people of Kur would not abandon their faith due to difficulties, and that their homes must still have ropes for ritual activities hanging. It was indeed so. Erebus lifted a bed and threw it aside, seeing hidden ritual items underneath, which were indeed hanging on a rope. He picked up the rope, rushed out of the room, returned to the demon's side, and looped the rope around the demon. Karn thought Erebus had gone mad, but Varys knew what Erebus intended to do. He released Psyker heavy pressure, pressing the demon, which was about to rise, back to the ground, assisting Erebus in tightly binding the demon with the rope. Then the other Astartes saw that the rope, which probably couldn't even bind a slightly stronger mortal, actually bound this powerful entity, rendering it unable to move. Seizing this opportunity, the Astartes quickly reloaded, aimed at the demon again, in case of any unforeseen circumstances. Erebus looked at this strangely twisted creature, then looked up at Varys. Is this a demon? Varys did not answer, but instead countered, how did you think of using this rope to bind this thing? Karn couldn't hit it with his chain sword axe, but I could not only hit it but also gravely wound it. If there's any difference between me and Karn, the only answer is faith, Erebus said. Following that line of thought, it's clear that things related to faith can affect it, so I wanted to try it. Varys stared at Erebus. The White Knight Lord had spoken of faith having special effects on warped creatures or supernatural phenomena, but the thinkers had never verified it. And Erebus, a word-bearer who knew nothing about demons, was actually able to realize that faith had an effect on demons. Clever. Varys stepped forward, patted Erebus's shoulder as he passed him, then came before the demon, examining it carefully. The demon looked extremely pained, the ropes on its body not only bound it but also tormented it. Varys instinctively analyzed, perhaps it was the hatred generated by people like Erebus due to their faith, an extreme hatred for demons, that caused faith-related items to have a tormenting effect on demons. There were indeed discussions about demons in the God Emperor's faith, but that was just a subconscious assumption of if there is a god, there must be demons, and if there are demons, we should hate them. However, it was still effective. After pondering and examining the demon, Varys concluded that this was a Lord of Change. The demon that the White Knight Lord had brought back from the warp to the reality universe years ago, which had been greatly weakened as a result, was of the same type and class as the demon now before him. This demon will be taken away and dealt with by me. Varys looked back at Karn. Confidential. Confidential was a common command in the World Eaters Legion. According to Legion regulations, anything explicitly marked confidential must never be discussed or spread. The World Eaters were accustomed to obeying strict regulations, so upon hearing confidential, they immediately averted their gaze, pretending not to see. Varys walked towards the mortal soldiers, clearing their memories with psyker power. At this moment, a White Knight think tank gunship flew from the sky, landing on the ground and opening its hatch. The thinkers who had rushed from other parts of the planet looked at Varys. Take it away, the chief librarian commanded. The thinkers immediately stepped forward. But just as one of the thinkers grabbed the rope on the demon, preparing to lift it away, a command came from nearby. Leave this creature. Hearing the command, everyone present looked in the direction of the voice. The word-bearer's Legion Primarch stood nearby, carrying his Warhammer. This creature was bound by my son, and it is only right that the word-bearers deal with it. Lorgar stepped forward. If there are any objections, let my brother come and speak with me. Varys gestured for the thinkers to continue taking the demon away. You World Eaters have gone too far. Lorgar stepped forward. Don't force me to hammer you to death here. Then come and kill me in my mission. Varys raised his spear. Step over my corpse. Varys was a chief librarian. But first and foremost, he was a World Eater. Impulsiveness, quick temper, unconditional and boundless love for his gene father, these flaws also existed in Varys. Even Lorgar, at this moment, had no doubt that this warrior was truly prepared to fight him. Chapter 487, The Path of Faith. Let it stay here for now. Erebus stood between the Primarch and Varys. None of us are taking this creature, let it stay here for now. When the one who had so effectively restrained the demon proposed a compromise, both Varys and Lorgar simultaneously felt it was a good suggestion. The thinkers put the demon down. Varys began to contact Angron and the White Knight Lord. Lorgar put away his Warhammer, silently awaiting his brother's arrival. Erebus, meanwhile, looked at the Primarch, lost in thought. He could understand why the Primarch wanted to take this monster, because the monster had just admitted with its own mouth that it was a demon. Finding evidence that faith truly exists and then publicizing it is, in itself, a method of proselytization. With perfect city already destroyed, the existence of demons could indirectly prove the existence of gods and faith. As for whether this demon could be taken away, considering the Primarch's personality, Erebus thought it was highly likely it couldn't be taken, but at this moment, the Primarch probably just wanted to cause some trouble for the World Eaters, even if he would ultimately compromise with Angron. Lorgar had no idea what his son was thinking. If he did, he would realize that Erebus had seen right through him. While silently waiting, the thinkers communicated via psychic power whether to banish the demon on the spot. But in Kur, this religious world, with its reality structure still greatly weakened, banishing this demon was not something psychic spells could achieve, it required a ritual. Listen to me. Lorgar suddenly heard a voice in his ear. The Primarch instinctively looked around but saw no one speaking. Finally, he realized something and focused his gaze on the demon. Banish me, the demon said, let me leave here, and I will repay you. These words struck Lorgar deeply. The Primarch was extremely eager to know more, even forgetting to reflect on why the demon's will could break through his mental defenses. What are you? Lorgar asked. A demon. That's what you reality creatures will call me in the future, the demon answered frankly, just as it had unreservedly answered the mortal's question earlier, stating directly that it was not an angel at all, but a demon. You seem unable to lie. Lorgar recalled the words he had heard from a distance just now, the demon directly admitting its identity to the mortal. The demon replied, because I am bound by certain concepts. The higher existences among us demons are born from concepts, grow strong from concepts, and are also bound by concepts. I merely said you seem unable to lie, but I don't entirely believe that. In religious texts, demons are often full of lies, perhaps your so-called honesty is also a lie, Lorgar said. Save your breath. I don't know what you mean by banishment, and don't try to trick me into doing anything. Just stay here obediently. Deception. The demon was laughing. Deception and lies are the lowest tricks. One lie requires countless lies to cover it, but the truth does not. Merely speaking some fragmented truths is enough to deceive a person to death. Even if that's the case, why don't you try asking me some questions? Even if I'm just lying, then you can just pretend you are listening to lies. If you choose not to believe, what will you ultimately lose? Upon hearing this, Lorgar pondered for a moment, then tried to ask, are there gods in the warp? There are gods even in the reality universe, let alone the supreme heaven, the demon stated directly. Who is it? Lorgar asked again. Your creator, the demon replied, the leader of humanity. Lorgar fell silent. The emperor is a god. The demon continued. He concealed this fact. Your faith is not wrong at all, he is a god. It's just that he is still in a nascent state, otherwise, he would not appear in the reality universe but would be in the supreme heaven. He is a god, but he does not want to be a god, so he specifically resists being worshipped as a deity. However, even so, he is still in existence on the verge of ascension, his godlike power is already evident at this time. Lorgar couldn't help but recall why he so firmly believed the emperor was a god. Because the emperor's actions were those of a god. When a person speaks like a god, acts like a god, and possesses godlike power, then he is, by all rights, a god, no matter how he sees himself. Believe in the scientific and enlightened imperial truth, do not believe in ignorant and dark religions. The human race should create a beautiful future with their own hands, instead of waiting for divine charity, the emperor had once admonished Lorgar thus, but this only made Lorgar more convinced that the emperor was a god. An individual with immense power, yet who loves mortals so much, even wanting to use a lie like imperial truth to downplay his achievements and presence, such selfless love. The god emperor loves the world. Praise the god emperor. What kind of god is he? The god of the human race? Lorgar pondered before continuing to ask. How should I put it? Perhaps because he is human, in a certain sense, he can indeed be called the god of humanity. The demon still answered honestly. The information it subsequently spoke was no different from the information discussed by the emperor and Angron. The Dark King. This is his divinity after ascension, representing hatred and destruction without origin. However, after he ascends to godhood, he will not bring a beautiful future to humanity, but will directly lead to the extinction of the human species. Faith will distort a reality creature. He has no way to resist this distortion, so he will order you not to worship him as a god. He wants to save the human race, not destroy it. Listening to the demon speak, Lorgar's eyes reddened. Tears welled up in the Primarch's eyes. As a god, yet for the sake of the race, he refused to ascend to a more powerful existence, willing to endure the hardships of flesh and blood, preferring anonymity over being worshipped. Perhaps the emperor would conceal himself after his success, and then let Malkador erase evidence of his existence. Let humanity truly believe that in that ancient dark age, it was mortals who, with their own hands and firm, enlightened minds, turned the tide and changed the course of events. This was a supreme, boundless love, the perfect embodiment of God's love for the world. Lorgar thought thus, tears streaming down his face. You ask me for the truth, and I tell you the truth. Banish me, don't let them take me away, the demon said again. Lies, Lorgar rebuked, as a worshipper of God, how can I believe a demon's nonsense? The demon rolled its eyes, you ask me questions, and I tell you. It's that simple. The seeker's desire for answers is the reason for my birth. Get out of my head. Lorgar concentrated, expelling the demon's voice. The two were conversing on a mental level, so even though they talked a lot, only a few seconds passed in reality. Erebus could only see the Gene Father inexplicably crying, without knowing why. Let's go. Lorgar turned around. After a brief daze, Erebus caught up and left with the Primarch. No one knew why Lorgar suddenly changed his mind, but if he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. Soon, Qin Xia brought Angron down via teleportation, and they immediately prepared the ritual on the spot. Lorgar walked for a distance then suddenly stopped, signaling Erebus to wait. After Erebus stood still, Lorgar sat on the street, lost in thought. What the demon said might be a lie, perhaps not credible. But the fact that the emperor was about to ascend to godhood might also be true. It's just that. Debating whether what the demon said was the truth was meaningless. Lorgar realized this. He had to investigate, find a way to seek the truth. And after considering this, Lorgar began to think about the next thing, what if the emperor really was the future god? Should he stop spreading religious faith and instead spread the imperial truth, as other legions did, to implement the emperor's will? But that wouldn't be fair. The emperor loved humanity so much, giving unconditionally, asking for nothing, even wishing humanity would think he was just an ordinary powerful psyker. This was simply not fair. Why should humanity enjoy such love without giving anything in return? Even those ridiculous primitive indigenous religions on Colchis knew to sacrifice some livestock and offer some fresh water when worshipping their gods. If the emperor always considered humanity, and humanity was protected and loved by him, yet did not consider the emperor, then this was simply not fair. Furthermore, what the demon said might be half-truths and half-lies. Why would the god of the human race, once born, lead to the extinction of humanity? Thinking of this, Lorgar pondered, then concluded that the emperor's love might be precisely because he had a conceptual connection with the human race. Otherwise, why would such a powerful psyker, not considering himself, stand up and face the various messes in the galaxy? Perhaps that extinction was only a physical extinction, and humanity would ascend with the emperor. Father. Erebus's sudden call interrupted Lorgar's thoughts. Lorgar looked up, staring at his son with displeasure. Erebus believed the Primarch was thinking about religious matters, perhaps even questioning whether his religious faith was truly real. So he spoke at this moment. If this is the will of God. Father. If this is the will of God, we should obey unconditionally. I even think we should actively destroy Perfect City. At this point, Erebus swallowed, feeling his words were too harsh. But he continued. I believe this is a glorious test, and we word-bearers should bear such a glorious test, instead of giving this glory to other legions. Hearing this, Lorgar stood up and left, leaving Erebus with a single sentence. You don't think for our God at all. You only passively enjoy his grace. Greedy and foolish. Chapter 488, Journey of the Luna Wolves. White Knight Ritual Site. Concentrate fully when devising the ritual. Kars, have you forgotten how to draw the magic circle? Throw away that useless sand and use cinnabar instead. If you still can't remember to use cinnabar when drawing ritual circles, then in the future, when others draw them, you will be solely responsible for getting cinnabar from the Red Robe Covenant. The White Knight Lord, who was usually calm and unhurried, now strode along the edges of the entire ritual hall, occasionally letting out a stern reprimand. The Thinkers, under the command of the Grand Librarian Tethys, were drawing lines. Lines drawn with cinnabar formed a vast magic circle, circle within circle, with the words exile written in the White Knight Lord's native language at its center. The demon, meanwhile, was bound within the smallest circle at the very center of the magic circle. New Thinkers, carrying baskets, reached in to grab the red sand, sprinkling it wherever the lines weren't smooth enough, then knelt to refine them. The older Thinkers were more experienced, they could adjust the lines with their feet, and each time they sprinkled cinnabar, the amount was just right. Sir, a new Thinker couldn't help but ask, why must we use cinnabar? Can this natural mineral really restrain demons? It's because I believe cinnabar can restrain demons, so I used it. Qin Xia stopped, straightened his back, stretched his arms, then lightly tapped his head. What's important is the idea of us psychers. If you think something else is more suitable for drawing the magic circle, then use it. As the White Knight Lord said earlier, what's important is not what we use to draw the lines, but what we believe is useful. This even applies to the outline of the ritual circle itself, Tethys added, perfectly supplementing the explanation. Qin Xia gave Tethys an approving look, then motioned for the Thinkers to hurry up. The ritual circle was quickly completed. The older Thinkers led their apprentices forward, standing in a circle around the demon. Then, just as they had learned in a series of previous secret lessons, the Thinkers began chanting spells, simultaneously using their minds to channel psychic energy to inflict damage upon the demon. Erebus, the Pure One, had already severely wounded the demon in the previous battle, so the demon did not last long. It shrieked as it was exiled after the cinnabar ignited and engulfed it. This is hard-won practical experience, Qin Xia told the new Thinkers. Remember what you experienced and learned today, and then I won't have wasted a demon in vain. With that, Qin Xia patted the book of the Emperor hanging at his waist. If it weren't for teaching, he would have chosen to turn the demon into an illustration in this book. Regarding Erebus, Qin Xia motioned for everyone to gather, then wanted to discuss why Erebus could inflict non-psychic damage on demons. But coincidentally, and inconveniently, Erebus arrived outside the ritual hall just after Qin Xia finished speaking his name, and it was a Nuceria think tank reservist in human form who came in to report the matter. Qin Xia motioned for the Thinkers to converse among themselves, while he stepped out of the ritual hall to meet Erebus at the door. I just rushed here from the Unyielding Resolve, Erebus said after saluting. The World Eater's Primarch knows I'm going to the Luna Wolves to handle some matters, so he asked me to bring you along to discuss the future distribution of power in the Imperial Parliament. Upon hearing this, Qin Xia and Angron contacted each other telepathically, confirming the truth of the matter and that this Erebus was indeed the one Angron had seen and sensed, before Qin Xia nodded in agreement. Then Qin Xia asked, what are you going to the Luna Wolves for? The person killed by Erebody has a twin brother, and his twin brother is a company commander of the Serrated Sun chapter, who has always wanted revenge on me. Erebus seemed helpless and distressed. The Primarch doesn't want me to die by my own people's hands, so he sent me to the Luna Wolves to report on the Legion's situation. After all, the word bearers will be led by War Master Horus in the future. Qin Xia nodded silently. At this moment, he realized why Angron wanted him to go to the Luna Wolves for diplomatic activities. If Erebody wanted to cause trouble, he would certainly need to use Erebus's identity and appearance. It was very likely that he would reappear while Erebus was with the Luna Wolves, and Qin Xia's presence could help ascertain how Erebody kept resurrecting. Don't bring a warship, Qin Xia motioned to the mortal psyker beside him to arrange lodging. Hitch a ride on my White Knight. From now until I tell you that you don't need to follow me anymore, you must stay by my side. Erebus clearly understood Qin Xia's intention. I will eat, drink, and relieve myself in the bedroom, so I suggest that the guards on the White Knight open fire immediately if they see me anywhere else. Qin Xia thought the same. Go to the command deck and tell the captain to set sail once he receives the precise star chart coordinates. Tethys heard Qin Xia's order as he walked out of the ritual hall. The mess here in Kur will be left for others to continue handling, we have our own things to do. 2 months later. Great Crusade front line. The Luna Wolves flagship was bombarding the surface of a planet. The Legion Primarch, Horus, walked down a corridor leading to the hangar deck, surrounded by a group of Luna Wolves space marines. The giant spider-like xenos on this planet must be cleared out, and quickly, so we can achieve a series of dazzling victories within 2 years as planned. Horus's voice was steady and powerful, yet also amiable. The Emperor has withdrawn from the Great Crusade. Now, Angron and I are being scrutinized with a magnifying glass, we cannot disappoint the Emperor and the entire Imperium. And before the Emperor withdrew from the Great Crusade and returned to Terra, he said something to me. At this, Horus turned to survey the officers to his left, right, and behind him. The Emperor suggested that the Luna Wolves Legion be renamed the Sons of Horus. Upon hearing this, the officers visibly faltered. The Luna Wolves being renamed the Sons of Horus, after Horus was given the title of War Master, this name itself held immense glory, and the Emperor personally suggesting the renaming was glory upon glory. This was, of course, a good thing. But what the officers hadn't expected was that Horus didn't say, from now on, we Luna Wolves are the Sons of Horus. But I refused at the time. The Primarch did not state the reason for his refusal. At this moment, the Luna Wolves officers and the Primarch entered the hangar deck. Many people had already gathered here, flagship high command, fleet bureaucrats, and some people specifically responsible for organizing the welcoming ceremony. Horus and his sons stood at the very front of the crowd, helmets tucked under their arms, waiting silently. A transport ship flew into the transparent energy barrier, and the extremely slender and frail-looking pilot in the cockpit immediately drew everyone's attention. The Astartes subconsciously tried to determine if this person, whose form differed from normal humans, was a mutant or a legitimate abhuman. The transport ship landed steadily, and the cabin door opened. World Eaters thinkers, wearing armor even heavier than Terminator tactical dreadnought, marched out in formation. These armors made no footsteps as they advanced, nor the low hum of servo mechanisms. Their silent nature made the Luna Wolves particularly curious. Over 60 thinkers stopped 3 meters from Horus, turned sideways, revealing the White Knight Lord and Erebus behind them. That set of exquisitely ornate Terminator tactical dreadnought armor was one of the White Knight Lord's defining features. Horus was surprised when he heard that his brothers had collaborated to forge armor for Angron's foster father. At the time, he considered it an investment, and the result of that investment was clear. Every legion benefited from the Dawn Star conflict and the Imperial Parliament. Greetings, War Master. Qin Xia approached Horus and performed the Aquila salute, and the thinkers saluted simultaneously. You don't know how happy I was when I learned you would be representing the World Eaters in diplomatic activities, Horus replied with a smile. When the Primarch returned the salute, the Luna Wolves and everyone present also returned the salute simultaneously. Qin Xia had already surveyed his surroundings as soon as he stepped out of the transport ship. It was clear that the Luna Wolves were indeed very welcoming, at least evident in the arrangement of the welcoming ceremony. As for the attitude of the Luna Wolves warriors, they were all quite good, except for Abaddon. Abaddon stood next to Cyanus. This man's top knot was so eye-catching that Qin Xia's first glance after leaving the transport ship wasn't at Horus, but at Abaddon. Abaddon was undoubtedly a legend. If the Horus heresy occurred, the future Black Crusades, the Chaos War Master, these were indeed some of Abaddon's legendary deeds, but not all. Abaddon had already made a name for himself as early as 30K. He was the legendary unkillable king. The saying that an armored vehicle's armor plating isn't as tough as one's face is an exaggerated joke for others, but for Abaddon, it was a cold, factual account. When he noticed Qin Xia's gaze on him, Abaddon's face showed displeasure, as if he was about to say, "What are you staring at?" Cyanus noticed the irritable elder brother's unfriendliness and lightly coughed a reminder, but it was useless. Let's go to the conference room. Horus turned and led the way. Qin Xia followed the Primarch, and as he passed the path blocked by Abaddon's body, he gently pushed Abaddon aside and said, "Excuse me, please." The words were polite, but Abaddon became even more displeased. Because when Qin Xia said this, he wasn't looking at Abaddon's face, but at his top knot. "Who are you fighting?" Qin Xia stopped as he passed a porthole and asked. "A type of giant spider," Horus replied, pointing out the window. "Intelligent, massive, full of combat power and ferocity, very difficult to deal with. The surface has been cleared now, but my sons still need to go deep underground." Qin Xia surveyed the planet. This planet was habitable, so bombing it directly wasn't suitable. After a moment's thought, an idea came to him. I can bring some people and teleport inside for an internal assault. Otherwise, attacking underground will be very difficult, unless you are willing to use whirlwind torpedoes. Horus hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded with a smile. Now I owe the World Eaters another favor. It's just a small effort. Qin Xia smiled indifferently. When I return in half a solar hour, we'll go to the conference room together. Chapter 489, The Friendly Ones and the Friendly Ones. 100 Shadow Wolves Terminators were selected to participate in the teleportation assault. Right on the hangar deck, Horus selected the warriors who would go underground with Qin Xia, and the one who would lead these warriors Abaddon. Prepare your weapons and armor. In 1 minute, we will teleport directly underground to kill the leader of the alien race and deploy the teleportation beacon emitter. It's that simple. Qin Xia said in front of the think tank and the Terminators. Because Qin Xia had previously emphasized that Erebus must stay by his side, Erebus also had to participate in the operation instead of waiting with Horus. As everyone quickly checked their armor and weapons and prepared to put on their helmets, Qin Xia approached Abaddon. Abaddon thought the other party wanted to give him some instructions. But that wasn't it. Qin Xia just wanted to see how Abaddon would wear a helmet with such a high top knot, and that was all. Abaddon lifted his helmet. There was a hole in the helmet, and when it was lowered, the sealed part at the bottom of the helmet was firmly fixed like a sealing ring. And the towering top knot extended out from the round hole at the top of the helmet, rather than pushing the helmet up. Actually, Qin Xia could have guessed this much, but he was curious if this small hole would compromise the helmet seal. It wasn't until he saw the ring Abaddon used to tie his top knot seamlessly fit into the hole on the helmet, simultaneously generating an invisible energy to protect the hair inside the hair binder, that he understood how the helmet worked. The cost of maintaining your hair is a bit high, Qin Xia said, still looking at the top knot. Are we here to fight, or to chatter? Abaddon's tone was as blunt as ever. Of course, we are here to fight. Snow and wind spread through the hangar deck. Qin Xia suddenly reached out his right hand and grabbed Abaddon's top knot, while instructing the think tank beside him, this braid is Abaddon's essence. Make sure to protect it later. The think tank bowed. As Abaddon reached out to push away Qin Xia's arm, he and all participating personnel were suddenly teleported to the target location. When Abaddon opened his eyes in the snow and wind, a great spider monster's arm immediately swung into his vision. The think tank beside him covered Abaddon's top knot with psychic power, simultaneously releasing a psychic shockwave that pushed back the great spider monster and all other aliens who had detected the psychic reaction and charged forward. Qin Xia observed the aliens. These grotesque aliens looked extremely terrifying, and they also possessed intelligence and self-awareness sufficient to define their entire race as a civilization. Their attacks were orderly, not chaotic at all. Their height was generally over 3 meters, which wasn't particularly astonishing, but they not only had a height of around 3 meters but also extremely agile movement capabilities. Their 8 legs moved with a speed that made Qin Xia feel dizzy, almost instantly able to rush from 100 meters away to close proximity. They wielded bioweapons and fought with their natural limbs, which were already bioweapons in themselves. But merely having some physiological advantages was far from enough to make them a tough nut for the Luna Wolves to crack. Their speed, strong attacks, and large numbers were just the basics, they could even use supernatural powers. When the surrounding airflow suddenly became chaotic and violent, Qin Xia raised a psychic barrier, and then lightning and storms enveloped all the humans present. Under the continuous bombardment of lightning, the aliens surrounded them from all directions. The underground space was not large, leaving little room for the attackers to maneuver. Abaddon complained in his mind that the teleportation gate Qin Xia opened was in the wrong position while he hacked at the aliens. It wasn't until the psychic barrier protected everyone present from the supernatural attack, and then suddenly shattered, with the scattered psychic fragments turning into a white shockwave that spread out, that Abaddon thought, perhaps opening the teleportation gate here isn't so bad after all. Wherever the shockwave passed, the aliens turned into flying snow. The entire cavern rapidly transformed into an ice cave due to the supernatural low-temperature phenomenon. The massive number of aliens that had been rapidly crawling to surround the attackers were instantly cleared, leaving only one exceptionally large alien at the end of the cave still alive. That alien was larger and more terrifying than its kin in both color and physique. Psychic energy flowed between the dense, unsettling fur on its surface. It had resisted the psychic shock by some means, thus surviving. But apart from this alien, which seemed to scream I am the leader, other aliens had some psychic power, but not much. For Horus! Abaddon roared as he charged forward. The Luna Wolves Space Marines also followed Abaddon. The alien leader also charged towards the Luna Wolves, its speed was faster than its kin. For Horus! Abaddon had fought this type of alien before, so he had already planned his combat strategy as he charged. He wanted to kill this alien, to end this war for Horus. Aliens and humans roared as they charged at each other, and just as they were about to engage, the alien's head exploded, its body stiffened, and it collapsed onto Abaddon. You're welcome. Qin Xia lowered his hand, staring at Abaddon's top knot as he spoke, then opened the teleportation gate again. A more advanced teleportation beacon emitter from the White Knight appeared in the snow, quickly unfolding its base to firmly fix itself, and simultaneously projecting a faint glow. The slaying of the alien leader would not cause the great spider monster aliens to descend into complete chaos, but it would at least disrupt their command for a while. The Luna Wolves could also use the teleportation beacon to deploy a large number of Terminators, allowing the landing forces and Terminators to coordinate from within and without, quickly taking over the entire star system. The war was accelerated, and all that remained was the final slaughter of the aliens. As for how the Luna Wolves planned to utilize the advantage they had created, Qin Xia believed it was not his concern, so he opened the teleportation gate once more and returned to the Legion flagship. Horus had been waiting, and he was not surprised when he saw everyone emerge from the ice and snow and heard his son report on the war's progress. Angron's adoptive father would be a strategically important combat unit in war. Other legions who had fought alongside the World Eaters were well aware of this. 24 minutes. Qin Xia glanced at the timer in the upper right corner of his HUD. Faster than expected. Horus stepped forward. I habitually leave a little leeway. Qin Xia took off his helmet, habitually holding it in his hand like a World Eater. After doing his bit, Qin Xia felt it was time to go to the conference room to discuss matters, but another incident occurred, though it didn't require his intervention. War Master. The naval officer put down the communicator. An unidentified vessel has entered the star system. From the communication image, it appears to be human. Horus had finished contemplating everything and issued appropriate orders the moment the naval officer conceived the idea of waiting for commands. The people in that vessel wish to speak with us. Allow them to approach, send envoys, and come here. I am right here. The officer relayed the command. The command was then forwarded via communication facilities. The unidentified vessel outside immediately approached the Luna Wolves flagship, and was surrounded and targeted by other warships in the fleet. Horus waited for the people from that warship who wanted to talk to arrive by flyer, but he actually did not know their identity or what faction they belonged to. But they were human, and they wanted to talk, so they could talk. A moment later, it wasn't a flyer that arrived at the flagship's hangar deck, but 6 beams of light appeared. After a strange folding and twisting of space, the guests appeared. Aliens! A Luna Wolves roar echoed through the hangar deck, and everyone present immediately raised their weapons and aimed at the guests. This was because the guests' forms resembled centaurs. The guests exchanged glances, then understood some issues from the humans' reactions. They gently patted the surface of their horse-like lower bodies, and then, like mechanical devices opening and closing, their lower bodies gradually opened. The guests moved their legs, stepping onto the ground, revealing their 2 feet and 2 arms, so that those present would know that they were merely wearing horse-like devices, like power armor. Their only difference from humans was that their ears resembled those of bats. The Luna Wolves lowered their weapons. Then, more than a dozen beams of light flashed, and various forms of creatures appeared before everyone. Some had 8 limbs like spiders, some had only 1 leg like a golden rooster standing on 1 leg, and some had no legs at all, merely standing on the ground like an egg. Aliens! The Luna Wolves raised their weapons again. Horus did not order to fire, but merely frowned and raised his hand, signaling his sons to lower their weapons. Regardless, there are humans among them, Horus said. The guests, wearing translation devices, understood this sentence and then responded. Their language was not a traditional human language with words or characters, but sounded like music. The foundation of this unique language was not cultural background, but something truly universal in the cosmos, mathematics. As I said, there are humans among you. I should not have ordered to fire in the first place, Horus responded to them. The 2 sides exchanged a few more words. Qin Xiao adapted to the musical language, gradually able to understand its meaning. We are the INTELS, the leader formally introduced to Horus. A multi-species alliance. Our ideology is clearly not consistent with yours, but that does not matter. Seeking common ground while reserving differences is what we are best at. The INTELS. Qin Xia had identified their identity the moment this group appeared. This was a faction in the Dark Galaxy that could be described as a White Lotus, composed of multiple races, possessing advanced technology, and also aware of chaos. However, unlike the Lilith, who were obsessed with chaos power, the INTELS were not only wary of chaos but also attempting to resist it. Originally, Horus would have communicated with them normally, as both sides were friendly, but ultimately the INTELS were annihilated by the Luna Wolves because Erebus's snatching of the Chaos Dagger caused the INTELS to react defensively. And now, if Erebody did not appear or appeared and was then killed, then at least the INTELS would not fight the Imperium due to a misunderstanding that the Imperials worshipped chaos. Thinking of this, Qin Xiao looked at Erebus beside him. On the way here, he had already marked Erebus's soul projection with psychic power. Chapter 490 Information Acquisition. Why are you here? Horus raised a hand and pointed towards the world outside the energy barrier of the hangar deck. The home of the great spider monster aliens. Are they also an allied race of yours? When the leading INTELS person looked in the direction the Primarch was pointing, he heard the Primarch ask this. No, they are certainly not an allied race of INTELS. The person looked back at Horus. They are an extremely brutal and uncommunicative intelligent species, and INTELS's way of dealing with such intelligent beings is to imprison them. Essentially, what you call the great spider monster's alien homeworld is a space prison. Hearing this, Horus was slightly surprised by the moral standards of the INTELS civilization. Their way of dealing with uncommunicative alien races was not to exterminate them, but to imprison them on a planetary prison. At the same time, Horus also realized something. INTELS was very powerful. The great spider monsters in that prison planet were exceptionally difficult to deal with, and were considered powerful among the various aliens humanity faced during the Great Crusade, yet they were merely prisoners of INTELS. Thinking this, Horus scrutinized the other party again. The INTELS people wore centaur-like battle armor, with a bow and arrow as their weapon suspended from their horseback. Compared to the Imperium's Astartes, their equipment style seemed to emphasize tradition, as if in the research of military equipment, they chose the latter between practicality and aesthetics. But experience told Horus that precisely such forces were difficult to deal with. Everyone was well aware of the state of the galaxy as the Great Crusade progressed. To survive in this galaxy, and to engage in acts of benevolence like cosmic species unity, akin to a savior or a saint, and furthermore, to be able to choose aesthetics over practicality in weaponry, indicated that their weapon and equipment level was so powerful that they didn't even need to abandon aesthetics, let alone morality. War Master. The leading INTELS person saluted respectfully again, in the manner of the Imperium of Man. That planet is a prison we built for the great spider monsters. They still have the right to exist, so I hope you can withdraw your forces from that planet. Of course. Horus called Cyanus over and gave the order to evacuate. Then, to the confusion of his sons, Horus said to the INTELS person before him, I only learned that alien world was your INTELS territory after you arrived. I had absolutely no intention of attacking INTELS, and the Imperium of Man has no designs on INTELS territory. The INTELS person saluted again and introduced himself, Mithras Tour. Horus Lupercal. The Primarch also stated his name. Qin Xia witnessed the entire process from the side. In his opinion, Horus's handling was completely appropriate. INTELS was very powerful and also a human-led alliance. Perhaps their ideology differed from the Imperium of Man, but Horus's conciliatory attitude perfectly aligned with the strategic policy of the Great Crusade. Even if the Emperor, who most hated aliens, were here, the approach would likely be the same. Micro-empires like INTELS should naturally be conquered through diplomatic means if possible. If the Imperium of Man were to fight everyone it encountered, the progress of the Great Crusade would certainly not be as fast as it is now. After Tor received confirmation that the Shadow Wolves had withdrawn from the Great Spider Monster Planet, he and Horus each assigned some individuals to conduct information exchange activities. Cyanus was naturally the first choice, followed by some non-Abaddon-type talents whom Horus deemed suitable for diplomatic missions. On the INTELS side, a linguist was assigned. This linguist was originally meant to lead those few aliens on the diplomatic mission, but Tor changed the order, only allowing the linguist to bring humans to perform the task. Afterward, Cyanus followed Tor to the INTELS warship, while the linguist and those INTELS people remained on the Shadow Wolves flagship. The Legion fleet was led by Tor's warship into INTELS territory. Only after this initial diplomatic process was completed could Qin Xia and Horus proceed to the conference room to discuss matters within the Imperium of Man. We will maintain information sharing with each other, just as we did during the Alanar War. This is Angron's proposal. Qin Xia sat in the conference room and spoke only one sentence. This sentence was the diplomatic mission he had come to accomplish on behalf of the World Eaters. Essentially, it was a formality, demonstrating the close relationship and seamless cooperation between the two War Masters, so that the Imperium of Man's Council would not need to worry about the expeditionary force being unable to unite and cooperate after the Emperor withdrew from the Great Crusade. Horus understood this even more clearly, so he ordered a document to be drafted and signed, then commanded a mortal attendant to send the document to Cyanus's office, awaiting its submission to the council when the next Terra meeting was convened. When Qin Xia motioned for Erebus to speak, the word-bearers said, the word-bearers will work with the World Eaters to clean up the aftermath of the Perfect City incident. It will take some time before we can set off to join you. My Gene Father wishes for me to convey his apologies for the delay. Horus's expression was solemn. Upon hearing Perfect City, the War Master fell silent for a moment. In his opinion, the World Eaters should not have been assigned the task of destroying the Perfect City. The Emperor's order must have made it very difficult for Angron. But since it was an order from the Emperor, there must have been a reason and a grand strategy behind it, so it was best to simply execute it. After some thought, Horus spoke, the other legions and my brothers have not yet arrived here, so the word-bearers are not late. Qin Xia, who was listening in, frowned slightly. He had already noticed that Horus only had the Shadow Wolves Legion with him. Logically, the other legions should have been handling INTELS together with the Shadow Wolves, but they weren't. The selection of the War Master and the assembly of the various Primarch legions clearly had a process. Horus must not have waited for the other legions. As for the reason, it must be because there was someone he needed to compete with. Qin Xia then thought that the war in which Loken witnessed Horus kill the Emperor had not yet been fought, and Cyanus would not temporarily die in that war at the hands of a Calidus assassin. I need to pay more attention to Cyanus. This person cannot die. Qin Xia thought to himself. It's not easy to choose an Astartes council member that everyone is satisfied with, and I don't have time to be permanently stationed on Terra. Qin Xia had his thoughts, while Horus and Erebus were one thinking about the Perfect City, the other about staying with the Shadow Wolves until the Word-Bearers Legion arrived, so they both fell silent. At this moment, the conference room door was pushed open. The Space Marines who had just gathered information from the INTELS linguist entered the conference room, saluted their Gene Father, and then quickly explained some information about INTELS. The INTELS people had already demonstrated their pursuit of peace, cooperation, and high moral conduct, so the Space Marines spoke of more crucial matters what INTELS people feared. The Imperium of Man approaching INTELS and immediately attacking the prison world on their territory was not a taboo. The linguist even stated, even if INTELS citizens die at your hands, it will be considered a misunderstanding arising from a lack of information transparency. Even such an act was not taboo, let alone other minor offenses. The INTELS people feared only one thing. Chaos. This word they wrote on paper sounds like chaos. The Space Marines said, the linguist asked if we knew what chaos was. They said it was something that existed in the warp, abominable and extremely destructive to reality. Then he spoke some religious terms like gods. Chaos. This word surfaced in Qin Xia's mind. We have no connection with chaos, and we also do not believe in the existence of gods in the universe. Continue the exchange, and inform that scientist of our imperial truth. Horus commanded. The Space Marines saluted and departed. Once the conference room door closed, the Primarch looked at Qin Xia. I really don't know what the INTELS people mean by chaos. Such a small empire with advanced technology and extremely high moral standards actually believes that gods exist in the universe. Chaos. Qin Xia stated plainly, without a ripple on his face. This is what the INTELS people call chaos. It does indeed exist. The Emperor concealed this fact with the imperial truth. There are no gods in the reality universe, but there are in the warp. Likewise, if there are evil gods, there are demons. What the INTELS people said is the truth. Horus froze in his chair. Because Angron's foster father was a glib and humorous man, Horus, having heard of this before, initially thought Qinxia was joking, until he noticed that although Qinxia's face was expressionless, his eyes were exceptionally deep. Chaos gods, demons. Qinxia emphasized, Erebus has seen demons and even fought them. This happened before we came to the Shadow Wolves. Erebus, who had personally fought demons, was equally stunned, but not because of the information he had just learned, but because Qinxia had so directly, without any preparation, revealed a truth completely contrary to the imperial truth. It was like two good friends sitting together eating, and one person took a bite and blurted out, "Your father died yesterday." Qinxia didn't think much of it. He had long planned to use this visit to the Shadow Wolves to educate Horus about the Chaos Gods. The imperial truth was a lie, not a fact. The emperor created the imperial truth because he wanted to use ideological weapons to prevent humans, who could not yet migrate to the webway, from being influenced by chaos as much as possible. This behavior seemed normal to Qinxia. After all, it was dangerous for mortals to know of the existence of the Chaos Gods. The result of insisting on revealing the truth would be that the Imperium would be filled with Mars soldiers spawned by the gods. But the Primarchs should know, and could know. They were the Emperor's bioengineered masterpieces, and their souls were powerful entities within the warp. Mortals would be forcibly corrupted and used as pawns, manipulated and played with by the gods due to their weak will. This might be the key reason why the Emperor concealed the existence of chaos from everyone. But the Primarchs would not go mad just from knowing about the existence of chaos and the gods. This has already been proven by Guilliman in the future. More than 10,000 years later, the galaxy was torn in half by warp rifts, and the structure of reality was as riddled as a sieve. The gods still had to take turns and make a lot of effort to deal with Guilliman, but they ended up shooting themselves in the foot, and Nurgle's garden was burned instead. Chapter 491, Slaughtering. Qinxia educated Horus about chaos. After explaining everything about chaos, the conversation returned to INTELS. The kindness and high moral standards of the INTELS people are definitely related to the information they possess about chaos. Any action that generates negative emotions provides sustenance for the chaos gods, and a hellish survival environment will not only feed the gods but also cause real beings to become pawns of the gods due to the continuous generation of negative emotions. Therefore, to fight the gods, the best way is to create a galaxy like this. No war, and every real being has sufficiently high living conditions to generate positive emotions. The INTELS people are precisely trying to eliminate war through diplomacy, and this is what they believe they can do to fight chaos. After speaking, Qinxia quietly waited for Horus to digest all the information he had learned today. The Primarch understood everything in a few seconds, then commented on the INTELS people's ideas. Eliminate war? That's not realistic. The galaxy is full of species that cannot be communicated with and are inherently brutal, and there are even races that are outright pawns of chaos. Their idea of building a peaceful utopia can only be practiced on a small scale. Yes, although their idea is correct, it's simply not realistic. Qinxia shrugged. This is the dark and cruel part of this universe. Horus fell silent. The Primarch was not entirely ignorant of chaos before, but he could only deduce a few things from some clues. Now, hearing Qinxia discuss chaos, he finally understood the true situation in the warp. INTELS is ultimately a miniature empire. What happens here won't be the most crucial thing. For you, War Master, do you know what's most important for you? Qinxia leaned forward, resting his arms on the table, and asked in a deep voice. Horus listened quietly. That is, when you see supernatural phenomena, never make decisions rashly. You must be cautious, and even more cautious. Qinxia said, and don't touch those mystical things. For example, if you're about to die and your sons want to take you to an alien temple to resurrect you, if you can't move at the time, you should tell them in advance not to do such foolish things. Horus initially thought this was a warning in the form of an example. But then he remembered Qinxia's ability to foresee the future, so he asked, is this a prophecy, or just a simple example? It's both a prophecy and an example, Qinxia said. In Qinxia's view, the Chaos Gods would inevitably work on Horus. It wasn't as if the War Master would be completely immune to corruption if he wasn't gravely wounded by a daemon sword and treated by an alien cult by his sons. It was better to explain the principle clearly, like teaching someone to fish. My sons and I will remember this, Horus said solemnly. Qinxia's eyes remained deep, and after a few seconds of hesitation in the Primarch's observation, he slowly nodded. I might have to negotiate with the INTELS people in a bit. Do you have any more prophecies for me? Horus asked. There's a scoundrel who looks exactly like Erebus. This person is highly likely to go to the INTELS museum to steal artifacts related to chaos, indirectly leading to a war between the Imperium of Man and INTELS. Qinxia said, looking at Erebus, in a moment, you just need to give one order, any space marine who sees Erebus is to open fire immediately. Afterward, Erebus said to Horus, during the diplomatic activities with INTELS, I will stay in one place and absolutely not leave. Horus pondered for a moment, then offered a solution, the flagship is the most heavily guarded. You will stay in my office during this time. Erebus readily accepted the Primarch's arrangement. Several days later, Erebus stood by the viewport, looking down at the INTELS world outside. To his knowledge, the War Master had already gone to that INTELS border system planet to conduct diplomatic activities with some high-ranking INTELS officials who had arrived. The War Master had already informed the INTELS people about the impending theft of chaos weapons. The INTELS people believed this prophecy and also trusted the Imperium of Man's War Master, who was willing to share the prophecy with them, so they invited the Shadow Wolf Space Marines to jointly protect the museum. The War Master invited the White Knight Lord, who understood chaos best, and several Shadow Wolves to carry out the mission at the museum. This time, Abaddon was also working with the White Knight Lord. Although Abaddon was hot-headed, he was reliable. Erebus withdrew his gaze and scanned the entire War Master's office. The office didn't look particularly lavish, it was quite simple, with only the essentials for conducting official business, a desk and chair, office supplies, file cabinets, and a bookshelf. Erebus's gaze fell upon the bookshelf. There was really nothing to do now, and he was bothered by the possibility of Erebody appearing, so Erebus walked towards the bookshelf, thinking of picking up a book to pass the time. He casually pulled out a book and held it in his hands, examining it. Culkis False Gods, Dark Past. This title made Erebus quite surprised. This was a book written by Lorgar, which recorded the past when the people of Culkis worshipped old gods instead of the god emperor. It primarily exposed some dark secrets of the local Cultian religions at the time, to tell the people of Culkis, the god emperor is the true god, and all other gods are false, otherwise, why would these false gods watch their followers commit evil and not even make a sound? The War Master actually collected this book, Erebus murmured, casually flipping through the pages with a touch of nostalgia. The Church? A Den of Evil. The title caught his eye. Erebus was all too familiar with the content of this chapter, and every time he read it, he was tormented. This chapter told a story. On Culkis, there was a church, it was clean and bright, but it was actually a den of evil. Because the hypocritical priest there would adopt orphans, then imprison them, to train slaves specifically to serve important figures. That hypocritical priest deceived many people, and Erebus was one of them. He would always recommend homeless waifs to that church, believing he was saving many people, until he discovered what the priest was doing and realized he had sent many orphans to hell. Just as he recalled earlier after seeing Erebody's corpse on the Invincible Faith's command deck, it was some words Erebody said in childhood that made Erebus suspicious of the priest, and after killing Erebody in self-defense, he investigated the church. After reading the entire chapter as if in self-torment, Erebus took a deep breath and forcefully closed the book. Very painful, isn't it? A mocking voice came from behind. Erebus turned around and saw a person who looked exactly like him leaning against the office door, looking at him mockingly. It was Erebody. I was almost sent into that den of evil by you, Erebody said. I thought you would appear in the INTELS museum, but it's better that you appeared here. Erebus immediately drew his dagger. I will kill you and use your body to atone for my name. Just as I once killed that priest. Erebody raised a hand to interrupt. Wait. Shouldn't you first ask me how I got onto the Luna Wolves flagship and into the Primarch's office? Erebus had already charged forward. His evil version suddenly dissipated like mist. When Erebus thought that Erebody, who had suddenly appeared in the office, was just an illusion, he turned around and saw the priest from the Den of Evil Church standing behind him, and everything around him had turned into the church dungeon. The dungeon was full of children. These children stared at Erebus with hateful yet somewhat hopeful eyes. All of this plunged Erebus into a particular memory. You, the priest looked at Erebus in surprise. How did you get in? The moment this hypocritical priest appeared, Erebus immediately pounced and swung his dagger. Just as he had, as a child, after killing Erebody and returning to investigate the church, in a fit of rage, he charged at the priest who had descended into the dungeon. There was one difference, however, Erebus was not kicked to the ground by the priest, because he was now an Astartes, not a scrawny little kid. The priest was sliced open from top to bottom by the dagger. Other church staff rushed into the dungeon, brandishing stun batons and swarming forward. Erebus punched or slashed, and with every move, someone died on the spot. During the battle, Erebus saw blood and corpses before his eyes, heard screams and roars in his ears, and in his mind, flashbacks of the real events from that memory scene played out. At that time, he infiltrated the church, discovered the dungeon, and, enraged by how he had been deceived by the priest and caused so many children harm, he pounced on the priest. He ended up being kicked down. More church staff rushed into the dungeon, tied him up, and threw him among the victimized children. After enduring a difficult time in the darkness like this, one day, a ray of light shone into the dungeon, and a corpulent man with a divine medallion hanging on his chest walked in. The man looked at Erebus, then suddenly laughed, revealing a mouth full of yellow teeth. He's the one. He looks like a girl. These words echoed in Erebus's ears, and he responded with a roar, just as he had as a child. Only now, he was stronger, and experiencing this memory again, he could solve all problems through slaughter. The clergy were gradually slaughtered. Erebus, covered in blood, stood among the corpses and blood that reached above his shoes, and looked back at the children. The children's eyes were filled with terror. The scene in this memory changed again, becoming a corridor. Erebus turned back in a daze, seeing the Primarch's office door behind him. That was fake just now. The God Emperor grant me calm, the God Emperor grant me calm. Erebus muttered, while replaying what had just happened. Erebody clearly possessed psychic powers, dragging him into that most unbearable memory, experiencing an illusion, and then fighting his way out until he left the Primarch's office in reality. And those who were killed. As Erebus thought of this, a terrifying thought suddenly flashed in his mind. Could those people have been the Shadow Wolves or mortal guards watching the Primarch's office? Were they merely transformed into the clergy in his eyes by Erebody's psychic power? With such a terrifying thought, Erebus slowly turned his head. The neck of the man of strong faith was now stiff like a machine that hadn't been lubricated in a long time, turning with difficulty, bones grinding with a creaking sound. As he turned, Erebus constantly blamed himself for not being calm enough, for clearly being able to realize that what he had just experienced was a memory illusion. But if it happened again, he still believed he would be immersed in the illusion, killing, just as he had been. Because that memory was his inner demon. The difficultly turning neck finally stopped. Erebus did indeed see corpses after turning around. The entire corridor was covered in corpses, but they were not Shadow Wolf Space Marines, nor were they mortal guards, but rather human corpses with obvious limb mutations. For the gods, one of the not yet dead individuals struggled to speak, revealing his identity as Erebodi's pawn. Footsteps suddenly sounded behind him. Erebus sharply turned around, ready to throw his dagger, but he only saw a female guard. The guard looked at Erebus in surprise. Don't doubt yourself. How could someone like you be tricked into killing normal people? Even demons can't deceive you, only messengers of the gods like me can transform into the appearance of the villains in your memory, and the reason is... The voice that made Erebus nauseous sounded again. Erebodi stepped out of the shadows behind the guard, used a thought to stop the thrown dagger, then twisted the guard's neck. After killing the guard, the bad seed spread his hands and continued, the reason is, we have something in common with the villains you think of. Erebus immediately got up and pounced. Erebodi fled ahead, occasionally opening a door in the wall. The two chased and fled for a long time, and after arriving at a narrow, dark place, Erebodi finally stopped. Erebus lunged forward but was blocked by a bulkhead. Then, along with the entire room, he moved further and further away from Erebodi, until the flagship's outline became tiny in his vision. After looking around, Erebus realized he was in an escape pod. Chapter 492, Crisis of Trust. Bye. Erebodi watched the escape pod gradually move away from the flagship outside the gate, raising his right hand and waving his fingers in a very feminine way, while smiling brightly, like a girl bidding farewell to her boyfriend. As the escape pod gradually disappeared from sight, Erebodi's face instantly became expressionless, numb, and cold. He turned and walked towards the Primarch's office. Upon entering Horus's office, the bad seed took out a blue gem. A quiet blue flame flickered on the surface of the gem, guiding Erebodi to the object he was looking for according to his will. Following the gem's guidance, Erebodi opened a filing cabinet, retrieved a document, and then opened it to examine it carefully. This document contained a series of plans Horus had formulated for INTELS. From INTELS's peaceful negotiations and resolution of differences with the Imperium of Man, leading to its integration into the Imperium of Man. To INTELS going to war with the Imperium. In short, Horus had contingency plans for everything that might happen next. Erebodi did not want to see the peaceful contingency plans, he wanted to see the plan Horus had formulated for a specific scenario, how to respond if the INTELS people chose to join the Imperium, but the Xenos factions within INTELS, distrusting the Imperium, chose to secede from INTELS and declare war. And within this contingency plan, there was an even more extreme scenario. That was, under any circumstances, if the Imperium of Man and the INTELS Xenos species members could not coexist, how to fundamentally resolve the issue. Erebus photographed this section of the content, then walked to the communication device on the desk. The bad seed opened his mouth, and a green creature crawled out of his throat. This creature appeared covered in pustules, with irregular fleshy tentacles, and swarming with maggots, yet its shape resembled a walkie-talkie. As if it were a walkie-talkie made of flesh rather than mechanical parts. Erebodi cradled the small creature and placed it on the communication device. The creature immediately began to invade the communication system. The communication was decrypted, disguised, and sent, with the signal originating from a personal communication terminal of a high-ranking Xeno in the INTELS world. It took the creature a few minutes to barely decrypt the reception function, allowing the message to be sent and received through the communication device's non-diplomatic channel. Afterward, the INTELS Xeno high-ranking official's personal communication terminal firewall detected the intrusion and began to counter-decrypt. When Erebodi saw the cute little green creature suddenly twitch and fall over, he realized that this Nurgle computer virus had been killed. Counter-killing a psychic virus. Erebodi chuckled helplessly, the INTELS people are really good at dealing with us. Regardless, Horus's most brutal contingency plan had already been sent out. Erebodi's first step was completed. He picked up the gem burning with a quiet blue flame and aimed it at the wall in front of him. A miniature warp rift opened, revealing the treacherous sights within the warp. Without any protection, Erebodi stepped into the warp, and the ferocious creatures within the warp immediately swarmed towards him. But then a crimson light flashed, and all the warp creatures were driven away. Next step. Erebodi walked through the warp, gently raising his hand. The red light transformed into a crimson, dripping battle sword, falling into the bad seed's hand. Erebodi extended his ring-adorned hand, and a rift from the warp to reality was opened again. Beyond the rift was the INTELS world. This was a city, with both the square architectural style of humans and the curved architectural style of some soft-bodied Xeno creatures. The city air was fresh, clean, and tidy. Erebodi, standing in an alley, took a deep breath of air, and walked towards the museum not far away, letting out a sigh. The sour smell of reason and peace. INTELS Border World Conference Hall. On either side of a rectangular conference table sat personnel from the Imperium of Man and INTELS. Directly opposite Horus was the world leader named Tur. Chaos is the #1 enemy of all sentient beings in our reality universe. Hatred, slaughter, oppression, these all breed the influence of chaos. INTELS does not wish to resolve differences and conflicts with the Imperium of Man through war. We also know what kind of endeavor the Imperium of Man is undertaking, but we hope that INTELS can, to a certain extent, influence the Imperium and make it realize the consequences of the various extreme behaviors in the current Great Crusade. Tor spoke sincerely in his musical language. Horus could guess that INTELS must have known of the Imperium's existence and had long prepared plans for what to do upon encountering the Imperium of Man. INTELS did not need to use the opportunity of just exchanging information to understand the Imperium of Man, they were actually giving the Imperium of Man an opportunity to understand INTELS. You INTELS people are kind but not foolishly so. You are aware of the existence of crises and have appropriately dealt with those incommunicable Xenos species, Horus said. I can make this promise right now, if INTELS chooses to peacefully integrate into the Imperium, we will ensure that all citizen species of INTELS will have the right to exist. Tor conversed with his human and Xeno colleagues for a few moments, then, on behalf of the others, stated, we are very pleased that you, as one of the Imperium of Man's supreme military commanders, can make such a commitment. Horus smiled and nodded, then was about to speak further. But at this moment, a Xeno official suddenly picked up a communication device to check it. The Primarch could see that the Xeno exhibited extremely obvious emotional fluctuations, and his heart rate doubled. What happened? Horus asked the Xeno official. It seems the great spider monster has escaped from the prison world, the Xeno official replied with a wry smile. I will go and deal with this matter now. Also, since this incident has occurred, I hope to make you understand that even a Xeno species like the great spider monster has the right to exist. The Primarch judged from the heartbeat that this Xeno was lying. How could the great spider monster escape from a prison world with INTELS's technological level? But it was normal to have concealment and secrets, INTELS had not yet joined the Imperium of Man, and there was no need for everything to be open and transparent. If needed, my legion will fight alongside INTELS's warriors, Horus pretended to believe. On behalf of the INTELS people, and also on behalf of the great spider monster species, I thank you for your enthusiasm. The Xeno official smiled, nodded, and sincerely thanked him, then turned and left. And in the instant he left, Horus didn't know if it was his imagination, but the Xeno official's smile turned cold and stern. Horus sensed something unusual, an ominous association, and so subconsciously considered his own situation. Because he wanted to show enough sincerity, all the people he brought were seated around the conference table. If a conflict broke out, they would inevitably face encirclement by INTELS warriors. But Horus was not without a contingency plan. If a conflict occurred, the first step would naturally still be to talk. If talking failed, he alone, plus his sons present, could break through, not to mention Angron's foster father was also on this planet, just not in the conference hall. And while thinking about these things, Horus still had other thoughts. What if the Xeno's reaction just now was only because of the great spider monster? However, the subsequent events left Horus no longer holding on to any hope. Shortly after the Xeno official left, a large number of INTELS warriors marched into the conference hall. These warriors surrounded everyone around the conference table, while some of the heavily armored warriors came in front of their own people, blocking them and raising bows and arrows, aiming at the Space Marines and Horus. Cyanus subconsciously wanted to draw his sword, but Horus signaled his son with a look not to act rashly. After Cyanus settled down, Horus looked at Tur. Why? Tur also looked bewildered, looking curiously at his Xeno colleague who had returned to the conference hall. What are you doing? The Xeno picked up a communication terminal, and with this device embedded in his palm, projected a document of contingency plans personally signed by Horus. So Tur saw the content written in the Imperium of Man's language, which detailed the steps for eliminating members of the INTELS Xeno species. Tur, get away from there. The Xeno gestured for everyone to move away from the conference table, while explaining, if INTELS integrates into the Imperium of Man, you human members will not suffer any ill fate, but we species called Xenos are different, we will be exterminated, just as planned in the document. This document could be forged, Tur argued on behalf of Horus. What can a paper document prove? Can it give you a reason to destroy peace talks? Any Imperial citizen can write this. Speaking of which, I really don't know why the Imperium of Man uses paper documents for official business, which are so easily tampered with by the forces of chaos. Horus glanced at Tur, thinking his defense was powerless. Such a document could indeed not be called irrefutable proof, anyone could have forged such a document. The reason it allowed this Xeno official to mobilize troops was that both INTELS warriors and rulers, after understanding the Imperium, would develop a sense of distrust towards it. Because the Imperium genuinely exterminates one Xeno species after another, and not just Xenos, even mutant humans are slaughtered without mercy. Putting oneself in their shoes, as a member of an INTELS Xeno species, it would indeed be very difficult to trust the Imperium of Man. The document merely ignited the spark of the trust crisis. The Imperium hates creatures like me from top to bottom, the Xeno said. Even if we report the results of the peace talks, higher UPS will not believe an empty promise. We cannot put our necks under the Imperium's butcher knife and gamble whether the blade will fall. Then what do you want to do? Kill all Imperial personnel here. Tur became agitated. INTELS going to war with the Imperium is like throwing an egg against a rock. If the Imperium of Man has no connection to chaos, we cannot resolve our conflicts in this way. They haven't really started slaughtering us yet, so they certainly don't deserve death. After responding to Tur, the Xeno official looked at Horus again. I have already ordered the activation of planetary defenses, your army will never be able to enter this planet, but you and your retinue can leave here. I should say, you are a friendly person, Marshal of the Imperium. But I cannot, on behalf of all our INTELS member species, believe your promise. The Imperium of Man and INTELS themselves have irreconcilable ideological conflicts. As soon as he finished speaking, the INTELS warriors, while knocking arrows and aiming at Horus and his sons, retreated to clear a path. Horus and the Space Marines remained seated, unmoving. The Primarch could tell that the only thing INTELS had zero tolerance for was chaos. They would never attack him now, no matter what. This meeting could still continue. Father, they are aiming weapons at you, a Shadow Wolves placed his hand on his bolter. This is an insult to you, so we should now. Just because they insulted me, I should make them all die? I should destroy such a prosperous and rational civilization? Take your hand off that gun. Horus rebuked. After the rebuke, the Primarch remained silent. He was waiting for his friendly actions to take effect, for the INTELS people here to calm down, and then to continue negotiations. Only after the Xeno official also raised his hand to signal the INTELS warriors to calm down did Horus open his mouth. But before the first syllable could be uttered, an explosion rang out. Everyone looked out the window. The world's forbidden zone, the museum housing Chaos Creations, was ablaze. Chapter 493, Little War Master manifests. At the same time, elsewhere, the escape pod pierced through the museum's outer shell and crashed into its basement. The door opened, and Erebus stepped out. Before he could recover from his dizziness, a figure appeared in the blurry vision down the corridor. Erebus's eyes were extremely blurred, and because evil versions of himself were always appearing everywhere, he subconsciously thought it was Erebody, so he aimed the bolter he had just retrieved from the escape pod's equipment. But in his extremely blurred vision, the outline above the figure's head had something like a stick. Erebus quickly realized it wasn't a stick, but a topknot. Who has a topknot? Obviously. Abaddon, clad in Terminator tactical dreadnought armor, moved with heavy steps, a long sword in hand, walking towards the sudden arrival. The Primarch had given an order, attack Erebus on sight if he was on the ground. Erebus also knew this order and that Abaddon was known for his impatience and bad temper among the Shadow Wolves, so he was very nervous. However, Abaddon did not attack rashly but stopped 5 meters from the kill target. This position was perfect for him to quickly start and swing his sword to cut off Erebus's head. As for the bolter, even with 100 magazines, Erebus couldn't penetrate the defense field, it posed no threat at all. Abaddon scanned the other party up and down. Logically, he should execute the kill order, but out of caution, he still needed to go through a confirmation process, ensuring his absolute safety. World Eater's librarian, Abaddon habitually tilted his head slightly to the left, as if speaking into a communicator, confirm if the Erebus in front of me is the real one. There's a mark, it's the real one, Qinxia responded with psychic power, bring him back. If you're really worried, tie him up with your topknot. Abaddon gestured for Erebus to follow him, responding with dissatisfaction, we've been in the museum for an hour, and you've made fun of my topknot 12 times. Still a few more times until 33 jokes. Why 33? My lucky number. Erebus followed Abaddon into the museum's core collection room. 30 elite Shadow Wolves warriors, known as GRYMN Space Marines, were distributed throughout the collection room. There were also hundreds of INTELS warriors assisting with the defense. The vast collection room contained only one storage field, within which a dagger floated, shimmering with an unsettling light, a light whose color could not even be clearly described. Qinxia stood outside the storage field, observing this chaos artifact. He's here. Abaddon walked to the window of the collection room, looking outside. Erebus came behind Qinxia. I saw. I know, one of Qinxia's eyes glowed with psychic light, I saw what happened on the flagship, and I saw what you went through. Then you. Just as Erebus was about to ask, Qinxia turned around. The evil bad seed's target is this thing behind me. If I leave here for even a second, he might come here and take what's inside. Then the INTELS people will witness a space marine taking a chaos artifact, and because INTELS has zero tolerance for chaos, they will go to war with us. Hearing this, Erebus recalled his recent experience, feeling even more helpless and regretful. After a moment of silence, he apologized, I was too agitated on the flagship just now. It's normal, Qinxia was quite understanding, if I was imprisoned by an evil priest when I was a child and then sold as a toy to a powerful figure, I wouldn't be calm when caught in a memory trap either. Erebus looked pained, then changed the subject which was too painful to think about, I don't understand how he got onto the flagship. What does his Shadow Wolves flagship lack? The Geller field wasn't on, so why couldn't the Ever-Chosen enter? Qinxia said. Now Qinxia suspected Erebody was an Ever-Chosen. The title of Ever-Chosen came from a neighboring universe, where a man named Archaon became the Ever-Chosen. He belonged not to any single chaos god but was their collective choice. Archaon once mistakenly believed he was Sigmar's man, only to be later used as a public toilet by the chaos gods. In this respect, Erebody was different. Erebody was already a public toilet for the four gods. The sky is covered by an energy barrier, Abaddon pointed out the window, alarms are everywhere, the negotiations seem to have gone awry. I think the only question now is why you were thrown down by the bad seed, Qinxia ignored Abaddon. I think the answer is obvious. Erebody wanted to throw me down to attract your attention, then come and steal the item while you attacked me. No, I marked your soul, I can recognize you. He should also be able to see the mark on your soul and clearly know that throwing you down is meaningless. Yet he chose not to kill you, but still threw you down. As Qinxia and Erebus conversed, Abaddon strode over, roaring at them. Intes is going to war with us. Fools! Can't you do something besides just standing here? We need to take the Primarch back to the flagship now. Then go to war. Listening to Abaddon's shouting, Qinxia looked at him impatiently. What does what's happening over there have to do with us? What kind of nonsense are you asking? Abaddon walked up to Qinxia. You. Qinxia reached out and grabbed Abaddon's top knot, as if covering his mouth. All right, stop talking. Abaddon's mouth was sealed by psychic power. When I say it has nothing to do with us, I mean I believe your Primarch has enough ability to perfectly handle what's happening over there. As long as we don't mess up here, and the item behind me isn't lost, there's absolutely no way we and Intes will go to war, understand? Qinxia explained again. Under Abaddon's displeased gaze, Qinxia looked at Erebus again. By the way, is there a possibility that wherever you appear, Erebody will emerge, and he let you down just to? Wrong guess. A figure appeared outside the collection room. From the shadows, Erebody, holding a blood-red longsword, slowly advanced. When everyone present gathered to block the path to the chaos artifact, Erebody also stopped, tapping the azure gem on his chest. I don't have to use this kind-hearted fool to enter reality, or go anywhere I want. I am an envoy of the gods, I do as I please, for I wield the power of the gods and enact their will. Erebody was targeted by concentrated fire as he spoke. Bolts, arrows, fire power capable of destroying a bunker was projected onto Erebody, then passed through his body, leaving large scratches on the special metal walls of the collection room. Erebody lightly brushed off the dust, smiled evilly, and advanced with his sword. An Intes warrior was the first to engage Erebody, but with just one move, he and his peculiar melee weapon were cut in half by the blood-red longsword. The second to fight Erebody was Abaddon. The longsword pierced through the defense field, slicing open his abdominal armor, and a large amount of blood spurted from the damaged armor. Another Terminator was engaged by Erebody at close range. The sharp sword merely grazed the armor, causing the Astartes inside to bleed to death. Both were space marines, yet Abaddon, though lying on the ground, was not dead, only a fierce rage burning within his chest, consuming his reason. Abaddon only wanted to kill everyone present, yet he forcefully suppressed this deadly impulse with his will when raising his gun at others. Qinxia had been engaging Erebody in a psychic confrontation the moment he moved. The gem on Erebody's chest glowed, and Qinxia, in a trance, saw 9 Lords of Change within a crystal, drawing power from the Lord of Change. And what those demons were doing was the source of the blue gem's power, equivalent to a portable warp rift, spewing out massive amounts of psychic energy. At this point, even the Sirius sword, which could absorb psychic energy, could not slay Erebody while that gem existed. Qinxia immediately changed his strategy, absorbing the overflowing energy from the gem. The psychic energy changed from a public resource to a private one. Qinxia absorbed as much psychic energy as the gem projected into reality, eventually converting this psychic energy for his own use and raising his palm towards Erebody. After an unseen impact, Erebody's body stiffened, the gem on his chest suddenly shattered, and then his entire being seemed to be drained of strength, pressed to the ground by psychic power. Erebus, filled with hatred, rushed forward to decapitate the bad seed version of himself, but as he swung his blade, Erebody suddenly teleported elsewhere. The same happened with the continued firepower directed at Erebody. In a situation where the bad seed could not use psychic spells to defend against attacks, he dodged them with his teleportation ability. If I weren't here, you'd have 10,000 ways to take that thing. Qinxia glanced at the dagger behind him, then looked at Erebody. You must have wanted to use Erebus to attract my attention, to draw me away from here. Saying this, Qinxia took out the Sirius sword, held it in his hand, and walked towards Erebody. As soon as the Sirius sword appeared, Erebody's teleportation ability naturally failed, and he was completely immobilized, crushed to the ground by psychic pressure. I wasn't trying to lead you anywhere. The bad seed struggled to look up, a cold smile on his face. Qinxia raised his sword. Your appearance here is meaningless. You can neither take that dagger nor provoke conflict without violating Intes' taboos. But the seeds of misunderstanding have already been sown. Erebody chuckled. See you next time. Do you think you can revive after being killed by this weapon? Qinxia swung his sword. He's still alive. Erebody glanced at Erebus. I couldn't possibly. A whooshing sound, and the bad seed's head fell to the ground. The body, propelled by the impact of the sword swing, rolled a few times on the ground before landing face down, his right hand behind his back, exactly as he had been when killed by Erebus before, and the body began to gradually dissolve. Is he truly dead? Erebus stepped forward to ask, that kind of death where he'll never appear again. I just saw his soul projection destroyed by the Sirius sword. I hope he's truly dead, but if not, then it means Erebody isn't being resurrected. Qinxia replied, he might just be a puppet created, able to freely enter and exit the reality universe because of some concept or connection. As for his motives, thoughts, experiences, when I looked directly at his soul, I only saw the wild laughter of the gods. Erebus was silent, the words Erebody said before being slain echoing in his mind. You saw it. Qinxia turned to look at the Intes warriors. This enemy, though identical to an Imperial Space Marine, is a common enemy of both our Empire and Intes. The Intes warriors scrutinized Erebus, and after a few seconds of thought, slowly nodded. Chapter 494, The Horus Accord. 20 minutes before Erebody was slain. The Shadow Wolves fleet in the void noticed the energy spreading across the planet. As the energy spread, the scan signals released by the fleet were obscured, and even communications were gradually cut off. Anyone could tell something was wrong down there. The warships immediately went into battle readiness, and the Shadow Wolves Space Marines entered drop pods in batches. A Shadow Wolves officer named Loken stood outside the drop pod he was supposed to enter, calmly carrying out what he considered the most important task if war was to break out. He had to find a way to get his Gene father back. Chief Librarian Varys of the World Eaters, after Loken's call 2 minutes prior, flew into the flagship by gunship and came before Loken. Accompanying Varys was not another think tank, but the World Eaters transport pilot Loken had seen when everyone welcomed the White Knight Lord. The exceptionally thin subhuman did not distract Loken. When Varys approached, he immediately asked, "Can you contact the White Knight Lord telepathically? Can you ask him to bring my Primarch back?" "I can't reach him." Varys looked at the planet outside the viewport, enveloped in energy. "That energy layer is blocking my psychic projection. The INTELS people's technological level is extraordinarily high. Then they haven't returned yet. What's the probability of something going wrong?" Loken wasn't in the mood to care about INTELS technology. Varys was silent for a moment. He also wanted to ask this question. Logically, once both sides entered a state of war, the White Knight Lord should immediately bring his people back. After a second of silence, Varys pointed to the extremely thin person beside him. "His name is Kova. We can have him pilot a transport to the planet's surface and pick up everyone there." Loken scrutinized Kova. The INTELS planet had already entered a state of war. Beneath that energy layer, there were certainly various anti-air weapons ready to fire. Apart from direct and fast methods like psychic teleportation, any other method would be suicidal. And the World Eaters think tank must have already tried to teleport into the planet but failed. After some deliberation and hesitation, Loken recalled the past experience of the Warhounds and Shadow Wolves fighting side by side, then assessed Varys' reliability, and finally decided to try a desperate measure. "Are you sure you can fly us down and then fly everyone out?" Loken asked. Kova said nonchalantly, "Just tell me where to go, that's enough." Loken signaled the Terminators in the drop pod to come out and board the gunship with him. Kova entered the gunship's cockpit. After buckling his seatbelt, the ace pilot reached under his seat, pulled a lever, and activated the most important function. Inside this gunship was an intelligent chip. The chip was once inside the ancient fighter Kova piloted, but now it had been removed and placed in the gunship. The people of his hometown called the chip in that ancient fighter the Soul of the Sky. The Soul of the Sky could directly decrypt and disable any guided weapons or detection and targeting equipment. Back in the world-ending war on his home planet, it was the Soul of the Sky that decrypted the mutated creature's various guided weapons, allowing Kova to skillfully evade anti-air fire with his superb piloting skills, ultimately destroying the mutated creature's mothership and saving his home planet and compatriots. Memories of the past flashed through Kova's mind. The ace pilot calmed his thoughts, gripped the joystick, and piloted the gunship to ascend from the ship, flying towards the INTELS planet. The gunship decelerated as it passed through the energy layer, then suddenly accelerated, diving rapidly into the atmosphere propelled by its experimental engines. The various anti-air weapons and detection equipment of the INTELS people had already detected the arrival of the uninvited guest, but they were all decrypted by the Soul of the Sky. The only things that could deal with this gunship were non-intelligent anti-air weapons controlled by soldiers. A massive amount of anti-air firepower, originally used to defend against drop pods and aircraft formations, was projected into the sky, solely to deal with this one aircraft. Kova, on the other hand, maneuvered the gunship through the anti-air fire. This was not about making appropriate adjustments based on the trajectory of the anti-air fire, but rather a psychological game with those controlling the weapons. He controlled the gunship to perform precise maneuvers, tricking the anti-air fire into shooting at positions along his maneuver path that looked like choices he might make, but in reality, he wouldn't. This kind of extreme maneuvering, focused solely on evading anti-air fire, had never been used before Kova joined the think tank unit, because it would lead to non-combat casualties among the soldiers in the cabin. But now, his passengers were only Astartes, so he didn't need to consider such things. Weaving through a terrifyingly dense network of fire, this process was not a thrilling adventure for Kova, but an enjoyable opportunity to fully display his skills. The gunship quickly reached Horus's location, hovering 2 meters above the ground, appearing directly outside the window of the conference hall where Horus and the others were. The void shield, which consumed excessive energy, was only activated by Kova at this point. The Soul of the Sky decrypted the various intelligent weapons of the INTELS forces outside the conference hall, while the autocannons rotated to aim inside the conference hall. After confirming that there were no heavily armored combat units inside the conference hall that could threaten the Primarch, Kova controlled the gunship to rotate 180 degrees, aligning its open cabin door with the window. Just as Loken was about to speak, Varys preempted him and asked, "Where is the White Knight Lord?" "There was just an explosion at the museum," Horus said, looking at the INTELS people he had painstakingly calmed down after the explosion. "The specific situation is unclear." "Father!" Loken called out. Horus knew his son wanted him to take the others and leave on the gunship, but if they left now, negotiations with INTELS would inevitably break down. "You could have left here, but not now." Tor now stood opposite Horus with his other colleagues. "You raided the museum where the chaos items were stored." "We would never do such a thing," Horus said sternly. "There are only 2 parties in this star system, either you or us." Tor looked at Horus with disappointment. Horus glanced back at the gunship, still sitting in place. As Tor wondered why this fellow wasn't leaving, Horus said, "Let us wait a moment." I firmly believe that whatever happened at the museum will be resolved and clarified. Tor nodded. 5 INTE standard minutes. Both parties waited in silence. The gunship hovered in the air, no one firing at it, but INTE warriors had already prepared unguided weapons, and a large number of INTE warplanes were rushing towards them in the sky. Kova glanced at the warplanes, not taking them to heart. Time passed. Until snow suddenly began to fall inside the conference hall, and Xiao appeared with the INTE warriors from the museum. Those INTE warriors quickly explained what had happened at the museum in their musical language. Upon learning the truth, Tor gently waved his hand, signaling the warriors to lower their weapons. The Space Marines behind Horus also lowered their weapons. You have nothing to do with chaos, the Xeno official said, but that doesn't mean you won't slaughter us. The document you saw was indeed drafted by me, I admit it. But it was a contingency plan. Of course, I would formulate contingency plans for everything that could possibly happen, that is my duty. Horus rose from his seat and walked towards the INTE people. As he walked, the Primarch unfastened his weapons and placed them on the conference table. Don't you formulate various contingency plans? Horus asked. For example, what you would do if I made a move. The INTE people exchanged glances, silently nodding in acknowledgement. After the peace talks conclude, I will give you the complete contingency plan to prove that what you saw was only a part of several plans, Horus said. I will not question your sincerity for peace talks, because you clearly could have left just now but did not, Tor said. But INTE is not a single species power. We must ensure the safety of our non-human allied races. Tor looked at his Xeno colleague, then firmly at Horus. If the Imperium of Man cannot accept all INTE races joining the Imperium and receiving the same treatment as humans, then I believe the INTE highest command will certainly choose to resist. Because we humans are not only a part of INTE, but also its leaders and founders. We have an obligation to protect the non-human races who once firmly believed in us. Even if we ultimately die together under the Imperium's butcher's knife. Listening to Tor's words, most of the Shadow Wolves present thought this man was crazy. They even thought INTE itself was a crazy power. Humans and Xenos dying together, that's not something a normal person would think. People of INTE. Horus saluted in the INTE manner. The Emperor of the Imperium of Man, my father, is not a madman who only wants to exterminate non-human species, and my brothers and I are not merely butcher's knives used to exterminate other species. Before meeting you, we believed that Xeno races in the galaxy could not coexist with humanity, because the Xenos we encountered included, but were not limited to, those who fed directly on human fear, took pleasure in torturing humans, and had direct ties to chaos. They were like one great spider monster after another, even more extreme than the great spider monster. UINTELS would not choose to coexist with such Xeno races, and the Imperium of Man certainly would not either. Horus, like an orator, was graceful, his tone calm, clear, and powerful. The Imperium of Man is not about killing all non-human races in the galaxy, or turning everyone in the galaxy into the Emperor's slaves and private property. The purpose of the Imperium's establishment is to help the entire human species emerge from its darkest period of decline, and to ensure that the warp storm that destroyed humanity's old civilization can never again interrupt humanity's prosperity and rationality. We advocate imperial truth, we advocate rationality, we reject religion, we reject anything that could potentially link us with chaos. My brothers and I wage a war called the Great Crusade, saving group after group of compatriots, destroying one after another the heavy shackles of ignorance and darkness. This is the true endeavor of the Imperium of Man. Horus looked at the Xeno official, smiling. I am the War Master of the Imperium of Man. I have sufficient status and power to guarantee the safety of non-human members of INTELS after its peaceful integration into the Imperium. Anyone who disobeys my orders will be my enemy, and my warriors will destroy my enemies, whether they are human or Xeno. I will sign an accord with you. If you are willing to trust me, then we shall conclude these peace talks by forging an accord. Having said that, Horus quietly waited for the INTELS people before him to make their decision. These people were not the highest rulers of INTELS, but their opinions would clearly sway the opinions of the highest rulers. Peaceful negotiations and peaceful integration into the Imperium should also be the will of the INTELS rulers. After all, no matter how high INTELS's technological level, facing a behemoth of the Imperium of Man's size, they ultimately could not win. You have earned my trust, War Master, Tor said. From your series of actions, I can see that you are a person of integrity and can truly guarantee the safety of the INTELS people. Horus nodded with pleasure. But I am not just a person named Tor, I also represent INTELS, so please allow me to ask you in the name of the INTELS Alliance, Tor continued, can INTELS trust you? You can certainly trust the War Master of the Imperium of Man, the Emperor's first found son. Sienna stepped forward. Please join our cause, let us fight side by side to bring prosperity and rationality back to the human species. Sienna delivered an assist. Tor was silent for a moment, signaled his colleagues to draft the accord, then added, this accord, after your signature, will be sent to the INTELS highest command. Once they sign it, the accord will take effect. I will use my sword and honor to ensure it remains in effect, Horus said. Chapter 495, The Silent One and the Talker. What will the Emperor think of my decision to allow Xenos races to join the Imperium of Man? Inside the INTELS Council Hall. Xiao and Horus had just left the council chamber and were discussing matters while sitting on the steps of the corridor. The Emperor. Xia was slightly puzzled by the Primarch's question. The Primarch pursed his lips and nodded. There's nothing that matters to him now besides the Webway project, Xia said. Besides, even if the Emperor hadn't withdrawn from the Great Crusade, he would have agreed to grant citizenship to INTELS's subordinate Xenos races more readily than you, once he encountered INTELS. Horace's right eyebrow twitched slightly, looking incredibly surprised. INTELS is strong and advanced. If the dominant race of INTELS, which is human, is willing to join the Imperium of Man, the Emperor will definitely agree very readily, rather than making an issue out of the Xenos races. He's very good at compromise. There are many things in the Imperium of Man that are more intolerable to the Emperor than Xenos races, but he always manages to hold his nose and endure them. Just as you told them, purging Xenos races is not the primary goal of the Emperor's establishment of the Imperium of Man and the Great Crusade. If tolerating INTELS's Xenos races can help him achieve his goal faster, then he won't have any objections at all. Listening to Xia's words, the Primarch pondered deeply. Then he realized that his understanding of his father was seemingly not as good as that of Malkador and Xia. Even beastmen, a subhuman race particularly susceptible to chaos, whose origins are linked to chaos, the Emperor didn't order their extermination, Xia added. Don't forget, everything related to chaos is what the Emperor finds most intolerable. Horace slowly nodded, completely relieved of his worries. Since the Emperor would not personally order the purging of the Xenos races within INTELS, then there was even less to worry about from others, such as Malkador or the Imperial Parliament bureaucrats. I suggest Sionus go to Terra, clarify this matter to the Imperial Parliament, and declare that the Shadow Wolves will protect all member races of INTELS, Xia suggested after some thought. I was thinking the same thing, Horace agreed warmly. Then Xia stood up from the steps, looking down at the Primarch in front of him, and said in a deep voice, actually, you don't need to have so many concerns. What matters most is that you care about the people of INTELS. Horace understood that this you care didn't mean just thinking about it, but actually taking action. Just like Korix and Angron, they both cared about their homeworlds and their people. So when they demanded power as the lords of the people born on Nuceria or Deliverance, rather than as the Emperor's sons, the Emperor naturally granted them that power. If they had only longed for their homeworlds, then their homeworlds would have ended up like Caliban. What if Lion grew up on Caliban? As long as he didn't demand power from the Emperor as the Lord of Caliban, and didn't represent the people of Caliban, then Lion was nothing to the Imperial bureaucrats on Caliban. I understand, Horace nodded. I will arrange for several Shadow Wolves to be stationed on INTELS to act as overseers during their integration into the Imperium of Man. Seeing that Horace had taken his words to heart, Xia stopped discussing INTELS. Horace, however, still had one more thing about INTELS to mention, the museum that stores chaos artifacts. I noticed they contain those dangerous items. Perhaps I can persuade them to hand over those artifacts to someone with better oversight capabilities. The one with the best oversight capabilities is far away yet right in front of you, Xia said without a hint of embarrassment. I am immune to chaos, and I also have a Caliban Watchers as an assistant. I can contain even the most dangerous things. Horace had thought the same thing. Because earlier, when Xia mentioned chaos, he used several chaos artifacts in his possession as examples, such as the book containing the true names of demons, a serum Greater Daemon used to illustrate demonic logic, and Serum's sword. Then you can't return to the World Eaters too quickly, Horace said. I will find a way to persuade the people of INTELS to understand your situation and then hand over those chaos artifacts to you. I wasn't in a hurry to go back anyway. Angron should have just finished cleaning up the Perfect City incident, and the Legion under his command also needs to gather. As he said this, Xia thought of how Horace, without waiting for his other brothers under his command to gather, had continued the Great Crusade with his sons, fighting all the way to INTELS. Logically, they should have dealt with the little Emperor first. And Horace still didn't want to stop. While we are dealing with INTELS together, I will arrange for my Legion to continue the Great Crusade, clearing out some minor factions without my personal command. For example, a ruler who calls himself the Emperor. This scoundrel's territory isn't even as large as INTELS, yet he dares to call himself the Emperor of the human race, claiming all humans should obey him. He's incredibly arrogant. Let my Legion use him for practice. Regarding the little Emperor matter, Xia spoke, don't send Sionus, he will die there. Is that a prophecy? Horace assessed Xia's accuracy in prophecy, then said, Sionus will immediately depart for Terra, and I will arrange for Torgadon to escort him. So, of course, he will not participate in the war to eliminate the self-proclaimed Emperor. Xia was naturally relieved. Several more days passed. The people of INTELS had reported all the events that occurred after their contact with the Imperium of Man, as well as the opinions of Tor and others, and Horace's promises and assurances, to the highest echelons of INTELS. The people of INTELS possessed a special communication method, and the opinions of those who truly represented the entire INTELS alliance regarding the integration into the Imperium of Man quickly returned. They wanted Tor to handle all related matters concerning the integration. Horace spent his days with Tor, and as for persuading the people of INTELS to hand over the chaos artifacts, that naturally fell to Xia. However, Horace did not completely wash his hands of it, still assigning 2 people to represent him. Torgadon. Loken. Xia waited for the 2 Shadow Wolves in the plaza in front of the council hall. These 2 had only met him once, and even though Xia understood them extremely well, he appeared quite aloof at this moment. White Knight Lord. Torgadon and Loken saluted Qin Xia, and when Qin Xia returned the gesture and led the way, the two followed behind him. Loken stood tall and proud, looking straight ahead, giving off a colder impression than a robot. Torgadon, however, was the complete opposite. Look at that INTEL's combat armor. Torgadon stared at a warrior guarding the entrance to the council hall, and the warrior's centaur-like rear. When I was little, my mom always told me to marry a woman with a rather large area, so she could give birth to healthy children. That experience doesn't apply in INTELs, does it? Loken replied coldly. Not necessarily inapplicable, otherwise why would they deliberately make the centaur armor's rear so large? Torgadon chuckled. Maybe this armor is equivalent to makeup for INTELs women, you know what I mean. Loken's facial expression under his helmet showed exasperation. But Torgadon couldn't see it through the helmet, and continued to discuss the volume of the centaur armor's rear for a long time. Until Torgadon realized he was doing a monologue, so he quickened his pace to walk beside Qin Xia, talking as he went. Actually, I'm quite envious of the thinkers. You know, raising a hand to unleash lightning, fire, instantly vaporizing hundreds or thousands of enemies and all that. Then I started thinking, do I also have psychic talent, but it just hasn't awakened. But then I heard that some thinkers' heads explode when they use psychic powers, so I completely gave up on that idea. Hearing Captain Torgadon's words, Qin Xia was silent for a moment, then spoke after some thought. There is indeed such a danger. You're going to mention Caesar again, aren't you? Torgadon suddenly leaned back, pointing his index fingers at Qin Xia, a mischievous grin on his helmetless face, as if to say, I knew what you were going to say next. Qin Xia frowned. How did you know? Your thinkers talk about it every day to demonstrate the dangers of psychic powers. During the cleanup phase of the Alainer campaign, we Shadow Wolves fought alongside the World Eaters for a while, and I heard your great library master, Varus, lecturing a newcomer. Torgadon laughed. Caesar, may he live forever. Qin Xia averted his gaze from Torgadon. Perhaps because Qin Xia was different from Loken and engaged him in conversation, Torgadon became even more talkative and lively. When you first came to the Vengeful Spirit, Abaddon gave you a hard time, but believe me, most of us Shadow Wolves, like me, greatly admire you. Not just because you earned a seat on the Astartes Council, but also because you made such intense jokes about Abaddon's top knot back then. People like me can only make top knot jokes in our heads, or tell them to Loken, this silent one. If I stood in front of Abaddon like you and pinched his top knot, saying it was his true form, he would definitely beat me up. The three walked together to the entrance of the council chamber. Qin Xia turned around and spoke, interrupting Torgadon's incessant chatter. Once we go in, you two just need to remain silent. I will talk to the people of INTELs. Loken nodded. Torgadon said, don't worry, boss, I know all the rules of gang negotiations. Gang negotiations? Qin Xia raised an eyebrow. It's not that I'm treating this as gang negotiations, but I suddenly wanted to imitate the style of the Primarch's home world, Torgadon said. Qin Xia turned and gestured for the INTELs guards to open the door. Torgadon continued, speaking of which, was the Lord of the World Eaters also like my Primarch, no different from ordinary people when he was young, only revealing his true power after being found by the Emperor. If Angron grew that slowly, he would have been shot to pieces by Ildari shuriken weapons on Nuceria long ago, Qin Xia said. Chapter 496, Anti-Chaos Cooperation. Inside the council chamber, all INTELs awaited the arrival of the Imperium of Man's representatives. Qin Xia, Loken and Torgadon entered the council chamber and were led to their seats by an alien warrior from INTELs. Across from them sat over a dozen people. Tor had previously revealed that these individuals were all members of INTEL's subordinate organization, the Chaos Incident Response Team. Each of them could, with just a word, command INTELs fleets and ground forces to carry out a task. All INTELs had an obligation to cooperate with them, and as long as they prefaced their orders with to combat chaos, they would face no obstruction. These individuals wore accessories that clearly had an Eldar style. These accessories all had anti-psyker, anti-chaos, and soul-protecting properties. INTELs had interacted with the Eldar, their understanding of chaos and their methods for combating chaos were all taught to them by the Eldar. Qin Xia had no doubt that any danger lurked within these Eldar accessories, as some Eldar would genuinely help others unconditionally. For example, in the future, an Eldar would establish a utopian world where various intelligent species, including humans, could live well, until this utopian world was destroyed by Imperium Space Marines. We have reviewed all the information you submitted, said the human sitting in the central, core position. Including how you refer to chaos, the methods you use against them, where you discovered chaos influence, and the ancient species that combats chaos, the Watchers. We understand all these matters. When the other party mentioned the Watchers, Torgadon almost couldn't maintain his composure, letting out a muffled grunt and looking at Qin Xia. Calling the Watchers Watchers was Qin Xia's habit, he had forgotten to change it when drafting the information to be submitted to INTELs. But you still need to persuade us, the human said. You need to make us understand the necessity of you safeguarding chaos artifacts, and that you truly have the capability to protect and supervise chaos artifacts. It's very simple, Qin Xia began. I believe INTELs fundamentally lacks the ability to supervise chaos artifacts. Upon hearing this, the INTELs across from them began to whisper amongst themselves. During the peace negotiations, a chaos cultist named Erebody entered the museum, attempting to steal a dagger. If I hadn't been there, you wouldn't have been able to stop him. What if he had succeeded? INTELS would have misunderstood the Imperium as being influenced by chaos, and then gone to war with the Imperium. At that point, let alone the dagger, all chaos-related items would be lost in the flames of war. And you still wouldn't realize that this incident was instigated by a chaos cultist. Having finished, Qin Xia gestured for the INTELS across from him to speak. The person was silent for a moment, then expressed his viewpoint. When we made contact with the Imperium of Man, we focused on monitoring everything related to chaos, and we did not find any traces of chaos influence. That is precisely where your problem lies. You cannot even completely control the situation, and when chaos influence truly occurs, you are unable to issue a warning, Qin Xia stated directly. The INTELS were clearly not entirely satisfied with Qin Xia's statement. Their means of monitoring chaos influence involved using items given to them by the Eldar, devices similar to auguries that could detect many types of dangerous signals. Qin Xia had also reviewed some of INTELS's information on combating chaos, knowing that they could often detect the source of an incident through Eldar constructs before chaos influence fully manifested, and then resolve the problem. However, the fact was that for some reason, the Eldar constructs had failed this time, even though Erebody was opening portals and running around wildly, and even though this scoundrel was wielding a Kern Daemon sword, it wasn't detected. INTELS's heavy reliance on Eldar guidance and assistance was itself a problem. As for INTELS's methods for combating chaos, Qin Xia was also aware. The Eldar had directly told them, chaos itself cannot directly exert its supreme power upon the reality universe, no matter how powerful they are, they must use people or objects in the reality universe to create opportunities for corrupting reality. Therefore, INTELS chose not to give chaos any opportunities. They used AI to meticulously manage every world under INTELS, trained psychological intervention personnel to supervise and promptly intervene with ordinary citizens, to prevent an individual from becoming a chaos thrall due to extreme ideologies. At the same time, they monitored reality structure strength data and deployed anti-chaos warriors in places where the reality structure was weak. These warriors were individuals detected by Eldar equipment as having extremely high willpower. These methods themselves were not problematic, but Qin Xia believed they were too broad and lacked focus. If something were to happen that caused demons to enter the reality universe, anti-chaos warriors and Eldar weaponry alone would find it difficult to deal with the demons. Qin Xia had also submitted this opinion to INTELS when drafting the information to be used in this meeting. The Imperium of Man is not under our surveillance, so we indeed have no way to directly detect chaos influence. If we had the right to supervise and screen space marines, of course, that's impossible. However, what you said is not without merit. We must admit that our methods for combating chaos are indeed too few. The person then consulted with his colleagues on both sides, and then proposed another idea. Can using psychers to combat chaos truly be an appropriate measure? We had the idea when we discovered that only psychic power could cause effective damage to chaos thralls, but the result was... Upon hearing this, Qin Xia interjected, the result was that a crisis occurred at the facility for training psychers, directly tearing open a psychic rift, and if the Eldar hadn't helped you, your INTELS would have been destroyed, right? The INTELS across from him nodded repeatedly. I believe that using psychers to combat chaos is a correct approach, but why didn't your idea yield positive results? Qin Xia shared his insights. Firstly, the Eldar left after helping you, and they didn't send powerful psychers to help you train psychers. You must understand that only psychers truly understand psychers, having ordinary people train psychers is absolutely not advisable. Secondly, without a powerful psycher among you, you are unable to handle psychic disasters. If I were you, I would never have the idea of training psychers to combat chaos. The INTELS across from him agreed wholeheartedly. If you wish to train a group of psychers to combat chaos, I can help you, Qin Xia continued. Provide me with a fixed number of psychers each year, and I will select those among them who are usable and then cultivate them. And the compensation, the person asked. The compensation is that I will select no more than 20 human psychers from them to join my think tank unit, Qin Xia replied. Qin Xia could state the number 20 because he had done his homework. INTELS had a place that produced a large number of psychers. They would screen and filter these psychers. Those who were controllable would be equipped with anti-psycher gear provided by the Eldar, while those who were uncontrollable would be directly killed. This was unavoidable. Even completely incommunicable aliens like the Great Spider Monster were imprisoned and dealt with, but INTELS would never treat any species or individual tainted by chaos with tolerance. In recent days, Qin Xia had learned that there used to be a large number of beastmen near INTELS, and they had exterminated many species easily influenced by chaos, such as the beastmen. Now, having someone help them deal with a considerable number of psychers was a good thing for them. At this point, the INTELS discussed again, and finally, the human sitting in the center stated, I fully agree with this proposal. Then what about the matter of entrusting me with the chaos artifacts? Qin Xia asked. There's actually not much to discuss about that, the person shrugged. I just wanted to find a way to make you state INTELS's shortcomings. Once we understood your capabilities and experiences, entrusting you with the chaos artifacts was already a consensus. You helped us avoid a civil war among sentient beings, an alien member said. However, we hope to dispatch some personnel to your battleship, to assist in supervising the chaos artifacts under the guise of oversight, another member interjected. We hope to learn some more helpful lessons in the process of combating chaos. We can cooperate. After listening to them, Qin Xia nodded in agreement. Whether it was INTELS, Eldar like Uslan, Qin Xia's White Knight think tank, or the Human Historical Research Institute which was beginning to learn to investigate traces of chaos in the galaxy, those who fought against chaos should unite. because chaos was a threat faced by all species in the entire reality universe. Next, we hope to establish a joint chaos artifact supervision agency, led by you to arrange its affairs, to transfer the chaos artifacts to you as quickly and safely as possible. The INTELS stood up, preparing to conclude the meeting where consensus had already been reached. As the INTELS specialized in handling chaos influence queued past Qin Xia, one of the humans shook Qin Xia's hand. Actually, I've always trusted you, even though we've never met, and even if you hadn't submitted relevant information to us, we would still be willing to trust you. Why? Qin Xia was puzzled by this unprovoked trust. Not long ago, an Eldar seer came to INTELS. He said he had just helped a group of people end a war against the orc barbarians. The human replied with a smile. He said he hoped we would listen more to your opinions in matters related to chaos. Aslan. Qin Xia immediately thought of an Eldar who might have done this. We don't know his name, only that he is very handsome and wears black clothes with a few golden stripes. Listening to the other party's description, Qin Xia was even more certain that it was Aslan. Having said what needed to be said, the INTELS turned and left. Qin Xia looked back at Loken and Torgadon, who had been obediently silent. It seems we don't need to do anything here on behalf of the Primarch. Torgadon slapped Loken's shoulder hard. You're going to kill the Emperor, and I'm going to accompany Cyanus to Terra. Loken was silent. Ever since learning that the Shadow Wolves would soon go to a world to eliminate someone who called himself the Emperor, without the Primarch participating in the war, Torgadon had kept bringing it up. Look after Cyanus. Qin Xia walked up to Torgadon. Also, I have high hopes for you. I know what you are capable of and what fate awaits you. Perhaps we'll have a chance to meet again in the future. Torgadon became serious at this, bowing in salute. Chapter 497, Insisting on joining the war. A warship sailed through the void. The warship's surface was adorned with numerous decorative elements, the most prominent of which was the imperial double-headed eagle emblem, proudly displayed on its prow. Below the double-headed eagle emblem was the Legion symbol of the Eye of Horus, indicating that this was a Luna Wolves warship. This warship was neither a cruiser nor a frigate, it was a sister ship to the Luna Wolves Primarch's flagship, the Spirit of Vengeance, making it also a Glory Queen class vessel. However, this Glory Queen did not belong to the Primarch, but to a significant figure within the Luna Wolves, Cyanus. Horus's favoritism towards Cyanus was astonishing. In the later stages of the Dawnstar conflict, upon learning that his son had been chosen by most of his Primarch brothers to be the Astartes' representative to the Imperial Parliament, Horus felt immense pride in Cyanus. He issued an order to bestow a large warship upon Cyanus. As the Astartes' representative in the Imperial Parliament and the Luna Wolves' most favored son of the Primarch, Cyanus's warship had to be sufficiently grand and imposing. Even if he hadn't used this warship during the first Terra Parliament, he would surely travel in it in the future, announcing his importance to the people of the Imperium on his way to attend the Imperial Parliament. The warship sailed on. On the command deck, Cyanus arranged the various tasks for the warship during its journey. Torgadon, whom Horus had ordered to escort Cyanus, was also on the command deck. The always jovial captain leaned against the edge of a table, surrounded by beautiful and young naval officer cadets. Whenever Torgadon told a witty joke, a delightful peal of laughter would echo through the command deck. I wonder how the integration of INTELS into the Imperium is progressing, Cyanus said, turning to Torgadon. I hope to inform the Parliament directly of our father's actions and the outcome of the INTELS affair, rather than just telling them how our father will act. Believe me, by the time we reach Terra, INTELS will already be in Imperial territory, Torgadon said, rising from the table and coming to Cyanus's side. Cyanus pondered in silence, eventually agreeing with Torgadon. He then looked at Torgadon again. Honestly, you should have stayed on INTELS, assisting the White Knight Lord with those chaos artifacts and such. Perhaps I left a bad impression on him, Torgadon said with a touch of helplessness and regret. After Loken, he, and I attended the meeting, he showed no intention of keeping me. Honestly, I think he trusts Loken more than me, someone who, like him, enjoys wordplay but is less reliable. Cyanus scrutinized Torgadon again. Regarding this, do you want to hear the truth, or do you want me to comfort you? I want to hear your deafening silence. All right. Cyanus was silent for a moment, then turned to the captain. Proceed with the voyage according to the plan I gave you earlier. The captain saluted, then turned and ordered everyone on the command deck, proceed to the 63 to 19 star system. The 63 to 19 star system. Torgadon paused, then questioned Cyanus, is that the 63 to 19 star system where the Emperor is? The star system we detected earlier but didn't go to because we were heading straight for INTELS. Cyanus nodded. The 63 to 19 star system was indeed the star system where someone claiming to be the Emperor resided. Cyanus knew the Primarch was handling INTELS's integration into the Imperium, and that the Legion, led by others, was heading to 63 to 19 to eliminate the Emperor. You can't go there, Torgadon suddenly became extremely serious. The White Knight Lord prophesied that you would die there. Don't you know about this? I know, and I know even more details, Cyanus said. Therefore, I will try my best to avoid dying there. Besides, our warship was going to pass through 63 to 19 anyway. What's wrong with helping our allies with the battle along the way? Is the only purpose of this Spirit of Vengeance sister ship in my hands to show off? Torgadon continued to persuade him. Abaddon is in charge of commanding the military operation. Even if you go now, you won't get command. I just want to participate, Cyanus said with an indifferent expression. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Torgadon fell silent. He genuinely felt that the Primarch's arrangement for him to escort Sionus was not a good decision. Instead, Abaddon should have been sent. At least if Sionus did something like this, Abaddon could punch him directly. No, Torgadon thought, Abaddon wouldn't be able to do it either. Although Sionus and Torgadon discussed the warship's destination, their conversation would not change the recent order to a pending state. The captain didn't care about Torgadon's opinions, he only cared about the new owner of the warship's thoughts. The warship sailed directly towards the 63-19 star system. Torgadon eventually left the command deck and had the star speaker send out 2 operational star speaker messages. One to Abaddon. One to Qin Xia. Meanwhile, with the main force of the Luna Wolves Legion. The 63-19 star system. Abaddon gazed at the holographic image of the target planet, with Loken to his left and another Shadow Wolves named Aximan to his right. These 3 were the highest commanders of the Shadow Wolves in this Slay the Emperor operation. Within the Shadow Wolves Legion, there was a Primarch advisory organization called the Four Kings Council. Of the 3 currently on the Spirit of Vengeance's command deck, all but Loken belonged to the Four Kings Council. Abaddon, Aximand, plus Sionus who was on his way to 63-19, and Torgadon. Once all 4 members of the Four Kings Council were gathered, the Shadow Wolves could unleash the same combat power as when the Primarch Horus was present. However, Abaddon clearly did not want to wait for Sionus and the others. The decapitation plan has been arranged, Aximan said in a low, melancholic voice, as if the war had not yet begun, but had already started and was bogged down in a protracted stalemate. You will meet the Emperor under the guise of a friendly meeting upon arriving at the Imperial Palace, and then you will have the opportunity to kill him. Abaddon nodded. But this is too risky, Aximan looked at Abaddon. If my plan fails, and the planet's defenses activate, the fleet won't be able to provide you with immediate support. That Sionus fellow insists on coming. If I don't go for the beheading, he will, Abaddon slammed the holographic imaging device. So let's quickly finish the war here, and when he arrives, we'll tell him to hurry to Terra and stop wasting time on a false emperor. Aximand remained silent. He understood Abaddon's temperament, so even as the other Four Kings Council member present, he would not voice any opposition. As for Loken, he wasn't even a member of the Four Kings Council, so who cared? I will lead 6 GRYMN Terminators down, Abaddon said. You and Loken will take the reserve team. If the situation changes, immediately airdrop down to support me. Aximand let out a melancholic hum, as if very reluctant. Abaddon swished his cape, put on his helmet, and walked out of the command deck. Our opponent isn't an Orc Xeno, yet we still have to use a decapitation strike against them. Loken looked at Aximand. Aximand remained silent. The gunboat carrying Abaddon and 6 GRYMN Terminators descended to the surface. The Emperor's personal pilot flew a fighter jet ahead, leading the way. The White Knight Lord had prophesied that the Emperor had no intention of seeking peace, he would kill Sionus, then confront the Imperium head-on. But at least for now, this autocrat knew nothing of prophecies. He was reveling in his own plan, unaware that Abaddon, like him, had no intention of seeking peace. The gunboat arrived at the Imperial Palace. As Abaddon exited the cabin, he noticed that the Imperial Palace was built on a snow-capped mountain range. Golden armored guards shivered in the blizzard. This self-proclaimed emperor is intellectually inferior, Abaddon said to his battle brothers over the internal comms. What normal person would want to build an Imperial Palace in ice and snow? The Emperor's envoy led the way, guiding them into the Imperial Palace. Sionus said that the Terra Imperial Palace was built in the ice and snow of the Himalayas, a Terminator said. Nonsense! Abaddon exclaimed, agitated. The Imperial Palace is built in the Himalayas, that's true, but with Terra's environment, where would the Himalayas still have snow? The Terminators all fell silent. The group ventured deeper into the Imperial Palace. Finally, Abaddon met the Emperor. The Emperor sat upon a golden throne, looking emaciated and lethargic. His withered body leaned against the armrest of the throne, his dull, listless eyes scanning the guests. Abaddon also surveyed his surroundings. He could see some ministers and guards. And most importantly, what needed to be guarded against, invisible assassins. The White Knight Lord's prophecy to Sionus mentioned invisible assassins, so the Shadow Wolves ordered the Adeptus Mechanicus to build an anti-stealth system. A device within the Terminator could disrupt stealth fields, causing the outlines of those invisible assassins to appear directly on the HUD. Human, the jester beside the Emperor spoke, kneel before His Imperial Majesty, the Emperor of the entire human race, and submit to his rule. What nonsense are you spouting? Abaddon glared at the Emperor. What are you? A ruler born on an unknown star system, what right do you have to demand that other human factions in the galaxy submit to you? What qualifications do you possess? With that, Abaddon raised his arm and fired at the Emperor. All the bolter rounds hovered half a meter from the Emperor, then exploded. The Emperor sat on his throne, still looking listlessly at Abaddon and the others. Protected by a defensive force field, his body was not only unharmed, but he wasn't even startled by the bolter rounds. Chapter 498, The Undying Abaddon. Almost everyone in the audience chamber, including the Calidus assassin, was slaughtered by the Terminators accompanying Abaddon. Then, the Calidus assassins hidden outside the audience chamber or in the ventilation shafts made their move. First, an object of unknown purpose was thrown. It gradually became visible and exploded after leaving a certain range from its user. The HUDs of all Terminators were jammed, they could no longer see the outlines of the Calidus assassins. A GRYMN Terminator was pierced through the head by a long sword while firing in all directions. Because the enemies were invisible, the victim appeared as if his head had inexplicably split open. Soon, another Grymn Terminator was cut down, his head flew into the air, rolled a few times on the ground, and his massive body crashed down. The cold weapons in the hands of the Calidus assassin could easily penetrate the Terminator's defensive force fields. According to information relayed to Abaddon by other Grymn, the Terminator's internal systems showed that those swords released a surge of energy when approaching the defensive force field, directly tearing it apart. Being able to dismantle a force field was not the most terrifying thing, the most terrifying aspect was that the Terminator's last line of defense, its armor, was useless against those swords. The assassins could pierce Terminator armor with their swords as easily as using a small knife to stab tofu. Abaddon swung his war sword, striking at empty air. Blood splattered on the defensive force field and was vaporized. The sound of a dying Calidus assassin falling to the ground echoed, but their body remained invisible. The remaining 4 Grymn Terminators had no choice but to fight back to back with Abaddon, temporarily unable to pay attention to the false Emperor protected by an unknown defensive force field. Fortunately, while the battle was raging in the audience chamber, the fleet had already reacted. A large number of drop pods were projected near the Imperial Palace. The battleship's orbital weapons also began to bombard, but after only a short while, they were intercepted by a planet-wide energy barrier. You ask me, why do I demand your submission? The Emperor rose from his throne, because I have personally witnessed humanity's most glorious era. I have the will, and the ability, to lead all of humanity to restore our past prosperity. Amidst the Emperor's somewhat frenzied words, outside the audience chamber's windows, the large defensive weapons mounted on the city walls fired into the sky. The moment the crimson beams shot out from the muzzles, their emitted light even overshadowed the sunlight. A cruiser, which had approached the planetary orbit too closely while deploying space marines, was shattered, its hull fragments exploding in the void. The Air Force began bombarding the Imperial Palace, but all bombs deployed were repelled by an energy shield. The working principle of this shield was different from a void shield, even slow-moving objects could not penetrate the barrier. Witnessing all of this, Abaddon suddenly understood why Sionus would die in this war according to the prophecy, and why one star system required the entire Shadow Wolves to deal with, even necessitating the Gene Father himself to personally engage and slay the Emperor. This damned place was many times stronger than the prison world where the great spider monster resided. This damned place was a world of ancient remnants. Evacuate. Abaddon decisively gave the order. As commander, Abaddon personally stayed behind to cover the retreat, protecting the 4 surviving Terminators. While the Astartes believed that everything they said in the communication channel was encrypted, the Emperor's lackeys had already intercepted their conversations. Therefore, Abaddon, who gave the order to evacuate, naturally became the primary target. The Emperor was even a little puzzled. Didn't they know that my communicator, dug out from the ground, could hear what they were saying? Why didn't these idiots encrypt their communication channels? Abaddon fought while retreating. Occasionally, a Calidus assassin attacking him would be slain, and occasionally, a Calidus assassin would leave a wound on Abaddon. A sword pierced directly through Abaddon's shoulder plate, through his shoulder blade, causing him to grunt in pain. Another sword directly stabbed his heart, and another sword. In less than 10 seconds, Abaddon had more than a dozen holes in his body, but he only let out a muffled grunt at most, while still being able to fight and retreat. He even managed to throw down a teleport beacon in an unknown corner after killing the surrounding Calidus assassins, just before the next wave of Calidus assassins arrived. After everyone fought their way out of the Imperial Palace and boarded the gunship, Abaddon finally collapsed from exhaustion, kneeling on one knee behind the slowly rising hangar door. I'm fine. Abaddon roared at his battle brothers who wanted to rush to his aid, then stood up, leaning on his sword. The gunship flew away from the Imperial Palace, and the Shadow Wolves' most skilled Space Marines pilot navigated the gunship through anti-aircraft fire, but just as it was about to fly over the city wall, it was hit by an electromagnetic attack that crippled its engines, causing it to wobble and crash into the icy wilderness. This scene was witnessed by the Shadow Wolves who were launching a full-scale assault outside the Imperial Palace. Several days later, Loken, Aximand, and Torgadon led over 100 Shadow Wolves through the snow. Behind them was a scene of intense siege warfare, with cannon fire raging. Around them was a silent, snowy landscape. The night Abaddon crashed, Sionus and Torgadon arrived in the 63-19 star system. Torgadon then led his warriors to join the siege, which is why he appeared alongside Loken and Aximand. However, the purpose of their journey was not to take a dangerous gamble and assault the Imperial Palace, but to search for Abaddon. It's been 3 days, and we've only reached the snow-covered ground at the base of the Imperial Palace. Abaddon hasn't been captured, has he? We can't even scan his life signs. If you ask me, the odds are not good. Loken, I estimate the next member of the 4 Kings Council will be you. Torgadon continued to chatter. The others continued to ignore Torgadon. After advancing a little further, a blizzard suddenly descended from the sky. A blinding snowstorm enveloped everyone. It was not unusual for a snowstorm to suddenly appear in the icy wilderness around the Imperial Palace, and no one paid it much mind. Until they continued to advance, seemingly emerging from the snowstorm, and suddenly felt a sense of finding a way out of a difficult situation. Wait, guys. Torgadon gestured for everyone to stop. Everyone stopped, their gaze following the direction Torgadon indicated. They saw a warrior in magnificent Terminator armor squatting beside a large tree, his back to them. A snow-white robe extended from behind his beautifully carved, bright silver shoulder plates, falling into the snow. That physique, that armor. White Knight Lord. Loken, Torgadon, and Aximand stood in a line. Torgadon stepped forward and asked, is that you? Why are you here? Qin Xia, who was squatting under the tree as if picking mushrooms, turned around with a smile, hey. I brought you a gift, look. Qin Xia turned his back to the crowd again, as if he had picked a mushroom from under the tree, then faced the crowd again. Look at this. Qin Xia's hands seemed to be covering something. Then he suddenly revealed his left fist, and his right fist rotated beside his left, while his long, thick middle finger slowly rose. This is the gift I prepared for you. The smile on Qin Xia's face vanished. Upon seeing the middle finger as the gift, Torgadden couldn't help but chuckle twice. The others, however, had expressions of "Are you kidding me? Good afternoon, idiots." Qin Xia's tone was cold. I heard two pieces of news when I was almost done with my business with the INTELS. First, Abaddon and you idiots decided on a decapitation strike. Second, Cyanus has come to the star system, and I prophesied that he would die in this star system. Then Horus asked me to help. Hearing Qin Xia directly address the Primarch by name, the Shadow Wolves did not react much, as they knew that calling someone by their name in Nuceria was a sign of respect. Why did you choose a decapitation strike? Wasn't what I said in the prophecy clear enough? Invisible assassins, various ancient relics that bastard in the Imperial Palace. If he dares to call himself the Emperor and isn't intimidated by the might of your legion, he must have some tricks up his sleeve. Aximand, you idiot. Why didn't you stop Abaddon from going on a decapitation strike? Can't you just fart at a critical moment, or grab Abaddon's braid and make him honestly use the legion's numerical superiority to overwhelm the enemy? Your life will be ruined by not speaking up. Aximand gazed at Qin Xia with melancholic eyes, remaining silent. Qin Xia then looked at Loken. You are always the calmest one, unperturbed even when terror crumbles before you. But if you ask me, you're just thick-skinned. Qin Xia tapped his head, you have a problem here. Although you are not a member of the Four Kings Council, you are still one of the commanders personally appointed by Horus. Why didn't you stop Abaddon when he wanted to go on a decapitation strike? Loken looked at Qin Xia with a calm gaze and nodded silently. Well said. Torgadden stepped out from among his battle brothers and stood between the Shadow Wolves and Qin Xia, turning to face his brothers. Abaddon is not suitable to be the commander of this war. If it were Cyanus, he would directly demand. You're an even bigger idiot. Qin Xia suddenly reprimanded Torgadden. Torgadden's body faltered, his face bewildered. What were you originally doing? Cyanus is coming to this damned place, he will die in this damned place, why didn't you stop him? Don't tell me you couldn't control Cyanus. You are the escort, you have your Gene Father's decree, and that decree is to go to Terra. You always fail to speak up when you should, forgetting that you are a member of the Four Kings Council, forgetting that your status is even higher than Loken's, watching others make foolish mistakes and then believing you can't do anything until everything is irreversible. While scolding, Qin Xia raised his hand and wielded his psychic powers. Abaddon and two other GRYMN Terminators were dragged out of the snow and placed before everyone. The 100+ Shadow Wolves had initially wanted to talk back for their leader, but seeing Qin Xia help them completely by finding Abaddon and the others, they said nothing more. Cyanus is on the battleship. He knows he will die on this planet, so he simply won't come down, only letting the battleship help the fleet weaken the energy barrier. Torgadden said, this is indeed a good method. If the sister ship of the Vengeful Spirit hadn't arrived here 2 days ago and punched a hole in the barrier, it would have been impossible to deploy enough siege troops in a short time. As Torgadden explained, Aximand walked towards Abaddon and examined him. Upon seeing Abaddon covered in shocking wounds, he couldn't help but look up and ask worriedly, has Abaddon fallen? Don't worry, these are just minor injuries for him, he won't die. Qin Xia said, he can still star in Kill Abaddon Parts 12 and the Undying Abaddon. Aximand gradually relaxed. At this moment, footsteps suddenly echoed from not far away. A large number of infantry emerged from the forest, mixed with many Calidus assassins. Abaddon was fighting and maneuvering against them until he passed out. Qin Xia turned to face the enemies. Some bullets hit behind Qin Xia, and the enemies were met with a psychic blast in return. In front of Qin Xia, there was a burst of flying sand and stones, and then a large number of trees, along with the enemies using them as cover, turned into snowflakes scattering in the air. Having dealt with the fewer than 100 pursuers, Qin Xia turned back. He saw that Abaddon's top knot had broken off and lay scattered on the ground. It must have been accidentally hit by the bullets just now. Qin Xia frowned, now he might really be doomed. Chapter 499, The Death of the Emperor. Rescue Abaddon. The Shadow Wolves swarmed forward, lifting Abaddon and sprinting back. They ran through the snowstorm, returning to the vicinity of the landing zone in the blink of an eye. The apothecaries, who had long been prepared, immediately began treating Abaddon. Qin Xia slowly walked out of the snowstorm and stood with the Four Kings Council and Loken, observing Abaddon. A panel popped up on the apothecary's arm, displaying Abaddon's heart rate. It was flatlining. Administer Nuceria elixir. The apothecary shouted at his apprentices. For some reason, Space Marines seemed to have hyperthyroidism even when not on the battlefield. Qin Xia watched as the apothecary apprentices took out a box of elixirs, extracted several tubes marked with the Crow Bio logo, and inserted them around Abaddon's body. Heart rate still not recovered. Electrocute his heart. Amidst a chorus of shouts, Qin Xia stepped forward and handed the top knot to one of the apprentices, sew this back on. The apprentice glanced at the top knot in a daze, then thought about how Abaddon usually maintained that hair, and ultimately chose to follow Qin Xia's instruction. If Abaddon died, this would at least give him a dignified appearance. Can you use those healing psychic spells? Loken stepped forward and asked. They're not as good as Nuceria elixir, Qin Xia said, standing still and watching. Nuceria would export some ancient biological technology products to other legions, or give them as gifts to high-ranking officials and nobles of the Imperium of Man, for the purpose of winning favor and bribing. After all, the biological technology on Nuceria was so outrageous, anesthetics that could knock out a Primarch, technology that could forcibly anchor a person's soul to their armor, it would be a waste not to use them. Abaddon was bandaged, stitched, and injected with various medications. The top knot was also grafted back onto his head by the apprentice. And after the top knot was perfectly back on Abaddon's head, his heart rate was no longer a flat line. Is the top knot really his core? Torgadon looked at Qin Xia. Just a coincidence, Qin Xia said. Abaddon gradually opened his eyes, still thinking he had climbed out of burning wreckage after a crash and was continuing to fight the Emperor's warriors, so he immediately grabbed the neck of the apprentice beside him. Qin Xia pulled out a tranquilizer and threw it like a dart at Abaddon's forehead. No matter how tenacious Abaddon's vitality, he immediately fell asleep. I thought he could last a bit longer, Torgadon spoke again. He hasn't developed drug resistance yet. Qin Xia watched as the apothecaries carried Abaddon into a building for more complex maintenance procedures. Everyone gradually relaxed, withdrew their gazes, and exchanged glances. Qin Xia said to everyone, the resilient king has survived. We should discuss the next battle plan. The resilient king. Torgadon chuckled, I like that term. Now we should listen to Cyanus, Loken said. Qin Xia had no objection. Although he was invited by Horus to help, he was ultimately just helping, and had no reason to directly command the Shadow Wolves. Cyanus knew he would die but still came here. Loken looked at Torgadon with a helpless expression, if we let him command, I'm worried he'll come down and lead the troops himself. He's not stupid, Torgadon glanced at Loken, then looked at Qin Xia, right. Qin Xia looked at Torgadon meaningfully, remaining silent. To be honest, Qin Xia felt that everyone in the Shadow Wolves, except Loken, was not quite normal, including Horus, the Primarch. Cyanus, in terms of both character and ability, was as perfect as his appearance. To say he was stupid, he really wasn't, but he just happened to go meet the Emperor when the Shadow Wolves were attacking this planet, and then was stabbed to death by a Calidus assassin. His death was so abrupt, and after that, no normal person could step forward to correct anything that happened to the Shadow Wolves. The other three in the Four Kings Council were even less normal. When Horus was severely wounded by the Daven cultists during the attack on Daven's moon, the Four Kings Council could make the decision to take the Primarch to seek help from the cultists, and no one could stop them from making that decision. How did you get into the Four Kings Council? Qin Xia asked Torgadon after a period of silence. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure either, Torgadon smiled helplessly, perhaps it's because the Primarch felt that everyone in the Four Kings Council was a quiet type, so he wanted someone like me to liven up the atmosphere. Qin Xia was speechless. For some reason, every time he talked to Torgadon, whether he was scolding him or anything else, it felt like punching a cotton ball. I suggest you let Cyanus command the operation, but on the condition that he absolutely cannot come down. Qin Xia came before everyone and said in a deep voice, I came here with your Primarch's commission. If Cyanus tries to lead the troops down, I will forcibly take him away. Everyone nodded. Cyanus formulated a series of battle plans and communicated fully with all the commanders. Qin Xia also mentioned what kind of help he could provide. The battle plan was finalized and executed. First, all those currently attacking the Imperial Palace retreated. Inside the Shadow Wolves Colossus command vehicle, Qin Xia sat on the command deck, his eyes tightly closed. Loken and the others waited silently. When Qin Xia opened his eyes, psychic light surged and flowed from his eye sockets. What he saw was not the Shadow Wolves waiting for him, but the Imperial Palace. The Emperor still leaned on his throne. Beside him were attendants. Qin Xia could directly see the Calidus assassins, which scanning equipment couldn't detect, using his psychic abilities. He could even directly invade one of them whose will wasn't strong enough. After possessing and controlling an assassin, Qin Xia turned to look at the Emperor, also scrutinizing him. Aside from various high-tech equipment on his body, this Emperor had no other advantages. His physical body was extremely fragile. His will was also not firm enough. Considering the psychic attenuation caused by possessing another person to use psychic abilities, it was enough to kill this Emperor at this moment. So Qin Xia raised his hand, using the possessed Calidus assassin as a medium, and projected his psychic power towards the Emperor. The Emperor on the throne suddenly trembled, then his head rotated 180 degrees, dying on the spot. The surrounding ministers were only briefly startled, then immediately arranged for doctors to take the Emperor for treatment. Qin Xia didn't know if these people had healing abilities, but even if the Emperor was eventually healed, even being paralyzed for a while would create an advantage for the attacking side. He's pretty much dead. In any case, he won't be able to issue orders from now on. The psychic light in Qin Xia's eyes dissipated, and he said to the people nearby. This is a psychic master. Torgadon clenched his fist, a look of satisfaction on his face. Next plan, Qin Xia stood up, I will go near the Imperial Palace. You will begin your attack once the warships emerge. This was precisely Cyanus's plan. After speaking, Qin Xia turned and disappeared into the snowstorm, appearing directly 1 kilometer from the Imperial Palace. The Shadow Wolves had already retreated far away, so only Qin Xia was here. On the snow plain, Qin Xia lowered his head and held the Eldar artifact hanging from his waist. It was an ancient Eldar technological legacy called a pocket universe. And the white knight within it was released by Qin Xia. The giant ship instantly appeared beneath the energy barrier covering the planet. The planet gradually disintegrated due to the sudden gravitational influence, and large areas of the Imperial Palace shattered and ascended into the sky along with their geological structure. Qin Xia recollected the White Knight into the pocket universe and teleported away. His mission was complete. According to Cyanus's next plan, the Shadow Wolves began to attack the already shattered Imperial Palace. But before this grand offensive began, the outlines of some warships suddenly appeared in the sky, followed by a large number of drop pods descending from above. Qin Xia, who had returned to the Leviathan command vehicle, learned of the developments. Other primarchs have already assembled and dispatched battle formations here. Cyanus's holographic projection appeared on the command deck. Qin Xia saw drop pods belonging to the Word Bearers, the Blood Angels, and the Emperor's children in the sky. Not all legions had arrived, nor had all primarchs. Only the Word Bearer's primarch has personally arrived, and command has now been transferred to him, Cyanus added. Lorgar came. Qin Xia withdrew his gaze from the serrated sun chapter's drop pod outside the window. They really arrived at the right time. If I had known, I wouldn't have remotely choked the Emperor and released the warship. I would have just waited. It's also good to help friendly forces reduce some difficulties. Cyanus bowed respectfully. Thank you, White Knight Lord, you have greatly helped all our legions. Cyanus's words made Qin Xia feel comfortable. Please open a teleporter passage for Loken to the Imperial Palace. Cyanus looked at Loken. The Word Bearer's primarch has already led his sons to drop into the Imperial Palace after its defenses were dismantled. Qin Xia naturally agreed and opened a teleporter. Loken put on his helmet and stepped into the teleporter. Inside and outside the snowstorm felt like two different worlds. On one side was the command deck of the Colossus command vehicle, with only the low hum of equipment. On the other side was the chaotic interior of the Imperial Palace. Space Marines in different colored armor fought side by side, clearing out the most dangerous Calidus assassins in the Imperial Palace. The teleporter opened right near Lorgar. When Loken saw the Word Bearer's primarch, Lorgar gestured for Loken to follow him. Leading many Space Marines, Lorgar fought his way to the Emperor's location. The Emperor was lying on a medical bed, having regained consciousness and the ability to speak. The other Space Marines shot down the remaining enemies present, while Lorgar raised his hand and used psychic lightning to strike down the Emperor. Loken witnessed all of this from the side. In the future, the story that would always be mentioned countless times at Torgadon's urging was born at this moment. I saw Lorgar kill the Emperor. Qin Xia also witnessed all of this in his psychic vision. Due to the arrival of the various assembled Space Marine legions, Qin Xia no longer needed to do anything. He turned to Cyanus. I imagine the primarchs and legions who are to follow Angron on the Great Crusade have already gathered at Nuceria. Cyanus understood that the White Knight Lord intended to return to the World Eaters. Thank you again for everything you've done for us. Be careful to stay alive, Qin Xia said. It's not easy to have someone like you as a member of the Astartes Council. Don't die for no reason. I will be careful, Cyanus bowed. Qin Xia smiled and nodded. As long as Cyanus didn't die, he would be able to make the correct decisions at critical moments, overriding the other members of the Four Kings Council. Although the Emperor and Malkador, those two pessimists, believed that Horus would still rebel, at least for now, there was no opportunity for chaos to exploit. It was now the 31st millennium of the Imperium of Man. Cyanus did not sacrifice himself. Magnus was confined on Terra. Perturabo and Conrad Kurz were appeased by Angron through psychological treatment. There was still hope for everything. Chapter 500, Extra Story, Super Xiao Qin. Time, during Angron and War Master Horus's coronation ceremony. Location, Emperor's Children Legion Flagship, Laboratory. The White Knight Lord is very generous. He lent me this ancient learning chip for research. Perhaps he thought I wouldn't be able to decipher its mysteries. But I just happen to have something that can interpret it. Fabius Bile. The Emperor's Children Legion apothecary muttered to himself as he walked. The recording servitor, mouth agape, weakly followed Bile, filming every word he spoke and every action he took. Bile arrived in front of an instrument with a style different from modern ones and placed the learning chip inside. That learning chip was precisely what he had just borrowed from Qin Xia. Now, a coronation ceremony was taking place on the planet outside the flagship, providing ample time for a thorough study of something. Thinking of this, Bile instinctively glanced at the planet outside the viewport, as well as the flagships of numerous legions outside. The device's chip loading complete notification sounded, and Bile immediately sat in front of the device, plugging a cable from it into his brain-computer interface. The next second, he saw the internal world of the chip. It was a boundless darkness. There was no light source. In the void, only some ancient texts floated, and a holographic projection teacher was imparting knowledge to Qin Xia within the chip's world. That was, of course, not the real Qin Xia. Instead, it was a replicated consciousness of Qin Xia left in the chip to learn knowledge. The next time he used the chip again, the replicated consciousness would merge with Qin Xia, instantly transferring all the knowledge from the ancient chip to Qin Xia's main consciousness. Wonderful ancient technology, Bile grinned. The servitor aimed at the device, then at Bile. The White Knight Lord, Qin Xia, is a remarkable individual. He possesses extremely strong learning abilities, but that's not his most impressive trait. His true strength lies in his ability to use psychic powers without negative side effects, with no limitations. What is so unique about him? Perhaps his brain? Perhaps his soul, or perhaps his will? I'm not entirely sure. Even after dissecting many psychers, I still don't know the reason. But scientific experiments can help me uncover the truth. Bile said to the servitor. At the same time, the device used to interpret the chip began to function according to Bile's will. The chip's interior was no longer a void. Nuceria and the Deshia arena, where Qinxia had once fought, appeared within it. Countless enemies emerged, and this time Qinxia was alone, without Angron or the gladiators. 1,000 years, Bile entered the setting on the device. Let him fight for 1,000 years. Let's have a drink first, and then come back to see if his will has withstood the test. Bile rose from beside the device, poured himself a glass of red wine, drank it in one gulp, and then sat back down. After reconnecting the cable to the brain-computer interface, Bile saw what was happening inside the chip. Only 2 minutes had passed in reality, perhaps even less. But within the chip's internal world, thousands of years had already gone by. Qinxia's replicated consciousness had been fighting in that world for thousands of years and was now sitting exhausted in the center of the gladiator arena. That exhaustion was not physical exhaustion, but mental exhaustion. When Bile had the thought of communicating with him, his face appeared in the sky of the chip's internal world. Bile. Qinxia looked up at Bile's giant face, then understood everything in an instant. You actually have a device to interpret this ancient chip? You. Bile silenced Qinxia and turned to the recording servitor. I know how eloquent the White Knight Lord is, so I won't listen. Let's wait another 1,000 years. Time flew by in the chip's internal world. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Bile reappeared in the sky of the internal world, asking Qinxia, White Knight Lord, I know you are very angry. Shut up. Qinxia sat in the gladiator arena. In these 2,000 years, he had already figured out what had happened and had accepted the current situation. Bile's device that could interpret and control the chip certainly wasn't something this scoundrel found himself. As for how Bile just happened to have such a device, the World Eaters use similar devices to train warriors and pass on combat experience. Angron, the apothecary among the World Eaters, is Bile's apprentice. My lord, I just want to understand a few things, Bile said fawningly. Even if you strike me down with psychic power later, I'll accept it, as long as I can understand some things about you. Don't say useless things, Qinxia said without lifting his head. I'm just a replicated consciousness of Qinxia. I'm not him, and I can't use psychic power. And I can't leave this hellhole either, Bile interjected. You are truly rational and calm. Qinxia remained silent. Bile set up the device. This time, it was 10,000 years. Bile got up again to do other things. Seeing that Bile was no longer paying attention to the chip's internal world, Qinxia continued his previous thoughts. Bile had already disabled the chip's teaching function. But in the first 1,000 years, Qinxia's replicated consciousness had already learned all the knowledge about ancient intelligent technology. In the second 1,000 years, Qinxia began to study the ancient chip he was in. And now, as the giant timer in the sky slowly counted down, and he was about to suffer the torment of solitude for 10,000 years, Qinxia decided to do something. 1,000 years slowly passed. Qinxia spent this 1,000 years searching for exploitable points bugs within the ancient chip's internal world. By the time the timer in the sky went from 10,000 to 9,000, Qinxia was ready. While battling the continuously spawning enemies in the gladiator arena, he summoned the teaching program and attempted to crack it. Perhaps these 11,000 years were only a minute or two for Bile in the outside world, but for Qinxia, these years were truly experienced by him. During his attempts to crack it, Qinxia encountered failure, then felt despair in his solitude, and then, he rallied his spirits again. Until the timer in the sky went from 9,000 to 5,000, after a full 4,000 years had passed, Qinxia finally cracked the teaching program, pulled up the backend, and began to write his own program. The ancient chip was very powerful, with many functions that could be utilized. Even a single atom making up the chip itself had the function of sending and receiving signals. Qinxia uploaded the written program, and the ancient chip connected to all the equipment in Bile's laboratory, including the servitor. The device's firewall was cracked. Self-destruct programs were written and transmitted, one by one. Even the gladiator arena and enemies created within the ancient chip were distorted into viruses that could attack the firewall. Fabius Bile. Qinxia calmly wrote the program, but he roared softly. I will destroy everything you have. Everything. Including you and your research. Having done this, Qinxia prepared to press the button to activate the self-destruct program. At that time, the ancient chip would self-destruct, and all of Fabius Bile's equipment in the laboratory would also self-destruct. All of Bile's scientific achievements would be destroyed in an instant, including the replicated consciousness in the ancient chip. At this point, Qinxia hesitated and suddenly looked up at the sky. The timer showed a countdown of 4012. The unit was years. But Qinxia wasn't focusing on the timer, instead, he was contemplating some philosophical matters. He knew very well that he was just a replicated consciousness, left by the real Qinxia in the ancient chip to learn knowledge. He also had no desire to replace the real Qinxia, because he knew what kind of mission his main body had. But those missions were heavy, dark, and difficult. Because he shared the same memories as his main body, Qinxia's replicated consciousness also recalled some past events at this moment. In the dead of night, Qinxia would think, if he hadn't become a Grey Knight back then, if he had just stayed with the White Scars, become a Space Marines think tank, and then fought. The environment 10,000 years later wouldn't be great either, but at least he wouldn't be the White Knight Lord, but merely a think tank in a battle group. He could do what he wanted, without constantly worrying about this and that, having to contemplate and deal with the future among people who didn't know what it held. These were the things Qinxia would ponder in the dead of night. So when one day, Upon returning to his quarters, he encountered the White Knight captain, and the captain asked him, "My lord, tonight, will you go to sleep pondering the future of the Imperium of Man, or the future of the reality universe?" At that moment, Qin Xia would only smile helplessly. He was not someone who had to think about the fate of an entire race, or even the fate of the reality universe, even in his dreams. Wanting to escape, this is human nature. Just thinking about it, and then doing what needs to be done, this is responsibility. Within the ancient chip, Qin Xia pondered this, and he also had the same thoughts as his main body, but he believed he was luckier than his main body. He didn't need to act as the White Knight Lord, original body guidance, or the spokesperson for various legions' interests, he was just an unknown replica. He could live the life he wanted, and then at times provide some help to his main body. Having considered this, Qin Xia's hand moved away from the destruction button. "I will return to reality." Qin Xia's lips curved upwards, and he immediately began to write more code in the backend program. Fabius Bile sat in front of the holographic imaging device in the corner of the laboratory, completely unaware of what had happened in the chip's world. The holographic image showed the progress of the coronation ceremony. Only when he saw the two primarchs crowned as War Master did Bile get up and return to the device, connecting to the brain-computer interface to observe the chip world. 10,000 years had passed, but this time Bile didn't see Qin Xia. "Don't bother looking," the recording servitor beside him suddenly spoke. "Little Master is here." Bile turned to look at the servitor. "Wait, you transferred your consciousness into the servitor? How did you do that? I thought you could only maintain rationality." "I got out of there, you fool." The servitor spun around Bile 360 degrees, looking down at its own body. "Isn't this a surprise, you future bald old man? I'm going to tear your golden hair into a receding hairline with my pincers." Qin Xia controlled the servitor to move forward and poke Bile's knee with its pincers. "I am Qin Xia, even without psychic power, I am a genius among geniuses. Take this, old man." The servitor's performance was not good, so when Qin Xia poked Bile with its pincers, it looked a bit comical due to the slowness. Bile easily dodged Qin Xia by stepping back a few paces. Qin Xia controlled the servitor to slowly advance towards Bile, continuing to poke his knee. Bile dodged again, looking at the servitor Qin Xia with surprise. "This is even better. You have a physical body in reality, so I can keep you instead of returning you and the chip to the White Knight Lord. Before that, I'll poke you to death." Qin Xia continued to poke his knee with the pincers. Bile initially thought Qin Xia was genuinely angry, until Qin Xia himself couldn't hold back and let out a burst of laughter through the servitor's crude vocalizer. However, upon hearing the laughter, Bile instinctively reached for the bolt pistol at his waist. He had heard from his former apprentice Galen that the White Knight Lord was not most terrifying when he was calm and serious, but when he appeared comical and irreverent, because that meant the White Knight Lord had 100% certainty in doing anything to you. "Ha ha ha. I'm not playing anymore." Qin Xia controlled the servitor to retreat, its head turning 180 degrees to look back at the ancient chip. "Do you know what I learned from inside?" Bile raised his bolt pistol. "No, and I don't want to know." The servitor controlled by Qin Xia turned its head back, its hollow eyes, glowing with a dim white light, fixed on Bile. Before he could finish speaking, Bile instinctively pulled the trigger to contain the dangerous situation. Just like executing other dangerous creatures that were created and then lost control, the servitor's head burst, and it became incapacitated. Bile stepped forward to check the situation. At this moment, 5 sharp claws suddenly extended from the wall surface behind the Emperor's Children apothecary. The sturdy laboratory wall was torn open like paper. Bile turned sharply and saw a humanoid machine emerge from the hole. It squeezed through the hole, straightened its body, and its 5-meter-tall metallic frame exuded a sense of oppression. 2 crimson light points on its head stared into Bile's eyes. "I learned this, you fool." Qin Xia's voice sounded again. Bile was about to dodge but was predicted. His throat tightened, and by the time he reacted, he was already choked by the sharp claws of the towering humanoid machine. As Bile struggled fiercely, he suddenly saw the condition of the adjacent compartment in the laboratory from behind the humanoid machine's shoulder. Inside were some controlled servitors, which were transporting adamantium materials and placing them into a device. That device was manufacturing a piece of equipment. Clearly, the humanoid machine in front of him was manufactured by that device. Qin Xia, Bile could no longer breathe, surviving purely on the physique of a space marines. "That's my main body's name." Qin Xia's arm tightened, and the hum of the hydraulic system resonated. "I am Super Xiao Qin." Bile's ears were filled with the sound of bones shattering. "I am not the White Knight Lord. No one will object to my terrible naming sense, just like when I named the White Knight the Super Wizard, I only changed it to White Knight because I saw the captain's reaction. I admit that the name Super Xiao Qin is as bad as Super Wizard. But I really like naming conventions like Super XX plus Pro Max Ultron and so on. Whatever, no one will object to my naming anyway." Super Xiao Qin placed his other hand on Bile's leg. "No one knows who I am, and no one knows what I'm going to do, just like now, I don't have to worry about you being from the Emperor's Children and not striking you down." Super Xiao Qin exerted force with both hands. Bile saw his lower body fall to the ground. "Farewell, Bile." Super Xiao Qin tightened his grip on Bile's throat, twisting his neck, then casually tossed the upper body aside and turned to leave. As he passed the holographic image, Super Xiao Qin looked at the coronation ceremony on the screen. Angron, wearing a laurel wreath. His main body, standing behind Angron, holding his robe. "We will meet." Super Xiao Qin walked into the adjacent compartment, picked up a jump pack, embedded it into the recess on his back, broke through the compartment wall, and flew out of the flagship. Chapter 501, Extra, The Wandering Warship. Creak. The heavy gate opened, and the dim light from the corridor outside shone through the gap, illuminating the faces of everyone in the warehouse. Nearly 1,000 people instinctively looked up, seeking the light. A man, shirtless and with 90% of his skin covered in tattoos, entered their view. The man coldly scanned the crowd, then reached behind him, pulling a woman wrapped in an ill-fitting coat and pushing her through the gap into the warehouse. The woman, trembling and staggering, walked through the people who instinctively lowered their heads and made way for her, arriving before two children in a dark corner of the warehouse. The children's eyes did not show affection for the woman, they were not her children. A smile appeared on the woman's pale face, and she rummaged twice inside her coat, pulling out 2 loaves of bread. The children timidly walked over, reached out, took the bread, and stuffed it into their mouths with effort. The more than 1,000 people present had not eaten for half a day and were very hungry, but no one went up to snatch the food. The children, full, stood up and walked to the porthole to look out. He saw the bow of the ship they were on, which was an Imperial transport ship. On the other side of the Imperial transport ship, outside the porthole, was a warship marked with a black handprint. The child remembered the adults saying it was a pirate ship. When this transport ship ran aground in the asteroid belt of the current star system due to a warp travel accident, that pirate ship suddenly appeared and approached the transport ship, followed by slaughter and plunder. The survivors were taken to a warehouse on the lower deck and locked up. How many people were on the entire transport ship? The child did not remember, he could only vaguely recall that the lower deck where he lived was very large, and now only these people he knew were left. The people in other parts of the ship must have died. The child pondered, looking at the scene outside the porthole as he did in his usual life. Suddenly, a light flashed at the end of his vision, followed by a ship entering the star system. That ship looked exceptionally huge and magnificent, with a somewhat terrifying symbol engraved on its bow, the fangs that devour worlds. When the ship drew closer, the child saw some transport planes flying back and forth between the pirate ship and the transport ship he was on. Not long after, the heavy gate of the warehouse opened. The tattooed pirates, like an escort, surrounded a group of people who were clearly not pirates as they entered the warehouse. The child turned and saw the normally violent and bloodthirsty pirates now fawning. You again want to do a no-capital business with stolen goods. The young man in luxurious clothes scorned the pirates, covering his nose with a gold-threaded handkerchief in the foul-smelling warehouse. How vulgar. You are a rogue trader, not an Imperial Navy patrol fleet bureaucrat, the leading pirate said funnily. It doesn't matter whether the things we sell have capital or not, what's important is how much profit they can bring you. Referring to his rogue trader identity, the young man smiled proudly, but constantly associating with you lowlifes who do no capital business isn't the way to go. Clara Amor holds a trading permit personally signed by the Lord of Nukria, after all. If I always associate with you, it will bring shame to my family. The pirates smiled obsequiously, merely playing along. I'm not here to do business today, but to give you a few warnings, the young man said. In a few days, a Nuceria transport fleet will pass through this route. The Lord of Nukria has specifically assigned Clara Amor to handle the security. I advise you to be smart, make sure to clearly see the family crest on those ships then. If you dare to do no capital business to my family, I will skin you alive to make boots. The pirates immediately nodded in assurance. Then the young man turned and looked at a follower behind him. This follower was extremely tall, wearing a black robe. In the dim light, only 2 crimson glows could be seen within his hood. The two seemed to communicate for a few moments in silence using some encrypted method, then nodded to each other. Let's go, the young man turned and left. You said earlier you wanted to buy a ship and crew, a pirate quickly caught up. As everyone left, the people in the warehouse saw the gate close again. The pirates still pestered the rogue trader about the transaction, following him all the way to the landing pad. The young man remained silent, simply boarding the transport plane and leaving. And after the transport plane's hatch closed, one person was still left behind. The pirates looked at the follower, who was about 4 meters tall, wondering why this fellow didn't leave with his master. Are you staying to buy a ship? A pirate stepped forward and asked the follower. This ship and the people inside were given to me by him. The follower raised his hand and removed his hood, revealing a metallic head. He just didn't pay, so I have to take the goods myself. The pirates remained puzzled, looking at this Iron Man before them. Are you also a rogue trader? No, I am not a Clara Amor rogue trader. I am Super Xiao Qin. Just as the pirate was about to ask another question, his entire upper body was torn apart the next second. Super Xiao Qin looked at the other pirates present, flicking his right arm lightly, and the blood and biological tissue on his iron claw splattered onto the wall. The pirates also looked at this Iron Man, and after a brief moment of stunned silence, they raised their weapons. Super Xiao Qin's chest armor unfolded, and countless small flying insects flew out from the cavity beneath the armor. As he turned and walked towards the warehouse, all the pirates were drilled into by the mechanical flying insects through their nostrils, blowing up their heads. You made a move. In Super Xiao Qin's electronic observer's field of vision, the young man belonging to the Clamo rogue trader family appeared in the upper right corner. I did, Super Xiao Qin said as he walked, tearing open the wall beside him, ripping off a piece of debris, and throwing it out, beheading a pirate who had just rushed into the corridor, ready to open fire. Don't you need help? The young man asked again. No need. No need for her supplies either. No need, this ship, which belongs to me, has them. Then I'll be going. I wish you good luck. Super Xiaoqin stopped and looked out the porthole. That warship began to move away from the transport ship and the pirate ship, heading towards the calculated Mandeville point. The warship had previously appeared in the Ulaner system during the War Master's coronation ceremony. Its owner, as a Clara Amor scion, wished to thank the Lord of Nukria and his adoptive father, who had granted Clara Amor its trading rights, after the coronation ceremony. It was then that Super Xiaoqin entered the warship and met with the Clara Amor scion, using details of various events between his main body and Clara Amor to persuade the other party to believe that he was the White Knight Lord's super agent. After he requested a ship and its crew from the other party complied, contacting the pirates and genuinely preparing to pay for the ship and people. But how could Super Xiaoqin bear to let someone who unconditionally obeyed orders just by hearing his main body's name pay the price for the ship purchase? The cost does not disappear out of thin air, it only transfers. Now, the pirates are bearing the cost. Super Xiaoqin withdrew his gaze and continued forward. He returned to the warehouse, easily tearing open the gate, and looked at the crew members locked inside. This ship belongs to me from now on, but I have to take it back from the remaining pirates. Super Xiaoqin scanned everyone. You were once just lower deck vermin in the eyes of the upper deck people, but if you are willing to obey my commands, you will replace those great figures who are all dead. You are standing at the crossroads of fate, it is time to make a choice. Hearing these two sentences, the crew members slowly stood up. Some of them pulled out hidden weapons. Children, elderly, stay here. The rest follow me. Super Xiaoqin took out two spheres from behind him and threw them onto the wall. These two spheres immediately extended muzzles the moment they touched the wall, turning into laser turrets. That pirate ship outside might bombard us, a crew member who had worked on the artillery deck said. I suggest we first seize that nearby lance. I have shielded the signal, they don't know what's happening here, and by the time they find out, we will have already captured their ship, Super Xiaoqin said. Taking complete control of a ship is a long and complex task. During the first week, Super Xiaoqin and the surviving crew fought side by side. He crafted weapons and armor for the crew, giving them an equipment advantage over the pirates. And after the group seized the transport ship's supply warehouse, they no longer needed to kill with their own hands, as mass-produced combat robots were highly efficient at searching for and slaughtering pirates. 2 months later, control of the transport ship was seized, and the pirates were all wiped out. As for the warship belonging to the pirates, it was invaded after the combat robots were manufactured, and control of its engines was seized, until finally the pirates could only barely survive in various corners of the pirate ship until they were all killed by the robots. When the two ships no longer belonged to the pirates. On the warship's command deck, Qin Xia, surrounded by the crew, stepped onto the deck. Sir, controlling two ships requires at least 400,000 crew members. The person Super Xiaoqin appointed as his assistant said. We don't need any crew other than you. Super Xiaoqin walked to the control console, plugged a cable into his head, and browsed the database. Whether it's the artillery deck, the engine room, daily maintenance, or other miscellaneous duties, all of these can be handled by the mechanoids. The assistant immediately thought of the combat robots previously called mechanoids. They were clumsy but powerful. A mechanoid assembled from a production line and dropped from a hangar to the ground was superior to a professional soldier trained for decades. Even pirates who lived by the sword, with all their combat experience and skill, would be shot down in battle for carelessly exposing a small part of their body from behind cover. It wasn't that the assistant didn't know the power of the mechanoids, it was just that the Empire prohibited the use of all AI or robot technology. We won't be staying in Imperial territory. Super Xiaoqin finished browsing the database, looking at the crew before him. We will go to a place beyond Imperial jurisdiction. I just checked the star map, the nearest lawless zone is in the Abyss. A place controlled by the Harut alien race. The assistant's face showed fear. Yes, but we won't be contacting the Harut alien, we just need to avoid being discovered and purged by the Empire. Alright. But I have a question. Why did you keep us crew members? Compared to those mechanoids. The assistant's voice grew softer and softer until it was barely audible. Because everyone, including him, felt that they had no value to the Iron Man before them. You are alive, with self-awareness, it's that simple. Super Xiaoqin ended the discussion with a meaningful remark. The crew members were silent for a while, then someone suddenly spoke, let's name the warship, sir. Super Xiaoqin was silent, observing everyone, then tentatively spoke a name, Invincible Firepower and Super Transport. After speaking, he worried that the people present would find the names unappealing. But the crew's reaction was unexpected, they excitedly discussed the two names, all praising them. People living on the lower deck simply disliked flowery and profound names, they preferred simple and direct ones. And Super Xiaoqin's naming preference happened to match their tastes. Set sail, Invincible Firepower and Super Transport. Chapter 502, Psyker Military Academy. The White Knight fleet sailed through the warp. Eerie purple smoke and clouds converged into giant claws and demonic heads, coiling around the fleet. Massive warp entities surged, kept at bay by the Geller field. A vast torrent of psychic energy propelled the fleet forward, carving a path through the smoky giant claws. The navigator aboard the White Knight let out a shriek, audible to everyone on the White Knight, due to the psychic fluctuations caused by the fleet's forced passage through dangerous warp routes. These various situations were just everyday occurrences. Qin Xia, unaffected by the routine of warp travel, sat cross-legged on the floor of the Great Library. The White Knight Lord held his breath, focused his mind, closed his eyes, and released his psychic power. His will transcended the astronomical distances of the reality universe, traversing the warp where there was no concept of time or distance, and his words were directly transmitted to a giant eye suspended above a sea of souls. The giant eye was indeed Angron's essence. Far away on Nuceria, Angron also sat cross-legged on the ground. As a primarch, though not skilled in using psychic powers, his warp essence and uncontrolled psychic influence were enough to prove his astonishing potential in psychic abilities. Yet, even so, he was tormented by the vast psychic power projected by his adoptive father. The Shadow Wolves situation has been resolved, and I am now rushing to Nuceria. Inteles has been incorporated into the Imperium. Cyanus did not die in the war to slay the mini-emperor, and I have also informed Horus about chaos, warning him to be wary of anything related to sorcery and unknown gods. Everything is going smoothly. Only Qin Xia's words could be transmitted across vast distances in the warp and still remain perfectly intact. The star speakers, specifically trained for faster-than-light communication, tried to simplify their messages as much as possible, but the messages they sent would still be distorted by the warp itself. When Qin Xia acted as a star speaker, deciphering his messages did not require guessing games. Perturabo, Lemon Russ, Conrad Kurz, Vulcan, Gil Iman, Kogaris. These are my brothers under my command, and most of them have also assembled, gathering in the Pompeii star system on the edge of the Nuceria sector. But recently, an order from Terra was sent to the Iron Warriors. Perturabo took all his sons to participate in a war called the Abyss Battle. The Emperor ordered him to destroy an Xenos race called the Hrud. Angron's transmitted words were also easily received by Qin Xia. The Emperor told him to go, and he went. Qin Xia felt a slight unease upon hearing the name Hrud. It was a direct order from Terra, after all, Angron said. Even directly from the Emperor himself. Then I'm not returning to Nuceria now. The Iron Warriors are sure to run into big trouble, I need to go help them, Qin Xia mused. Once the Legion is fully assembled, I will also lead my brothers to support the Iron Warriors. Angron was naturally aware of the Hrud, so the first thing after all legions assembled was to help the Iron Warriors fight the Hrud. But truthfully, Angron didn't see any meaning in the Sactrida Abyss Battle, because the Hrud inhabited areas that humans couldn't colonize, and no humans were enslaved by the Hrud. This Xenos race also had little desire for expansion. The Emperor had already dedicated himself to the Webway project, and yet could still take time to send a star speaker message to command Perturabo, which in itself was intriguing. Communication ended. Qin Xia opened his eyes, used his psychic power to alter the star map, adding a navigation route to the Iron Warriors, and then drove a psychic tide to propel the fleet directly to the Iron Warriors' location. Having done this, Qin Xia teleported directly out of the Great Library. White Knight Medical Bay. 5 thinkers guarded a compartment below the medical bay, filled with tanks containing green liquid, and in each tank was a person. The thinkers were using psychic power to monitor each person's vital signs, ready to respond to any emergencies during the modification process. These people were the think tank reservists undergoing the modification procedure. Some came from Nuceria, some from Caliban, and others were Inteles people. These psychers had just passed the thinkers' trials and were now qualified to become thinkers. Qin Xia did not intervene in the selection process, as the thinkers already had a mature selection process, so some things did not require the White Knight Lord to do personally. Snow suddenly began to fall in the compartment. The thinkers turned and saluted. Qin Xia emerged from the snow, walked to the tanks, and surveyed the entire area. My lord, once these people complete their modifications, the number of thinkers will be more than double what it was before, a thinker said. Not enough. Qin Xia shook his head. The number of thinkers has always been very small. During the period when the World Eaters Legion operated independently, we still couldn't assign think tank combat squads to every company, and now that Angron has become War Master and the World Eaters no longer operate independently, our number of thinkers is even more stretched thin. Upon hearing this, the thinkers present fell silent. Because the scarcity of thinkers had no normal solution. The primary recruitment ground for the think tank unit was Nuceria, but the number of psychers on Nuceria was small, and not all the psychers submitted could be modified into thinkers. They also had to go through a selection process that could be described as better to have too few than to have too many, better to kill by mistake than to let one slip by. As for Caliban and Inteles, they were merely icing on the cake, truly relying on them for think tank recruits was wishful thinking. There is a way, though, Qin Xia said, as he scanned the physiological conditions of the thinker candidates. He saw that some of them would fail the modification in the future due to physiological reasons. Angron's gene seed was very stable and would not cause severe physical mutations, but people implanted with the gene seed could still experience modification failure. Some people's genes were naturally unsuitable for modification, so errors would occur at various stages. A tragedy Qin Xia knew of was a space marine from the White Scars in the future who completed most of the modification process, but at the final step, he simply couldn't wear the black carapace. He couldn't become a space marine and could only become a scout for the White Scars. But these problems could all be solved, at least for Qin Xia. After foreseeing that some of the thinker candidates would have problems in the future, Qin Xia resolved them through psychic spells, such as adjusting the genes of a certain person that would resist the gene seed, or ensuring that implanted enhanced organs would no longer be rejected by the body. These problems would also be solved by the thinkers present who specialized in biochemical psychic spells when they truly arose in the future, but since Qin Xia was already here, helping out was not out of place. Keep an eye on them, Qin Xia commanded, then teleport to the command deck. Command deck. Chief Librarian Varese and the captain stood side by side under the large viewport. When snowflakes appeared on the command deck, they, along with everyone present, saluted. How do you plan to train those psychers sent by INTELS? Qin Xia came to Varis's side. Varis pondered for a moment and replied, train them the same way we train think tank reservists. Probe their minds, conduct theoretical knowledge learning about psychic powers, and then teach them how to stably utilize their powers. Qin Xia nodded, quite satisfied with Varis's arrangements, but he had even better plans. Once the new ships are added to the think tank unit, you will arrange for 5 people to manage 5 ships respectively, to search for psychers across the entire Imperium. Qin Xia said. Then we will directly cultivate thinker candidates on the White Knight. A school will be established in the stern section. I will personally screen the psychers sent, then create a file for each person, figure out what type of psychic spell they specialize in, and then conduct collective education. The traditional apprenticeship system is too inefficient. Our thinker numbers are already small, training apprentices one by one would take too long. Varis listened and thought, realizing that the White Knight Lord wanted to use a more efficient education system to mass-produce thinker candidates once a large number of psychers were sent in the future. It would be equivalent to a military academy. Just a think tank version. The Psyker Military Academy would be established on the White Knight, and if anyone lost control, the White Knight Lord could intervene in time. The psychers sent by the INTELS people for education would naturally also study together in this Psyker Military Academy. After thinking, Varis asked, My lord, in your estimation, how many people should the think tank unit have? The more the better, Qin Xia said, but matters concerning psychic power must be handled with extreme caution, and the screening process must be even stricter. Varis saluted and accepted the order. At this moment, the White Knight, leading all the warships in the think tank fleet, jumped out of the warp to resupply in an imperial star system. Qin Xia didn't even know the name of this star system. In any case, many warships were gathered here, so it must be a trade center in the sector. The captain went to the communication facilities, personally communicating with the various trade fleets in the imperial star system. Qin Xia knew that the captain would sell some things to make money, or transport local specialties from one star system to another to buy low and sell high. But it didn't matter, the captain was very good at making money, and his money wasn't generated by a cheat code, after all. How the money was earned didn't matter, as long as it didn't delay fleet affairs and could be produced when needed. Haha. The captain suddenly burst out laughing, drawing Qin Xia's gaze. 2 ships want to do business with us, and their names are just hilarious. One is called Invincible Firepower, and the other is called Super Transport. Who came up with such terrible names? The captain laughed heartily, and the command deck erupted in laughter as well. Those names are just too bad, the captain said, putting down the communicator and returning to Qin Xia's side. Varis, as usual, had a stern, unsmiling face. Indeed, Qin Xia gave 2 forced, humorless chuckles, then changed the subject. How's Osiris doing lately? The captain, hearing the White Knight Lord mention the Caliban infant entrusted to his wife, immediately replied, he's growing vigorously. It's just that he naturally possesses psychic power, so his growth rate is very fast. That's good, Qin Xia said, patting the captain's shoulder lightly, then turned and walked out of the command deck. Walking alone in the corridor, Qin Xia recalled the 2 warships named Invincible Firepower and Super Transport. Which genius came up with those names? They're perfectly to my taste. If I wasn't in such a hurry, I'd definitely go meet the captains of those 2 warships. Chapter 503, Harud. 1 month later. The front line of the Saktrita Abyss battle, the Watkin star system. The think tank fleet emerged from the warp. The detection array scanned the entire star system, and besides celestial bodies, there was only a lone Iron Warrior's battleship docked near a giant planet's asteroid belt. Attempt to contact them. Inside the command deck, the captain turned to face the communications officer and ordered. After trying, the communications officer looked up and reported, the Iron Warrior's battleship is not responding. The captain frowned and turned to look at the White Knight Lord beside him. After Qin Xia observed the battleship with his psychic powers, he ordered the captain, maintain distance from the Iron Warrior's battleship, they have been boarded by aliens. Having given the order, Qin Xia turned and walked out of the command deck. Brown and 10 elite thinkers waited outside the command deck. Seeing Qin Xia emerge, they immediately raised their weapons, ready for battle. The next second, they teleported with Qin Xia onto the Iron Warrior's battleship. The think tank fleet surrounded the Iron Warrior's battleship. The captain arranged for a transport ship formation to be on standby and ordered all battleship weapons to aim at the friendly battleship, preparing to extract any survivors and then destroy the battleship once the Iron Warriors completely lost control. All battleship torpedo launcher covers were open, macro cannons and lance weapons aimed at the Iron Warriors battleship, just as Qin Xia, Brown and the Stone Man teleported into the friendly battleship. While they were still walking through the snowstorm, they heard the sound of bolt guns firing, as well as the rustling sounds of aliens. Qin Xia cast a psychic spell to enhance the thinker's senses, allowing them to hear not only sounds but also the rapid aging of atomic structures under influence. After trudging out of the snowstorm, a battle scene unfolded before them. The Iron Warriors were fighting a group of aliens in the command deck. Within the vast command deck, both sides occupied a portion of the area as their positions, with large equipment serving as their cover. It was impossible to discern what the aliens fighting the Iron Warriors looked like. They appeared blurry in their vision, much like the elite Randan warriors who used shadow defense fields during the Randan War. Each alien seemed to project a field that could affect its surroundings, causing everything within its range to age rapidly. Even light would be distorted by time. This is a visual fog, Qin Xia reminded the thinkers. It's a characteristic of Harud aliens. Every Harad alien is surrounded by a visual fog, preventing us from seeing what they look like. If we get too close, we will also be affected by the visual fog and age rapidly. As Qin Xia spoke, an iron warrior who had run out of ammunition and charged into close combat was affected by the visual fog. He first ran forward at high speed, then his steps gradually became as weak and slow as an old man's. Finally, he knelt on the ground, unable to move, his body aging to dust, spilling out from the gaps in his power armor. Even the power armor was affected, the ceramite surface quickly became pitted and uneven, until it resembled rocks weathered by tens of thousands of years in the desert. A bolt round shot through it, turning the power armor into a pile of dust. Not only people in power armor were affected by the Harad, but bolt rounds as well. Those flying bolt rounds were either extremely fast or extremely slow, and some even aged into debris mid-flight. Relying on their inherent strength, the Harad, though cornered in the command deck, were undoubtedly pressing the Space Marines in terms of the situation. As Qin Xia observed, the Thinkers had already begun to unleash psychic spells. Only psychic powers, unaffected by the rules of the reality universe, could achieve miraculous results. Psychic lightning easily penetrated the influential field called visual fog, bouncing among the Harad. Some Harad fell to the ground before being struck by psychic lightning, while others, after being struck, rapidly healed their wounds, as if they had not been attacked at all. They themselves seemed unable to precisely control their innate powers. The Thinkers' effective attacks caught the attention of the Harad. These aliens unleashed a ray-like attack, instantly hitting a think tank. The ray easily penetrated the think tank Terminator's defense field, which was no different from a normal Terminator's, but it was blocked by a psychic barrier released by the think tank himself. And Qin Xia saw that the moment this alien fired, the weapon in its hand, called a Harad flintlock, released heat energy hotter than a star. Get your men out of here. Qin Xia ordered the Iron Warrior's commander, simultaneously raising his hand to unleash a psychic shockwave. The Harad's offensive was instantly curbed, psychic power surging through them like electricity, not only stiffening them like puppets but also causing the field that affected their surroundings to become chaotic. Several Harad revealed their true forms due to the chaotic field. Bodies like slime, large black eyes and fangs, and eerily elongated limbs. Everyone who saw their true form trembled with disgust. The psychic power ultimately disintegrated all the Harad. And in the few seconds before these terrifying aliens all died, some strange things happened due to the chaos of their field. A servitor whose body had rapidly aged to the point of turning to dust suddenly became perfectly intact, various mechanical parts on his body gradually disappearing. Even the organs that had been removed by the Adeptus Mechanicus grew back, until he finally transformed from a servitor back into a complete human. 12 seconds after Qin Xia led Brown and the Thinkers to arrive, the battle ended. The Iron Warriors immediately began to regroup. Are there any other aliens elsewhere? A think tank beside Qin Xia asked the Iron Warriors. The White Knight Lord himself answered the think tank, there are only Harad here in the command deck. Report your experience. Qin Xia walked towards the Iron Warriors. The commander stepped forward, we are from. He was about to state the name of the defensive line directly, but realizing that the World Eater before him might not know which war zones Perturabo had designated in this war, he corrected himself, we just withdrew from a defensive line that was breached by aliens. We had an entire fleet when we evacuated, but now the other battleships have been destroyed by Harad aliens using time weapons. Only this one battleship of ours managed to escape by jumping into the warp in time. As Qin Xia and the Iron Warriors talked, Brown stepped forward to examine the corpses of the Harad aliens. The stone man was brought along not for combat. Even if he was a skilled warrior, facing Harad aliens would only result in him being reduced to dust. Brown's sole responsibility was to observe the Harad alien corpses and then return to the White Knight to develop biological weapons targeting the Harad's physiological characteristics. After crouching beside an alien corpse, Brown took out a psychic-powered box, extracted the alien's biological tissue, and placed it inside the box. At this moment, the Harad aliens killed by psychic power, due to the dissipation of the psychic influence on them, suddenly had their biological toxins, which they secreted upon death, take effect. The alien corpses began to melt and emit a foul odor. The Harad aliens are not on the expedition route. Brown put away the box and turned to look at the Iron Warriors. Ancient humans also encountered them, but because their expansionist desires were not high and they could trade and cooperate with humans, they were not exterminated. Why would the Imperium send you to wipe them out? The Iron Warriors remained silent. They too were here on Perturabo's orders. As for why Perturabo didn't participate in the muster at Nuceria but insisted on fighting alone, perhaps only the Tridents knew. Whose subordinates are you? Qin Xia asked. We are part of the 34th camp commanded by Danjiak, the Iron Warrior replied, simultaneously looking towards the command deck entrance. Qin Xia turned around. Danjiak was seen being helped into the command deck. With every step this man of steel, both inside and out, took, his power armor shed debris. Qin Xia paused for a moment. Danjiak was helped to stand before Qin Xia, slowly raising his hand to remove his helmet. Seeing Danjiak again now, Qin Xia felt as if an age had passed. During the Olaner War, Danjiak still looked very young, his facial features seemingly edged with inner and outer fortitude, and his eyes were bright and spirited. But now, Danjiak's skin was extremely loose, his eye sockets deeply sunken, and his eyes dull and lifeless. His two wrinkled eye bags almost reached his cheekbones. When they boarded, Danjiak spoke, his weak voice emerging, his yellowed teeth shaking with the breath he exhaled from his mouth. I was on the command deck. You were hit by their field. Qin Xia frowned, thinking this couldn't be right. Dan Chiok was already turned into an old man by the Harut entropy weapon so early? And the degree of aging was also not right. Something strange happened, Dan Chiok said. We were on our way, retreating, responding to a distress call from 2 ships. We and those 2 ships were ambushed together. Butterfly effect, Qin Xia sighed helplessly. Dan Chiok's legs trembled. Seeing this, Qin Xia immediately used his psychic power to move a chair over, gesturing for Dan Chiok to sit. Please, sit down. I'm not that old yet. Dan Chiok hadn't finished speaking when his legs trembled, and he was ultimately helped to sit down by the Iron Warrior beside him. He's not dead, there's still hope. A think tank skilled in biokinetic psychic spells stepped forward. I'll help you restore your youth. Don't touch him. Qin Xia motioned for the think tank to step back, then stepped forward himself, placing his hands on Dan Chiok's head, personally using psychic spells to restore Dan Chiok. This process was extremely long. Qin Xia needed to use psychic power to restore every aged cell in Dan Chiok's body and repair his broken genetic chains. The Space Marines present, whether Iron Warriors or World Eaters thinkers, all looked at Dan Chiok with grave expressions. Before encountering the Harut aliens, they believed the Astartes were immortal beings. Now, they knew that so-called immortality was merely meaningless speculation and boasting. He aged at least 4,000 years, Qin Xia said. Being aged to death by the Harut's field is equivalent to aging 5,000 years. So the Astartes' maximum lifespan is 4,999 years, right? Brown asked. You haven't even considered the lifespan differences caused by individual physiological variations. Qin Xia closed his eyes tightly, repairing the aged body. The Harut were indeed difficult to deal with, and Qin Xia even wanted to ask Perturabo, why did you provoke them? At the same time, he also sympathized with Dan Chiok. Dan Chiok had lost the battle, lost the defensive line, and had few survivors left. He would certainly be punished when he next saw Perturabo. Turning from an Iron Warrior into an Iron Old Man was merely the least of the misfortunes Dan Chiok suffered. Hopefully, he wouldn't be demoted to guard an outpost later. Chapter 504, The Irascible Old Man. Half a month later. Abyss Battlefront Line. Gugan Star System. The White Knight think tank fleet, along with an Iron Warrior's warship, emerged from the warp, speeding through the void to rendezvous with the main Iron Warrior's Legion fleet. The 4th Legion flagship, the Iron Blood, was at the forefront of the fleet, conducting orbital bombardment on the planet below. Qin Xia and Dan Chiok boarded a transport craft together, heading for the Iron Blood. As the flight vehicle, piloted by ace pilot Kova, entered the hangar of the windowless Iron Blood warship, Dan Chiok worriedly pondered. Dan Chiok could tell that Qin Xia was very attentive to him. The White Knight Lord had not even used Psyker teleportation, clearly not wanting to displease the Iron Lord, who hated Psykers, and thereby cause him to vent his anger on his recently defeated son. Presumably, the White Knight Lord would also speak on his behalf later, but he'd best not speak on his behalf. He and his Primarch foster son did not hold the same significance for Perturabo. We've arrived. Qin Xia rose upon hearing this in the transport, helping Dan Chiok out of the vehicle and towards the command deck. Even though Qin Xia had been using Psyker abilities on Dan Chiok for the past half-month journey, he had only become a few hundred years younger than before. With Qin Xia's Psyker power, he could directly transform someone from decrepit old age into a robust youth, or even further, into a babbling child, but Dan Chiok was not a Psyker, and his body's tolerance for Psyker power was very limited, which slowed the healing process. Could you use Psyker abilities to invigorate my spirit? Dan Chiok now spoke fluently, even if it's only temporary. I fear the Primarch will despise my current decrepit state. Qin Xia pondered for a moment, then immediately injected Psyker power into Dan Chiok. This adrenaline-like Psyker power instantly revitalized Dan Chiok. The two stepped onto the command deck. Clearly, the battle was not going well. Perturabo sat on the throne on the command deck, his face grim. None of his sons around him dared to keep their heads at a 90-degree angle, they all hung their heads, silent. A few Mechanicum stood in the corner of the command deck, conversing about something. Dan Chiok. The Iron Lord looked up. Dan Chiok was clad in sturdy armor and wore a helmet, his previously crumbling armor had long been replaced, but the Primarch still noticed that his condition was off. The Vulpestar Gorge has fallen, Iron Lord. I've lost almost all my fleet and forces. Dan Chiok said, slowly removing his helmet. As the neck seal hissed, the helmet was slowly taken off, revealing his aged face to everyone on the command deck. Perturabo was not surprised, for he already knew the capabilities of the Harut alien and had seen those sons who had been rendered ancient. The Primarch now only felt a profound sense of melancholy. And the Tridents present, along with the other Iron Warriors, all watched Dan Chiok with grave expressions. Whether it was Dan Chiok or other Space Marines who had been turned into old men, it undoubtedly proved that the Imperial institution's propaganda of Astartes' immortality was a laughable lie. In the midst of the silence, Qin Xia couldn't help but feel anxious for Dan Chiok. Next, perhaps Perturabo would suddenly erupt, scolding Dan Chiok, who would then retort, ultimately leading to Dan Chiok's demotion. And then, because the war was not going well, he would kill someone. Angron might have been able to keep him in check if he were present, but the problem was Angron was not there. However, the reality was beyond Qin Xia's expectations. How many men did you lose? Perturabo lowered his head, rubbing his temples in extreme annoyance, the thick, dreadlock-like cables behind his head rattling with the slight movement of his skull. I brought back a few hundred men, and one warship, Dan Chiok said. Some Iron Warriors immediately cast looks of disdain and disgust at Dan Chiok. Danchiok's defensive line had an entire fleet, a fortress, and several large camps. Now, only a few hundred men and one warship returned, which was undoubtedly a major blunder. Regardless of the details, Danchiok had lost an entire fleet and army, and he should bear responsibility for it. My lord! Shut up! The Steel Lord's impatient roar and the sound of the throne's armrest being crushed occurred simultaneously. When Perturabo was enraged, not a single Iron Warrior on the command deck dared to breathe. Enough. Until the day you can cleanse your shame, you will no longer be a trident, Perturabo said. Danchiok saluted. Perturabo did not impose further punishment, nor did he demote Danchiok to some god-forsaken place as Qinxia had expected, nor did he even insult Danchiok for not being steel within, steel without. The Steel Lord had not mentioned steel within, steel without for a long time, because he himself felt that he was not steel within, steel without, and naturally lacked the confidence to demand it from his sons. Just as he had told Angron during the Battle of Gorgon in the Olaner campaign, after he and Angron were teleported away, he had rusted. Silence filled the command deck. The matter passed in silence. No one was killed by the enraged Primarch's bare hands, nor did anyone hear the Primarch's indiscriminate curses, only silence. The Iron Warriors have already paid a price in this war against the Hrud, Qinxia broke the silence. I've seen on the web of fate that if the war in this star system continues, the 4th Legion will pay an even heavier price. All eyes on the command deck focused on Qinxia. Primarch, I suggest you lead your legion to withdraw from this star system first, Qinxia said to Perturabo. The Iron Warriors looked at their Primarch again. Their actions indicated their thoughts at the moment. The Abyss battle should still continue, but at least not under the current circumstances, fighting a war of attrition against the Hrud. Then what? Perturabo asked. Then we rest and wait for Angron to lead other legions as reinforcements, Qinxia stated plainly. I am not against you waging this war, even if I personally don't believe starting a war with the Hrud is a meaningful decision, but since this order comes from the Emperor himself. Before Qinxia finished speaking, Perturabo, perhaps thinking of something, suddenly rose from his throne and walked to the holographic projection device 10 meters from Qinxia. The Primarch first lowered his head with a fierce expression, silent for a second, then turned to look at the viewport as he habitually did on the unyielding resolve. After seeing the Iron Blood's tightly sealed iron plates, he turned back to look at Qinxia. It was I who won the War Master title for my brother in the Olaner campaign. It was I who led all legions of our vanguard army to break through the Olaner Empire's defenses, all the way to Ulaner 1. It was I who found the defensive weakness of Ulaner 1. It was I who devised a plan sufficient to vaporize Ulaner 1 and the alien Emperor along with it. The Primarch spoke, pounding the holographic projection device, making it rumble. You are not qualified to question my abilities. If it weren't for me, could you have used your small psyker tricks to win the War Master's crown for your foster son during the Olaner campaign? Listening to Perturabo's words, Qinxia slightly frowned, feeling that Perturabo had once again taken a wrong turn somewhere. If everything had followed its original trajectory, Angron would have been the madman who punished his sons with decimation after battlefield failures. There was another madman who would do this, and that was Perturabo. The difference between them was that one would be relatively normal if he didn't have the butcher's nails, while the other, even without the butcher's nails, was incredibly intelligent yet would still decimate and cause deaths around him whenever he was unhappy. But Qinxia could still sense Perturabo's current problem. Soon after the Hrud alien war began, the Iron Warriors were already retreating, baffled by their defeats. All sorts of pressure weighed on Perturabo, making him furious and irritable now. I haven't questioned your abilities, Perturabo, Qinxia said. Angron often tells me you are his counterexample. He crawled out of the amniotic tank with nothing but strength, while you were born with knowledge. You can build war machines he can't even comprehend. He could study siege warfare for 100 years and still not match your current command ability. But this war has suffered setbacks, that is a fact. If we continue to linger in the Gugan star system, we will pay a heavy price, that is also a fact. We must withdraw now and wait for reinforcements from other legions and primarches. Provided, of course, that this war truly needs to continue. Qinxia spoke as gently as possible, and also used Angron to praise Perturabo. He just wanted to calm down Perturabo first, then withdraw. But Mortarion might be a stubborn mule who responds to persuasion but not coercion, while Perturabo was definitely not. My legion needs a victory to boost morale. Perturabo turned to face the strategic map on the holographic image. It hasn't even been 3 months since we joined this war, and it has already reached this point. I will never strategically retreat without securing a victory. You want to occupy the planet named Gugan. Qinxia walked beside Perturabo, pointing at the holographic image. But I tell you, it's impossible. Gugan cannot be occupied. Later, a land-sized vessel will rise from it and release temporal energy, causing the Iron Warriors to suffer heavy losses without any achievements. Hearing this information, Perturabo silently pondered and finally made a decision. Then let's consider it information gathering. The Steel Lord turned to the flagship captain, issuing a series of orders. The fleet is to maintain distance from Gugan. Should the situation my brother's foster father described occur, immediately retreat, disregard my orders. The captain saluted. The fleet continued to bombard Gugan. Perturabo no longer attempted to occupy the planet Gugan according to the original plan. Qinxia waited silently. A moment later, a squad of Iron Warriors entered the command deck. My lord, the Kova star system we were guarding has fallen, the leading Iron Warrior immediately reported. Perturabo was already agitated, and upon hearing this news of defeat, he grew even angrier, turning to ask, where is the warsmiths commanding you? Unless he's dead, tell him to come out and report to me personally. The squad of iron warriors made way. The last iron warrior in the squad stepped forward. Qin Xia noticed that this iron warrior's insignia and markings clearly indicated he was not a warsmith's level warrior. The warrior stopped, took a backpack from his back, unzipped it, and held out a baby with one hand. My lord, he cannot report to you in person. The baby sat upright on the warrior's arm, its two chubby little hands crossed, its face bearing the classic iron warrior's scowl. The Hrud had turned one of Perturabo's capable lieutenants into a child. Perturabo punched and shattered the holographic image, and the heavy, rapid breathing of a beast echoed through the command deck. This small incident struck a blow to the morale of the warriors, and even the Primarch's morale. But this was only the prelude to the truly terrifying events Qin Xia had spoken of. Chapter 505, Terrifying Aliens. Guggen Star. The surface of the planet trembled, and the land masses rose as Qin Xia had described. That was a geological structure of the planet itself, and also a creation of the Hrud. These colossal structures, based on the celestial body itself, caused a devastating ecological disaster as they detached from the planet. Lava erupted from underground, and the planet's surface was covered in cracks. Flames spewed from beneath the landmass, burning the planet's own matter as it rose, slowly ascending into the sky. This wasn't even the Hrud's secret weapon, but rather a necessary means of transport for their migration. As the landmass rose into the sky, several flashes suddenly appeared in the void, and the Hrud fleet arrived in the Guggen star system. Those warships were rendered on the holographic image, their outlines extremely blurry, and even their positions were elusive. The ship's augurs simply couldn't make their collected and displayed form on the holographic image appear solid. The giant, geological structure-like vessel ascended, meeting the Hrud fleet. At the same time, an energy spread from the Hrud's side. The energy spread extremely slowly, but wherever it passed, matter withered and space-time became chaotic. In a portion of the void affected by it, the background stars appeared as they would millions of years ago or tens of millions of years in the future without any pattern. The first planets affected by the energy began to age, the speed of their geological plates disintegrating accelerated by millions of times. Even the star in the Guggen star system accelerated its aging when touched by the energy, instantly growing several times larger. An officer's cry of alarm rang out in the gloomy command deck. The star has been catalyzed into a red giant. Perturabo looked at the iron plate in front of him, as if he could see the void outside. The Primarch remained silent. Everyone on the command deck felt a sense of powerlessness from the inside out, like primitives in a primeval world gazing at a miracle and believing it to be the power of a god. A star still in its prime, after being affected by the Hrud's strange methods, completed a journey that would originally take billions of years in less than a few minutes, becoming a red giant. And it was still being catalyzed, entering a supernova state, or even becoming a black hole. It was only a matter of time. Retreat, Perturabo said. He didn't need to say more. The Iron Warriors Legion's proud order had now vanished. The fleet disregarded all formations and arrays, scrambling to escape in all directions. The energy spread extremely slowly. This was not a drawback, but rather an advantage. Its slowness brought a sense of oppression, like a sword of Damocles hanging over one's head, ready to fall at any moment, enough to cause the morale of any legion to collapse at this instant. The White Knight's chapter fled much faster than the Iron Warriors. The heavy cruiser White Knight was already close to the Mandeville point due to the captain's arrangements. While other Iron Warriors' warships were still fleeing, it was already preparing to activate its warp engine. But although the captain was timid, he was not foolish. He knew his warship was in a state where it could jump away immediately, so he had some time to do something for the friendly forces. The Thinkers gathered in the Great Library, opening warp portals for friendly warships for short-distance jumps, which could help a little. The Iron Blood, as the Legion flagship, was the slowest to move. As it turned, its sister ship, the Iron Glory, blocked its escape path. Perturabo immediately contacted the Iron Glory. Get out of the way. Otherwise, the flagship will pass through the center of the Iron Glory. The captain commanding the Iron Glory replied, the Hrud have boarded this ship, the engine control room has been occupied by them. The warship can only retreat at the slowest speed. Then find a way to survive first. Perturabo roared, giving the order, get off that ship and onto mine, I have something that can bring you over. Before he finished speaking, Qin Xia had already walked towards the wall, dissolving into the suddenly appearing snow. The flagship had no portholes, so the outside could not be seen. A moment later, a servitor, converted into a living wetware, reported, the Iron Glory has disappeared. Qin Xia teleported back. Where's the warship? Perturabo asked. Here, Qin Xia said, holding the Ildari artifact hanging from his waist. Perturabo breathed a sigh of relief. The entire Legion fleet withdrew from the Guggen star system. Surprisingly, the Hrud fleet did not pursue, despite having a significant advantage. Perhaps in the eyes of these aliens, the landmass-sized vessel was the most important, and protecting their migrating kin was their primary responsibility. The Iron Warriors Legion fleet was dispersed in the void outside the Guggen star system. Perturabo tried to contact other warships, but after repeated attempts, he could only helplessly tell Qin Xia, communications are affected by solar flares, I can't contact any warships. Qin Xia waved his hand, turning the flagship's wall transparent. Shining light illuminated the command deck, everyone felt as if they had fallen into the sun. That star is about to go supernova, normal communication methods are useless. After speaking, Qin Xia waved his hand, changing the wall back to its original state. Use psychic powers to contact friendly forces, Perturabo commanded Qinxia very naturally, use your psychic powers. I refuse, Qinxia shook his head. If you don't promise to withdraw the legion, I won't help you contact other ships. Otherwise, why call them back? To go find the Hrud and die again. Perturabo irritably slammed the holographic display device. When this device was previously broken, because Perturabo built it himself, it quickly restarted and returned to normal. Now it was broken again. This war is a mistake. A huge mistake. Perturabo paced the command deck, complaining loudly without avoiding the presence of his sons. Why did the Emperor make me attack them? Their location cannot be colonized, nor is it on the Great Crusade's advance route, nor even in the Imperial expansion plan, let alone the Hrud are a scavenger tribal race, without even a decent space civilization. This mistaken war is all due to the Emperor's vanity. Qinxia listened silently. In fact, he understood Perturabo's thoughts very well. In Perturabo's view, the Emperor was like a player of a Paradox interactive game, only concerned with coloring in the map to make the faction's territory look aesthetically pleasing. Qinxia would usually say a few words for the Emperor, especially after learning the true reason why the Emperor destroyed the perfect city. But now, he also wanted to stand with Perturabo and say Mr. Onis of Terra is truly bored to death, looking for trouble, like a mouse licking a cat. I made too many mistakes in this war. Perturabo sat on the holographic device, suddenly introspecting. Stop saying useless things, Qinxia said. In the 100 fates I foresaw, whether you were cautious or not, the final result was always being beaten to a pulp by the Hrud in the Gugan star system. Your foul mouth speaks so harshly, Perturabo gritted his teeth. If I hadn't reminded you, you would have lost dozens of ships here. Qinxia turned and left. And you want me to use psychic powers to help you contact other ships? Go to hell with that. Just wait patiently to rendezvous with other arriving legions, don't try any tricks. Perturabo glared at Qinxia, watching Qinxia walk out of the command deck. There was no obstruction, nor any soft words to retain him. Once Qinxia was out of sight, Perturabo turned to Danchiok. Danchiok's heart tightened, he only now felt a sense of unease. You go, Perturabo pointed to the gate. You go find him and have him use his psychic powers to help me gather the fleet. Danchiok's eyes and expression were complex, but he had no choice, so he silently acted as a communication bridge as before. Qinxia ultimately did not help Perturabo gather the fleet. The Hrud alien also did not send a fleet to pursue. Half a month later, the Forge Engine and various Legion fleets assembled outside the Gugan star system, and only then did the Iron Warriors reassemble. The primarches of various legions gathered on the Forge Engine. Perturabo was the last to arrive. When his transport landed in a section of the world ship Forge Engine, he saw his other brothers on the beach. Angron, Lemon Russ, Conrad Kurz, Vulcan, Kogaris, Gil Iman. All the primarches were silent. In Perturabo's ears, there was only the sound of waves crashing on the beach and the whistling of the sea wind. Since everyone was looking at him, the latecomer, Perturabo subconsciously shifted his attention to other things, such as pondering how the ecosystem within the Forge Engine ship was established. Angron sensed the inner thoughts of his other brothers. The news of the Iron Warriors' crushing defeat in the Abyss battle had already been conveyed to everyone by Qinxia. Except for Conrad Kurz, who didn't care about such matters, the primarches were extremely displeased with Perturabo's decision to directly attack the Hrud alien without waiting for the assembly of forces. Not to mention Perturabo had suffered a crushing defeat. The Hrud alien is clearly not that easy to deal with, Kogaris said. They are even more troublesome than the Randan aliens. If it were Lemon Russ, he would choose to lead the Dark Angels to fight 2 more Randan, rather than lead the Legion to a death match against the Hrud. After a pause, the Hawk of Kogaris added, choosing to fight alone when it's possible to lead other legions into battle together is also not Lemon Russ's style. Indeed, Angron nodded. Let's not rush to attack. I need to evaluate whether the strategic order given by the Emperor truly has executive meaning. In the meantime, we will arrange for our respective fleets to monitor the movements of the Hrud alien. All the primarches except Perturabo nodded in unison. Seeing that Angron had no other matters to arrange, the primarches concluded this brief meeting. Even before the legions assembled, Angron had assigned appropriate duties to each primarch. For example, Gilliman was responsible for managing logistics, including the World Eaters Legion. Thus, there wasn't much to discuss at this time. After his brothers left, Angron looked at Perturabo. Why did you directly lead the Legion away from the path to Nuceria and go straight to deal with the Hrud alien? You can see into my mind, you know the reason, so don't ask useless things, Perturabo said impatiently. Tell me. Angron came before his brother, looking down at Perturabo. Perturabo did not hesitate and spoke directly. This was for your consideration. The Emperor's order is meaningless. If all of us go to attack the Hrud alien, we will definitely be bogged down by this damned alien race for over a decade. By then, Horus will have advanced triumphantly, while you remain stagnant. Do you think you would still be worthy of being War Master? If the Iron Warriors are held up, it's only one legion that stops. You can still lead the others to advance triumphantly. Upon hearing this, Angron, who had already seen into Perturabo's heart, gave the answer he had already prepared. The Emperor's order is indeed bizarre, but the problem isn't entirely with him. You have always been dissatisfied with the difficult combat duties you and your legion undertake, and even more dissatisfied with always failing to receive glorious recognition, but you still obey the Emperor's orders, and then choose to throw your legion into the quagmire of war. If you ask me, your past experiences aren't entirely others' fault. After speaking, Angron walked past Perturabo, wanting to give his brother some time to think. Perturabo, however, looked at Angron's back. Are we fighting the Harad alien or not? I need time to consider, and I also need to further understand this alien race, Angron replied. Chapter 506, Unorthodox Methods. World Eaters Legion Flagship. Qin Xia led 3 Mechanicum to the large laboratory newly established in the stern of the ship. After entering the airtight airlock, the 3 Mechanicum saw their brethren. Quadrant was studying the biological tissue of the Harad. You want to help the Iron Warriors research a static field to counter the Harad. Qin Xia stopped and scanned the 3 individuals before him. These 3 were the war heroes who had created the static field during the Abyss battle, enabling the Iron Warriors to fight the Harad. It was difficult to describe these 3 Mechanicum as people. One had transformed himself into a grotesque shape, another was covered in mechanical tentacles like an octopus, and the last had completely abandoned his flesh, his brain suspended in a transparent glass jar, piloting a bionic machine. Work with Quadrant. Qin Xia turned to look at Quadrant, who was approaching. If the Abyss battle continues, specialized technology against the Harad will be indispensable. Quadrant performed the gear ritual to his 3 brethren. I have reviewed your existing research data, it is perfect, but I have some suggestions for improvement. The Mechanicum also bowed in return. In terms of knowledge, the gap between us and you is like the difference between a firefly and the moon. From the moment we met you, we have been bathed in the grace of the god of all machines. Quadrant had always been indifferent to such saccharine words. After bowing to Qin Xia, he returned to his previous workstation. His brethren followed him and approached the Harad biological tissue. As Quadrant lightly waved his hand, a holographic image appeared above the research table, displaying several new devices. I plan to develop a device based on your static field technology that can be placed in armored vehicles and ships to resist the effects of the Harad's time technology. At the same time, it will also utilize the Harad's warp-based time technology to rapidly heal warriors injured in battle. We can also deploy space marines who have been aged or de-aged by time technology to the battlefield, using the Harad's time technology to restore their bodies to their prime. This is the technological product we will create together. Quadrant introduced his idea. His 3 brethren remotely received signals from the research table, understanding Quadrant's plan and his existing research achievements for this plan with higher efficiency. After understanding, the one among the 3 Mechanicum whose brain was in a jar spoke. After this technology is born and put into use, proving its excellent effect, we hope to obtain the right to be credited in the report submitted to Mars. Only a secondary credit, the other octopus spoke. Qin Xia watched from the side, understanding why these 3 made such a request. It was like crediting a paper. If these 3 people's names could be placed alongside Quadrant's, even if only in a secondary sequence below Quadrant's name, it would be enough to gain many benefits. On Mars, the amount of knowledge mastered and creations achieved determines one's social class and wealth. My name doesn't need to be included in the report to Mars, you will have full ownership of this invention. Quadrant looked very calm. These things have no value or meaning to me. I only care about creation, not acquisition. Hearing this, the 3 Mechanicum exchanged glances. If they still had eyes and faces, they would surely be staring at each other in bewilderment. Quadrant said he didn't need to be credited, thinking it would be better for his 3 brethren, but that wasn't actually the case. In the battle where the master and apprentice on Mars broke ties, Quadrant had already proven his strength. If he was willing to go to Mars to undergo academic examination, he would receive all academic titles, including that of Archmagos. Quadrant's name carried weight, a report credited by him would be more impactful, and even other secondary CO authors would gain more credibility. Therefore, his refusal to be credited was actually unhelpful. The credit still needs to be given. Qin Xia stepped forward to speak on Quadrant's behalf. Just follow your Mars rules. Quadrant was indifferent to these matters, so he did not object. His 3 brethren gratefully performed the gear ritual to Qin Xia. You just focus on your inventions. I can't assist you this time because I need to go to the Harad to gather some information, Qin Xia said. Infiltrate and reconnoiter. Quadrant put down what he was doing. That's very dangerous. Not dangerous at all. Remember the rogue trader Angron appointed earlier? The Clar Amor have connections, they've traded with the Harad. Wait, trade with the Harad. Those Xenos can actually communicate with us. Call, who studies Xenos, must be very interested in this news. Call is on Mars and can't come. After giving his instructions, Qin Xia motioned for Quadrant to continue working and then teleport out of the laboratory. The 3 Mechanicum stood by, ready to assist Quadrant, but Quadrant merely worked in silence, not assigning them any tasks. It was then that the 3 realized that Quadrant's assistance in research merely required them to wait nearby. Seeing Quadrant engrossed in his research, and without electronic eyes or similar devices on the back of his head, the 3 simultaneously activated their recording functions. The Clar Amor rogue trader vessel was a retired World Eaters Navy Retribution class cruiser. The cruiser emerged from the warp, arriving in a star system. The star system contained only 1 star and 1 world. The world was square, looking like a cube cut from a planetary landmass. If this weren't the reality universe, anyone seeing it would think they were still in the warp. As soon as the cruiser appeared, it was approached by a blurry outlined ship, which then escorted it closer to the cubic world. A warning broadcast sounded, and all hangar deck personnel on the rogue trader cruiser evacuated, leaving only giant containers filled with high-calorie synthetic food. Some aircraft appeared from the blurry outlined ship and entered the cruiser. After the aircraft entered the hangar deck, they dropped the square metal cargo containers suspended beneath them, then hooked onto the food containers and flew away. On the command deck, the Claremore's next successor communicated with the trader via the communication system. 12,000 Harud flintlocks, this is what you wanted. I hope the amount of food you provide is also sufficient, otherwise my masters will be very unhappy with this trade. Rest assured, the Claremoore family values integrity. Qin Xia watched the Claremoore successor conduct the trade from the command deck. The other party in the trade was the Harud. However, the one representing the Harud on the communication panel was a human. There's one more request, the Claremoore successor turned sideways. This lord wishes to visit the Harud's world ship for observation. If your masters agree, we will pay even more. The human on the communication panel looked at Qin Xia, remained silent for a moment, then turned off the communication. He went to contact his masters. The Claremoore successor also looked at Qin Xia. They will definitely accept, because the Harud have just migrated from Guggen Star and are very rushed in their preparations, needing a lot of food to sustain their tribal population. Qin Xia nodded silently. The human's face reappeared on the communication panel. My masters have agreed. They will arrange someone to receive you. But they also remind you that contact with the Harud is extremely dangerous. The guest must at least have the ability not to be killed by the entropic field. I have ways to avoid the entropic field. Qin Xia stepped forward. Tell me the meeting place, and I will teleport directly there. A topographical map appeared on the communication panel, with a location on the Harud world marked. Qin Xia teleported directly, trekked out of the snowstorm, and arrived in an underground tunnel, where he met the human responsible for communication on the panel, and a Harud. The human wore something akin to a yoke around his neck, which projected a certain energy to help him resist the Harud's entropic field. After the Guggen Star system battle, you still don't intend to let us go. It wasn't the human who spoke, but the Harud Xenos. Through the blur caused by the visual fog, a very standard High Gothic could be heard. I'm just here to gather some information. Seeing that the other party already knew his identity, Qin Xia no longer concealed it. I did not come with hostile intentions. The Xenos turned and motioned for Qin Xia to follow him. Qin Xia realized that the Harud world he was in was the same landmass that had risen from Guggen Star earlier. The Harud did not live on the surface of this landmass like migration ship, but underground. They were cave dwellers with pitch-black eyes and hated light. The underground tunnels were interconnected. Passing through some areas, Qin Xia saw scenes of Harud and humans coexisting. However, this did not mean that the Harud had allied with certain humans. The humans here were actually their slaves and pets. But this at least proved that the Harud possessed communication abilities and were not like some Xenos races who only knew how to kill or be killed, caring about and understanding nothing else. The Harud would even become mercenaries for a Xenos civilization called the Teo Empire tens of thousands of years later. Why did you attack us? The Xenos walking ahead suddenly asked. This is an order from a superior. I don't know if your tribal race can understand its meaning, Qin Xia responded while observing his surroundings. Then the order issued by your superiors is meaningless, the Xenos said. We only survive and reproduce, and when the number of individuals in a tribe reaches a certain level, some people will separate from the tribe. This is migration. I don't know how our migration offended you, making you willing to pay a heavy price to wipe us out. The Xenos led Qin Xia to a place resembling a religious site. This was a cave where a large number of Harud knelt on the ground, prostrating themselves before several idols, including even the Harud's human pets. How does it feel to be a slave to the Harud? Qin Xia asked the human next to the Xenos. Much better than being a slave to the Emperor, the human said. Anyway, our lowly and degenerate species is destined for misery, so we follow whichever master treats us better. Qin Xia remained silent, not wanting to preach or criticize. The Imperium of Man in 30K was much better than in 40K, but some territories of the Imperium still suffered from crude management, leading to some worlds being veritable hells even by 40K standards. For those living in hell, what glorious cause, what grand plan for the human race, held no value whatsoever. The living standards of an imperial world, in the absence of AI, depended entirely on the ruling level and personal moral standards of the local imperial bureaucracy. And being a slave to the Harud, one's fate also depended on the Harud. Qin Xia could discern some things from the slave's hesitant expression, namely that not all humans had a good master like him. Chapter 507, The Fate of the Harud. Let's call a truce. The alien gestured for the slave to shut up, then spoke to Qin Xia. I know you don't have the authority to make decisions, but you can relay the information gathered here to your superiors. The Harud exist in the galaxy for only one purpose, to survive and multiply. Warfare, in our view, is meaningless, as it only leads to individuals who should be dedicating their lives to a great cause senselessly throwing them away on some battlefield on some planet. As it spoke, the alien walked to the cave wall. Engraved on it was the past history of the Harud. The Harud initially lived under the sun. We had a god who cherished us. This god once had many brothers and sisters who were also gods, but in the end, only he remained alive. One day, the god told his children that he needed to accomplish something, and that a catastrophe was imminent. To ensure his children could escape the catastrophe after losing his protection, he instructed them to go underground. Then the god left, leaving a prophecy before his departure. The moment the god returns, he will lead his children in a holy war. At this point, the alien turned to look at Qin Xia. The Harud have always been preparing for the holy war. We survive and multiply simply to provide more warriors when the god returns. Qin Xia, however, knew this history of the Harud, and even knew what the god in the Harud's words was. This history was clearly not an unfounded ancient legend. The god who created the Harud should refer to the old ones. The Old One's race was reduced to only one survivor in the war in heaven, and that Old One became a monster called the Enslaver. Considering the Hrud's unique racial characteristics, the legend of the Holy War, and the information about the last god of the divine race, it perfectly aligns with the experiences of the Old One's race. Besides the Old Ones, no other race was willing to sow life throughout the galaxy. Do you know what the legendary enemy is? Qin Xia asked. I don't mean the noun, but what specific term you use to describe the enemy of the Holy War? I don't know. The alien was very honest. We don't know who the god is fighting, nor what we ultimately have to face, but we know we have a creator, and our mission is to follow our creator. Qin Xia lowered his head, stroking his chin in thought. The Hrud race should have been created by the Old Ones during the war in heaven, but by the time they fully developed, the war in heaven had already ended. The last Old One should have been the research scientist responsible for creating the Hrud race during that period. Afterward, that Old One probably wanted to do something, such as the last Old One, attacking the enemy and dying in battle. But a race like the Hrud was not yet perfected, they couldn't even serve as cannon fodder on the battlefield, so it couldn't bear to take the biological weapon race it created to participate in the war. As for the Holy War and the mission, those were probably all excuses. It might have simply had this goal, the race it created lives in the perfect greenhouse it created. They need to have self-sufficiency after it leaves, to be able to survive in the harsh galaxy afterward. So, create a lie that allows this race to survive and multiply strongly after leaving the greenhouse. If the last Old One were still alive, when it returned, it would find that the Eldar are now fragmented, the craft world Eldar only want to barely survive and few would care about any creator, and the greenskin have degenerated to the point of not even knowing who created them, making it even less likely they would follow the Old Ones. Only the Hrud would follow the ancient historical agreement. One by one, the loose Hrud tribes would unite, migrate to their creator, and resolutely march into the flames of war. They had been preparing for this for millions of years. Our purpose is to reproduce and prepare. We will avoid the Imperium of Man, a highly aggressive and expansionist force. We don't want war. The alien said sincerely. Qin Xia listened, thought, and when the alien's words ended, he waited in silence for a response. Time slowly passed, until a minute later. Qin Xia sneered, are you saying your tribe doesn't want war, or that your Hrud race doesn't want war? The alien was about to answer when a sharp, piercing howl suddenly rang out. They're coming again. The human slave looked at his master. Notify the young ones of our people to hide. The alien waved its hand, giving the order. The slave immediately ran past Qin Xia. If you're not a genocidal extremist, then relay what I've said to your superiors. The alien took a flintlock from its back, immediately turned, and ran along the underground tunnel. Qin Xia observed everything with his psychic vision. Outside the Hrud world ship, a warship, clearly an Imperium of Man vessel, was hovering beyond the reach of anti-orbital weapons. A single ship was dropping a large number of black dot-like constructs onto the Hrud world ship. Those constructs landed on the world ship's surface, drilling through the land masses and heading underground. When Qin Xia began to examine the cave, he realized that those black dots were actually humanoid war machines. Those war machines entered the cave and immediately used Hrud flintlock against the Hrud warriors. Iron Man. Qin Xia was extremely surprised. Could there be an Iron Man faction in this galaxy that he didn't know about? Larger Iron Man war machines were dropped by the warship, beginning to use high-energy laser weapons on the surface to destroy the cave structure. The Hrud seemed to have been invaded like this more than once, so they quickly rallied and began to resist. In the cave, the Hrud war machines were useless. They could only fight against the Iron Man with their innate abilities and physical bodies, just as they did when fighting Space Marines. The Hrud's visual mist and entropy field were useless against those Iron Man. The metal on the Iron Man's bodies did not age, and their steel bodies displayed overwhelming combat power when slaughtering the Hrud. If the Iron Warriors could also nullify the Hrud aliens' visual mist and entropy field, then they would also exhibit the same combat performance as the Iron Man. Dispatch the warrior defenders. The Hrud who had explained the Hrud aliens' intentions to Qin Xia ran 50 meters away. But passing through an airtight gate, it suddenly crashed into an Iron Man as tall as a small mountain. Qin Xia saw the Iron Man quickly punch, shattering the alien. Don't believe their nonsense. In the blood mist, the tall Iron Man raised its head and stared at Qin Xia. They only want to multiply and survive, but they also need living space and resources. If you truly believe they are harmless, you will make a fatal mistake. Qin Xia did not answer, silently observing the Iron Man. This Iron Man was taller than its counterparts, likely a commander type. I know the Hrud are not entirely harmless, they will fight the Imperium many times in the future. Qin Xia was puzzled that the Iron Man did not attack him, but instead explained the dangers of the Hrud. As for you. The Iron Man suddenly tilted its head slightly to the left, seemingly sending and receiving signals. Qin Xia, in his psychic vision, saw the Hrud gradually clearing out the invading Iron Man. Because the warship's transport capacity was limited, the Hrud naturally had a numerical advantage on their own territory. They paid a small price to gradually eliminate the invaders. Information exchange. The Iron Man suddenly spoke. I came for revenge. I had raided them about 30 times before, and this time I finally killed the one I wanted to kill. Also, I am here to acquire the Hrud's faster-than-light engine. What are you doing here? Gathering information on the Hrud, understanding the structure of this landmass-like world ship, and leaving a warp transfer anchor point for this world ship along the way, Qin Xia said. The Iron Man nodded silently, motioning for Qin Xia to follow it. Qin Xia was full of curiosity about this suddenly appearing Iron Man faction, and because of his absolute confidence in his own safety, he followed. The two used teleportation technology together to leave the underground tunnel and teleport inside the warship outside the world ship. The Claramor warship was right next door. After Qin Xia gave the order to leave the current star system and enter the warp to stand by, the Claramor warship immediately warped away. Then, Qin Xia surveyed the warship he was in. The warship not only had the same appearance as an Imperium of Man warship, but its internal structure was also extremely similar, and even the Imperium of Man's double-headed eagle symbol could be seen everywhere. Working by the equipment on the command deck were not humans, but machines with only an upper body, directly embedded in the equipment. You stole an Imperial ship? Qin Xia asked. It's a long story. The Iron Man immediately walked to the holographic projection device. Two Hrud warships appeared in the star system. They had just been patrolling around the star system and immediately rushed over upon receiving a distress signal. The Iron Man stroked its chin, thinking about countermeasures. After devising a strategy, the Iron Man turned to Qin Xia and asked, "Do you have anything that can contain this warship so we can avoid the Hrud's first wave of attacks?" Qin Xia's gaze at the Iron Man became more profound, and he nodded. The Hrud warships launched an attack. The Iron Man said no more, standing in front of the holographic projection, intently watching the star system situation. Although it didn't have human facial features, Qin Xia could feel that the aura emanating from this Iron Man had become exceptionally solemn and heavy. The first wave of attacks began. The Hrud warships fired 2 energy beams. Qin Xia immediately used his pocket universe to contain the warship. This was the first time he had seen the inside of an Eldar pocket universe. Outside the viewport were stars and void indistinguishable from a normal universe, except for some bizarre creatures as vast as celestial bodies, which immediately surrounded them upon seeing someone new enter, but were blocked by an energy membrane. When Qin Xia activated the pocket universe again, the warship was released. The Iron Man had already issued orders remotely. All weapons on the artillery deck aimed at the Hrud warships and fired hundreds of torpedo-like weapons. These weapons had no propulsion system whatsoever, relying entirely on the thrust generated by the launchers when they were released. As the torpedoes approached the Hrud warships, they were immediately affected by the entropy field, rapidly aging. The material composing the torpedoes became unstable, eventually exploding and sinking both warships. Using a substance that releases strong energy over time as a weapon, specifically to counter the entropy field, is clever. Qin Xia commented. The Iron Man, who had been exceptionally calm moments before, immediately became arrogant after achieving victory in the small-scale void battle. It's just a small trick in the material realm. The Hrud are merely good at time technology. If you find their weakness, you can easily defeat them. To me, the Hrud are not a formidable enemy. Watch closely, learn well. This is the experience I've accumulated during this time. Qin Xia listened to these words, his gaze at the Iron Man growing even more profound. Follow me. The Iron Man turned and walked out of the command deck. There seemed to be a teleportation device inside the warship. After a light flared at the command deck exit, the two instantly arrived in the engine room. Here, a smooth sphere floated in mid-air. You want to know what the Emperor wants from the Hrud? The Iron Man tilted its head slightly towards the sphere. This is the answer. Chapter 508, Superluminal Means. The ship sailed in the opposite direction from the world ship's location. Its engine speed was pushed to the maximum, but it did not enter the warp. The floating sphere in front of Qin Xia suddenly released energy, and a temporal wave slowly diffused throughout the engine room, then to the entire ship. A portion of the space where the ship was located was accelerated. Outside the viewport, the stars transformed into shining lines streaking backward, and in an instant, the battleship arrived in another star system. While surprised, Qin Xia realized the function of the floating sphere in front of him. It accelerated the space around the battleship, so the battleship essentially covered a distance of over 10 light-years with its propulsion system, but the journey that would have originally taken many years was completed in a moment due to time acceleration. Is this a Hrud superluminal engine? Qin Xia turned and asked. The Iron Man stood with his hands behind his back, silently nodding. Truly astonishing, but of little value. Qin Xia looked at everything around him, aging due to time acceleration. You probably used 80% of the ship's space for promethium fuel. It used up all its fuel to travel over 10 light-years, which is one thing, but more importantly, the crew's lifespan couldn't withstand this journey that only felt like a few seconds. The Iron Man replied, the Hrud's desire for expansion is almost non-existent. Attacking them is inherently valueless, but this superluminal engine is still very valuable. The Emperor is like a man dying of thirst in a desert. He would buy a bottle of urine with a piece of gold if offered. So, from his perspective, it is absolutely necessary for the Iron Warriors to attack the Hrud alien. Qin Xia frowned slightly, scrutinizing the Iron Man. A plausible answer to his inner question formed in his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. After further thought, he again concluded that this answer was the only explanation. Finally, Qin Xia stroked his chin, continuing to ponder as he slowly spoke, Are you another version of me? I know this might sound incredibly stupid, but I can't think of any other explanation. The Iron Man also stroked his chin in thought. He was wondering whether to make an excuse or what to do. If Angron had been present, he would have noticed that this Iron Man's posture when contemplating was identical to that of his adoptive father. Finally, the Iron Man finished his thoughts, actually. I never intended to hide it from you. Otherwise, if I really tried to conceal it, you definitely wouldn't have found out. It's true. Qin Xia was stunned. What's going on? Are you me from a parallel universe? It's a long story. The Iron Man walked to a low device and slowly sat down. The device collapsed due to aging, but the Iron Man remained seated, his mechanical joints behind his knees allowing his body to maintain a sitting posture in mid-air. The story begins with a scoundrel named Fabius Bile becoming a space marines of the Emperor's children. Half a solar hour passed. The Iron Man had already recounted his past. After that, I took those humans and left the Imperium, piloting the invincible firepower and the super transport. We encountered the Harad alien because one of their tribes was migrating and desperately needed many supplies, so they asked if we were Imperial merchants. When they discovered we weren't, their fleet attacked us. Countless Harad warriors stormed the ship. Anyway, they either killed or enslaved all the humans who followed me. The invincible transport and its contents being stolen was, in my opinion, the most trivial loss. Before the Iron Warriors went to war with the Harad, I settled the invincible firepower and secretly infiltrated a Harad battleship to Gugenstar. At this point, the Iron Man named Super Xiaoqin paused for more than 10 seconds. Anyway, I saw the 5 captured individuals on Gugenstar. To be precise, 5 heads, with Harad's mouthparts inserted, they were cradling them and sucking on them like they were drinking bubble tea. This was the fate of the more than 1,000 people who followed me. Super Xiaoqin stood up and paced back and forth in front of his original self. The one who commanded the looting was the alien you met. Later, I created a metal that could resist the entropic field, used that metal to build an Iron Man army, and repeatedly assaulted Gugenstar and the world ship, just to kill him and avenge my followers. Qin Xia slowly nodded, silently mourning the more than 1,000 sailors who followed his copied consciousness. That's why I warned you not to trust them in those bastard aliens' tunnels. Super Xiaoqin suddenly raised his voice. Yes, their desire for expansion is extremely low, they have no other purpose besides reproduction and survival, and they can be communicated with, but they are not the pure-hearted inteless alien. You know, 10,000 years later, the Harad alien will still fight the Imperium because they need to migrate and acquire resources for survival. So, having no expansionist intentions does not mean they are not a threat. The Emperor's instruction for the Iron Warriors to attack the Harad alien, solely to obtain a temporal engine unsuitable for humans, seems meaningless to you, and I also agree that this act of buying urine with gold in a desert is indeed inappropriate, but that has nothing to do with me. Whatever you decide will not affect my goal of destroying that Harad world. Even if you withdraw your troops in the end, I will make them pay the price. When Super Xiaoqin finished speaking and paused, he then heard his original self's opinion on the Harad alien. I estimate Angron will communicate with the Harad alien, asking them to stay away from the Imperium of Man. If they refuse, then war will ultimately break out, Qin Xia said. Just as you said, their lack of expansionist desire doesn't mean they're not a threat. Super Xiaoqin nodded, indicating he also felt the same. Then Qin Xia began to ponder his Iron Man version. From their conversation just now, he found that the copied consciousness had fully accepted the reality of being a copied consciousness and was not at all entangled in philosophical questions like existentialism, otherwise, it would have gone mad and collapsed when Fabius Bile experimented on it. I am a copied consciousness. This was Super Xiaoqin's attitude which perfectly matched his own temperament. You truly make me proud, Qin Xia suddenly said. Even as a copied consciousness, you managed to turn yourself into an Iron Man and even built an Iron Man army. And whose copy do you think I am? Super Xiaoqin, that name is as cool as your battleship. By the way, I think you might want to entrust me with something, which is to go back and give that old quack a good beating. That bastard Fabius Bile didn't die after you tore him apart, I saw him when I left the Ulaner system after the coronation ceremony. Exactly, and while you're at it, make that bastard Galen pay the price too. Of course. If Galen hadn't given that chip-reading device to Fabius Bile couldn't have done anything to you. Qin Xia and Super Xiaoqin fist bumped. I need to return to the forge engine. Qin Xia prepared to say goodbye. Give me a ride. All the fuel in this ship is used up. Help me find a place to resupply, Super Xiaoqin said. Qin Xia readily agreed. The invincible firepower was sent into the warp, with psychic currents propelling the battleship forward. Along the way, Qin Xia and his Iron Man version discussed some questions about the self. For example, when did the habit of stroking one's chin while thinking develop? It was inspired by the catering jobs in the 9-turn large intestine, finding the person's posture of lowering his head and propping his chin with his hand while thinking to be very stylish. Another example, how did the preference for simple, crude naming like Invincible XX or Super XX arise? It stemmed from the period before he traversed the Warhammer universe when he ran a technology company. The company at the time had developed big company disease. After Qin Xia drove out the partner who had once burned other people's money trees with him, he found that the partner had left behind a department that urgently needed to be downsized. This department's job was to name products. At every meeting before a new product launch, when that department tried to demonstrate its value by coming up with astonishing names, Qin Xia would reject all of the naming department's proposals and give his own developed products names like Invincible Dialysis Implant. Then came the scene he witnessed when he first did this and observed the first implant surgery afterward, which led him to form a habit. The renowned chief surgeon in the medical field, with a pilgrimage-like mindset, opened the cryogenic storage box, seeing the astonishing titanium creation vaguely visible amidst the swirling white mist of liquid nitrogen, and the ridiculous name etched on its surface. The doctor and all the dignitaries outside the operating room couldn't hold back their laughter. This amused Qin Xia. Because there was so much to discuss with the copied consciousness, Qin Xia deliberately slowed down the speed at which he propelled the ship with his psychic powers. It ultimately took about 4 months in the reality universe, but only 2 weeks in actual reality universe time, to reach their destination. After bidding farewell to Super Xiao Qin, he returned to the Legion aboard a Clara Amor family battleship. Before going to Angron to relay the message, Qin Xia wanted to do what he had promised Super Xiao Qin. Unyielding Resolve Flagship, Medical Bay. Galen was experimenting on Harud biological tissues that were no longer needed in the quadrant. While other apothecaries felt disgusted by the Harud biological tissues due to their repulsive nature, Galen wore a perverse smile, his face mere centimeters from the biological tissue, looking as if he yearned to devour it. Chief Apothecary. A think tank entered the medical bay. The librarian has instructed you to go to the gladiator arena. Galen was slightly puzzled but still left the medical bay. In the gladiator arena, Galen passed by the World Eater's space marines who were resolving conflicts through combat, and arrived at the deepest part of the arena. The most respected among the standard bearers, the most venerable among the entire World Eaters, the standard bearers of the Champion Legion, stood by the arena, holding the Champion Legion's battle standard. He would oversee a duel meant to resolve conflict, as per the rules set by the Primarch. Qin Xia, clad only in shorts, stood before the weapon rack. He was searching the warp for Fabius Bile's soul projection. After finding it, he projected his psychic energy, compelling Fabius Bile, who was currently conducting research, to walk to the laboratory's database and delete all the data with a single command. Having done this, Qin Xia pulled a chainsword axe from the weapon rack, then approached Galen. I will oversee your duel. The standard bearers planted the battle standard into the ground. You will enter here with conflict, and leave here having left the conflict behind. Galen became even more puzzled, looking at Qin Xia in wonder. He didn't know why Qin Xia wanted to duel him, nor why Qin Xia wasn't wearing armor, only holding a chainsword axe to fight him. According to the rules, psychic powers were forbidden in the gladiator arena. The standard bearers next to them was the most ill-tempered and stubborn one. He would directly whip the deputy warlord of the Champion Legion, Margot, if he inadvertently broke a rule in daily life, and would not tacitly allow fouls just because the White Knight Lord was the Primarch's adoptive father. Here. Qin Xia tossed the chainsword axe to Galen, while he stood empty-handed. Galen reached out and caught it. You are Fabius Bile's apprentice, aren't you? Qin Xia asked. Galen silently nodded. Qin Xia looked at the standard bearers. Begin. The standard bearers commanded. Qin Xia rushed to Galen in a blink, shattered the armor's neck seal with a punch, removed Galen's helmet with his left hand, and struck Galen's face with a punch from his right. Galen, dazed from the blows, only just registered that he was preparing to assume a fighting stance. The chief apothecary fell backward, but just before hitting the ground, Qin Xia grabbed the protruding part of his neck armor, then rained punches on Galen's face. You gave the equipment I provided to the apothecaries to your mentor. Was that your personal property? Galen felt like he was being struck hard with every word he heard. At first, he wondered who had leaked the news that he had secretly given the equipment to Fabius Bile, but after that, he knew nothing. Until Qin Xia had beaten Galen's skull into deformation and his face was a blur. The standard bearers raised his battle standard, duel concluded. The apothecaries waiting nearby stepped forward to treat Galen's injuries. Once Galen regained consciousness, Qin Xia warned him, from now on, you are forbidden to use that chip device. If that device is not returned by Fabius Bile after the coronation ceremony, you will be executed. With that, Qin Xia turned and left. The standard bearers, who had witnessed the entire process, thought for a moment and figured out the whole situation. What chip, what device, he didn't understand. But he understood that Galen had given Legion property to the Emperor's Children Apothecary for use. Did the Emperor's Children Apothecary Fabius Bile return the Legion's property after the coronation ceremony? The standard bearers drew his sword. He returned it. Galen nodded. Chief Apothecary Galen. The standard bearers stepped forward, unfastening a long whip with an attached plasma field from his waist. You have violated Section 7399 of Part 4 of the Legion's Rules and Regulations. I will administer 3 lashings according to Article 88 of the Standard Bearer's Duties and Regulations. Do you have any objections? Galen shook his head. The whip immediately struck Galen's face. Being beaten by the standard bearers meant no treatment. As Qin Xia put on his armor outside the gladiator arena and walked towards the command deck, he saw Galen being carried away on a stretcher. Chapter 509, Two-Pronged Approach. Unyielding Resolve's command deck. The holographic projection device was at the very center, both in terms of spatial coordinates and its position. Surrounding it were all the Primarches, Qin Xia and Clamo. Officers from various legions encircled them several layers deep. Everyone was momentarily staring at the star map projected by the holographic image, their gaze focused on the star systems occupied by their side and the enemy. The technology that can nullify the Harud entropy field has finished its experimental phase and has begun mass production, said the technical representative of the expeditionary force led by Angron, who represented Clamo. The forge engines are operating at full capacity. In ground and void battles, we will no longer be helpless against the Harud. You've done very well, Angron said. Following this praise, the Primarch paused. Logically, such a contribution should be rewarded, but Angron, even understanding Clamo's inner thoughts, didn't know what to reward him with. Clamo didn't even consider it much of a contribution, as the technological achievements he created were built upon the foundation laid by 3 fellow brothers. I have a new material called super alloy, Qin Xia said. With it, Space Marines will be able to kill Harud even if they are restricted by terrain and other conditions, and cannot get assistance from anti-entropy devices. Super alloy, Clamo tilted his head slightly. I remember that was an experimental technology. Was it successful? It was successful, but although it was something I wanted to create, I couldn't rapidly advance its research because most of my time was spent on psychic research. Qin Xia thought for a moment, deciding not to mention Super Xiao Qin. Anyway, this thing works. Long before, Qin Xia had already begun the research and development of super alloy, because he knew that the Imperium of Man would inevitably have to deal with the Harad in the future. The idea and ideas for this super alloy research did not come from a sudden inspiration by Qin Xia, but from his understanding of the Teo Empire civilization, which would only appear thousands of years later. The Teo Empire would also encounter the Harad, but they were not beaten to a pulp like the Iron Warriors. Instead, they developed a new material unaffected by the entropy field, allowing their warriors to resist it. This material developed by the Teo Empire was also called super alloy. The Teo Empire is truly outrageous, Qin Xia thought to himself. As a race that hadn't literally landed in the 30th millennium, their ability to stand out among millions of alien races in the galaxy and engage in back-and-forth battles with legendary races of the galaxy surely indicated their immense capabilities. Then allocate production capacity to manufacture weapons and equipment made of super alloy, Angron said. Perturabo listened in silence until this point, then stepped forward 2 paces among his brothers and pointed at the holographic image, asking, "From what you're saying, are we really going to continue fighting the Harad? Who was it that stubbornly insisted on crashing into the Harad in the first place?" Kogaris asked. The other brothers said nothing, but except for Conrad Kurz, their gazes towards Perturabo held a hint of helplessness. Perturabo was undoubtedly the staunchest advocate for war that was how it used to be. But now, from what he was saying, he didn't want to fight anymore. "You don't believe that the 2 new technologies we've mastered can change the course of the war, so you still want the Iron Warriors to remain in the Abyss battle and for us to continue the Great Crusade?" Angron directly voiced his brother's thoughts. Perturabo nodded silently. "The Iron Warriors have suffered heavy casualties in this war." As always, Angron withdrew his gaze from his brother and looked down at the holographic image. "You always think the Emperor deliberately throws you into the most difficult and thankless battlefields, but in reality, you're somewhat bringing it upon yourself." "I don't care anyway," the Iron Lord said, almost roaring. At the same time, he spread his hands and took 2 steps back, his expression showing great anger. Then he pointed his right hand directly at Angron and continued. "If those small inventions don't work, and our expeditionary fleet gets stuck here, with no new victories beyond those Harad bastards for 10 or 20 years, the Imperial Parliament and the Emperor will blame you and strip you of your laurels, and then you'll, anyway, I'm not the War Master." The Iron Lord then pointed at all the Primarchs present, one by one. "I wish every single one of you would stay here with me, so I'd lose fewer of my sons." The Primarchs looked at Perturabo with even more helplessness. Angron, after a brief silence, touched his bare head. He only had the short, cropped black hair favored by Nuceria gladiators. "They can't take it away." Angron leaned over, resting his hands on the holographic device, still examining the star map. "The War Master's laurel is in my safe, not on my head, so they can't take it." Perturabo wanted to say more, but Angron directly moved to the decision-making stage. A 2-pronged approach. "First, we contact the Harad through Clar Amor. My father's reconnaissance mission did not sever the Clar Amor rogue trader family's business relationship with the Xenos, they still have communication rights with the Harad. Deliver a message, telling them to move to a place far from the Imperium. Considering that we will be fighting the archenemy Chaos, the Harad aliens might be our allies in the future. Secondly, if the Harad choose to refuse to relocate, then we will solve the problem through war." Angron said, turning from the holographic image to face his brothers. "From a strategic perspective, attacking the Harad is meaningless. But from a more nuanced perspective, I believe the Harad are not harmless to all levels of humanity. Some base imperial rulers in border star systems will sell their people to the Harad, and the Harad will also occasionally raid transport ships to seize supplies. Brothers, all humans other than us, including our sons, are born of fathers and mothers, they are not just numbers existing in imperial statistical archives." Having finished, Angron quietly awaited his brother's opinions. "What about the imperial bureaucracy then? Those slaves aren't just stolen by the Harad, some are sold by their own compatriots," Kogaris said. "After the war, I will have the Midnight Lords handle this matter." Angron looked at Conrad Kurz. Conrad Kurz, who had been distracted, only nodded half a second later. The Primarchs were deeply skeptical of Angron's decision. Entrusting the Midnight Lords with this problem would not only condemn the base imperial rulers to death but also effectively condemn everyone in the worlds they governed. The Midnight Lords' discipline was too poor and continuously worsening. In Kogaris's view, even if Conrad Kurz suddenly became like Angron one day, the Midnight Lord's notorious reputation would be beyond redemption. However, considering that Angron was not intermittently insane, perhaps he had his own reasons. Therefore, no one expressed opposition. "That's it. Assemble the fleet and forces. We will either go to war or withdraw after the Clar Amor family sends back word," Angron said. The Primarchs, except for Perturabo, bowed slightly, then turned and left the command deck to return to their respective legion flagships for more detailed arrangements. They also took their officers with them. Seeing that their Primarch hadn't left, the Iron Warriors naturally stayed, but Perturabo gestured with his eyes for them to get out of the command deck, so they left again. "You, with your mind-reading ability, always act so foolishly. If there's any evidence that Qin Xia is your adoptive father, it's that you inherited his foul mouth," Perturabo said, frowning. "I'm considering things from your perspective, yet you say I'm bringing trouble upon myself. We could fight the Harad together, why do you make the Iron Warriors bear the casualties alone?" Angron said. You refused to assemble in the nuclear star system before, and took it upon yourself to come deal with the Harad. Perturabo furiously interrupted, I told you. I was afraid you'd get stuck in the quagmire of war. When those damned orders from Terra reached me, I knew the Abyss battle was a cesspool. And you plunged right into it. How much do you think those small inventions can change the war situation? If you ask me, the Harad haven't even used their full strength yet. Everyone is watching you and Horus, comparing you two. You will lose your title under the gaze of all because of the slow progress of the Great Crusade. Angron raised his right hand, thumb and other four fingers touching up and down, a gesture that looked like someone closing their mouth. Only after Perturabo fell silent did Angron speak, the title of War Master does not come from the Emperor's reward, or that ceremonial coronation, it cannot be removed by a single word from the Imperial Parliament or the Emperor. The foundation of this title is not those illusory things. Angron extended his fist and gently pressed it against Perturabo's chest. The Iron Lord lowered his head, then looked up, still with a displeased expression. Its foundation is the support of people, including you, for me. Even if we are stalemated in the Abyss battle for 10 or 20 years. It doesn't matter. With your tactical command ability, we will achieve in 10 or 20 years after the Abyss battle what others would take hundreds of years to achieve. Angron said. Upon hearing this, Perturabo stared at Angron for a while, his expression ultimately not improving, and without saying anything, he turned and left. After watching his brother leave, Angron turned to face his adoptive father. He has some fundamental settings that you absolutely cannot change, Qin Xia said. Angron nodded. At this point, everyone on the command deck had left except for the naval officers who were already working there, and the Primarch and his adoptive father. Angron walked up to his adoptive father and said in a low voice, I plan to use the Abyss battle to deal with some matters. Such as the judgment regarding Perturabo's homeworld, Olympia. Yes, and also the internal problems of the Midnight Lord's Legion. Angron pondered the various strategies he hadn't voiced. The Olympia rebellion is a hurdle for Perturabo, he has to overcome it himself. As for the internal issues of the Midnight Lord's Legion, such as the Vemian Earl and other Nostramo thug space marines, those are things I can intervene in. These matters will be resolved in this campaign, and then our expeditionary fleet will truly be integrated. At least there won't be internal strife. Qin Xia listened to Angron's words and fell into thought. In his opinion, the beginning of the Horus heresy catastrophe was not Horus's injury on Davin, but the Olympia rebellion. Perturabo went to suppress the rebellion, using the method of directly slaughtering his home world. Afterward, he regretted it as he did after killing his sister, but then felt he had no way back and ultimately went all the way to the dark side. Perturabo was not Horus, not chosen by the four gods, but he was the one who contributed the most to the rebel faction in the series of wars before the defense of Terra, practically the workhorse of the rebel faction. Without him, the rebel faction's war progress would never have been so fast. Conrad Kurz, after the Midnight Lords became increasingly depraved and he was unable to turn the tide, became more reclusive and extreme, which was also a key reason for his defection to Chaos. So the Olympia incident was similar to the Battle of Stalingrad in Warhammer. Making two arrangements for the Harad, that is, ending the war and continuing the war, is not truly a two-pronged approach. Solving the Harad problem while simultaneously solving the problems of your Primarch brothers, that is the true two-pronged approach. Qin Xia said. Angron nodded. Chapter 510, Vemian Earl. Outside the Gugan star system, the Legion's fleets gathered near the Forge engine. And within the cruisers of the various legions, Space Marines, also gathered, advanced along the path to the drop pods. Moments later, the Clara Amor warship emerged from the void, informing the Primarches aboard the unyielding resolve of the results of their negotiations with the Harad. The Space Marines could only see the Clara Amor warship through the portholes, they had no idea how it was communicating with their Primarches, nor what the outcome of those negotiations truly was. But they soon found out. The Legion's fleets entered combat readiness, and mixed fleets dispersed, heading in all directions, eventually entering the warp at different Mandeville points. After transporting all Primarches except Angron back to their respective flagships, the unyielding resolve led the main fleet into the Gugan star system. The legions were still mixed, just as in the Olaner campaign, including the ground forces. This would become a tradition for the expeditionary fleet led by Angron. After the warp journey, red lights flickered in the corridors leading to the drop pods within the ships. Aboard the World Eaters Legion's White Knight warship, it wasn't just World Eaters rushing to the drop pods, but also Space Marines from other legions. Because the White Knight Lord's psychic power was sufficient to allow the warship to break through the Harad fleet's blockade and launch a direct drop pod strike on Gugan Star, which was protected by an energy shield, all the elite forces deployed by the legions in the Gugan sector were gathered on the White Knight. Orrenst, the Warhammer champion of the World Eaters champion chapter, stepped into a drop pod. After the harness swiftly descended and secured the back of the Terminator tactical dreadnought, a tactical brief appeared in Orrenst's field of vision. Beside the rotating double-headed eagle emblem, a message gradually popped up, indicating that the Warhammer champion had been temporarily assigned as the company commander of the Vanguard Assault Company for the first wave of drop pod landings. He would lead the elites of other legions' elites to directly assault the Harad's energy shield device. For Angron. Orrenst roared, pounding his chest after reading the brief. The World Eaters in the drop pod roared in unison. The sound of the massive drop pod descending echoed, and the World Eaters around Orrenst plummeted towards Gugan Star. The previous tactical brief had also briefly explained the situation on Gugan Star. Although the Harad world ship that had previously departed Gugan Star had left, other Harad alien tribes later considered Gugan Star a strategic location, so they reoccupied the place during the period when humans withdrew from the Gugan star system and established defensive deployments. Orrenst couldn't make sense of all this confusing information. The Warhammer champion only understood two things. First, for Angron. Second, still for Angron. The champion chapter's mighty warriors, riding in drop pods, approached Gugan star, but before that, the White Knight had already been driven by Xia to perform short-range warp jumps, bypassing the ongoing void battle between the two sides and arriving directly above Gugan. The drop pods penetrated the Hrud's defensive barrier. It was a defensive technology capable of rapidly increasing the entropy of all attacks to render them ineffective. Doing so before would have been suicidal, as the Space Marines would have been reduced to ashes along with the drop pods. But now, the anti-entropy device integrated within the drop pods took effect, rendering the Hrud's defenses useless. Torpedoes equipped with anti-entropy devices approached the surface even faster than the drop pods. The first torpedoes to reach the surface obliterated various ground defenses, and the last torpedoes to arrive on the surface embedded themselves in the ground, releasing energy that resonated, ultimately neutralizing the entropy-increasing effects within a radius of several hundred kilometers. The quadrant's technological achievements could even reverse and utilize the Hrud's entropy field, achieving anti-entropy. When the ground combat environment approached what Orrenst considered perfect, the drop pods crashed to the ground. The Iron Warriors, bound in the corners of the drop pods, screamed as they transformed from old men or children back to their normal Space Marine state. After they stopped screaming, they were sent back to the White Knight by the ascending drop pods. For Angron. Orrenst kicked open the drop pod and charged into the crowd of Hrud warriors, swinging his Warhammer and cutting them down. Following the Warhammer champion was his dedicated squad, all wearing iron-clad Terminator tactical dreadnought armor and wielding long-handled chainsword axes. These individuals were almighty world eaters like Orrenst. Having lost the advantage provided by the entropy field, the Hrud could only rely on their flintlock rifles when facing the Space Marines. The drop pods landed right in the center of the Hrud's garrison, and they were shot or cut down by the Space Marines before they could organize any effective resistance. After Orrenst killed every alien he saw, he looked around. Over 1,000 Iron Warriors, led by Flix, the warsmiths of the First Company, approached. The Iron Warriors and World Eaters were the main force of this assault, totaling 2,000, with the remaining Space Marines from other legions maintaining a mixed formation as they descended in drop pods. Among them, the most important were the Salamanders, responsible for providing suppressive fire against the Hrud in tunnel combat. They wielded flamethrowers invented by Vulcan, which, unlike common promethium-fueled flamethrowers, were more lethal, had a longer range, and could melt Space Marines and ceramite armor in the flames. The assault teams that had descended in drop pods gradually converged and then headed together to the tunnel entrance. The energy shield device they were responsible for dealing with, like most Hrud, was located underground. Orrenst habitually entered the most dangerous places ahead of everyone else, advancing along the Hrud tunnels, and encountered enemies after only a few steps. The Warhammer champion was volatile and belligerent, but not stupid. After he naturally cleared a path, the Salamanders came from behind, aiming their flamethrowers and firing in turns. An entire corridor, about 200 meters long, was quickly cleared, and the Hrud alien corpses melted in the flames before they could melt from the neurotoxin they secreted. The Space Marines continued to advance, and upon reaching a fork in the road, naturally split into several units according to the number of paths, and continued onward. At this point, the anti-entropy devices in the surface torpedoes could no longer affect the underground structures, but some Salamander warriors wearing specialized Terminator armor could carry the devices, continuing to shield their allies from the entropy-increasing effects. The armor crafted by Vulcan armed his sons as miniature dreadnoughts whose heads could touch the tunnel ceiling, more than enough to carry a device. After fighting and advancing for a while, Orrenst was about to continue when he was stopped by a Midnight Lords. In this kind of crushing combat in a narrow terrain, what is the necessity for us Midnight Lords to participate with the team? Orrenst looked at him. When the Midnight Lords spoke on the public COMM channel, Orrenst saw his avatar in the bottom right corner of his vision. A fool with a tattooed face. Orrenst judged the Midnight Lord's appearance in his mind. Zando, the Primarch's order is for us to follow the War Master's arrangements. A Midnight Lord named Shen stepped forward and said. Orrenst looked at Shen. He noticed that the Midnight Lords seemed to be very undisciplined, and Shen, as a key figure in the Midnight Lords Legion apart from Savator, seemed to have little control over his subordinates. If you were in the World Eaters, when you reached out to me just now, the standard bearers would have ripped off the tattoo and flesh from your face. Orrenst shoved aside the Midnight Lords named Zando with his shoulder and continued forward. Still fighting, but now Orrenst had to converse with Shen. His name is Zando Skarlwork. Shen said, ignore him, this guy nicknamed Vemian Earl is as abnormal as his subordinates. Orrenst did not reply. As everyone delved deeper into the Hrud aliens' underground lair, more and more Space Marines were dispatched to clear the side passages, until eventually even Orrenst himself had to participate in clearing the rooms to the left and right of the tunnels. The Salamanders stood at the forefront, incinerating the tunnels, and Orrenst stepped into the rooms to the left and right of the tunnel, immediately seeing Zando. The Vemian Earl stood before the Hrud alien and their human slaves, observing these unarmed individuals while reloading his bolter. Orrenst charged forward, hacking and slashing at the aliens. Zando fired at the aliens, but after he and Orrenst had killed all the aliens, he immediately aimed at the human slaves, pulling the two-stage trigger fully and emptying his bolter. However, there was no smile on Zando's face. Orrenst shielded the human slaves, using his armor's defensive field to block all the bolter rounds. I knew you'd do that. Orrenst slowly turned to face the Vemian Earl. You actually have a brain, that's quite a surprise. Zando said sarcastically, what, do these slaves who have been running dogs for aliens for so many years deserve protection? Orrenst ignored Zando, turned to face the human slaves. According to World Eaters Legion regulations, I now invite you to accept the World Eaters' protection. Some of the human slaves hesitated, then got up and walked around to stand behind Orrenst. The remaining slaves, however, didn't seem to be hesitating, or even thinking about whether to accept protection. Instead, their eyes were fixed on the people in the room. When 2 more World Eaters walked in, the slaves suddenly rose, but before they could pull out the red glowing objects from behind them and press the buttons, Orrenst used his warhammer to cut all the slaves in front of him in half at the waist. Look. Zando said to his subordinate beside him, he actually doesn't care about the lives of those wretches at all, he just instinctively follows those ridiculous regulations. Don't say that, Master. The Midnight Lord's Space Marine sneered in response, I heard this guy is pretty good, plus World Eaters are naturally bad-tempered, what if he gets into a fight with you? I can handle 10 brutes like him at once, even if I'm unarmed I can strangle him with his own intestines. Zando chuckled as he walked out of the room. Orrenst still did not retort, for after much thought, he had to admit that Zando's assessment of him was not wrong. He wasn't trying to save those slaves, nor was he reaching out to them out of pity, he simply wanted to abide by the various rules set by the Primarch, it was that simple. Amidst the Warhammer champion's silence, the slaves who chose to accept protection were led away by 2 World Eaters. I don't even know what value this has. Zando stopped outside the room, looking at all the Midnight Lord's battle brothers in front of him, a bunch of wretches whose lives are like ants, if they die, they die, what else can happen? If you ask me, the little War Master's various ideas and the rules he set are just like this war itself, completely worthless and meaningless. This was not said on the public COMM channel, but on the Midnight Lord's internal comms, so no World Eaters heard it. Shut up. Shen reprimanded. But it was just a reprimand, because Shen didn't know what to do in such a situation. Kill Zando? He was an internal member of the Legion, a company commander, a battle brother. Do nothing? That didn't seem quite right either. And Zando didn't care at all, walking past Shen. The champion chapter's standard bearers nearby immediately saw Shen's predicament, concluding that the Midnight Lords were undisciplined, lacking even rules for punishment in specific situations, or perhaps they existed, but because the rules were consistently ignored, it was as if they didn't exist. But this was an internal matter for the Midnight Lords, and unless Conrad Kurz formally made a request at the weekly Expeditionary Fleet meeting, the World Eaters had no way to interfere in any of their affairs. 1 solar hour later, the assault force broke into the core area connecting all the tunnels. The device created by the Quadrant was not only astonishingly effective but also remarkably reliable, operating continuously and leveling the playing field between the Harad alien and humans. Fighting the Harad under these conditions was no different from previous wars against other alien species during the Great Crusade. The Harad's resistance was futile, and the Space Marines gradually gained control of the vast underground space. The Iron Warriors engineering team approached the center of the underground space, arriving at the edge of a giant circular pit. The tactical briefing stated that the Harad alien's defensive barrier device was located below, so the Iron Warriors did not need to conduct further reconnaissance and simply threw all the engineering bombs they had brought into it. Flashes of fire erupted deeper underground, and the ground beneath the Space Marines shook violently. Some Iron Warriors worried this would cause the entire underground world to collapse, but because the Harad had built their lairs so solidly, the violent explosion had no other effect than to disable the planetary defense barrier due to device damage. At this point, the assault force's mission was complete. The Space Marines rushed back to the surface. During this time, the Imperium of Man fleet, relying on its numerical superiority, crushed the Harad's fleet, and its warships moved into orbit around Guggen Star to begin orbital bombardment, further disrupting the Harad's defensive deployments. Weapons like lance cannons and macro cannons simply couldn't penetrate underground. This was an experience the Iron Warriors had gained in previous wars, and in this war, the fleet also learned its lesson, replacing lance cannons and macro cannons with a massive number of experimental deep drilling bombs to strike the underground world. They're bombing Guggen, Zando said as he walked. Guggen I is completely uninhabitable. We went through all this trouble to disable the planetary shield, only for the fleet to bomb this rotten place. Does the little War Master still want to occupy this planet? At this point, the assault force had no combat missions, the Space Marines were simply on the move. In this state where everyone was idle, Zando's words sounded particularly grating and unpleasant. This world cannot be colonized, but we can still use it as an outpost. The war with the Harad will last for quite some time, and having only the Forge engine as a supply transfer station is not enough. The Iron Warrior warsmith named Felix spoke. However, Zando didn't care about strategy at all, he merely glanced at Felix and continued talking with his subordinates. Only this time, it wasn't on the public comms channel, but on the Midnight Lord's private channel, which even Shen was excluded from. The other Space Marines walked in solemn silence on their way to the surface, but the Midnight Lords looked completely different from the other legions, occasionally bursting into laughter and sometimes clenching their fists and punching the air. It was like a group of professional soldiers on a march, with a bunch of gang thugs mixed in. Who on earth brought these idiots here? Orrenst couldn't help but complain. Father personally named Zando and the Midnight Lord's Space Marines under his command, the standard bearers said. Then Father probably wants them to die. Orrenst gritted his teeth. It was said in anger, but the standard bearers thought it might actually be true. The Midnight Lord's discipline wasn't great, that was a fact, but other companies weren't as bad as Zando's. One could only say that a bad leader leads to bad subordinates, the standard bearers thought. The World Eaters fell silent for a moment. Until Orrenst spoke suspiciously, I feel like they're insulting our father. You feel that way too? I thought it was just me, another World Eater said. When Orrenst's and his battle brothers' 2 sentences spread through the Legion's comms channel, the World Eaters all expressed the same feeling. Even the standard bearers remained silent, clearly having the same feeling, but knowing it was a feeling without proof, he could only remain silent. And indeed, that was the truth. Zando and his subordinates discussed Angron, from his Space Marine adoptive father to the gladiators he considered his brothers and sisters, and then the ethical question of whether the blood drinkers were his sons or brothers. Finally, they discussed the debauchery of the Nuceria High Knight, and as stars, the gladiators, both male and female, must have been. That shouldn't be the case, Zando said. The gladiators are a bunch of roughnecks, no one should be interested in them. That's not necessarily true, a Midnight Lords immediately shook his head. Back then, I wanted to become an Astartes but had no money. My only asset was my decent looks, and I eventually traded my hooks for the chance to become an Astartes. The person in charge of recruitment you arranged on Nostramo was also male. Zando suddenly burst out laughing, then I am truly ignorant. I am, after all, a person of the upper class, different from you gutter rats, so I truly didn't know about these wicked things. The Midnight Lords burst into laughter. Zando laughed as he looked at the World Eaters. They knew what they were talking about, and the World Eaters could sense what they were talking about, but without evidence, they couldn't reasonably make a fuss. This feeling, like having eaten a bug, reminded Orrenst of some rotten people and rotten things from his mortal days. The standard bearers leaned in and whispered something to Orrenst. Orrenst glared at Zando, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart, and continued on his way. The Space Marines gathered at the Guggen Star landing zone. Subsequent forces had already been deployed, ready to thoroughly clear out the remaining Harad alien on Guggen Star. The Iron Warriors, along with Legion laborers, began planning and constructing facilities. Surprisingly, Angron himself came to the landing zone. The Primarch first praised everyone in the assault force, including the Midnight Lords. This process would normally have been extremely solemn, but the Primarch only spoke a word or two before ending the commendation segment. The World Eaters could feel, just as they sensed the Midnight Lords speaking ill of their Gene Father, that the Gene Father was not in a good mood at the moment. Evidently, the Primarch, with his empathic abilities, had perceived how the Midnight Lords were slandering him. Father. Orrenst stepped out of the formation, shouting and pointing at Zando, I demand a duel with him. I will defend your honor and dignity through this duel. The standard bearers had just instructed Orrenst to do so. Even though there was no precedent for resolving conflicts with interlegion duels, now was the time to set one. Because the Midnight Lord's Primarch was currently leading a splinter fleet to attack other star systems, and coupled with the World Eater's master being a war master, he could naturally make the decision alone. The standard bearers had figured out the rules. Are you willing to accept the duel? Angron looked at Zando. My esteemed war master, Zando stepped forward, removed his helmet, held it in his hands, and bowed respectfully, I am willing. In fact, I look forward to sparring with your most valiant Warhammer champion, for it will be my honor, and the honor of the 8th Legion. After speaking, Zando looked at Orrenst. His tattooed face was full of mockery and confidence, his expression as if Orrenst had already been beaten to a pulp and was begging for mercy with his exquisite martial arts. Angron sensed that Zando genuinely believed Orrenst would lose. Many hotheads like Orrenst had previously become skull decorations in the Vemian Earl's quarters, whether mortal hotheads or Space Marine hotheads from the Midnight Lords. Good, Angron raised his hand, signaling the standard bearers to make arrangements. The standard bearers raised the champion's battle standard high, traced a square on the ground, then stood aside, gesturing for the 2 duelists to enter the arena. At this moment, Qin Xia was observing the scene with his psychic vision, and at the same time, he said to his adopted son with his psychic abilities, do you think Orrenst can win? His chances of winning might not be very high, Angron said. As father and son conversed, Zando and Orrenst shed their armor, entering the arena in just their shorts and armed with weapons. The standard bearers raised his hand, signaling the start of the duel. Zando, wielding a longsword, attacked first, dodging several of Orrenst's cleaving blows while leaving several deep, bone-exposing wounds on his limbs. After less than 2 seconds of engagement, it was already clear who was superior in combat technique. Orrenst's Warhammer is too clumsy, Qin Xia said. And there's a skill gap too, Angron frowned. Orrenst gripped his Warhammer with both hands, widening the distance from Zando. Before their next clash, Zando casually leaned on his sword, a mocking expression on his face, and opened his mouth as if to say something, but his eyes darted to the side, and he held back. Zando wasted no words and attacked again. Orrenst met him with his Warhammer, but the weapon, designed for Terminator armor, was simply too cumbersome, even blocking required Orrenst's full effort. After the second round of engagement, the Warhammer champion had several more wounds on his body. How about you just surrender? It would be more dignified, Zando said, leaning on his sword, striking the pose of an ancient swordsman with one hand on his hip. Oh, wait, I forgot, for you, surrendering is probably more disgraceful, isn't it? Orrenst glared at Zando, still gripping his Warhammer, ready to begin the third round of engagement. This time, Zando intended to end the fight with one blow. He again dodged the incoming Warhammer with a flamboyant move, then retreated a meter to create distance and thrust his sword straight forward. Orrenst suddenly plunged his Warhammer into the ground, and as he lunged at Zando, he met the sword's edge with one arm. The long sword pierced through his palm, entered the arm bone along the palm, and due to a favorable angle, passed through Orent's elbow, then, after breaking through the skin, pierced through Orent's neck. As blood splattered, Orent swung his other arm at Zando, punching the Vemian Earl to the ground, then straddled him and repeatedly struck his face with his usable arm. As Zando was repeatedly punched, unable to get up, Orent's calloused hand appeared in his crimson vision. The Warhammer champion gritted his teeth, his expression ferocious, as he forcefully jabbed his thumb into Zando's right eye, then gripped the eye socket and used his strength to repeatedly smash his entire head against the hard ground, which even lance cannons struggled to crater. Amidst heart-wrenching screams, Zando finally truly recognized Orent's advantages, his toughness and immense strength. Any other person, with an arm and neck pierced, would have long lost the ability to fight. His blood is flowing into his throat and clotting. Qin Xia sensed the Warhammer champion's physical condition. He can't breathe right now. Orentz should have roared at this moment, but no sound came from his open mouth. Orentz continued to fight until his strength was exhausted, then he got up from Zando, spread his arms to all the surrounding space marines, and tilted his head back, letting out a silent roar to the sky. Then he pulled out the sword still embedded in his neck, gripped the blade, and plunged it fiercely into his cricothyroid membrane, then dropped the long sword. Air rushed into his lungs, and Orentz regained some strength, turning to look at his opponent, who lay on the ground, only able to inhale but not exhale. It wasn't over yet. The Warhammer champion pulled out the Warhammer from the ground beside him and menacingly advanced on Zando. Zando also caught his breath, but this time, instead of fighting back to the death, he crawled directly in the opposite direction from Orentz. Orentz strode to catch up, raising his Warhammer high and bringing it down on his opponent's back. A scream rang out again. But the Astartes' vitality was indeed extraordinary. Those closer to the Vemian Earl could already see the ground through his back, yet he still hadn't lost the ability to move. Zando struggled to turn over and waved at Orentz, who had again raised his Warhammer. Zando's response was met with another cleaving blow. The axe blade pierced Zando's chest, embedding itself in the ground. Orentz released his grip on the axe handle, his chest heaving violently. Orentz is the victor, the standard bearers announced the result, then looked at the Gene Father. Revive him. Angron turned and walked towards the transport ship, leaving only one command: today will not be his death day. The World Eater's apothecary immediately stepped forward to treat his ally. He actually tried to beg for mercy just now, Angron said as he sat in the transport ship. I thought he was a rock-hard scumbag through and through. He is that kind of person. Today will not be the last time he provokes and gets beaten to the point of begging for mercy, Qin Xia said. Provided he lives to see another time. Chapter 512 Midnight Lord's Assault Captain. New creations from the Quadrant Laboratory were deployed on Guggen Star. The spire-like creation released energy, affecting the space-time flow rate within an area. The Iron Warriors, within the affected range, constructed a series of facilities to be deployed on Guggen Star at 10 times their usual engineering speed. Those on the unyielding Resolve's command deck could even see the rapidly constructed buildings on Guggen Star's surface, exactly like building structures in an RTS game. We still need some Harad captives, Quadrant said. We need to study their habits and needs to ensure they can survive, and I can use their entropic field to develop more war-beneficial technologies. The Harad are indeed wondrous. Angron withdrew his gaze from Guggen Star and turned to Quadrant. The race that created them must possess extremely strong bioengineering technology. Unbelievable. They are a psychic race, their inherent powerful characteristics are also based on psychic abilities. If not for psychic abilities, then we would be completely helpless against the Harad, Quadrant said. Qin Xia turned from the viewport and joined the conversation. Pure physical biotechnology can't create such an outrageous creature. Just like the golden humans, they also have powerful characteristics, but the material conditions that satisfy 1,000 people can only satisfy one golden human. The engineer said he is not a golden human. Quadrant recalled his previous conversation with the engineer in the Forge engine. He was merely a middle-class person in that era, and the biological modification technology he used was not the most advanced or cutting-edge. But it's still enough to astonish us modern people. Qin Xia came to the holographic image. White psychic light spread from the center of his pupils, and in an instant, Qin Xia had experienced many things in many places. Many pieces of war information that would have required a lengthy astropathic transmission process were now perceived by Qin Xia. The Vulpes Star chasm has been recaptured. Qin Xia adjusted the holographic image, updating the latest war situation on the strategic star map. Not all primarches were fighting in one place. After the Clara Amor returned and reported that some Harad were willing to leave, while most chose to stay in their homeland, Angron ordered the war to begin. The Legion's fleets were divided into several branch fleets, with one primarch leading each branch fleet, commanding composite forces drawn from various legions to attack strategic locations. Their side was progressing very smoothly. It proves that if the Iron Warriors had possessed the technology to counter the entropic field from the start, a single legion would have been enough to resolve this war. Angron stared at the strategic star map. Large swathes of star systems recently occupied by humanity glowed with the golden light representing the Imperium of Man. You have rendered great service, Quadrant, Angron smiled. Quadrant performed the gear salute. Father, I wish to contact Conrad Kurz. The Primarch looked at his adoptive father again. Qin Xia gently waved his hand, establishing psychic communication through the think tank assigned to Conrad Kurz's branch fleet. Chapter Master Karn of the World Eaters Legion appeared in the command deck, accompanied by Static. The faint gothic dark environment around Kill indicated that he was aboard the Midnight Lord's flagship, the Nightfall. Father. Kill saluted with his fist to his chest. The branch fleet is progressing smoothly. We will attack the last star system near the warplane after a rest. Angron nodded and then asked, where is Conrad Kurz? Kill heard the question and looked beside him with a complex expression. A person entered the psychic communication range, appearing before the Primarch, but it was not Conrad Kurz, but Savader, the Midnight Lord's Legion's second-in-command. War Master. Savader saluted. Where is my brother? Angron asked. He. Savader paused before answering, he has some things to do. Due to the ultra-long-distance psychic communication, Angron could not perceive Savader's inner thoughts, but he could discern subtle clues from the extremely minute details on Savader's cold face. Angron helplessly turned to look at his adoptive father, then ordered Savader, go and call your Midnight Lord's assault captain from the planet's surface. Savader saluted, turned, and left. When he returned, Conrad Kurz was beside him. What is it? Conrad Kurz asked, wiping Harad flesh and blood from his hands onto his breastplate. Angron was briefly silent. He did not want to find fault with Conrad Kurz in a non-private setting, even though Conrad Kurz, as a Primarch, had run off to the planet's surface to do cleanup work that should be assigned to new recruits or even mortal auxiliary forces, while the Legion fleet was already preparing for the next battle. But Conrad Kurz saw what Angron was thinking and proactively explained, Kill and my Primarch work very well together, there's no need for me to interfere with the branch fleet's affairs. Hearing his Gene father call him my Primarch, Savader looked helpless. Although Conrad Kurz was usually gloomy, when he was around beloved offspring like Savader and Shen, he would occasionally crack a surprisingly shocking joke. Go attend to official business, brother. Angron looked at Savader. Savader saluted and left with Kill, softly whispering as he passed the Gene father, you need to sign the military documents after the new strategy is finalized. All right, Primarch. Conrad Kurz was expressionless and nodded. Savader silently sighed, then headed to the strategic room to formulate a new battle plan. Still doing the Monarch offline thing, old Con 8. Qin Xia spoke. What I told you in the Forge engine when you came to Nuceria was like preaching to a brick wall. Back then, I listened to your reasoning, then returned to the Legion full of ambition, and then returned to Nostramo. I tried to do something. Conrad Kurz recounted what happened after he left Nuceria. Upon returning to the Legion, Conrad Kurz led the Legion fleet back to Nostramo, where he found that the fear-based system of governance he had established years ago had been easily overthrown and dismantled, just as Qin Xia had said. The Midnight Wanderer became a topic of conversation for gang bosses after meals, and Nostramo became extremely rotten again, good people still couldn't survive. Conrad Kurz secretly sought out a few people he had once considered good, only to find that they had all become gang enforcers. These individuals, whose personalities had been subverted by their environment, committed evil deeds more viciously than actual villains. He wanted to change Nostramo but didn't know where to start. Conrad Kurz didn't need to kill the villains himself, because the Nostramo imperial bureaucracy would hand over notorious villains to the Midnight Lords. They even orchestrated a major purge for this purpose, yet they themselves were corrupt enough that the villains handed over for execution were merely scapegoats. Pretending to comply while secretly defying was the hardest to deal with. He wanted to solve problems through killing, but he was immediately dispatched by the Emperor to suppress rebellions, leaving no time. Then, the Midnight Lord's Space Marines spontaneously went to Nostramo and began slaughtering the villains. After hundreds of thousands died as a result, Conrad Kurz still thought he might be able to solve Nostramo's problems with his sons. However, after investigation by Shen and Savader, they discovered that the spontaneous act of purging evil did indeed kill many villains and eradicated many gangs and criminal families. On Nostramo, the noble family to which Zando belonged when he was immortal was the beneficiary. Conrad Kurz calmly finished speaking, paused for a moment, and then spoke again. That's when I realized my legion had become a tool for schemers to gain profit. I was completely helpless. I am not you, Angron. I simply don't have the ability to establish a new order on a hellish world. If you had been born on Nostramo, that wretched place, no matter how rotten, was still much better than Nuceria. You could have easily changed it. Feeling Conrad Kurz's gaze, Angron thought seriously for a few seconds, then shook his head and said, changing Nuceria would be hundreds of thousands of times easier than changing Nostramo. Because dismantling the High Knight's order only requires the physical elimination of them and their lackeys. Nostramo is different, physical elimination clearly doesn't work. You've already tried it. Angron said these things not out of modesty or to comfort Conrad Kurz, but because he genuinely felt as he said. Conrad Kurz only felt Angron was comforting him, so he did not answer, turning to look at Qin Xia. Your theory does have some merit, but I'm sorry, it's simply not practical on Nostramo. This is the dilemma you encounter in practice, Qin Xia said. You have to adapt to local conditions. For example, first create an environment on Nostramo where even not so bad people can survive. For instance, they can earn resources by working, rather than selling their souls and bodies to gangs. The Imperium extracts adamantium on Nostramo, there's no shortage of jobs. Conrad Kurz shook his head. How many jobs can the adamantium mining industry alone provide? The benefits this industry can bring, at most, are employing a few million people and creating a few large cities around the mining sites. That's about it, Qin Xia said. Conrad Kurz pondered for a moment and agreed. By the way, have you noticed that your legion has recruited quite a few bad seeds? Angron recalled the matter of Vemian Earl Zando. I have. You've noticed, and you haven't fixed it. It's useless, it's all rotten. I killed the last recruitment officer and appointed an upright gentleman, but he still supplied rotten, stinking recruits. Haven't you noticed that all of Nostramo is rotten? No one is useful. If it weren't for Savator, my legion would be as rotten as Nostramo. Conrad Kurz at this moment did not seem lost, helpless, or in pain, but rather calm, with the kind of calmness that comes from having no solutions. It was like someone lying in bed late at night playing on their phone, seeing some inspirational stories, and then deciding to do something themselves. But then, thinking of all the difficulties they would face, the difficulties for which they couldn't find a solution, so they could only turn over with ambition and continue playing on their phone. First, solve the Legion's problems, Angron said. I've wanted your help for a long time, but you've always been quite busy. You and Savator doing this together is a sure thing. Conrad Kurz threw the responsibility to Angron. You and I will do this together. Angron pointed at Conrad Kurz. You are the Primarch of the Midnight Lords Legion. You are the Lord of the Midnight Lords. Conrad Kurz hesitated for a few seconds before nodding. All right, you continue fighting for now. Angron looked back at the strategic star map. If the war progressed smoothly, all branch fleets would converge in the core star system of the Harad sphere of influence in 3 months, to fight a decisive battle against the main Harad fleet stationed there. We'll do this after we meet in 3 months. Chapter 513, Psychic Naval Warfare. 3 solar months later. In the star system named Harad, the main fleet and various branch fleets warped out of the warp, heading towards the Harad alien fleet. The one commanding the void battle from the War Master's flagship, Unyielding Resolve, was not Angron, but Kogaris. The White Scars excelled at void combat. Under Kogaris's arrangements, the White Knight's think tank fleet, acting as an assault force, gradually detached from the fleet and maneuvered towards the left flank of the Harad fleet. At this moment, the White Knight thinkers, as usual when holding meetings or studying, were gathered in the library. The thinkers surrounded Qin Xia, all seated on the floor, holding their breath in concentration. Today, we are going to experiment with a new tactic. Qin Xia motioned for Kamas to speak. Tell your thinker brothers your ideas. Think tank mentor Kamas immediately began. Based on some previous experiences, I found that our psychic powers can achieve miraculous effects in void combat, so I devised a set of tactics specifically for void combat. We can cooperate with each other to unleash our psychic powers in naval warfare, and thus, like in ground combat, use psychic abilities to defeat enemies several times our number. As Kamas spoke, his mind was not idle. The more detailed and complex ideas behind his words were projected psychically into the minds of his other thinker brothers. The other thinkers immediately understood that using psychic powers for void combat was no different from before, it was merely about assisting the warships as much as possible. It was just more systematic, more comprehensive, and placed a greater emphasis on cooperation. The most crucial point, brothers, Kamas scanned the group, is that when the White Knight Lord is present, each of us can use psychic spells to assist in void combat. If he is not present, then only those with the most stable psychic talent can do so. Brother Kamas is right, Tethys strongly agreed. Psychic spells involving void combat are not easily cast, they would push our psychic power close to the critical point of losing control. Understood, Brother Kamas, Brother Tethys, the other thinkers said in unison. Now for the practical part. Qin Xia closed his eyes. Empty your minds, and become one. All the thinkers took a deep breath and slowly closed their eyes. The darkness before them quickly dissipated, replaced by everything they had seen when they opened their eyes just moments ago. The thinkers quickly realized they could instantly travel to any part of the ship, to observe anything, whether it happened in the past, present, or future. They realized they were in a psychic link, not truly opening their eyes and walking physically within the ship, but sharing the White Knight Lord's psychic vision. In this psychic link state, Qin Xia led the thinkers outside the ship, their bodies and vision seemingly as vast and towering as stars, looking down at the entire star system from a god's eye view. The White Knight moved away from the fleet, maneuvering towards the Harad fleet. The Harad fleet dispatched an interception fleet of 6 ships to attack the White Knight. Kogaris had indeed ordered the think tank assault fleet to conduct a flanking maneuver, but Qin Xia only assigned the White Knight, a single warship, to form the assault fleet. As a heavy cruiser, second only in size to a Gloriana-class battleship, the White Knight inherently possessed the ability to fight multiple enemies. Moreover, it now had the full assistance of the thinkers, who were preparing to test new tactics. The Harad interception fleet will surround us. Qin Xia gently waved his hand, and the stars rapidly passed by, everything happening in the entire star system rapidly fast-forwarded to the point he mentioned. The 6 Harad warships gradually dispersed during their advance, forming an encirclement around the solitary White Knight. We can have the White Knight continue forward, teleport it out of the encirclement, and then at the teleportation point, fire all weapons at the lead ship of the interception fleet, Varus suggested. Qin Xia agreed. Notify the port side gun deck to stand by, all weapon raised to crossfire, and unleash a full salvo immediately when I give the order to fire. A think tank member arrived at the gun deck and relayed the White Knight Lord's order to the weapons officer on the port side gun deck. A blurred outline of a think tank member appeared in the weapons officer's vision, followed by the command. Without needing to go through a layered command transmission chain, the White Knight Lord's order arrived in real time. Qin Xia waved his hand again, and the scene he and the thinkers were observing synchronized with reality. When Varus, using Qin Xia's shared psychic power, cast the teleportation spell, snow and wind coalesced in the void in front of the White Knight. The entire warship sailed into the snow and wind, then reappeared to the right of the enemy interception fleet's lead ship. The 2 warships were abreast. In just an instant, they would pass each other. The think tank member relayed Qin Xia's new order in real time. As the weapons officer waved his command sword and shouted the order, all weapons on the gun deck fired. The anti-entropy field device for the ship, manufactured by Quadrant, had already taken effect. The Harad lead ship no longer appeared as just a blurred outline. This was a sign that they could not use the entropy field to defend against attacks. Lances and macro cannon shells all bombarded the intersection point of the rays, which was the midsection of the Harad lead ship. First fire, then explosion. The lead ship was blown into two sections, its wreckage spinning and drifting forward due to inertia. The aft section of the wreckage was pushed towards the forward section by the still operating propulsion system, colliding and creating an even more violent explosion. Starboard gun deck, launch torpedoes, Qin Xia ordered calmly. The White Knight once again entered the snow and wind, then reappeared to the left of the Harad interception fleet. The starboard gun deck, having received the order, launched torpedoes without observing the enemy ship's situation. There were two enemy ships in the path of the numerous torpedoes. Qin Xia waved his hand, adjusting the flow of time to the limit of foreseeable future. The torpedoes grazed the edges of the enemy ships. Besides one torpedo scraping off the paint of a Harad warship's armor plate, no other combat results were achieved. Here, Tethys rewound time slightly, then froze it. The two enemy ships were making evasive maneuvers, turning sharply to the right. If we can find a way to delay these two enemy ships at this point in time, preventing them from making timely evasive maneuvers or causing them to fail, then all the torpedoes will hit. Do as you say, Qin Xia agreed, simultaneously signaling all thinkers to release their psychic power with him. They spent time discussing tactics and making decisions, but this was all done within the psychic link shaped by Qin Xia. In reality, not even a second had passed before they reacted promptly. Two warships, which were rapidly taking evasive action due to the incoming torpedoes, simultaneously turned to the right. The captain in the command deck noticed this, speculating that the Harad must also have a similar, but different, technology to psychic powers to ensure real-time command transmission and execution. As for why this technology definitely wasn't psychic, if it were similar to astropathic or psychic communication, the think tank members on this ship could twist the transmitted content to make the Harad fleet collapse on its own. Enemy ships are beginning to evade. The report sounded. The captain watched emotionlessly out the viewport. Torpedo hit rates were inherently low, no expectations meant no fear of disappointment. The energy streams ejected from the propulsion systems at the stern of the two enemy ships became more prominent. Simultaneously, the propulsion systems on the port side of the hull also began to eject energy streams, clearly to assist in the turning maneuver. But just as their speed slowly picked up, the rightmost of the two enemy ships suddenly turned to the left. This process happened abruptly, incredibly fast, clearly caused by an external force. One enemy ship turned left, the other right, eventually colliding with each other, then slowly drifting apart due to the impact. The torpedoes arrived at this moment, and the enemy ships sank in a blinding flash of fire. Pursue them, the chief librarian's face appeared as a reflection in the viewport glass before the captain. The White Knight advanced at full speed. 3 ships of the Harad interception fleet successively sank. With no will to fight, they quickly turned and retreated. At the same time, their main fleet dispatched more warships to rendezvous. At this moment, energy fluctuations appeared ahead. Energy was released by a warship in the Harad main fleet, whose size was equivalent to a Gloriana-class battleship. Wherever the energy passed, everything except the Harad creations began to rapidly entropy. Even planets began to wither. This was undoubtedly the same energy shock encountered by the Iron Warriors fleet in the Gugan star system previously, but now, even without a think tank member relaying the White Knight Lord's order to the captain had no intention of evading. The fleet already had contingency plans, every ship was equipped with an anti-entropy device. The time weapons used by the Harad in ground combat were no longer effective against the Space Marines, so their time weapons, which could even rapidly turn stars into red giants, would naturally also be ineffective. Indeed, when the energy spread past the White Knight and even the entire Imperium of Man fleet, it only affected the environment of the entire star system. The White Knight continued straight ahead, teleporting again to the side of an enemy ship, and all weapons on the gun deck fired in unison. After another enemy ship sank, the Harad fleet commander likely judged the White Knight to be an extreme threat and arranged for more warships to surround it. Next was to tie down as many enemy ships as possible, the captain judged. The White Knight, even with think tank assistance, could not face an entire hostile main fleet alone. However, considering the White Knight's combat mission, in large-scale void combat, it fought alongside thousands of friendly fleet ships, and when acting alone, there was no need to deal with an entire fleet. If today the White Knight had penetrated deep into Harad territory alone and encountered the main fleet, if it couldn't resist despite its best efforts, it would simply turn and run, and no one could stop it. The more the captain thought about it, the more he felt that his job in the World Eaters was wonderful, and the more he thanked the Lion King for giving him as a gift to Angron, because in the World Eaters, there was at least a much lower probability of dying in void combat. If it were in the First Legion, this void battle would probably have involved the White Knight ramming the enemy flagship to open the engagement. Chapter 514, Midnight Approaches. After suffering a small-scale defeat, the Harad alien main fleet commander ordered his warships to regroup, no longer engaging the White Knight, and instead heading directly for the Imperium of Man fleet. On the command deck of the unyielding Resolve, Angron stood beside Kogaris like a subordinate, sensing his brother's thoughts while observing the strategic projections. He wanted to learn Kogaris's void combat command techniques, but Kogaris, at that moment, genuinely believed there were no particular techniques for large-scale void battles. The scale was simply too immense. Nearly 1,000 warships gathered together, their gravitational fields interacting to create chain reactions powerful enough to tear apart a celestial body if the fleet passed too close to a planet. and the enemy's mass was 70% that of the Imperium of Man fleet. Even the mental and emotional capacity of a Primarch struggled to command effectively and ensure coordination among all warships. Koguras's only goal was to maintain order and prevent chaos. The scene of the large-scale void battle was no different from the Krakow naval battle during the Ulaner campaign, as the Harad aliens' temporal weapons were no longer effective against Imperial warships. Qinxia and the Thinkers, still observing the star system from above, could only see dense clusters of ships firing beams of various colors at each other, followed by macro cannons and Harad kinetic weapons, like black dots, raining down upon them. Warships, one after another, these colossal structures that took decades or even a century to build and consumed countless resources, exploded one after another in the engagement, creating a visual spectacle like the fireworks displayed on the victory day of the Nuclear Uprising War, one after another, as if money were no object. Behind each flash of an exploding warship lay the demise of hundreds of thousands of humans or Harad. They, the Harad, had lived, reproduced, worked, and fought within these warships since boarding them, generation after generation, experiencing countless joys, sorrows, partings, and reunions, along with the warship's past histories of humiliation or glory. All were consumed by the explosions, leaving no trace other than the drifting debris that became space junk. When the White Scar's assault fleet, acting as a spearhead, broke through the Harad lines and passed between the alien vessels, the defeat of the Harad fleet became inevitable. It's surprising that such a spacefaring nomadic species would engage us in a decisive void battle. On the command deck, Vulcan watched everything on the holographic projection, his eyes filled with compassion. The compassionate gaze of this super being, whom mortals considered a demigod, did not fall upon the aliens, but upon the images of their own warships flickering into oblivion on the holographic projection. Nomadic tribes have always been accustomed to avoiding large-scale decisive battles. Angron recalled the desert nomadic tribes he had assigned the former Nuceria ruling officer to deal with during the Nuclear Uprising War. But they clearly have a stronger sense of kinship. Angron pointed to the Harad fleet. I estimate that those Harad tribes who preferred war over migration have already begun to migrate. This fleet is buying time for their kin, sacrificing themselves. Does a garbage tribe in the tribal civilization stage possess such a societal concept of collective consciousness? Perturabo said coldly. Guillemon crossed his arms over his chest, observing and pondering. They have a particularly strong collective consciousness. Who cares? Perturabo sneered, watching the gradually diminishing Harad warships on the holographic projection and their desperate, cornered resistance. He felt a sense of satisfaction. They had a chance to leave before and didn't take it. Now they're still forced to migrate, aren't they? Earlier, Perturabo had thought the Harad might have some secret weapon that even several legions combined would struggle to defeat. But now, it seemed, they were nothing more than a broken house that could be kicked down once a weakness was found. Time passed. The void combat phase ended when the last Harad warship on the holographic projection was destroyed while attempting to ram a human warship. Do we need to establish a transit base like we did in Guggen before? Perturabo asked. The way you asked that, it sounds like you don't want to build one. Angron turned and smiled, beckoning Lorgar Saren. Saline, the flagship's captain, immediately came over, holding a document in one hand and a data slate in the other. Angron signed his name on the document and recorded his electronic signature on the data slate. He ordered the destruction of the worlds occupied by the Harad. Because habitable planets in the galaxy are extremely scarce, the use of planet-destroying weapons is often approached with extreme caution, and even planet-destroying orders issued by Primarches are subject to review by agencies under the Imperial Parliament. Saline took the document and data slate to a corner of the command deck and handed them to the scribe. In the future, these documents would be sent to Terra, even if the Terran Parliament bureaucrats would toss them aside upon seeing Harad alien on the envelope, the proper procedures still had to be followed. The warship launched 2 whirlwind torpedoes, destroying the remaining planets in the star system. The tribes and warriors who had not evacuated became funerary offerings for the planets. After a brief rest, we will continue to spread out and attack as before. Angron motioned for the mortal officer to turn off the holographic projection. The Primarches bowed slightly. But there is still one more matter to discuss. Angron gave Conrad Kurz a meaningful look, then scanned his brothers, regarding the internal problems of the Midnight Lord's Legion. Upon hearing this, Perturabo immediately knew what Angron wanted to discuss and what he intended to do. The Iron Lord subconsciously glanced at the infrared glowing camera flickering above his head. That device was still recording everything on the command deck. The words spoken and decisions made next would be sent to Terra, just like the planet-destroying order Angron had just signed, becoming a record of an event and an explanation, for those bored mortal bureaucrats to review as a meaningless digestive stroll. The Midnight Lord's Legion's discipline is extremely corrupt, to an unbearable degree, Angron said. Regarding this, I was just about to ask you. Guillemon looked at Conrad Kurz. Previously, your Legion fleet was severely understaffed with Voidmen. I arranged for some of my fleet's mortals to go over, and during this war, they tried every way to contact me and accused your sons of various atrocities. Conrad Kurz, I need an explanation from you. Upon hearing this, Conrad Kurz somewhat puzzledly scratched his ear. He didn't even know about the severe shortage of Voidmen in the Legion fleet. Your Highness. Savater and Shen, as Primarch attendants, stepped forward with Conrad Kurz to the command deck. I regretfully admit that these accusations are not without basis or reason. It is a recognized fact that our 8th Legion's discipline is corrupt. Guillemon nodded silently. My sons and yours have frequently clashed. Lemon Russ said, so, what you're saying can also explain what I wanted to ask you. Yes, Your Highness. Savater nodded towards Lemon Russ. Vulcan spoke at this point. According to my sons, the Midnight Lord's various actions have reached an unbearable point. When I led the combined forces of various legions in battle, many of my sons refused to carry out combat missions with the Midnight Lords. War Master. Guilliman looked at Angron. I hope you will make a fair judgment on this series of accusations. Angron nodded, I promise. While his brothers were speaking, Perturabo's eyes darted around, and he also observed Angron's reaction. Seeing Angron make a promise, Perturabo quickly spoke, Brothers, the Midnight Lord's rotten affairs are Conrad Kurst's own business, or Savader's business. In short, it has little to do with us. Internal legion problems should be resolved internally. Their discipline is so corrupt that it's affecting our other legions, Lemon Russ said. Ultimately, isn't it still corrupt discipline? That's still the Midnight Lord's own business. Perturabo finished speaking to Lemon Russ, then looked at Guilliman. As for the mortal voidman being tortured or killed, if Conrad Kurst decides to punish his own legion, then it can be considered a clean slate. Guilliman glared at Perturabo. Angron sensed why Perturabo was speaking out against him at this moment. Perturabo believed the Midnight Lord's legion's affairs were already rotten beyond redemption. Moreover, that bastard Conrad Kurst himself didn't want to deal with it and was just waiting for others to clean up his mess. Issuing orders to purge the legion, leading to Astartes infighting, would have a bad impact. Furthermore, Angron didn't need to rush to solve those rotten affairs. There were now Astartes positions in the Imperial Parliament, and necessary information exchange was happening. If the Midnight Lords became so rotten that the Imperial Parliament noticed, then it would be resolved. The Emperor might be too busy with the Webway project to care, but it didn't matter. Malkador would sign the disciplinary order in the Emperor's name, and he would drag the Emperor into being the one to throw the firecracker into the cesspit. These matters still need to be resolved. After sensing Perturabo's thoughts, Angron still insisted on his opinion. Perturabo remained silent, his face stern. What do you believe is the reason for the severe corruption of your legion's discipline? Angron asked Savader. The Midnight Lords are rotting, War Master, rotting from the very foundation of their recruitment. Savader said, Nostramo is inherently a rotten place, and the rotten recruits chosen by rotten recruiting officers have corrupted the entire legion. Except for a very small number of Terran-born, the Nostraman-born are generally as malicious and twisted as Zando. And you've done nothing about it. Perturabo glanced at Conrad Kurz, just like your Primarch. My orders can barely reach the non-Terran-born, and I am not a Primarch, I do not have that authority to curb the legion's deterioration, Savader replied. Angron was silent for a moment. The others watched him. I need you to authorize me to handle your legion's affairs. Angron looked at Conrad Kurz, your legion needs a purge. So what should I do? Go on a killing spree or what? Conrad Kurz said with an indifferent expression. You need to sign documents, Angron said. All right. Conrad Kurz nodded. Savader and Shen, being most familiar with these necessary procedures, took Conrad Kurz and left the command deck, wanting to complete the process as quickly as possible. As Conrad Kurz turned to leave, Perturabo sneered, Go on, be a human stamp, Conrad Kurz. Just wait for others to solve your problems for you. Conrad Kurz had already left the command deck. Nostramo. He can't even sort out a single world like that. Perturabo chuckled, if I were him, Nostramo would have been like Olympia long ago, without any problems, quietly serving its proper function for me. Nostramo's problems are quite serious, their civilians and gangs are deeply intertwined, Guilliman said. Oh, so it's one gang after another and crime families, hey. Perturabo said, feigning shock, well, that's certainly much scarier than the ancient Iron Man or ancient tech slave masters. It's incredible that Conrad Kurz managed to grow up alive on that planet. Guilliman snorted, thinking, I don't think your Olympia is without its problems either. The Midnight Lord's problems will be resolved, right here in this star system. Angron had already planned his approach. For the Midnight Lords, midnight is approaching. Chapter 515, The Purge. Purging a significant portion of an Astartes legion requires extensive preparation. Detailed plans, endless lists, repeated screenings, and probes. And these tasks require someone of immense authority and status, such as a Primarch, or individuals like the Emperor and Malkador. But for Angron, he could achieve better results with a simpler approach. And he could do it immediately. The Midnight Lord's Space Marines received orders from their Primarch to gather from various Legion warships and assemble on the Legion flagship, the Nightfall. The vast, dark lower deck of the Nightfall became the assembly point. The Midnight Lord's Space Marines gathered in company-sized formations. The reason given was to be reviewed by the War Master. This reason was unconvincing, but because it was an order personally issued by Conrad Kurz, it had to be obeyed. A total of 110,000 Midnight Lords assembled and waited. After 1 solar hour, those at the front of the formation saw snow begin to fall ahead. Then, the War Master, their Primarch, and the World Eater's librarian emerged from the snow and stood before everyone. A few more individuals also emerged from the snow. They wore crimson iron-clad Terminator armor, wielding a variety of diverse weapons, numbering around 100. The Blood Drinkers. Vemian Earl recognized these individuals as the World Eater's Primarch's Guard, also frequent subjects in the Midnight Lord's daily ethical jokes. If the Terran-born members of the Legion weren't present at that moment, Zando would have said in the comms channel, no traitors, let's hear some World Eater's ethical jokes. The Blood Drinkers stood behind the 2 Primarches and the librarian. They held their heads high, helmets in hand, scanning the Midnight Lords with contemptuous and mocking gazes. These men were gathered in formations, but they looked like civilians and slaves queuing for food after every battle during the uprising wars. It just gave off that kind of feeling. In fact, even when the Nusryans were extremely hungry and tormented, without orders to form up, they would still spontaneously stand in an orderly fashion like soldiers, rather than being loose, with some sitting, some standing, and some chatting. Most Midnight Lords had this perception, but the Terranborn were different. The Terranborn were intentionally organized into Terranborn companies by Savator. They wore the Midnight Lord's armor, which exuded a cold and magnificent aura, standing motionless in the shadows. Those were the true Midnight Lords. They are carrying weapons, Qin Xia said to Angron, but it doesn't matter. Angron nodded, then said to everyone, soon, those who step forward will gather and assemble at the checkpoint behind that pass. Upon hearing this, Zando turned his head to look behind him. Behind them was the vast logistics and transport channel of the lower deck, and a magnificent checkpoint. Promethium fuel to be transported to the engine room would pass through that fortress-like checkpoint. After speaking, Angron closed his eyes, fully sensing the inner thoughts of every Midnight Lord present. Qin Xia, in turn, placed his hand on Angron's shoulder, actively sensing Angron's perceptions. The past and inner thoughts of the Midnight Lord's Space Marines were completely exposed. And as Angron uncovered the inner thoughts of one individual after another, Qin Xia marked those who needed to step forward. In his psychic vision, they appeared black. When Angron opened his eyes again, he had completed a screening that would have required many steps for others. Qin Xia then gently raised his right hand and wiggled his fingers. Approximately 80,000 Midnight Lords were psychically compelled to step forward, standing like puppets. The vast majority were Nostraman-born, with some Terran-born among them. Being Terran-born did not mean they were immune to the influence of the Nostraman-born. Go in, Conrad Kurz said, pointing towards the checkpoint. Some Midnight Lords looked at Zando. Zando already felt something was amiss, but considering that all the chosen individuals were armed, and the people around the Primarch and War Master numbered less than 1,000th, it seemed impossible for them to do anything with just those few. Even if there was that powerful psyker, the Midnight Lords weren't without powerful psychers. The librarians, originating from Nostraman psychic criminals, were not like the World Eaters thinkers who feared extremes. Zando turned and walked towards the checkpoint. A large group of Midnight Lords swarmed into the checkpoint like flies. As Zando passed through the slowly opening giant gate and entered the checkpoint, he first saw that there were no containers or anything similar inside, just a vast, unobstructed space. Then he saw over 30 World Eaters thinkers standing in the very center of the checkpoint. The space itself experienced an unnatural drop in temperature due to the presence of so many powerful psychers. How did they appear here? I just saw the checkpoint was empty, a Midnight Lord's think tank said. Zando looked back. Outside the gate, Angron and Conrad Kurz were walking side by side with the blood drinkers and the librarian, heading towards the checkpoint. And the gate was slowly closing. You don't need to go in, Angron said to Conrad Kurz just as the gate closed. I'm worried that what's about to happen will worsen your mental state. I think Perturabo was right when he spoke to you earlier. I can't always wait for others to solve problems, Conrad Kurz said. But it also requires a case-by-case analysis. Your mental issues are the biggest problem. Angron gestured for Conrad Kurz to stay outside. Conrad Kurz stopped. Qin Xia took Angron and the blood drinkers and teleported into the isolated checkpoint. Zando saw these teleport individuals, feeling both that it was highly possible and highly unlikely, these two thoughts intertwining. The blood drinkers already knew what was coming and slowly drew their weapons. Provoked by this action, the Midnight Lords all dispersed and likewise took up their weapons. By now, even a fool would know what was happening. My brother has entrusted me to resolve the internal issues of your Midnight Lords Legion, Angron said, drawing his twin axes. All of you present are unforgivable criminals. My sentence for you is, death. The blood drinkers stepped forward. Dozens of thinkers positioned behind the Midnight Lords Space Marines also stepped forward, Frost accompanying their steps. Execute nearly 80,000 people? With just these few, a Midnight Lords Space Marine roared, stepping forward, do you really think you can do it? Angron remained silent, following the steps of his gladiators' brothers. The God King Titan responded on his behalf. The colossal killing machine emerged from the ice and snow, all its weapons pointed at the Midnight Lords. The roaring, questioning warrior recoiled in fear. The area was extremely open, with no cover. But neither the Thinkers, nor the Primarch, nor the elite warriors, none of these were the most terrifying threats the Midnight Lords faced. When some warriors armed with bolt guns tried to fire at Angron, they found that the ammunition fired from their bolt guns flew for a while in the air before falling harmlessly. Guillemon was responsible for arranging the logistics. Though not present, he played an extremely crucial role, turning the bolt guns in the hands of these condemned individuals into mere kindling sticks. Angron was the first to charge into the Midnight Lords. Those elite warriors, as strong as they were evil, were like mere mortals before Angron. No matter how exquisite their martial arts, they were just souls under his chain sword axe. And to Angron, these Space Marines moved as slowly as old men on their deathbeds. The blood drinkers joined the execution after their Primarch. They fought as a tightly knit unit, as in every battle, cooperating seamlessly as if by telepathy. The Midnight Lords thinkers were easily slain by the White Knight think tank. The inferior skill of those thinkers seemed like children wielding daggers to the White Knight think tank. After swiftly clearing out the Midnight Lords thinkers, they joined Qin Xia in using psychic spells to inflict massive casualties on the enemy. And then there was the God King Titan. When this killing machine appeared on the battlefield alone, if its side did not have more killing machines of the same caliber, it was unstoppable. Zando stood in the very center of the crowd, sword in hand, not daring to advance. He looked at this scene of slaughter, feeling only despair from the bottom of his heart. He never expected the War Master to actually make the decision to kill all the villains, never expected Conrad Kurz to accept it, and never expected the other battle brothers and the Midnight Lords to stand by and do nothing. Zando saw his fierce subordinates or members of other companies instantly turn into corpses on the ground. The blood drinkers advanced in formation, wherever their ranks pushed, there were corpses everywhere. Zando once thought the Astartes Legion was a killing machine, which was why he wanted to control it. But now he realized that the blood drinkers were the true killing machines. Each individual, like a component, formed a whole, silently and coldly executing their killing program, creating a particularly numb and mechanical impression. The blood drinkers were not fierce or menacing, nor did they make various provocative gestures, they simply carried out the slaughter as if it were eating and drinking. But to Zando, this was the ultimate in ferocity and brutality. Angron and the blood drinkers were only the most terrifying on a visual level, much like the grand psychic spells, but in reality, the God King Titan was even more efficient than all of them. The Titan stood still as if on a stroll, its shield and spear hanging down with its arms, only the turrets all over its body firing. The smallest turrets on it fired projectiles as long as a space marine's arm, capable of piercing through a line of people when they struck. He was pushed by someone, he didn't know who. Zando, who was observing the entire hellish scene, found himself at the very front. Angron swept past him like a whirlwind, severed limbs and blood splattering onto him. Uechula, holding a long sword, came face to face with him, standing before Zando. At this moment, only one of the blood drinkers had fallen out of formation in their silent advance. Zando swung his sword and charged forward. Uechula easily dodged the blade, then, gripping the hilt of his sword, punched and shattered Zando's helmet and jaw. Your movements are much slower than the person who cut off my arm back then, Uechula said, kicking Zando's right leg, forcing him to his knees, then moving behind Zando. No, you must be much stronger than him, perhaps it's because I wasn't modified back then, and he left too deep an impression on me. Zando heard Uechula speaking nonsense, his tone even describable as casual. This was why Zando believed that the blood drinkers were the epitome of brutality, even if they didn't kill for pleasure or flay people, they were still more ferocious and cruel than all the Midnight Lords present. Brother, hurry and catch up, Uchuka called back from the front. Uechula nodded, grabbed Zando's hair with his left hand, swung his sword with his right to decapitate him, then, carrying the head, quickly caught up to the front of his brothers and threw the head like a stone at a Midnight Lord. The slaughter continued. Chapter 516, An Uninvited Guest. 2 solar hours passed. The giant gate of the checkpoint slowly opened. The Midnight Lords and their Primarch, waiting outside, saw the people emerging from within. Except for the think tank, everyone was covered in blood, as if they had just walked out of hell. With the battle over, the blood drinkers no longer maintained their tight formation, walking in small groups. They passed between the Midnight Lords, discussing what late-night snack they would have. Angron stopped in front of Conrad Kurz. Your legion is in urgent need of new recruits. I will recruit new soldiers for you on Terra through the Imperial Parliament, and each one will be personally reviewed by me. Conrad Kurz nodded. I will further deal with the matter of Nostramo after the Abyss battle is over. We will recruit from Nostramo once everything is properly arranged. After speaking, Angron looked at Savader. You will personally select 8 individuals, including yourself, to form a council-like organization for the Midnight Lords, ensuring that the Midnight Lords can promptly return to combat readiness after this incident. If you need anything, contact me directly. In Angron's view, Conrad Kurz would likely recover once the internal issues of the Midnight Lords were resolved, but even if he didn't, this prepared Conrad Kurz. The 8-man council would directly exercise the Primarch's authority. After Angron made these arrangements, Savader bowed. Angron turned and continued forward, gradually leaving the lower deck and heading to the hangar. Guilliman was waiting with the reserve forces on the hangar deck. He was supposed to enter as a reserve, intervening if Angron couldn't kill all 80,000 Midnight Lords. But thankfully, things went as Guilliman expected, without any surprises. There were no cover points or dark places to hide in the checkpoint. Those Midnight Lords had neither armored combat units nor Titan-level war machines, and even their bolters were useless. Quantity alone was useless. Just as Angron was about to speak, Guilliman articulated his thoughts. We will dig up the old accounts of the Midnight Lords, sentence each person who died in the purge, and then turn the outcome of today's incident into the result of a series of investigations, trials, and imprisonments, Guilliman said. I know what to do. Angron trusted Guilliman to handle such matters. It was as if nothing had happened. After a brief rest, the fleet once again split into main and branch fleets, heading in different directions. In the Legion primarily composed of Ultramarines, Guilliman was in the Legion flagship's office, writing document after document, creating flawless trial procedures and chains of evidence for the Midnight Lords who had been rounded up. The branch fleet was engaged in war, but it didn't require the Primarch's command. The Hrud had already lost their main fleet, they couldn't win in void combat. At least for the branch fleet, the war was just about advancing and sweeping through. A month passed. During this month, Guilliman stayed in his office, tirelessly working on the same task. The branch fleet fought, conquered one star system, rested, and then moved on to conquer the next star system. After this cycle repeated for some time, things took a slight turn. Father, we are attacking a Hrud world ship. A space marine named Hill entered the office, calmly reporting on the ongoing void battle. Guilliman listened while writing. We encountered orc aliens when boarding the world ship. Their assault was fierce. Upon hearing the report, Guilliman finally looked up. Mercenaries? Although these aliens cannot communicate normally, they still serve as mercenaries for various factions. Hill nodded. The Ultramarines High Command also judged it to be so. Guillemot rose and left the office, heading to the command deck. All officers on the command deck saluted and made way when they saw the Primarch. Guillemot approached the tactical table, reviewing the attack operation against the Hrud world ship. He then personally took command of the battle. More efficient and precise orders emanated from Guillemot's mouth, then relayed to the frontline landing forces. The combined defense of the two alien species was quickly shattered and breached. The Space Marines swept through the world ship's interior like a broken dam. At this point, Guillemot could have returned to his own work, but having come all this way, he decided to stay on the command deck and continue issuing orders until the battle concluded. He ordered the deployment of a company from the Ultramarines' 1st Battle Company and a company from the World Eaters' 3rd Battle Company, to combine forces and penetrate deeper into the world ship. They would destroy the new technological creations the Hrud alien had deployed to prevent the world ship from being destroyed by planet-killing weapons. On the tactical table, the fierce battle appeared only as a back-and-forth movement between various markers. Soon, a series of messages were transmitted from the front line to the command deck. Both companies are suffering rapid casualties. An Ultramarines officer reported. Guillemot silently watched the tactical table. He noticed that special orc units on the front line were intercepting the two companies, and in less than half an hour, they had caused rapid casualties to both companies. At this rate, the two companies would be annihilated within 2 solar hours. Order the 1st Battle Company to withdraw from the underground clearing operation and go to assist. Also, redeploy the Destroyer Legion. The orders were transmitted and executed. The two legions arrived at the front line, and then also began to suffer rapid casualties. What are they facing? Guillemot was very puzzled. Various messages from the front line indicated that they had encountered orcs. But what kind of orc could cause such elite units to suffer rapid casualties one after another? Teleport me down, Guillemot gestured for his sons to don his armor. A moment later, Guillemot arrived at the front line, joining his sons who were fiercely engaging the enemy. The Hrud alien had established effective defenses, repelling the Space Marines' assault, but this was clearly not the most crucial reason. The orcs within those defensive positions were the key. These orcs were distinctly different from the orcs seen during the Great Crusade, they wore power armor and fought with great discipline. This reminded Guillemot of the Blood Axe clan from the Ulaner campaign records he had seen. The Blood Axe clan's typical characteristic was their extreme orderliness. Therefore, even if the number of those orc warriors wasn't as large as people typically imagined, they could still achieve astonishing combat results. Guillemot observed the orcs, personally taking over from the frontline commander to direct the troops. The pressure on the enemy's defenses increased exponentially, and soon there were signs of an imminent breakthrough. But Guillemot was not pleased, because he knew that an enemy that could be defeated simply by his arrival would not cause his elite forces to suffer rapid casualties. Left flank under attack. A voice echoed in the comms channel. Guillemot immediately turned his head to the left. In a tunnel on the left flank of the attacking forces, a dark shadow suddenly charged towards the Space Marines, leaving a trail of bodies in its wake. Due to its extreme speed, it appeared as only a dark shadow in Guillemot's eyes. The Space Marines had no choice but to immediately reduce their commitment to the frontline positions and instead deal with the uninvited guest who had almost single-handedly cut through the left flank. But the dark shadow did not linger. After a swift slaughter, it turned and fled. Guillemot immediately drew his sword and gave chase, only he could keep up. The Primarch and the Dark Shadow chased each other through the tunnel until they entered a cave used by the Hrud to worship ancient gods, where they finally stopped. Guillemot scrutinized his opponent. The opponent's physique was even more robust than Vulcan's. He wore exquisite and imposing black armor, wielded a battle axe, and stood tall and upright, unlike the usual hunched posture of orcs. If he hadn't removed his helmet, revealing his green, tusked head, it would have been impossible to tell he was an orc. Gusa, Guillemot immediately recognized this highly distinctive orc. Gusa was not surprised that the other party recognized him, he simply raised a hand and motioned for Guillemot to look behind him. There was no one behind the Primarch, his honor guard had been unable to keep up with the Primarch. But Guillemot hadn't intended to bring his honor guard anyway, because with Gusa's combat power, anyone else besides himself, the Primarch, would merely be committing suicide. Spare this world ship, Gusa's voice spoke in perfectly standard High Gothic. You're quite dedicated for a Hrud mercenary. Guillemot drew his sword, lowering his body, preparing for battle. Mercenary. Gusa scoffed. The Hrud can't give me anything. I'm just letting my clan work for them for free. For what? For reasons you wouldn't understand. Gusa put on his helmet, gripped his battle axe, and began to circle the Primarch within the cave. Guillemot noticed that Gusa was now nearly twice his size. Your physique is much larger than what the records state. It seems you've been through many battles. No, though battle can indeed increase the size of my clan, it wouldn't have increased me to this extent, Gusa answered honestly. I realized what could make us revert to our ancestral form, to become true warrior species. Just by changing your thoughts. But for my clan, that is precisely the most difficult thing. Gusa continued to circle Guillemot. Take your people and leave here, and I won't kill you. Guillemot didn't respond, charging forward with his sword. Gusa met Guillemot with his battle axe, but as the man and beast engaged, he released his axe and, with a speed Guillemot couldn't react to, grabbed Guillemot's head, throwing the Primarch away. Defeated in the initial skirmish, Guillemot looked at the giant beast, thinking that although it appeared visually more cumbersome than a dreadnought, its speed was astonishingly fast. While the Primarch was thinking, Gusa had silently charged in front of Guillemot in an instant, swinging his battle axe. Longsword and battle axe clashed, sparks flying. I reckon your strength isn't as great as mine, Gusa said in an understated tone, gradually applying more force with both hands. The longsword was slowly pushed down, and the axe blade gradually cut through Guilliman's chest plate and into his chest. After the axe blade touched the Primarch's heart, Gusa pulled out his battle axe and quickly retreated, a green light flashing behind him. A vortex appeared behind Gusa, and then a slender, tall, human-like Gretchen stepped out, saying to Gusa, "It's ready." Gusa walked backward into the vortex, leaving a final message before completely disappearing. Calamity is coming, Primarch. Chapter 517 Gusa's intent. Outside the Primarch's office on the unyielding resolve. Vulcan walked along the corridor, slightly hunched, his gaze fixed on the World Eater's official leading him to the office. This World Eater's armor was not the usual blue and white of the World Eaters, but a crimson red, adorned with numerous patterns and reliefs, and a dark red cloak. This extravagant attire revealed his identity as civil official. Vulcan quite liked the World Eater's civil officials, as he felt these superhuman rulers or secretaries would indeed work diligently. They came from families but valued the Legion more than their own families, and the subworlds of Great Nukria they governed were often peaceful and stable. The civil official stood outside the office door and saluted Vulcan with a fist to his chest. The Primarch smiled and nodded, pushed open the door, and entered the office, closing the door behind him. A transport ship delivered a large number of Midnight Lord's gene seeds to the branch fleet under my command, Vulcan said, sitting opposite Angron. In your secret order, you requested me to burn those gene seeds clean. Angron nodded in acknowledgement. The 80,000 Conrad cursed gene seeds were indeed sent to the Salamanders on his War Master's orders, and it was also his command to burn them. 80,000 gene seeds, they could create 80,000 Midnight Lords, Vulcan said. Even if those Midnight Lords were purged, their gene seeds could still be used. Gene seeds might inherit the memories and habits of their previous owners. If the Midnight Lords gained 80,000 potential criminals, it would be over, Angron said, taking the thermos and pouring a cup of tea for Vulcan. Vulcan held the teacup, lost in thought. The teacup, specially made for a Primarch, still looked small in the Fire Dragon Lord's hand. Then burn them, Vulcan said after a moment of thought, taking a sip of tea. Anyway, I've already given the order to burn them. Angron nodded. He sensed that Vulcan's purpose in coming here was not just for the gene seeds, but for the internal affairs of the Salamander's Legion. Before the Abyss battle began, when traveling from Nuceria to the Iron Warrior's location, Vulcan had been constantly worried about one thing. That was the issue of the Salamander's numbers. The Salamanders were few in number. This was partly due to several brutal campaigns the Salamanders experienced in their early days, partly due to congenital issues with the Salamander's gene seed, and even partly due to the Fire Dragon Lord himself not wanting the Legion's numbers to exceed his planned count. After seeing the results of the World Eater's reorganization, Vulcan felt that the Salamander's Legion also needed to expand. You've sensed it all, Vulcan said, putting down his teacup, his expression serious. I hope to expand the Legion, but I've encountered some problems. The issue of the Legion's gene seed having a relatively high potential mutation rate, Angron said. You want to find 11 to solve this problem. Vulcan immediately wanted to explain but, considering he wasn't very good at speaking, chose to let his brother sense it himself. 11 and Vulcan had a decent personal relationship. The reason was that when Vulcan returned, he had fought alongside 11. The 11th Legion's gene seed was not as stable as it is now and had severe malignant mutation issues, causing 11's descendants to gradually develop non-human mutations. 11 had solved this problem through biotechnology, and Vulcan had witnessed the entire process. Therefore, Vulcan also wanted to find 11 to solve the potential mutation problem of the Salamander's gene seed. The Salamander's gene seed quality is actually quite good, and the potential mutation issue only has a very small probability of impact. I don't recommend you ask 11 to solve this, Angron said. But the number of Space Marines in a Legion is not only affected by gene seed stability but also by various other miscellaneous potential characteristics, Vulcan pondered. Although my gene seed is more stable than yours, the success rate of Salamander's recruit modification surgery is much lower than that of the World Eaters. Angron had to admit this was true. The World Eater's gene seed had mutation problems, its advantage was not in quality but in quantity. Even if the Salamander's gene seed had potential mutation issues, its overall quality was much better than the World Eater's gene seed, yet the former simply did not have as high a success rate for modification surgery as the latter. During the Warhounds period, the 12th Legion, as an assault force that always fought tough battles, numbered in the tens of thousands. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as overpopulated. Gene seed adaptability is a problem, but as long as the success rate of modification isn't very low, the numbers issue can be solved by recruiting more new soldiers, Angron said. Failed modifications can lead to death or disability, Vulcan said with a compassionate expression. If a solvable problem can be resolved earlier, many people could avoid death or injury. Angron pondered for several seconds before expressing his opinion. 11 is very strange. I've always been wary of him. Even you felt he was extremely strange when you interacted with him, and you also had reservations, so I don't need to explain much. In any case, I don't recommend you ask 11 to solve the gene seed problem. After hearing his brother's opinion, Vulcan found himself in a difficult position. After much thought and hesitation, the Fire Dragon Lord slowly stood up. I need to think about this carefully. After seeing his brother off, Angron considered the Salamander's affairs and decided to assign Galen to lead an apothecary team to the Salamander's Legion to teach more advanced modification surgery experience and knowledge. Galen, though he blindly believed in his mentor, Bile, was indeed an exceptionally talented apothecary and biologist. Moreover, due to the World Eater's expansion, he had accumulated extensive modification experience. The improvements in the modification surgery procedures he oversaw increased the success rate by 3% and reduced the mortality rate from failed modifications to single digits. After thinking, Angron signed an order document, stood up, walked out of the office, and handed the document to the civil official standing outside the door. The Primarch did not return to the office but headed towards the flagship's lower deck. Lower deck, secret dungeon. Qin Xia sat outside the static field, gazing at the Hrud captive within the static field. When Angron pushed the door open and entered, Qin Xia spoke. Guilliman was almost killed by Gusa. Gusa. Angron was very surprised. After the Krakow campaign, Qin Xia had personally killed this greenskin he had created. But later, at the end of the Ulaner campaign, Gusa reappeared and beheaded the Ulaner emperor. No one knew why Gusa did this. Angron couldn't figure out its logic, feeling as if Gusa had specifically run to Ulaner 1 to slay the greenskin emperor just to show its face, then said some inexplicable words, so the green-tied butcher would know it wasn't dead. How is Robot? Angron stood beside his adoptive father. I contacted the Ultramarines think tank and confirmed that Guilliman is not in life-threatening danger and doesn't even need me to rush over to help with biopsychic healing, Qin Xia said. Gusa didn't want to kill him. Angron was silent. Guilliman's survival was clearly not luck, it was because Gusa had no intention of killing Guilliman. That atavistic behemoth had even easily beheaded the Ulaner emperor, his combat power was far greater than a Primarch's. What's with this alien? The Ultramarines sent him. They said this alien is a tribal leader among the Hrud who specializes in cooperating with greenskin mercenaries. Upon hearing this, Angron knew what his adoptive father wanted him to do. Qin Xia remotely pressed the static field switch with his psychic power and suppressed the alien with his psychic power. Angron, meanwhile, sensed the alien's mind. What should have been a slow exploration unfolded in Angron's senses like an instruction manual. Gusa proactively sought out the Hrud alien for cooperation, on the condition that 3 of the Hrud alien's tribes accompany him to the other side of the galaxy to deal with the rising greenskin power there. This alien was very curious and asked Gusa why he slaughtered his own kind. Gusa replied, "This is the first step in slaying the false gods of my race. It should want to eliminate Gork and Mork, after all, it always says Gork and Mork are leading the greenskin down the wrong path. Also, Gusa takes the elite route." It told this alien that no matter what kind of force it wanted to establish, it would eventually become a lone wolf because its scale couldn't catch up to established powers. It's better to take the path of elite warriors for decapitation strikes. Angron had insight into the alien's past. The static field was activated again by Qin Xia. Gusa should be trying to change the entire greenskin race by eliminating Gork and Mork, these 2 gods, Qin Xia speculated. Gork and Mork were conceived by the greenskin themselves. Like other gods, once born, they in turn influenced everything that shaped them. Angron nodded silently. Gusa previously wanted to change the greenskin race, so it created the Blood Axe clan, but it didn't succeed. Perhaps it believes that the reason the greenskin became so foolish and weak is the influence of Gork and Mork. But if you ask me, it's more likely that the greenskin race has degenerated too severely compared to its ancestors after the war in heaven. This should be the old one's weapon safety mechanism. They might have worried that the biological weapons they created would pose a threat to the later races of the galaxy. But they probably couldn't have imagined that even though the greenskin have degenerated to this extent, they still pose a huge threat to us modern races. Qin Xia offered his analysis. Angron remained silent, listening. Qin Xia noticed that his adopted son seemed to have different ideas, so he waited for Angron to finish his thoughts and then share his perspective. I don't know why. Angron looked puzzled. I always feel that, everything Gusa does isn't just taking things one step at a time, but rather has a scheme and a plan. Gusa's birth and rise were purely accidental, but everything it did afterward was not, including its establishment of the Blood Axe clan, its actions against the Ulaner Empire, and even its trip to Krakow. But Angron only had this feeling and didn't know how to substantiate his words. Regarding Gusa, the Primarches had already discussed and judged the matter after Gusa reappeared again that year. Although this discussion was merely casual conversation among brothers, the conclusion the Primarches reached was that everything Gusa did was one step at a time, but sudden events always occurred, leading it to discover deeper things. For example, in the Krakow campaign, the Old One's warehouse was not discovered by Gusa from the beginning. Gusa actually wanted revenge on the Ulaner Empire and to return to its homeland, because it and other Blood Axe clan greenskin were expelled by the Ulaner Empire. Then, attracted by the relics left by the Old Ones, it subsequently sought to open the warehouse at all costs in Krakow. These were all later developments. I even think my idea is baseless, Angron said with an awkward smile. But I just have this intuition. Qin Xia gazed at his adopted son. After a similar period of thought, Qin Xia smiled and said, "It's truly unexpected. Greenskin, with bodies similar to space marines but brain capacities inferior to ordinary humans, their thoughts can be so hard to guess." Gusa is indeed different, Angron nodded. Then let's update the information about Gusa too. It wants to change the many shortcomings of the greenskin race, such as their stupidity and belligerence, and also wants the race to revert to its ancestral form, and it believes that to do this, Gork and Mork must be eliminated. Alright, we'll update it again if there are new discoveries, Qin Xia agreed. Chapter 518 Ancient Orcs. Gusa was sleeping beneath the barren soil. Suddenly, a tremor caused Gusa to open his eyes, instinctively spread his arms, tear open a spore sac, and crawl out onto the surface. The giant beast breathed heavily, the uncontrollable influx of information in his mind almost driving him to collapse. After adapting to the information, Goose's breathing calmed, and he looked around. The originally yellow plains had turned green, and everywhere, greenskins were gradually crawling out of spore sacs. 200 million greenskins, tens of meters tall, crawled out of the ground. Unlike Goose, they didn't seem to be in pain, instead, they looked completely normal, acting on instinct like robots executing a pre-programmed routine. Goose's kind were born knowing how to cooperate. Some greenskins formed columns and left the plains to collect ore in the barren planet's hilly regions. These greenskins immediately assigned tasks, those responsible for prospecting began searching for ore veins, and those responsible for mining began making collection tools. Wooden sticks, stones, even sand on the ground, anything usable could be transformed into a tool in the hands of a greenskin. The minor greenskins began excavating ore veins. After about 2 hours, mining pits had been established on various mineral deposits in the hilly regions. The greenskins wielded their collection tools to excavate ore, which was then sent for smelting. Then metal appeared. The greenskins began manufacturing iron collection tools. With various basic materials, including iron, automation technology emerged. After automation technology came more advanced pre-space era technology, followed by post-space era technology. During this time, greenskins also went to the plains in droves to commit suicide. When a greenskin's corpse decayed, hundreds of thousands of greenskins would grow out of the ground. When the sun rose, greenskins crawled out of spore sacs. When the sun set, a greenskin space civilization had been established on the planet. Orbital shipyards began producing warships, and surface industrial clusters began producing weapons and equipment. By the time a fleet of 2,000 warships was established by the afternoon of the second day, the planet was already teeming with greenskins. Hundreds of millions of greenskins gathered in the planetary square. The greenskins stood in perfectly tight formation, clad in heavy black power armor, awaiting orders in a solemn silence. From birth until now, no greenskin had asked anything, nor had any other species come to explain anything, yet the greenskins simply knew everything. They were located in a corner of the galaxy, a star system on the edge of the Old One's last territory. Soon, the creators and other biological weapon races, allied with the greenskins, would arrive. This star system, already perfectly developed by the greenskins, would become a greenskin military base, continuously supplying consumables to the front lines. Why are we gathered here? What's the point? Squeaky fart. Goose finally couldn't stand the silence and order, shouting loudly among his kin. We have billions of our kind, and soon there will be tens of billions, and a fleet, but this is completely useless. If we truly want our creators to survive and achieve victory, then we should think of other methods, or invent new technologies adapted to war. No greenskin agreed with Goose's shouting, nor did any pay him mind. His kin were only curious about Goose's thought process, wondering why this unique individual possessed such doubts. Goose was unique. This uniqueness made him feel fear, doubt, and led him to think. Goose's shouting had no effect. When all greenskins developed the same consciousness, the time has come, the greenskins prepared to leave the military base star system to participate in the war. Combat formations, armies, a series of knowledge related to war or organizational structures, like technology, was imprinted in the greenskins' genes. Therefore, they did not need anyone to lead or assign them, they would spontaneously form armies and quickly realize which individual could serve as a commander, then all greenskins would unconditionally obey the commander's orders. Goose boarded a warship. All the warships gathered together, and the massive fleet entered the webway. When it emerged from the webway, they saw an even larger fleet. Each of those warships was for another biological weapon race. Goose discovered that his creators didn't need warships at all, they could survive in the vacuum of space with just their bodies. 5 old ones would participate in the war. For some unknown reason, this number brought Goose a great sense of security. The gigantic fleet set sail again, entered the webway, and arrived in a new star system. A war was ongoing in the star system. When Goose tried to observe this war with his eyes, he found that he couldn't make sense of the sights he saw. The cosmic stars were illogically mixed together, and the warp and reality were twisted and intertwined. The transcendent technology of the warring parties, based on the warp or reality, had distorted a part of the reality universe. This was why Goose felt that everyone rushing over like a swarm was utterly meaningless. But the transcendent war had transcendent beings like the old ones to fight it, the greenskins only needed to handle the simplest things. Massive numbers of greenskins were deployed into space, and Goose was among them. The collapse of the laws of reality had far-reaching effects. For example, the greenskins were deployed in the vacuum of space, yet they could advance and march as if deployed on a planetary surface. After advancing a certain distance, Goose saw the enemy he and his kin were tasked with fighting combat robots that looked like metallic skeletons. Necrons, space necrons, these names, existing in the past or future, surfaced in Goose's mind. Various weapons that utilized warp or reality technology to their utmost fired, producing effects and impacts that were incomprehensible and unobservable to the opposing side. During the war, Goose looked around. Stars swirled above and below. Eldar war gods, larger than stars, fought against enemies of similar scale. 5 creators hovered at the apex, collectively releasing a power that greenskins simply couldn't comprehend, and the stars themselves were entangled by them. This scene didn't seem shocking or grand to Goose at all, because he couldn't understand the battle fought by both sides using the most fundamental principles of the warp or reality universe. Those attacks based on laws or concepts wouldn't explode into brilliant fireworks with a loud bang. Goose was observing and soon saw an even more terrifying entity. The entity appeared to be a metallic being, dragging a scythe. It simply stood motionless in place, and the stars in space were causelessly cleaved on its scythe's blade. C10. Nightbringer. Knowledge granted by the creators once again surfaced in Goose's mind. The C10 moved, advancing in a way Goose couldn't comprehend, passing over the battlefield. The immortal biological weapons created by the old ones were then branded with a mark of death, imbued with mortality. The greenskins in the corner of the C10's vision all withered away due to the power of death. Goose also died. He didn't even know why he had died. Goose opened his eyes. What he saw was not the barren planet, nor the incomprehensible war scenes, but only his room and a corner of the magnificent warship outside the porthole. What happened? Squeaky Fart. Squeaky Fart turned from the workbench, looking at his big companion. I saw it again, Goose said. That war I couldn't understand, our ancestors. We've already analyzed it, Squeaky Fart. Squeaky Fart shrugged. What you saw should be a memory segment in your genes. Your ancient biological ancestor probably died in that war, but not completely. Squeaky Fart, one of his spores scattered among the stars, passed down from generation to generation, and eventually, that highly distinctive part became a dominant trait in you. Your ancestor was unique, and so are you. Squeaky Fart. The Gretchen repeated the conclusion they had discussed with Goose earlier. Each time, he would emphasize, you are unique. If that's the case, then my direct ancestor was an outlier among his kind. He was fearful, timid, and contrary. I can feel that he really didn't want to fight that war, because he believed that even with hundreds of billions of orc warriors, it would be impossible to make any difference in that war. Unless we possess more transcendent power like the creators or the enemy, or invent and create. In short, infantry are useless in that kind of war. Goose also sighed with emotion once again. At the same time, he couldn't help but marvel at his own wondrous fate. Timidity and worry aren't good things, but they allowed him to survive repeatedly at the hands of green-tide butchers, instead of charging in like a fool as his kin did, getting cut down, or scattering after a warlord died, only to be rounded up and charged again, repeating the cycle until death. Our race. Squeaky Fart isn't actually a flesh and blood creature. Squeaky Fart turned back to continue his research. We're like plants, transforming from a spore into a warrior. We're like weeds, growing abundantly and quickly. The creators endowed us with these characteristics. Goose shared the same view, so he didn't reply, simply walking to the porthole to gaze outside. The warship had emerged from the warp, arriving in a new star system. A greenskin fleet was besieging the star system's only planet. Although both were greenskin warships, there was a world of difference between Goose's warship and those from unknown tribes. We're here, Goose turned to Squeaky Fart. You command the void battle, and I'll go to that planet. Squeaky Fart nodded, teleporting out of the room to the command deck. Goose, meanwhile, walked to the corner of the room, put on his helmet, picked up his battle axe, and headed to the hangar deck where all the assault squad warriors had assembled. The Blood Axe warship, surrounded by Harud fleets, attacked the Greenskin fleet. The Harud fleet was Goose's payment for serving as a mercenary for the Harud, driving the Ultramarines out of a tribal world ship, but they hadn't played much of a role. Goose's warship was comparable in size to an Imperium of Mangloriana-class battleship. It sailed at the forefront of the Harud fleet, sweeping through enemy ships like a hot knife through butter with its own power. During this time, Goose led his assault squad to teleport to the planet's surface. Warriors from an unknown greenskin tribe, led by a warlord, were attacking the planet. Massive numbers of greenskin kids were besieging the planet's last remaining fortress. On the fortress walls of the planet's indigenous inhabitants, the weapons used by the local humans, from rifles to city defense cannons, were all energy weapons, and human warriors fought bravely on the walls. Fighting alongside these humans were two other species. One was a metallic robot. The other, monkeys. Those clothed monkeys looked very shrewd. Each monkey stood on a human's shoulder, simultaneously extracting simple materials from the human's backpack to create extremely precise, high-tech products, and using the manufactured tech to assist the humans in combat. But no matter how seamlessly humans and monkeys cooperated, they were ultimately hard-pressed to resist the massive greenskin tribe. Therefore, the main fighting force was still the metallic robots. During the descent to the ground in a drop pod, Goose saw the people in the very center of the fortress, commanding the entire war from inside a spire. Most were humans, along with a few monkeys wearing clothes that indicated their status. And surrounding them was their leader, a tall iron man. Chapter 519 The True Reason. Blood Axe assault troops descended from the sky, landing directly behind the besieging orc forces. Assault team warriors and war machines poured out of gigantic drop pods. Goose, wielding his battle axe, led the charge. The warlord, who was commanding the siege, sensed something, immediately turned his head, and his gaze spanned several kilometers to land on Goose. The warlike orcs completely abandoned their original plan of attacking the fortress, opting instead to accompany the warlord to deal with a more powerful opponent. The Blood Axe assault team engaged the orcs, and simultaneously, their respective war leaders clashed. Goose scrutinized the warlord before him. He was massive, covered in haphazardly modified parts, a typical, generic warlord. And the warlord scrutinized Goose. Undoubtedly, Goose looked more warlike. When encountering such a warlike-like individual, orcs would usually choose to follow them, but upon seeing Goose, both the warlord and the other non-Blood Axe orcs felt a strong sense of repulsion towards their kin. Because they were too un-orc-like. Warlike. The warlord roared as he charged at Goose. Goose plunged his battle axe into the ground, and as the opponent threw a punch, he deftly caught it, gave a gentle tug, and ripped off the opponent's mechanical arm. The warlord was momentarily stunned by the overwhelming power of his foe, and the instant he reacted, Gusa smashed a fist onto his head. The massive head sank into the chest cavity, and the body was pinned to the ground. Gusa picked up his battle axe, cleaved the warlord's corpse, and then held the battle axe aloft, pointing it forward. The Blood Axe assault team began to slaughter the enemy beasts, whose morale had plummeted due to the warlord's death. The Blood Axe warlord strolled through the chaotic battlefield as if taking a walk, arriving at the fortress gate. Because his posture was not hunched like a normal orc, and his full body armor was very refined, the humans guarding the fortress gate did not recognize him as an orc, so they opened the gate and let the reinforcements into the fortress. At this time, the high-ranking personnel who had previously been commanding the battle in the fortress spires also came down to the ground, heading towards the fortress gate, and naturally saw Gusa. When the tall Iron Man emerged from the crowd and approached within 3 meters of Gusa, everyone saw Gusa suddenly remove his helmet, revealing a green face. "We meet again, Green-Tide Butcher," Gusa said, bowing like a human. The tall Iron Man was Super Xiao Qin. After parting ways with his main body earlier, Super Xiao Qin modified his warship, allowing the Hrud's time engine to be powered by stellar energy. He then piloted the warship all the way to the edge of the galaxy, settling on a human planet and helping the local humans defend against attacks from orc tribes. As for why Gusa said this was their second meeting. While Super Xiao Qin was piloting his warship towards the edge of the galaxy, he encountered Gusa, who had gone to become a mercenary for the Hrud, and fought Gusa on the command deck and during boarding actions. During that battle, Squeaky Fart, wearing observation instruments, conducted an analysis and ultimately determined that the Iron Man was a consciousness replica of the Green-Tide Butcher. "Did you come to collect payment for my life? You were the one who let me leave back then," Super Xiao Qin said. "Don't be so cold," Gusa smiled, "I didn't say what I came for." The Green-Tide Butcher's non-psyker consciousness replica posed no threat, so Gusa was not nervous at all. The Blood Axe warlord turned to look at the apes, "Another masterpiece of my race's creators, how did you find them?" Super Xiao Qin looked at those apes. These apes were called space apes, as later humans would refer to them. Space apes were creations of the old ones, possessing innate technology in their genes, though their technological products were quite precise, lacking the make-do ruggedness of the orcs. "I just happened to discover them on this planet." Super Xiao Qin turned his gaze to the humans. "I'm here to help them." "Oh," Gusa nodded slowly, "it doesn't matter, I'm not here for these Xenos anyway." "How did you find me?" "I figured I could find you." "Reasonable." Super Xiao Qin determined that Gusa's I figured power was the strongest in the entire orc race. If he figured he could find the Green-Tide Butcher's consciousness replica, then he could find it. "So this is your new territory." Gusa approached an Iron Man warrior, lightly poked the Iron Man, then turned back to Super Xiao Qin, "Won't you invite me for a tour?" Super Xiao Qin looked at Gusa. He spoke after 2 seconds of silence. "What exactly are you here for? Answer that question first." A moment later. Fortress wall. Super Xiao Qin and Gusa stood on the city wall, gazing at the Blood Axe assault team warriors who were slaughtering orcs outside. At this point, Gusa finally answered the question Super Xiao Qin had just posed. "I want to find the Plague Heart, and then destroy it." "No, why? And how did you even know about this Plague Heart thing?" Gusa immediately recounted a past event. First, the details of working as a mercenary for the Hrud. Then, while working as a mercenary for the Hrud, he heard about 3 divine artifacts existing in the galaxy, the Ouroboros, the Duchulcha engine, and the Plague Heart. The Hrud's ancient legends mentioned the 3 divine artifacts, and the old one they worshipped as a god had given a prophecy: the 3 divine artifacts would bring about a catastrophe, having become tools of the great enemy of the gods. "So the Hrud asked me to destroy the 3 divine artifacts. They said destroying just one would be enough," Gusa said. After listening to Gusa's narration, Super Xiao Qin became even more puzzled. "I'm wondering how the Hrud thought of asking you to help destroy the 3 divine artifacts? What's the logic behind that? Do you think I'm still doing what I used to do, which is trying to eliminate Gork and Mork, so that my race can break free from the control of false gods and achieve sublimation?" Gusa retorted, "So I ran off to be a mercenary for the Hrud, borrowing their troops to kill one orc tribe after another, just to weaken the power of the false gods." Super Xiao Qin was stunned. "Wasn't it? I wasn't actually helping the Hrud to borrow troops. This matter is indeed the first step of a grand plan, but this grand plan itself isn't about eliminating Gork and Mork." Gusa came to the edge of the city wall, leaning over the metal merlin. "I was wrong before. I believed that Gork and Mork were shaped by my degenerated race, and in turn influenced my race, causing it to become increasingly degenerate due to its inability to become orderly. So to sublimate, Gork and Mork had to be eliminated. The reason I developed this erroneous perception was that, during the process of building the Blood Axe clan after the Super Big Wadaok Star campaign, I discovered that orderliness had a very high effect on strengthening my race's combat power. But in fact, I realized very early on that order was not the true answer. Complete orderliness could not truly revert my race to its ancestral form." Super Xiao Qin listened and pondered, then asked, "Then what can make you revert to your ancestral form? Some super creation left by the old ones, or an orc divine artifact or something. After all, back then in Krakow, you were opening old one warehouses everywhere looking for divine artifacts." "None of those," Gusa said. "I opened warehouses in Krakow to look for things, not because those things could make my race revert to its ancestral form, but because, well, for other reasons." Super Xiao Qin grew even more puzzled. The thing that can truly make us revert to our ancestral form is right here. Gusa extended his index finger and lightly tapped his skull. Super Xiao Qin was utterly bewildered. After the war in heaven ended, my race degenerated further and further, until it eventually became the common dumb orcs we see today. But because I inherited some ancient memories, I discovered that this is actually an insurance mechanism created by the creators for biological weapons. When they are eliminated and it's no longer possible to guarantee the continued restraint and control of the biological weapons, they have to find a way to neutralize them, so as not to pose a threat to subsequent galactic races. Super Xiao Qin thought, orcs haven't been neutralized at all, but compared to the war in heaven biological weapons, which were all over 10 meters tall, for subsequent intelligent races including humans, orcs are at least not an insurmountable natural enemy. This insurance mechanism should also have a way to be released. Orderliness. This was the method I once thought was the only answer, but later I found it wasn't. If simply being orderly could lead to ancestral reversion, the Blood Axe clan had achieved that level of orderliness, but they only became slightly stronger. It had some effect, but not much. Then, before heading to Krakow, Squeaky Fart suddenly felt that perhaps the true way to deactivate this insurance mechanism might lie elsewhere. Then Gusa suddenly mentioned the war in heaven and the Chaos Gods. The war in heaven shattered the entire galaxy, and massive negative emotions stirred up monstrous waves in the warp. The war in heaven ended with the extinction of the Old One race, after which chaos emerged, and the Old One race, the only one with extensive knowledge of the warp, could do nothing due to their demise. But things in the warp exist simultaneously in the past, present, and future. Once they are born, chaos should have existed even before the war in heaven erupted. The Old Ones, the creators of my race, must have realized that chaos would become the great enemy of the reality universe, which is why Hrud history records that a god declared a holy war would be waged in the future. Orcs, that is, my race, we are biological weapons, and these biological weapons may not have been intended only to fight the space necrons and star gods in the war in heaven. You should already understand what I'm saying. As Gusa spoke to this point, the thought chips in Super Xiao Qin's head operated rapidly. Ultimately, why Gusa went to help the Hrud, why he so enthusiastically agreed to the Hrud's request to destroy the 3 divine artifacts, and what exactly was the method to deactivate the Old One biological weapon insurance mechanism, all these questions now had answers. You helped the Hrud because the Hrud will be involved in the holy war against chaos in the future. You believe the insurance mechanism the Old One set for you has another way to be deactivated, which is that if you can simultaneously possess the concept of order from an intelligent race, and the idea and sense of mission to fight chaos, you can revert to your ancestral form. And you want to destroy the 3 divine artifacts because you want to verify if this idea is correct. After clarifying Gusa's thoughts, Super Xiao Qin asked again, then why did you go and kill the Alainer Empire Emperor back then? I just wanted to kill him, Gusa said frankly, it's that simple. When I said I would take the Blood Axe beasts back to Krakow and then kill Olag, that was a lie to make them cannon fodder for me, but, that was also a promise I truly made. Super Xiao Qin felt Gusa wasn't telling the truth, but he no longer pondered the matter of Alainer, instead returning to consider everything Gusa had done. You had already reverted to your ancestral form even before you thought about fighting chaos, Qin Xia said, it's just that the method of orderliness didn't have much effect on your other kin. This isn't ancestral reversion in the strict sense, Gusa spread his arms, examining himself, someone like me would be severely underdeveloped in the war in heaven. I also can't lead a race from tribal civilization to space civilization in 2 days. Qin Xia thought about it, and indeed, it was true. Then he asked again, orderliness is already extremely difficult for you orcs. Haven't you noticed that the warlord just now was extremely repulsed by orcs like you, and even wanted to kill you despite the size difference? Even if your idea is correct, and fighting chaos can truly make you revert to your ancestral form, orderliness is already extremely difficult. Understanding your creator's intentions and then dedicating yourselves to the holy war in Hrud historical legends is an even more impossible task. Don't forget that 99% of your race's individuals have brains the size of a walnut, and besides killing, they don't want to do anything else and can't understand anything else. The question Super Xiao Qin raised, Gusa had already discussed with Squeaky Fart. Let's try it, Gusa said, survival of the fittest is a natural law, and my race, as biological weapons, should be even more subject to survival of the fittest. If my idea is truly correct, then individuals of the species who cannot understand the creator's intentions and thus cannot revert to their ancestral form must be eliminated, and there's nothing wrong with that. Saying this, Gusa no longer leaned against the Merlin, turning to face Qin Xia. When I learned of the existence of the 3 divine artifacts and tried to find them, I found that I couldn't find them no matter what, some force was isolating me. An Eldar found me not long ago and told me to come find you, he said you definitely know where the 3 divine artifacts are. That Eldar didn't know of your existence. I thought about it at the time, and going directly to your main body might not work, so it's better to come find you, this replicated consciousness. Hearing this, Super Xiao Qin calculated again. Only after finishing his calculations did he agree to Gusa, I actually do know where the Plague Heart is. Chapter 520, The Olympia Rebellion. I once promised the Watchers that I would destroy the 3 divine artifacts, but since my trip to Caliban, I haven't fulfilled that promise, Qin Xia said to all the Primarchs on the command deck. But it's not because I deliberately delayed or ignored it, rather, I needed someone to help me gather information and make arrangements. The Human Historical Research Institute has just finished everything, so I can go now. I will lead the think tank unit out of the Abyss battle. After speaking, Qin Xia waited for the Primarchs' reactions. The Primarchs had no strong reactions. By now, the Abyss battle was nearing its end, and the Hrud did not possess overly powerful psychic individuals, so Angron's foster father didn't need to stay in the war until its conclusion. Father, I think you might as well solve the problem of Nostramo on your way, Angron said. I will send 2 companies with you. The matters on Gotham Star should wait until after the Abyss battle, when the expedition fleet passes through there. I don't even know how long it will take to destroy the Plague Heart, what if it gets delayed, Qin Xia said. Gotham Star. Conrad Kurz had heard Qin Xia use that term to refer to Nostramo, but he didn't know what it meant. I think that's fine, Guilliman walked over to Conrad Kurz. When the expedition fleet passes Nostramo, I will quickly deal with the problems there. Having fought alongside each other in the Abyss battle until now, Conrad Kurz trusted Guilliman's abilities and felt this was actually better. If you ask me, we shouldn't waste time on that shithole planet. Perturabo had always opposed Angron interfering with anything related to Conrad Kurz, and now he habitually expressed his opposition on this matter. Angron sensed that Perturabo actually wanted to drag out the Nostramo issue until the fragile mining order established by the Empire on Nostramo could no longer be maintained, leading to a local rebellion, which the Empire would then directly suppress. Once the locals were all dead, the Empire could replenish Nostramo with some fresh blood, and then everything would be fine. Regardless of what the Steel Lord thought, on matters concerning Conrad Kurz, Angron, as always, opposed his brother's opposition. Perturabo, you should do something you're actually good at. I'm good at everything, like ruling a planet. The Iron Lord stepped forward proudly, turning to face his brother as he passed Conrad Kurz. The problems on Olympia are far more serious than those on Nostramo. There are not only vicious schemes but also all sorts of evil beasts, and I can solve those problems just the same. You can't even manage your legion's affairs, and Guilliman and Angron have to clean up your messes. From now on, you'll just be an assault captain for the Midnight Lord's 8-man council, and I'll forge a suit of armor suitable for a warrior like you. Ha, ha, ha. Perturabo gave 3 sarcastic dry laughs, then walked backward off the command deck. The gate opened and closed. The Primarchs looked at Conrad Kurz, who said nothing. Gentlemen, I wish you continuous victories. I'll take my leave as well. Qin Xia turned and walked out of the command deck. But at that moment, the gate opened again, and Perturabo, who had already left, returned. The proud and sarcastic smile that had been on the Iron Lord's face earlier was gone, replaced by a chilling coldness that was immediately palpable. When the Primarchs saw Perturabo's change of expression, they thought it was because the Iron Warriors had suffered heavy casualties again for some reason, or failed to achieve war objectives, causing Perturabo to be extremely displeased. Only Angron knew the real reason. Olympia has rebelled. Angron said, phrasing the question as a statement. Perturabo remained silent. Then, an Iron Warrior, who had been waiting for his Primarch outside the command deck and had reported the news of the Olympia rebellion, entered the command deck. Angron sensed that this Iron Warrior was extremely afraid of Perturabo and dared not stay outside the command deck, so he came to where the other Primarchs were present, lest Perturabo, in his rage, beat him to death with no one to intervene. Is this the order you established on Olympia? Conrad Kurz sneered. So fragile, it collapsed the moment you left. Shut up. Perturabo roared like a beast. Conrad Kurz just smiled and said nothing more. Angron sensed that Perturabo was at his breaking point with rage. The Iron Lord's fury at this moment was no less than his rage when he was previously beaten to a pulp by the Hrud. The rebellion on Olympia almost turned Perturabo back into the terrifying tyrant who would even cripple the Tridents. Calm down, brother. Angron immediately stepped forward, wanting to comfort Perturabo. But the Iron Lord was exceptionally furious at this moment, pushing Angron aside and erupting. I brought peace to the Olympians, to that chaotic place of city-state warfare. I brought them advanced science and technology so they wouldn't have to fight over a puddle of water anymore. I did my best. I did my best. Perturabo's veins bulged on his forehead, his face was ferocious and savage, his teeth clenched, and every word he spoke was squeezed out through his gritted teeth. I gave them paradise, but they returned hell to me. Hearing this, Guilliman thought that Olympia could hardly be called paradise. I have to leave here. Perturabo walked to the strategic star map, lowered his head to observe it for a moment, then looked at Angron. I have to go back and deal with Olympia. The war is going well now, your other legions will certainly sweep through everything, and you don't need me. The Iron Lord's tone was low and sharp, with suppressed fury behind that chilling voice. Then we will directly reduce one branch fleet, and the advance speed will inevitably slow down. Kogaris, who was in charge of worship-related matters, stepped forward and said. Do you think I wouldn't realize that? Perturabo looked at Kogaris, his eyes seemingly wanting to tear his brother apart. I'm leaving 80% of the 4th Legion's warships behind. Is that enough? Kogaris nodded calmly. You can go deal with Olympia, Angron said. But my father is going to the vicinity of the Eye of Terror anyway, so you'll have to go with him. Perturabo turned his head and glared at Qin Xia. Qin Xia nodded, indicating it was acceptable. The location of the Plague Heart was also around the Eye of Terror, so it was on the way. Perturabo swallowed what he wanted to say and left in a huff, as long as your foster father isn't afraid of me tearing him apart. As he left the command deck, the Iron Lord glanced at his son who had reported the Olympia rebellion news to him. That Iron Warrior might have been extremely resolute and iron-willed on the battlefield, but upon being seen by his enraged Primarch, he immediately flinched and stepped back in fear. As a new warrior who had just taken on reporting duties, he had heard many Perturabo horror stories circulating privately within the Legion. Xia walked past this Iron Warrior and said to him with his psychic powers, "You follow behind me." This Iron Warrior felt a little relieved and slowly followed behind Xia. The flagship of the 4th Legion's fleet led a small fleet of only 100 warships, which also included the White Knights chapter's warships. The Iron Lord indeed left most of the Iron Warrior's warships in the Abyss battle, as he had promised Kogaris. Months later. On the edge of the Eye of Terror. Olympia. The Iron Blood flagship was leading all the warships, rapidly advancing through the psychic tide summoned by Xia, about to complete the final segment of its warp journey. On the Iron Blood's command deck, all the Iron Warrior's officers, from top to bottom, gathered, forming 2 lines, standing at attention with their hands behind their backs. The Primarch, meanwhile, was roaring in the center. Xia, who had come with him, stood beside the command throne, watching silently. The Tridents personally patrolled both sides of the ranks, ensuring order and solemnity. The warriors had many thoughts in their hearts. To ordinary officers, the Tridents at this moment were like Perturabo's lackeys. What they were doing seemed to be to ensure that whoever Perturabo wanted to beat to death would step forward and obediently be beaten to death. But the Tridents didn't share the same thought, they were merely maintaining order. Only those who had attended every Iron Blood assembly knew that Perturabo hadn't killed anyone in a long time. "I told you to tell me." Perturabo's roar was like thunder. "What exactly did I do to Olympia to make them repay my benevolence with betrayal? Damn and foolish imperial bureaucrats, the information they provided isn't even complete." Hearing the Primarch inquire about the rebels' thoughts, after a brief silence, some Iron Warriors stepped forward to express their stance. "My lord, although most of us originate from Olympia, we cannot understand the rebels' thoughts. We only wish to grind the damned traitors to dust." "I have the same thought. The traitors must be severely punished." Iron Warriors officers stepped forward one after another to express their stance, eventually all speaking in unison. The proposal to grind the rebels to dust had 100% support. However, seeing such a uniform declaration, Xia could only smile. These people hadn't reached Olympia yet. Once they arrived in Olympia, if Perturabo ordered a brutal suppression, the most impulsive among them would publicly object and then be killed. Those who could keep their composure would then part ways with their Primarch in a series of subsequent events. In this seemingly monolithic legion, there were quite a few people who held their noses and tolerated Perturabo. In fact, these people's ability to tolerate Perturabo was stronger than their ability to endure the brutal encounters of siege warfare, so much so that Perturabo, a person with an extremely strong need for control, didn't even know he had so many opponents within the legion. "Look, how loyal." Perturabo suddenly scanned his sons, giving a cold, dry laugh. "Most of you are from Olympia, and some of you are even new recruits who joined the legion 5 months ago, promoted for your excellent performance. But you useless lot. You weren't hundreds of light years away from Olympia, before you rolled out of that place and came to my legion as enhanced wastes, you knew nothing of the signs of rebellion happening there." The roar echoed across the deck once more. Perturabo took a deep breath, and his tone suddenly became calm again, "But at least one thing I agree with is that we must grind the traitors to dust, and everyone connected to the traitors must be wiped out. I gave paradise to the Olympians, and they returned hell to me. Then I will send hell to all of them. Get out and prepare for war." The Iron Lord suddenly turned and pointed at the Tridents, giving a cold command. "When we reach Olympia, what will descend upon Olympia will not be orbital bombardment, but your drop pods. I want you to destroy city-state after city-state, with your bare hands, bolt guns, chainswords, in the most brutal and terrifying ways. I want you to slaughter the rebels like butchers, wipe them out completely, whether they are soldiers or those who supplied them with weapons and equipment. Regardless of age, regardless of gender. Kill them all. Kill them all. Destroy the paradise I gave them, and bring them the hell they deserve." After Perturabo finished his last sentence, he kicked open the gate and walked out to don his armor. The Iron Warriors stood at attention and saluted, watching their Primarch depart. "You heard the Primarch's words?" the Tridents said to the officers present. The officers hesitated for a second, then responded in unison, "We obey our Lord's command." Xia looked at the united Iron Warriors, feeling quite worried. If Dan Jiok were here, he would probably be the opinion leader of the opposition, but he was left by Perturabo in the Abyss battle, representing him to command the Iron Warriors fleet. If Perturabo chose to massacre Olympia, then no one could stop this tyrant, who, despite not having the butcher's nails, would still engage in decimation like Angron. Xia felt he should prepare. Just in case. Chapter 521, The Dragon's Reverse Scale. The Iron Blood, leading other warships, emerged from the warp. There were no rebel warships in the star system. Perturabo's arrival was too swift, the rebels had only just gained control of Olympia and had no means to acquire void armaments yet. The scan results of Olympia gradually appeared on the holographic display. Various detailed information, including rebel troop deployment and garrison strength, was marked on the holographic display. It was extremely thorough. The Iron Lord gazed at the holographic display, but he knew this extremely detailed information could not have come from the Imperium, someone else had provided it. "The research institute I founded operates near the Eye of Terror," Xia told Perturabo. "Olympia is a base for various investigative operations, so I found a way to get you this more detailed intelligence." The Human Historical Research Institute was not a secret in the Primarch's knowledge. While it sounded like a scholarly organization full of historians, beneath its harmless facade were numerous agents carrying out various missions, even space marines from other legions. The institute was active during the Dawn Star conflict. Its significance to Qinxia was like the Imperial Intelligence Agency's significance to Malkador. What about the tyrant? Perturabo asked, frowning. I don't see his name on the list of hostile personnel on the holographic display. Qinxia knew the tyrant referred to Perturabo's adoptive father. This Iron Lord's adoptive father did not fare as well as his daughter in terms of interpersonal treatment. He was first exiled by Perturabo, then appointed governor of Olympia. Perturabo utterly detested this adoptive father who used him to establish tyranny. The governor of Olympia? He's dead. If he weren't dead, and there hadn't been a power vacuum, then Olympia wouldn't have rebelled, Qinxia said. His adoptive father's death did not move Perturabo in the slightest. He even let out a mocking laugh upon hearing the news. Your adopted sister, Califan, and her brothers are in the hands of the rebels, Qinxia added. The mocking smile on Perturabo's face vanished instantly, replaced by fury. Idiots. Useless. The holographic display device rattled from being slammed. The imperial bureaucrats all ran. Why didn't they know to run? A bunch of useless people. The useless people Perturabo spoke of did not include his adopted sister because he thought his adopted sister was inherently a bit foolish. Califan was born into royalty. Olympia's martial culture and harsh demands on men would not fall upon her. She was naive, protected by her brothers and father, making it truly difficult for her to escape when the planetary order underwent massive changes. Perturabo would not demand that mortals achieve certain combat objectives within a fixed time, nor would he demand that his adopted sister possess the ability to protect herself during Olympia's turbulent changes. However, her brothers were different. They possessed martial prowess and had been educated since childhood to be schemers, rulers, and warriors. If even they couldn't ensure their adopted sister's safety, then they are a hopeless bunch of useless people. Perturabo gritted his teeth. I used to call the tyrant's offspring brothers when I was young. What a disgrace. Qinxia raised his arm and placed his palm on the Primarch's chest. Your adoptive father's family treated you quite well, so, can you really speak with a clear conscience? That's not the same thing, Perturabo said, extremely agitated, but he didn't punch Qinxia. After staring at the holographic display for a while, Perturabo finally spoke, can the think tank go rescue Califan? The Tridents have special assignments, and I don't trust ordinary elite warriors. Olympians are quite good fighters. Yes, Qinxia nodded. I can even lead the team myself to ensure your adopted sister has a 1000% survival rate. Perturabo smiled for a moment, then his face darkened again. After a moment of hesitation, he finally spoke, you have too many flaws, but there's a reason my brother trusts you. Even Primarchs can find a sense of security in you. Let me translate for you, Primarch. Qinxia suddenly smiled. You want to say, my adopted sister being captured truly breaks my heart. I don't even trust myself to rescue her, so it's excellent that someone as reliable as Qinxia can do this. Perturabo said nothing. By now, he knew that the best defensive tactic against Qinxia's verbal attacks was silence, saying nothing at all. The Iron Lord pondered strategy. The mess on Olympia made him increasingly agitated the more he thought about it. Finally, after devising a strategy and beginning to consider the consequences of executing it, Perturabo found himself annoyed by something else. Just a few seconds later, Perturabo suddenly asked, does Angron dislike me because of some things I've done? He once said you were a complete murderer and tyrant, like someone with severe hyperthyroidism. Qinxia stated directly. But he also said he could sense in you the naive idea of wanting to create a utopia where everyone could live happily, even though your rule on Olympia was a complete failure, indicating you only thought about it. You are indeed a rotten person, Perturabo, but you are also contributing to the cause of humanity, bringing benefits to all of mankind, and this cannot even be called the kind of contribution where bad intentions lead to good results. Just as he chose to change the warhounds, he also chose to change you. Hearing this cutting assessment, Perturabo immediately refuted it. He also tricked people into dying in the desert. Don't pretend to be a great saint. You're even more so. Your habit of solving slave owners and slave traders through physical annihilation influenced him. You even praised him for growing up after he did that. It's absurd. Listening to Perturabo's refutation, the smile on Qinxia's face did not diminish in the slightest. So, what? Qinxia asked. When has Angron ever let a person with good intentions die in vain? When has he suddenly flown into a rage over something, then, like a sudden hyperthyroid attack, fought a virtuous son to the death with his bare hands? And when has he ever called someone who was good to him and gave him love useless? Perturabo opened his mouth to retort again but stopped himself. He was afraid Qinxia wouldn't rescue his adopted sister. Oversee the bigger picture, Steel Lord. I'm too lazy to lecture people like you, I don't have Angron's patience. Qinxia turned and walked towards the gate. Turn Olympia into hell, as you said. Or use other methods, as you wish. Perturabo stared at Qinxia's back. After Qinxia exited the command deck gate, the Iron Lord's cold words reached his ears. Betrayal is intolerable. I will bring hell to the Olympians as I said, even if it makes my brother hate me. The Olympians will be tithed for slaughter. 1 in 10 Olympians will die, and the rest will become slaves. White Knight. A 10-man think tank combat squad assembled and advanced through the ship's corridor. Shinnok messages directed them to gather in the library. The two leaders were Kamas and Varus. They were specifically chosen for the rescue mission. When the two high-ranking thinkers led the squad around a corridor corner and into another corridor, the mortals traversing the corridor immediately formed an iron wall and saluted. Except for the wife and son of the White Knight's captain. The infant, entrusted by Qinxia to the captain and his wife for upbringing, was now able to walk and was even precocious due to his powerful psyker talent. The child named Osiris was currently wearing a white Knight think tank Terminator suit, albeit one made of cardboard and aluminum foil. Besides covering his body and sparkling, it had no other common features with the power armor worn by the Thinkers. Seeing the Thinkers approaching, Osiris immediately ran out of his adoptive mother's arms and stood in the corridor. He had also made himself a spear out of a wooden stick. Osiris stood with his back to the Thinkers, chest puffed out, leaning on his wooden stick in the corridor, as if he too had become one of the Thinkers. The captain's wife immediately took out her camera, seizing this rare opportunity for the mother and son to photograph her adopted son. Varys walked past Osiris without looking, striding forward. Kamas, however, paused beside Osiris for a second. This think tank Grand Master had many students, and the Thinkers behind him had all been his apprentices, so they also stopped. The captain's wife used that second to snap a photo, then looked at the camera screen. In the photo, the majestic Thinkers had a miniature battle brother standing shoulder to shoulder with them. Kamas took a white knight medal from his pocket, psionically embedded it on Osiris's cardboard power armor, then saluted the captain's wife and departed. The think tank squad proceeded to the assembly point, where they met the White Knight Lord, who had just teleported from the Iron Blood. Without a word, the group immediately teleported to the surface of Olympia. They stepped into the snowstorm. Then trekked out. The surroundings changed from inside the ship to the dark dungeon of a fortress. The Thinkers appeared at the dungeon entrance. Qinxia walked forward without a word. Thinkers guarded him on all sides, front and back. The group soon encountered guards. When Varys's gaze fell upon them, the guards' heads exploded, and their bodies melted before they could fall and make a sound. No guards could make Qinxia and the Thinkers slow down. After killing guard after guard and traversing path after path, the Thinkers gradually dispersed, checking if the dungeon had hidden assassins or psychers, to prevent Califon from being killed in the most sudden circumstances. At the same time, the detached Thinkers also deactivated the dungeon's numerous security mechanisms. Qinxia walked to the deepest part of the dungeon and found Califon in a foul-smelling cell. Califon was curled up in the corner of the narrow cell, with a food bowl beside her and a stinking small pit in front of her. This woman was once the happiest person on Olympia. Her father was king, her brothers were either highly skilled and learned princes or demigod-level beings like a Primarch, and everyone around her loved her. But now, Califon. Qinxia pushed open the cell door. The cell was custom-made by Perturabo. If it weren't for Perturabo's tactical briefing explaining how to open the door, Qinxia felt it would have taken him some effort to open it. Hearing the call, Califon looked up. Her bruised and swollen face first showed surprise, then disappointment. Why is it you? Clearly, she was expecting someone else to be her rescuer. Your brother doesn't even trust himself to get you out safely. Qinxia waved his hand, opening a teleportation portal. Go in. Beyond the dense snowstorm was the command deck of the Iron Blood. Califon crawled on the ground towards the ice and snow. Qinxia noticed her Achilles tendons had been severed. After crawling through the snowstorm, Califon saw Perturabo standing outside the teleportation portal. The Iron Lord, clad in heavy armor, waited silently. In the accumulated snow, the brother and sister, one standing and one crawling, looked at each other. A fleeting moment of joy flashed across Perturabo's face, followed by terrifying savagery and ferocity. The sound of teeth grinding together came from his mouth. After a silence, came a roar. Join me in bringing down punishment. The Primarch snatched a helmet from a son beside him and walked out of the command deck. Califon realized something and tried to dissuade him, but she was held back by the mortal attendants waiting to care for her. Chapter 522, Hell. By the Iron Lord's command, the landing operation began. During the first phase of the landing, all military facilities and city-states on the planet garrisoned by the rebels were subjected to orbital strikes. The fiery trails of countless drop pods even painted Olympia's night sky a fiery red. The only deviation from the plan was Perturabo's personal participation in the landing strike. In front of the magnificent building on Olympia that once belonged to Perturabo's adoptive father, the elite rebels stationed there watched helplessly as drop pods pierced through the anti-air fire and descended from the sky. Amidst the roar and smoke, an incredibly robust figure emerged. The mortal rebel soldiers, of course, did not know who Perturabo, who had left decades ago, was, but from his physique alone, they knew that the legendary prince who had helped the tyrant achieve greatness had returned. The Primarch walked out of the dust and smoke, standing before the rebels. What forced the Primarch to stop was not the hundreds of heavy weapon muzzles, black and gaping, but the towering, ornate building before him. He had designed and built it with his own hands. Unlike ugly military structures, it possessed exceptional beauty, and the delicate, ornate carvings on its walls were all sculpted by Perturabo himself. Memories flickered in the Primarch's mind. What are you doing? In a daze, Perturabo turned his head, and what he saw was not the smoke-filled night and the weapon-strewn defense line, but a clear blue sky in a courtyard. Perturabo was squatting on a scaffold, meticulously carving the patterns on the building's surface with a hammer and chisel. Califon, holding a basket of fruit, stood on the ground, smiling foolishly, her eyes filled with admiration fixed on the Primarch. You're not blind. Perturabo was speechless at his adoptive sister's foolish question and turned back to his carving. You're building a palace for father. Califon laughed. You've helped father fulfill his dream, and even prepared such a gift for him. This isn't a gift, this is something I wanted to do. Perturabo said coldly, among everything I've done since becoming your brother, this is the only thing I truly wanted to do. Oh. Califon nodded. Why are you here? To give me new orders on his behalf. No, I just wanted to watch you. The sound of shattering glass suddenly rang out. Perturabo looked up from his memories, towards the source of the sound. All the large and small windows on the building, adorned with beautiful patterns and graceful forms, were shattered, and rebel soldiers mounted heavy weapons, invented by Perturabo himself, on the sills. At this moment, the iron warriors emerged from the drop pods, already forming a protective escort for their Gene Father. The warriors, clad in sturdy armor and carrying war shields, formed a dense shield wall, with those behind the front rank resting their bolt guns in the firing slits of the shields. The Primarch roughly pushed aside his Astartes in front of him and charged forward with full force. His robust body and heavy armor did not slow Perturabo's speed in the slightest. He moved through the hail of gunfire at a speed that mortal eyes could not follow, cutting into the defense line, and with every passing second, a large number of rebel soldiers died, the Primarch alone being equivalent to an army. With Perturabo as the vanguard, the iron warriors advanced methodically, occupying the ground the Primarch had traversed, killing any soldiers who had miraculously survived. Within minutes, the Primarch and his Astartes approached the main entrance of the building. The main entrance was sealed, and within the ornate, black iron gate were various high-tech devices designed to increase the gate's stability. Even a tank would be utterly incapable of forcing its way through the main entrance. This was why the rebels had chosen the building as their headquarters, but they had forgotten who had built this creation that surpassed Olympia's current era. A signal sent from his armor interfaced with all the devices within the main entrance, and Perturabo charged shoulder first, finally smashing through the main entrance and bursting into the building's interior. The rebel personnel watched in terror as the Primarch broke through the door, so frightened that they even forgot to flee. The Primarch stood amidst the debris, observing everything before him. Whether it was the people, their expressions, the arrangements, their attire, everything was instinctively deconstructed and judged by Perturabo. The rebel military system was deduced by him, and based on that system, the traces used to signify status, such as medals and uniforms, were all deconstructed and inferred by Perturabo. What needed to be done, the Primarch considered in an instant, then in another instant, he was in front of a person in the corner of the hall. You dared to threaten me with my adoptive sister. As the words reached the man's ears, Perturabo's hand reached out. The man, extraordinarily robust and tall among mortals, was choked by the neck like a chick and lifted more than 2 meters off the ground. The moment he saw Califan, Perturabo deduced why his adoptive sister had been captured. These ants clearly intended to use her life to threaten him. The instigator struggled, making no sound, not because of his fortitude, but because he was literally unable to speak. After a brief struggle, he was slammed to the ground by Perturabo, his bones shattering the instant his body hit the floor. Before I bring judgment upon Olympia, I shall first bring judgment upon you. The Primarch grabbed the instigator's head and flung him against the wall. After impacting the wall at bullet-like speed, the corpse exploded into a bloody mist, and various biological tissues mixed with blood splattered onto the faces of those around the impact point. The Iron Warriors now began to clear the building. The Space Marines first killed the rebels, then used flamethrowers, originally intended for breaching defenses, to set the entire building ablaze. They were unaware of the building's connection to their Gene Father, they only wished to destroy this beautiful but foul den of iniquity, along with everyone inside it. Perturabo paid no heed. He simply walked out of the burning building and sat on the steps outside. The night sky was filled with smoke and falling drop pods. Olympia was burning. Perturabo watched the city he had personally designed and built crumble in the war. He was not certain that his Astartes were responsible, as he had already seen the city in ruins when descending in the drop pod. The rebels had not taken control of Olympia without shedding blood or merely by inviting people to dinner. Raging fury surged in Perturabo's chest. A fact that was obvious without investigation was the fuel for that fury. The vast majority of Olympians supported the rebellion, otherwise, the rebels could not possibly be everywhere, nor could they have taken Olympia so smoothly. The Olympians had betrayed him. My lord, we are gradually dismantling the rebel defenses, it is time to consider what comes next. A trident reported to the Primarch via the comms channel. What comes next naturally referred to what should be done after the rebellion was suppressed. Then the trident heard Perturabo roar, kill them all. I've said it before. The war still needed some time, it was not yet time for judgment. Thoughts arising from that roar troubled Perturabo, leading him to issue a new command to his Astartes beside him, call the White Knight Lord over, I have some matters I wish to discuss with him. He has likely departed. The warrior said, we just received a report. The think tank fleet has already entered the warp and left this star system. Now there truly was no one to restrain him. Perturabo thought. This surprised him greatly. The decision-making power for Olympia was in his hands. No one could stop him from doing anything or making any decision. Angron, far away in the abyss battle dealing with the Hrud, could not, and Qin Xia, who had run off halfway, certainly could not. Let them all die. Perturabo muttered to himself. You actually want to enact a decimation on Olympia? A voice suddenly entered Perturabo's ears. He did not suspect that it was one of his Astartes presuming to offend him, for he remembered this voice with extreme clarity. It was Angron's voice. Perturabo lowered his head and saw Angron at the bottom of the steps. Sorry, no saving the world this time, 90% of Olympia is rebellious. They betrayed the Emperor, betrayed the Imperium, and betrayed me. I gave them paradise. Hearing this, Angron interjected, what paradise? What nonsense are you talking about? Perturabo frowned. The Iron Warriors have a high casualty rate, so conscription must be constant. The best of Olympia's youth, across 3 generations, were conscripted by you to be cannon fodder, leaving 10 households out of 9 empty. People born and raised by their parents were taken away either willingly or by force, and then never returned. This is your paradise. What a living hell. The only difference between you and Russ is that you at least left your home world with a local ruler, though that local ruler was pretty useless. Perturabo could not refute. Even if Angron possessed empathic abilities, he often could not imbue his words with a killing blows effect when the Iron Lord was in an extreme rage, because, fundamentally, Angron was not Perturabo. What could leave Perturabo speechless with a few words was only his own inner self. Angron had not come to Olympia, nor had his consciousness been brought here by psychic abilities. Perturabo had always instinctively wondered what Angron would do and say if he were here, so the recent hallucination and auditory hallucination were essentially just him conversing with the part of his inner self that played Angron. 90% of the planet are rebels. Perturabo said to Angron again. Angron said, you forced them. Perturabo was speechless once more. After being defeated again in his self-debate, Perturabo began a process of self-deconstruction and reflection. Ultimately, he realized that he simply could not carry out the order to decimate the Olympians, just like the harsh words he had said to Angron in anger, they were merely spoken in the heat of the moment, driven by the conversation. Just letting off steam. The suppression would soon end, and when it was truly time to start thinking about strategy, Perturabo had to be more rational, even though he was still seething with anger. The reason he couldn't truly execute the decimation was that this piece of iron he called himself had long since been corroded to its core. Perturabo gradually deconstructed himself completely. Just as his actions during the Novshandak campaign were criticized by Angron, and after experiencing that peculiar psychic ability, he could no longer kill a warrior as he had before. Even his inability to completely sever ties with his adoptive sister stemmed from the same reason. He knew she would become his soft spot, his weakness, yet he simply couldn't drive her away or kill her. Although when the parting ways incident occurred, he had ordered not to accompany the World Eaters and to return directly to Olympia precisely because he feared no longer being iron-hearted, but now it seemed that was already a symbol of his iron heart being corroded to a certain extent. Choosing to flee, rather than confront and eliminate his weakness, wasn't that the very definition of no longer being iron-hearted? My lord, the rebels have surrendered. The report sounded again in the comms channel. Perturabo had spent the brief suppression period in contemplation, now he had to deal with the aftermath of the Olympia rebellion. Enforce the strictest martial law across all of Olympia. Execute all rebel officers. Then we will be stationed on Olympia for a period of time. Perturabo rose from the steps, surveying the scene before him. I need time to replan and redesign everything on Olympia. Chapter 523, Heart Like Steel. Olympia fell into a deathly silence. The Iron Warriors blockaded every city-state, every street, every house. Transport vehicles carrying food drove through the streets, distributing food and supplies for the coming week. Occasionally, 2 bolter shots rang out, signaling the execution of those who resisted the Iron Warriors' martial law. Perturabo witnessed all of this. The Primarch merely pondered for a moment, then shifted his gaze from Olympia, returning with his transport ship to the Iron Blood beyond low orbit. On the hangar deck, he met the Tridents. No one asked the Primarch, why are we not tithing the Olympians anymore? Perturabo's will was the will of the Iron Warriors Legion, his will had to be carried out. He could do whatever he wanted, even if it meant going back on his word. The Primarch walked past the Tridents in silence, transferring to a new vehicle, and traversed the warship along high-speed flight paths, eventually arriving next to his office. Some heart-wrenching screams and wails emanated from the room. Perturabo's expression tightened, and he pushed open the door and entered. The Steel Lord's adopted sister, Califon, lay prone on the bed, the velvet bedding beneath her soaked in blood. Some servants were holding various medical supplies, performing emergency treatment on Califon. The servants noticed the Primarch enter, but their slow reaction, which Perturabo found unacceptable, caused them to continue their work. Califon's wounds were touched by acidic medicine, and her screams once again reached Perturabo's ears. Only then did the servants tremble violently and kneel. Perturabo didn't even glance at the servants, simply walking past them to his adopted sister's side. The servants realized their lives had been spared and, using the Primarch as blind spot, crawled out of the room, gently closing the door. These incompetents, Perturabo cursed through gritted teeth, looking at the various medicines scattered on the bed. Califon turned her head to look at her brother. Those servants did what they were supposed to do. After all, you weren't here, don't punish them. Perturabo silently observed his adopted sister. Califon was covered in wounds, but judging by their condition, they didn't seem to be from deliberate torture, but rather accidental injuries sustained as she struggled when the rebels captured her. Her Achilles tendons and wrist tendons were severed to prevent Califon from escaping. After being severed, the wounds were not properly treated, and coupled with the extremely harsh environment of the dungeon, they became infected and worsened. But Perturabo could tell that his adopted sister had been injected with a drug to keep her alive, preventing the infection from killing her. I killed every single one of those people. Perturabo removed his helmet and placed it on the bed. I assure you they died a horrific death, and ultimately even their bodies were burned to ashes. They couldn't be buried, so they won't be reincarnated. They can only become one of the lonely ghosts of Olympia. The Primarch gently lifted Califon's arm, looking at the wounds caused by the severed tendons and the scratches on her arm. She must have dragged herself, crawling on her arms, to enter the portal and arrive on the Iron Blood. Damchin Xia, Perturabo took out medicine from his waist and injected it into Califon's arm. He could restore you with just a thought, but he doesn't. The military-grade medicine from Nuceria quickly scabbed Califon's wounds, and the infection and pus problems were resolved. Califan's breathing became a bit smoother as she spoke. The White Knight Lord? Where did he go? He left. You shouldn't speak of him like that. He helped you, he helped me. We should be grateful. If we're just talking about saving you, I have to admit I thank him. Lemon Russ was right, he's useless except for being reliable. Perturabo said this while adjusting his adopted sister's position, letting her lie spread-eagled on the bed, then extended his hand towards her most severe wounds. Sharp, needle-like extensions emerged from beneath the Primarch's gauntlet. These needles moved rapidly, excising necrotic flesh, rejoining severed tendons, and stitching wounds. The medicine Califan had just been injected with had an anesthetic effect, so she did not scream again. After Perturabo patiently treated all the wounds, he gave Califan another injection, then gestured for his adopted sister to get up and move around. Califan tried to stand up, walked a few steps, then praised her brother's medical skills. It seems you must have learned a lot from a brother skilled in medicine. No one can be my teacher, Perturabo sneered. If I wanted to learn medicine, I would be the most skilled among my brothers. Hearing such arrogant words, Califan merely smiled, feeling proud of her brother. She truly believed that what Perturabo said would inevitably come to pass. By the way, what will be the fate of Olympia? Califan asked. Perturabo did not answer immediately but observed his adopted sister's expression. He deconstructed and analyzed his adopted sister's demeanor, ultimately concluding, you want to plead for them. Califan spoke directly, I hate the rebels, I hate the schemers, but they didn't appear out of thin air. Olympia didn't inexplicably oppose you, and those soldiers didn't inexplicably hate you, or were merely used by schemers because of their foolishness. Perturabo impatiently raised his hand, signaling his adopted sister to stop talking about such useless things. The servants in the room earlier had discussed Olympia's fate, saying that the Primarch had already planned to carry out a tithe on the Olympians. Having personally experienced the Olympia rebellion, Califan felt that no matter how much she feared, she could not remain silent at this time. Our father has always been helping you recruit, he has given up his dream of becoming a great conqueror. He just wants to do something for you and the order you represent. To the ordinary people of Olympia, our father is your spokesperson. He takes their sons and brothers away from them, sending them to a battlefield hundreds or thousands of light years from Olympia, and when they die, not even a notification will come from your legion. You once permanently changed Olympia, you freed people from hunger and the threat of beasts. They admired you so much, until you left them to fight for a cause they didn't understand. Perturabo bit his lip and placed his index finger to his mouth, lowering his body. Regardless of the relationship between Perturabo and Califan, he was a Primarch. When this demigod displayed such an aggressive posture, any mortal would instinctively tremble, just as Guilliman's adopted mother occasionally felt fear towards Guilliman. Califan's face, which had just regained some color from the medicine and treatment, turned pale again. Her pupils dilated, her body stiffened, and her breathing stopped due to fear. You are just a mortal, Califan, even if you consider yourself my adopted sister, Perturabo pointed at his adopted sister. But you will not, because of this relationship, have the right or ability to lecture me. Remember my words, you do not have the right, nor the ability, to lecture me. As Perturabo finished his last word, Califan instinctively nodded and showed a submissive expression and gaze. After swallowing, she immediately apologized, I'm sorry. When he saw his adopted sister's expression, Perturabo immediately took a step back, every cell in his body filled with regret. He wanted to apologize, to say something gentle, so that his tormented adopted sister wouldn't suffer a mental breakdown. So, Perturabo spoke, your brothers were all killed by the rebels, yet you are here defending them. After saying this, Perturabo felt regret again. Angron once said that being able to speak one's mind was a great and powerful rare quality. Perturabo once thought this was pure nonsense, but now. Fortunately, Califan understood Perturabo quite well. She knew that Perturabo, simply by observing her, could figure out why she said those things, so Perturabo's words were merely a subtle apology, which he deemed appropriate. At this moment, she couldn't directly respond with, I don't blame you, and should also speak in an equally subtle way. Those schemers coerced people who were dissatisfied with you, Califan said. You are a smart and powerful person, you can recognize that. I know what to do. Perturabo turned and walked out of the room, heading to the adjacent office. After sitting down at his desk, he took out a data slate and began to make plans. First, the treatment of the Olympians. The rebellion was an undeniable fact, even if the soldiers were coerced, they were still dissatisfied with the Imperium and the Emperor. They would receive scourging and an opportunity to admit their mistakes and show submission. The Iron Warriors would no longer recruit solely from Olympia. Then, the reconstruction of Olympia. Perturabo believed he had given the Olympians a paradise. Perturabo believed that the paradise he gave the Olympians was indeed not so paradisiacal. He had once envisioned the construction of Olympia, but the Emperor arrived when this idea was only in the thinking stage. Now, however, was different, he believed he had ample time to change Olympia. The Abyss battle would still take some time. Even if it were over, Angron and the others, along with their respective legions, would need a year and a half to prepare to regroup and continue the Great Crusade. Even with only half a year, Perturabo believed he could redevelop Olympia. He was an undoubted genius, perhaps this was extremely difficult for others, but for him, it was a small matter that could be easily resolved with a flick of his wrist. While making plans, some thoughts surfaced in Perturabo's mind. Thoughts unrelated to the plan. These thoughts made Perturabo put down the data slate and ponder. After deconstructing his recent actions in battle and a series of thoughts about Califan, he had to admit that Califan had become his weakness. If no one could have rescued her, he truly might have been blackmailed by the rebels into doing something bad. Steel cannot have weaknesses, if it does, it will break. This series of thoughts made Perturabo's breathing heavy. And Perturabo discovered that his weakness seemed to be more than just Califan. He recalled the words he spoke during the Ulaner campaign when he and Angron were teleported to a desolate planet, and he carried Angron forward. I was corrupted long ago. Thinking of this, Perturabo picked up the data slate again and continued making plans. Chapter 524, Man of the Future. I had no idea what happened on Olympia. I left before Perturabo officially made his move. Inside the Great Library of the White Knight, Xia and Angron were conducting an extremely long-distance warp communication. It doesn't matter, I'm certain he won't act as he did in the future we know. Angron seemed extremely confident. The matter of Olympia will be resolved very soon, that's inevitable, Xia said. Originally, the word-bearers secretly manipulated the Olympia rebellion, but I didn't see any trace of the word-bearers during my trip to Olympia this time. Xia flipped through the documents in his hand. Those were the investigations into Olympia conducted by the Human Historical Research Institute, led by Tisius, during their intelligence-gathering activities, merely as a side investigation while looking into the Plague Heart. There was no sign of external forces operating on Olympia. Tisius might still have some competence issues due to her youth, but the advisor at the institute now was Avita, a former Thousand Suns space marine. Father, you knew about the Olympia rebellion long ago, but you didn't warn Perturabo, Angron asked. The key to the problem is when Perturabo's adoptive father dies, not when the Olympians will rebel. Xia explained. The Olympians have long been dissatisfied, and they were already a burning powder keg, it's just that Perturabo's adoptive father was too capable and had always kept them suppressed. Once his adoptive father died, no one could stabilize the situation, so the rebellion broke out. To be fair, the family that raised Perturabo were all capable people. They both loved Perturabo and were competent enough. If Conrad Kurz could swap his home world with Perturabo. Although the hypothesis had no practical significance, Angron couldn't help but think about it. Conrad Kurz would grow up like a normal child, and his simple sense of justice would make him believe that ending Olympia's chaotic city-state era was a necessary condition for people to live in peace and prosperity. Perturabo would grow up on Gotham Star and then change Gotham Star. Even if the local people were too evil to change, it wouldn't matter, he could even create robots to solve security problems without relying on humans. Bad people and environments couldn't affect someone like Perturabo. The Institute investigated and found the Plague Heart on a planet named User. Xia mentioned the real purpose of their trip. User, Xia had known about this place for a long time, but it was extremely difficult to find a planet called User in the Milky Way. The Institute's agents only found User after about a year of activity in the Eye of Terror. If we are to obtain the Plague Heart through war, is the number of armed personnel in the think tank fleet sufficient? Angron asked. Don't worry, User is a planet with no human inhabitants at all. It will be an imperial world in the future, but right now it's a desolate place. Xia put down the documents and stood up, walking to the porthole. Armor plating covered the great library's magnificent floor-to-ceiling portholes. Xia's gaze penetrated beyond the portholes, observing the warp route. The White Knight no longer had a navigator. The original navigators had been sent to newly reinforced warships of the Legion to perform navigation duties before the World Eaters Legion undertook the Abyss battle. Xia was even more outstanding than a navigator. After seeing the corresponding structure of the planet User in the warp, Xia gently pushed his hand. The entire fleet was propelled by psychic currents, exiting the warp and entering the reality universe. The armor plating slowly rose, revealing a vibrant star system before Xia. Large void facilities. Starports. Warships. And orbital facilities surrounding User. In any case, this was clearly not the uninhabited star system mentioned in the Institute's investigation documents. My lord. The captain's image appeared in the projection from the desk. There are some matters you need to handle. Xia looked at the scene in the void, slowly retreating, passing through the snow, and arriving at the command deck. On the command deck's communication panel, a rugged face with scars appeared. The military cap he wore indicated his identity as an Imperial Navy officer. This is the Imperial Navy's Badab Sector Patrol Fleet. The officer first saluted. Praise the God Emperor, we finally have the support of the angels. God Emperor, angels. These two religious terms immediately put everyone on alert. Grand Librarian Tethys, who was also on the command deck at this time, immediately reprimanded the officer. You are Imperial Navy personnel, and you should believe in the Imperial truth, not the heresy of the God Emperor cult. Hearing Tethys say that the God Emperor faith was heresy, an incredible expression appeared on the officer's face. As if his faith had collapsed, as if he heard the angels of God denying God. Xia saw the clue, motioned for Tethys to step back, and at the same time asked the officer, what year is it? The 998th year of the 40th millennium, the officer replied. Xia looked at Tethys, slightly helpless. Clearly, the think tank fleet had time traveled. Whether the fleet traveled from 30K to 40K, or the 40K user star system traveled to 30K, agonizing over this was meaningless. Because the Eye of Terror was originally a warp rift, and in this place, time was as fragile as the fabric of reality. Even after the Great Rift opened, the flow of time in the Imperium Nihilus and other territories of the Imperium was different, which was the immense impact of the warp rift on reality. What trouble have you encountered? Xia asked. The heretics have already routed our main fleet. Their target is user. We have blockaded this place and sent out a distress call. The officer turned his head to look at the void outside the porthole. But as you can see, my lord, our few warships will only be utterly destroyed when we encounter the heretic fleet. What kind of heretics? Tethys asked. The officer found this question extremely strange. Heretics were just heretics, how many kinds of heretics could there be? He couldn't understand that Tethys was asking which faction among the heretics. As a minor figure in the 40th millennium, he simply didn't know these things. And Qinxia understood the officer quite well, because he remembered that when he was in 41K, most people in that era didn't even know that it was some of the God Emperor's own primarchs who had started the rebellion 10,000 years ago. He won't know such grand things if you ask him, Qinxia said, looking at the officer. There is something I need beneath user, which will be crucial to this war. You must immediately coordinate with the user people to cooperate with all my actions. Yes, my lord. The officer saluted, ending the communication. Qinxia turned to look at the captain. He didn't speak, but the captain knew what to do next. I'll immediately arrange for people to go to user to find the plague heart. Although the time here is different from the documents provided by the institute, the location of the plague heart should be unchanged. Qinxia nodded. The captain immediately went to make arrangements. Tethys, in turn, saluted Qinxia by placing his hand on his chest, and also left with the captain. The reason the Grand Librarian was on the command deck was that Qinxia had arranged for him and the captain to handle the matter of the plague heart together. After the others left, Qinxia stood nonchalantly in the center of the command deck, but was troubled by various thoughts. The officer said God Emperor. Could it be that even with such changes in the course of events in the 30th millennium, the Emperor still ultimately ascended to the Golden Throne? The officer said heretics. Clearly, there were still Space Marines legions and primarchs who rebelled. But it might also be that the environment in the Eye of Terror was too unstable, and the 40K from his memory appeared here, not necessarily the 40K after the many changes that had occurred now. As Qinxia harbored such a glimmer of hope, a Navy officer stood up to report, large numbers of living organisms detected approaching user. Prepare for battle, Qinxia ordered, simultaneously looking out the porthole. A flash of light appeared at the Mandeville point directly opposite the think tank fleet, and numerous warships emerged from the warp into the reality affected by the Eye of Terror. These warships were identified as biological because they looked exactly like living organisms. Steel and flesh were fused together, and thick, grotesque tentacles covered the entire ship. The propulsion systems of some warships were no different from normal ships, while those of others were giant, constantly writhing jet chambers. The think tank fleet was ready for battle. 1 heavy cruiser, 2 Retribution-class Grand Cruisers, 4 Nuceria pattern assault cruisers, and 12 frigates formed a line formation, turning into a straight line on the enemy fleet's inevitable path, aiming their starboard broadsides at the enemy ships. The White Knight heavy cruiser and the Nuceria pattern assault cruisers were the core of this line formation. Unlike other Imperial cruiser models, the Nuceria pattern assault cruisers excelled in firepower and maneuverability, and in the most advanced interception technology developed by reverse engineering the Forge engine laser defense technology. Nearly 100 enemy ships of various classes advanced straight ahead, encountering bombardment. The Thinkers, already in a state of coordinated combat, also used psychic spells to tie down enemy ships. The first wave of concentrated fire caused 5 cruiser-class enemy ships to sink. The 20-odd ships of the Imperial Navy patrol fleet, after the void battle began, approached the enemy fleet from the flank. At this point, the Mandeville point in the star system flashed purple again, and a new fleet joined the battle. The flagship of this fleet, like the White Knight, was also a heavy cruiser. On the communication panel, there was the commander of the patrol fleet, and after the new fleet entered the star system, another communication window squeezed in. Qinxia immediately walked to the communication panel and ordered the communications officer to enlarge the communication window. The full image of a space marine appeared in the communication window. He was seated on a throne on a vast command deck, clad in silver armor, with his helmet resting on his knees. A long sword and a shield rested on the left and right sides of the base of the throne, respectively. The heavily adorned silver armor and the space marine's composed demeanor made him appear quite imposing. This is the White Knight, the space marine said coldly. I am Jonah, warlord of the White Knight, unknown friendly forces, please state your identity. Qinxia was slightly surprised and glanced at the other White Knight outside the porthole. There was a reason he initially thought this was just someone else's heavy cruiser. The warship looked nothing like the current White Knight, not even its outer silhouette. This is also the White Knight. Qinxia retracted his gaze, looking at the warlord. I am the White Knight Lord. Warlord Jonah, hearing this, not only showed no shock or performed a salute, but instead made a sour face. Are you the White Knight of the Ordo Malleus? If so, then I can only hold my nose and cooperate with you, as long as you don't steal my White Knight too. Chapter 525, Future Matters. The void battle was a one-sided affair, with the Imperial forces holding a comprehensive advantage over the fleet composed of those strange bio-warships. However, as the void battle dragged on, more and more bio-warships appeared in the star system, and eventually, the enemy, relying on numerical superiority, pushed the Imperial fleet's front line above user. The enemy was clearly not there for a void battle. Upon approaching user, they immediately airdropped ground forces onto user, which had no void shield protection whatsoever. The bio-warships retreated after completing this single task. At the same time, green spore clouds began to spread over user. An Imperial Navy warship attempted an orbital bombardment on the enemy's landing zone, but the lances and macro cannons were completely disintegrated when they passed through the spore clouds. Reports from the planetary surface defense forces were first relayed to the Imperial Navy, then to Qin and the White Knight Warlord. We saw some creatures gnawing at macro cannon shells. They even gnawed at the lances. Urgent audio recordings played and then ended. Warp virus, the warlord named Jonah offered. Your Ordo Malleus is quite adept at dealing with such things, I hope you are well prepared for this. Who is the enemy? Qin asked, more concerned about that. You don't even know who the enemy is, and you come here for what? Jonah snorted, is the Ordo Malleus's threshold so low now that even someone like you can join? I thought they would at least check if a White Knight candidate's intelligence level was normal. Qin realized that the other party would not miss any opportunity to insult the Ordo Malleus. The Ordo Malleus is a sub-organization of the Inquisitor, established 10,000 years later, specifically responsible for dealing with demons and supernatural events. The Grey Knights are also members of the Ordo Malleus. And the Inquisitor even has oversight power over the Space Marines. An Inquisitor can even decide the fate of a warlord. Qin truly didn't know where this warlord named Jonah got the courage and confidence to insult the Inquisitor. Furthermore, Qin couldn't even temporarily ascertain whether the White Knight to whom Jonah belonged was his successor, or if the Ordo Malleus's White Knight was his true successor. Qin had 100 questions he wanted to ask, but the situation demanded immediate action. Ground defenses are falling back, the Imperial Navy officer reported urgently. He showed no surprise or evasion at the mention of the Ordo Malleus. Clearly, as someone who frequently operated around and even within the Eye of Terror, he at least had some understanding of the Imperial secrets he witnessed. The White Knight warlord Jonah raised his hand, using psychic power to push the officer out of the communication channel, then informed Qin the enemy is a minion of the Plague God, even if they have no orbital support and are abandoned here by their own fleet, they can easily dismantle users' defenses. I need your assistance. Jonah extended his index finger, pointing to the other end of the communication panel, which was Qin. Are you done with your nonsense? Qin frowned, I asked which minion of the Plague God the enemy is, tell me his name. Typhus, Jonah seemed slightly puzzled, the traitor Primarch Mortarian's childhood companion and the first captain of the Death Guard. Are you truly unaware, or is this just another way to pick a fight? He had not expected that the person on the other side didn't know who exactly was invading user, and thought the previous question was merely a deliberate attempt to argue. Typhus, Qin pondered. Mortarian had, after all, betrayed, the Death Guard had, after all, become enemies. For Mortarian, Qin and Angron had a plan, and this plan didn't even need to be executed in a hurry because no matter how much Mortarian spouted social Darwinist rhetoric, it was ultimately just talk. His fall wasn't because he harbored evil or was too stubborn to change his path. Angron believed that Mortarian's betrayal rate was even lower than Fulgrim's. However, after a second of thought, Qin habitually ordered, immediately deploy ground forces to user, there is something I must obtain there. Jonah opened his mouth to speak, then stopped, and finally cut off communication without a word. Both sides began dispatching ground forces to user. Qin directly teleported with the Thinkers to the planet's surface, appearing at the user planetary defense forces embattled front line. The White Knight warlord named Jonah also teleported with his subordinates to this war-torn location, both emerging from the teleportation gate one after another. Only then did the two meet. Jonah wore Terminator power armor of a model Qin couldn't identify, the White Knights behind him, numbering over 300, wore Terminator models different from their warlord, also unidentifiable to Qin. Isn't the advantage of your Ordo Malleus White Knight training system having more people? Why are there only 60 of you? Did all the Saturn Psychic Academy cadets die? Jonah's expression grew even more displeased upon seeing the number of allied troops. Upon hearing the other party mention the Saturn Psychic Academy and the White Knight training system, Qin became increasingly certain that the White Knight warlord before him had no relation to himself, and the Ordo Malleus White Knight Jonah spoke of was more likely his true successor 10,000 years later. The Psychic Academy, a modernized training system, these were all things the White Knight think tank unit had been working on not long ago. There was also another matter that Qin believed corroborated his judgment. That was the armor on his body. Even after 10,000 years, with vast changes and lost records, how could such a sacred relic among sacred relics, an armor forged by a Primarch, be forgotten? Yet, Jonah and the members of his White Knight warlord only glanced at his armor, merely thinking it looked quite good. Even if only I came, it would be enough. Qin, having understood the other party's lineage, no longer dwelled on the past and turned to observe the enemy. The defensive line was built at a mountain pass. In front of the layered defensive positions was a dense, dark green spore mist, so thick that nothing inside could be seen. Only at the edge of the mist could some corpses of the planetary defense force be vaguely seen, as well as positions overrun by the enemy. The spore mist was constantly spreading, wherever it diffused, flowers, green grass, and trees bloomed, rather than withered and decayed. But the beginning and end of life, prosperity, and termination, are precisely Nurgle's dominion. My lord, the White Knight captain's voice sounded in the communication channel, behind the mountain pass is the mining area, according to the think tank's information, the plague heart is right beneath your feet. Hearing this, Qin looked at Varys. Varys gestured with a few hand signals for the battle brothers to spread out. Every think tank member in the think tank unit had the ability to stand alone, they dispersed along the entire front line, entering the trenches. Seeing them fighting alongside them, some mortals cried with joy, and others knelt directly in the mud, praying to them. To the locals, these were the Emperor's angels, holding great religious significance. The thinkers born in the 30K era generally believed in the imperial truth, but at this moment, they did not feel averse to the locals' religious behavior. As individuals with extensive knowledge of the warp and psychic powers, the thinkers clearly understood that if not for the cohesion and spiritual strength brought by the Emperor's faith, this world of user would simply not be able to exist in the Eye of Terror. The warriors of the White Knight Warlord also dispersed, joining the trenches. Jonah, wielding a long sword and a large shield, stood as commander alongside Qinxia and the local planetary defense force ground commander, in the command post at the center of the defensive line. The toxic mist had not yet spread, and for this second line position, the invasion had not yet begun. Jonah continuously scrutinized Qinxia with suspicious eyes. Qinxia did not look at Jonah, his gaze always fixed on the toxic mist, but he was pondering about Jonah and the White Knight Warlord. If it was confirmed that the other party was his successor, then revealing his identity would be the best choice. The other party, due to bloodline and lineage, would unhesitatingly obey all the commands of the Warlord's ancestor from 10,000 years ago. Even if they heard that the Warlord's ancestor wanted to take or destroy the Plague Heart, these people would not hesitate in the slightest. But now that it was confirmed that the other party was not his successor, and that the Ordo Malleus's White Knight was, it would be best to continue acting in the capacity of the Ordo Malleus. The key lay in the binding force. The Ordo Malleus identity clearly held sway over the White Knight Warlord, whether this influence came from the Ordo Malleus being the direct successor of the White Knight Lord back then, or the Ordo Malleus being a subordinate agency of Terra, among other reasons. Otherwise, with the temperament of the Space Marines, would they let the Inquisitor take away the future White Knight? Don't look at me, Qinxia turned to Jonah, I represent the Inquisitor and have come for the Plague Heart. If the enemy breaks through the line later, your warlord had best hold on a while longer to buy me some time. Jonah's nose twitched a few times, and his eyes showed anger and hatred. But he had no choice and could only comply. Qinxia estimated that there were some rules within the warlord specifically for the Ordo Malleus White Knight, otherwise, Jonah probably wouldn't have agreed at this point. It's the bells. A planetary defense force officer suddenly shouted loudly. His shout was quickly drowned out by the bells echoing across the wilderness. The bells rang 7 times. The clock on the command post wall had just reached 7:77. Your Usurians have a bit of a problem with your time system, Qinxia withdrew his gaze from the clock, then warned, they are going to attack. A roar suddenly emanated from the toxic mist. Some dark shadows shambled out from the densest part of the toxic mist, eventually revealing their forms where the mist was thinner. They were walking corpses covered in pustules. Plague zombies. The Death Guard's typical tactic in the 40th millennium was to use plague zombies as cannon fodder, then plague warriors would advance with a massive horde of zombies. Qinxia didn't need to remind them of the enemy's tactics, the Usurians were already quite familiar with this and fought according to past experience. Some elite warriors wielding heavy sniper rifles moved through the trenches, aiming and sniping at the Death Guard among the plague zombies. At the same time, after a calibrated artillery strike, all artillery fired in unison, covering the plague zombies and Death Guard with a dense, creeping barrage. The artillery fire exploded deep into the toxic mist, but because no one knew what was inside, no one knew what was destroyed. The plague zombies were blown flying everywhere, but the plague warriors, these Death Guard space marines who had betrayed over 10,000 years ago, were unaffected by the artillery fire. These plague warriors have psychic powers, Qinxia judged. They have no psychic powers, Jonah said, it's merely the effect of the fragile material structure in the Eye of Terror, causing the lethality of material weapons like artillery to be greatly reduced. Jonah did not miss any opportunity to express contempt for the Ordo Malleus, this is the level of your Inquisitor personnel. I feel that the mortal servants of the White Knight Warlord are more knowledgeable than you. Qinxia was unmoved by Jonah's words, merely staring at the toxic mist, your psychic sight is too short, you cannot see that those plague warriors are using one person's psychic power. Although he had strong opinions about the Inquisitor personnel before him, Jonah still silently and seriously considered Qinxia's words. Just from this reaction, Qinxia could tell that Jonah lacked self-confidence, was aware of his own weaknesses, and was also someone who could take advice. He must have only recently become a warlord, perhaps even against his will, forced into the position. Just like Dante, the Blood Angel's warlord, who became a warlord despite not believing himself worthy of the title. Chapter 526, Psyker Dreadnought. As they spoke, the toxic mist spread even faster. Plague zombies and plague warriors advanced on the defensive line, weathering a hail of gunfire. The combination of resilient warriors and undead creatures was enough to shatter the planetary defense forces line the moment they engaged, but the thinkers in the trenches, like rivets, firmly held the line, preventing it from collapsing easily. The fierce and precise firepower of the plague warriors and undead was only the first threat the mortal soldiers faced. As they approached and inflicted heavy casualties on the soldiers manning the line, the virus followed. Some weak-willed mortal soldiers broke out in pustules, others felt an unbearable itch, and still others coughed up large quantities of maggots. Only by the thinkers distributing their psyker power among the soldiers across the entire defensive line was the line able to hold. Qinxia was in the command post, his attention not on the constantly strained, soon-to-collapse defensive line, but on every single plague warrior. He had already observed with his psyker vision that these plague warriors were wielding the psyker power of others, a power that lingered in the air like wisps, directed towards the center of the toxic mist. Jonah was also observing with his psyker vision. However, what this psyker saw was only a series of flickering, chaotic images, scenes of White Knight Legion members dying, a star system thousands of miles away, a house on the planet User, even a pair of shoes. Experience told Jonah that all of this had meaning, they were just clues waiting to be connected. But experience also told Jonah that taking the things seen in Psyker vision seriously and analyzing them wouldn't work, because at present, they were just worthless, jumbled clues. Qinxia knew what Jonah had seen just by looking at his troubled expression. This was what most Psykers saw when they entered Psyker vision, chaotic, complex, and temporarily meaningless. It was like a video sharing website Qinxia had once seen, where after clicking on a video, a TL, DR, XXX comment would pop up. You wouldn't know what the TL, DR was referring to until you watched to the end. Continue command, Qinxia ordered the officer, then walked out of the command post and onto the very front line of the position. Jonah thought for a moment and followed him out. It seemed that some hidden presence saw the two of them and no longer bothered with pointless concealment, gradually revealing itself. The large area of toxic mist suddenly took on the visual appearance of a tornado, and from the eye of the storm, a figure slowly emerged from amidst the flowers and green grass. Typhus, even though Nurgle's power had caused his face to rot, forcing him to constantly wear a helmet, Qinxia still recognized him at a glance. Why are you back? Typhus walked forward, scrutinizing Qinxia. Qinxia didn't want to speak to a traitor. He lightly raised his hand and, from dozens of kilometers away, flicked his middle finger. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking Typhus's head. But it had no damaging effect, not because Typhus was too powerful or his Psyker attainments too high, but because the surrounding environment rapidly changed. Typhus and everyone else who didn't belong to the era Qinxia remembered vanished without a trace. The planet's mountain pass was still the same mountain pass. But there were no signs of human activity. User was now the uninhabited planet recorded by the Human Historical Research Institute. What happened? Varus stood on the ground, looking around in a daze, still holding his spear aloft. He had been about to kill a plague warrior, but after thrusting his spear, the tip met nothing. Not to mention the plague warrior, even all the mortal allies present had vanished. Allied fleet gone, void facilities in the star system gone, the captain reported. It was those people we saw briefly appearing in the present from the future, Qinxia analyzed. The temporal structure within the Eye of Terror is unstable. Now that it's returned to normal, they naturally vanished. No sooner had he spoken than everything that had just vanished suddenly reappeared, only with a change. The plague zombies and plague warriors had already broken through the mortal line, and the mortal soldiers were fleeing in disarray. The warriors of the White Knight Legion were also retreating, and Warlord Jonah was fighting Typhus. It was a situation where the entire edifice was crumbling, and the world was turned upside down. Seeing the suddenly vanished allies reappear, Jonah shouted for support. At this moment, although Qinxia's Psyker attack, which he had just condensed and unleashed, missed, some residual Psyker power remained in the air. When Typhus, the target of Qinxia's aggressive thoughts, reappeared, the residual Psyker power assailed him. Typhus, who had just kicked Jonah away and was preparing to unleash a Psyker barrier, suddenly stiffened. What struck him was not lightning or some attack with a physical effect. The attack was invisible and intangible, caused only by Qinxia's lingering malice towards Typhus, an abstract thought of I want to kill him, and the resulting effect was incomprehensible and unobservable. His armor gradually shattered, and the pustules on his belly burst, gushing forth torrents of green fluid. Typhus coughed violently, dropping to one knee, and took a long time to gradually adapt. Kill me, Typhus looked up. Without needing a reminder, Qinxia delivered another blow. This time, Psyker lightning struck Typhus squarely, blasting the Nurgle vanguard into dust. However, the defensive line was already broken, and the mortal soldiers were fleeing and being slaughtered. Even with Typhus dead, and no one left to channel Psyker power to the plague warriors, the situation seemed irreversible. It only seemed irreversible. Assemble. Qinxia advanced, holding his gun. All the thinkers gathered around the White Knight Lord. Individuals with powerful Psyker resonance like Typhus and Varus used the metamorphosis fusion technique Qinxia taught them to summon Psyker giants to reinforce the defensive line. The White Knight Legion also made arrangements at the same time. Members of the White Knight Legion gathered around the thinkers, while Jonah came to Qinxia's side, simultaneously calling for reinforcements. Awaken that ancestor. Qinxia heard Jonah say. A drop pod was launched by Jonah's flagship, spewing exhaust flames as it descended towards the planet's surface. On the ground, a gigantic flower suddenly erupted, spewing venom that destroyed the drop pod in the sky. Is that all? Qinxia thought. But looking at the reactions of Jonah and the others, they showed no urgency at all. Finally, several kilometers ahead, right in the center of the plague warriors and plague zombies, a black light suddenly burst forth, crushing everything within hundreds of meters into molecules or atoms with surging Psyker power. The black light dissipated into specks, and everyone saw what the secret weapon that had descended from the sky was. A dreadnought. Numerous ornate, decorative patterns covered the dreadnought's body. Its left hand was adorned with a ceremonial greatsword, its right with a ceremonial shield, and even the side facing the enemy was covered in bas-reliefs, clearly not for combat. But merely focusing on aesthetics didn't mean this dreadnought lacked destructive capability. The sarcophagus, housing the broken pilot, glowed with black Psyker light, continuously releasing Psyker shockwaves from within. All zombies or plague warriors attempting to approach and destroy it were pinned to the ground by the surging Psyker shockwave after getting within dozens of meters. Lightning and flames erupted in the surrounding space without a trace. Like all dreadnoughts, this dreadnought, once awakened and thrown into battle, had a temper. It unleashed its fury, cruelly slaughtering every enemy it saw. I am a son of Angron. A roar echoed from within the dreadnought's sarcophagus. The roar, amplified by Psyker power, resounded across the wilderness. No matter the distance, everyone heard it clearly, as if someone were speaking directly into their ears. The dreadnought raised its greatsword, the transmission joints of its right arm groaning as it slowly lifted the greatsword above its head. Lightning descended from the sky onto the blade. The dreadnought stood amidst the splashing sparks and flames, preparing to strike. Slay! Traitors! The greatsword plunged vertically into the ground. Black psyker lightning spread outwards, and a large number of zombies and plague warriors died from this single blow of the dreadnought. Onlookers couldn't tally the results in a short time, they only saw the vast enemy forces largely evaporated by this strike. The offensive line could not be maintained, and the fragile defensive line of the mortals, which had once again solidified due to the dreadnought's arrival, no longer had the effect of sweeping through everything. The zombies were gradually slaughtered, while the plague warriors had already begun to withdraw. They too realized that staying here was meaningless. Psyker Dreadnought, Qin Xia looked at Varus. Varus and the White Knight Lord met each other's gaze. The Psyker Dreadnought was a plan Varus was working on. He believed that if the White Knight think tank unit ever had severely wounded members, they should be placed in new dreadnoughts. A thinker in a dreadnought would undoubtedly be more powerful in combat. But the prerequisite was that the thinker entering the dreadnought must have extremely stable psyker power, unable to lose control due to injuries or the torment of their will. This made the plan extremely difficult and seemingly without value. Varus had once asked himself if he could maintain his sanity if he, like the old Legion commander, entered a dreadnought. The answer was no. Even if the Primarch ordered all dreadnoughts to have their man-machine interface technology replaced, and the dreadnought itself no longer inflicted hellish agony on its controller, the long solitude and the simulated consciousness space would still drive a person mad. Regardless of its feasibility, just looking at the combat power of the Psyker Dreadnought, even a single Psyker Dreadnought was enough to turn the tide of battle. The Dreadnought, which housed an ancient Psyker, was precisely that powerful. Even if human military strength in the 40K era was almost completely ruined compared to the 30K era, both for Chaos and the Imperium, the performance of the Psyker Dreadnought still could not be underestimated. Who is in this Dreadnought? Qin Xia looked at Jonah. Because of the appearance of the Psyker Dreadnought, he now began to suspect that this White Knight Legion might not be unrelated to his own heritage. Perhaps the Ordo Malleus's White Knights were indeed authentic, but their relationship with the White Knight Legion should be one of main and branch, rather than one being a genuine descendant of the White Knights and the other having no connection to the White Knights of 10,000 years ago besides the name. This is the true wealth that you can never take away. Jonah looked at the Dreadnought proudly. An ancestor from 10,000 years ago slumbers within the war sarcophagus. In some vague, scattered records, he once fought alongside the Legion's genetic progenitor, Angron. And during the Legion era, within the think tank unit, he also held a crucial position, commanding numerous subordinate think tank organizations, possessing absolute authority. Clearly, Jonah also didn't know the name of the ancestor sleeping inside the Dreadnought. Qin Xia, however, looked at Varus, suspecting it might be him. The short temper displayed in the recent battle, as well as holding a crucial position in commanding many thinkers. This all fit the chief librarian quite well. Destroy the Plague Heart. Don't mind these bastards from the Ordo Malleus. The Dreadnought turned around and began to move. Its next step was a Psyker teleportation to stand before everyone. The slit on the Dreadnought's war sarcophagus aimed at everyone present. And when the slit aimed at Qin Xia, the words emanating from the Dreadnought suddenly ceased. Sorry, you won't get to show off this time. Jonah looked at Qin Xia, smiling. This ancestor won't give the White Knights of the Ordo Malleus a good look, but at least you can leave alive. Qin Xia ignored Jonah, silently watching the slit on the Dreadnought's war sarcophagus. The Dreadnought's massive and heavy body slowly sank, its legs moving backward, adopting a posture as close to kneeling as possible. Seeing their Legion ancestor in such a posture, everyone in the White Knight Legion immediately knelt, even though they were still unsure why. White Knight Lord. A rumbling voice came from within the Dreadnought. Commas, Grand Master of the World Eaters White Knight Think Tank, greets you. Chapter 527 Hope. I thought this Legion had no lineage connection to me. Qin Xia gestured for everyone to rise. The Dreadnought stood up, and when Commas, slumbering in his sarcophagus, saw himself, his younger self, standing behind the White Knight Lord, he understood everything instantly. After the Great Rebellion, your White Knights were dispersed. The most elite among them became core members of the Ordo Malleus, while another portion was scattered into various legions. We fight across the galaxy, engaging in battle with demons in places where ordinary warriors cannot tread. Commas said from within his sarcophagus. Qin Xia looked at Jonah. The warlord kept his head down, silent, looking rather awkward. It seems you are a new leader who needs more training, Qin Xia said, taking the initiative. Warlord. He is only 16 years old. Including his experiences as a mortal, Commas explained for Jonah, he became warlord because he was the only White Knight left among his peers, and he also possessed the most stable and strongest psychic talent in the entire Legion. I will supervise and train him. The Dreadnought raised his hand and used his shield to bump Jonah's back from behind. Qin Xia took his gaze off Jonah and looked at Commas, continuing to ask, you should be able to tell that I am not the White Knight Lord who lived through the Great Rebellion. What happened 10,000 years ago? Commas immediately began recounting the events of over 10,000 years ago. Just as he would tell every junior who joined the White Knight Legion when he was conscious. 10,000 years ago, the Great Rebellion occurred. Commas was on an external mission at the time, so he did not witness the entire process and overall situation of the rebellion alongside the Primarch and the White Knight Lord. He spent 70% of his time fighting rebels on one planet after another. Therefore, he was not very familiar with the details and specific course of the Great Rebellion. But once, Kama's helped a ship travel to Terra through a warp storm, which was his only opportunity to encounter core participants of the Great Rebellion. On that ship were Erebus, the Emperor's immortal friend, Ahriman, an important figure of the Thousand Suns Legion, Hal, a former Thunder Warrior member of the World Eaters, and Inamaz, a former World Eaters member from Nuceria. Kama's had only heard Erebus complain, the webway established by the Emperor is simply unreliable. It will eventually have problems, and the Emperor knows this. That damn tyrant might use other methods to ensure the webway continues to function. Afterward, the rebels boarded ships in the webway, and Kama's lost contact with these individuals. The webway project was successful. Qin Xia breathed a sigh of relief. This was good news. Kama's continued his narration. As a micro-level participant in the Great Rebellion, a space marine would not know who all had rebelled. This problem also occurred in Qin Xia's memory of the Great Rebellion, even the Emperor and Malkador had to guess who had rebelled. Kama's encountered some people and events while trying to return to the think tank unit, and in this process, he personally confirmed many traitors. The Word Bearers. The Death Guard. The Midnight Lords. The Thousand Suns. These four were the rebel legions Kama's had personally confirmed. I only personally saw Mortarion and Lorgar, these two primarchs, fighting alongside their traitor legions. Kama's made a point to add here, when I arrived at Nostramo, attempting to reach Nuceria from the webway entrance there, I saw Conrad Curse slaughtering his traitorous offspring on Nostramo. As for Magnus, I don't know what he was doing, but when I was with Erebus and the others, Ahriman and I led the loyalist Thousand Suns against the traitorous Thousand Suns, and Ahriman didn't even know the true situation of his primarch, otherwise he wouldn't have gone to Terra. When Kama spoke of this, he and everything around him belonging to the 40K era disappeared for a while. Qin Xia waited patiently until they returned a moment later, then he could listen to Kama's continue to speak about the Great Rebellion. What were the Iron Warriors doing at that time? You didn't encounter a single Iron Warrior? Qin Xia asked. Before I entered the Nostramo webway entrance to Nuceria, I met Danxiok while passing through the Great Ultramar webway. Kama's recalled the distant past, I helped him guard a large psychic facility in the 500 worlds for a while. I've forgotten what that thing was called. In any case, Danxiok said at the time that his primarch was supporting Nuceria, rather than obeying the Emperor's command to guard Terra with Dorn. If Danxiok hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have been sure Dorn was a loyalist, because I personally saw traitors from the Imperial Fists attacking the 500 worlds. Danxiok told me that the reason his primarch did this was, the Emperor ordered Perturabo to dismantle his newly rebuilt New Olympia, and to construct various defensive fortifications and war facilities there to counter threats emerging from the Eye of Terror. Upon hearing this, Qin Xia frowned. Truly worthy of the Emperor. As for what kind of attack Nuceria suffered, I don't know. Kama's tapped his sarcophagus. The webway from Ultramar to Nuceria was destroyed, and my ship could only risk warp travel, being carried by a storm to some unknown place, and then Typhus boarded my ship. I repelled Typhus, but I was also severely wounded. At that time, there was also a mad mentor on my ship, one of the 2 Grey Knights we saved. That mentor cast a psychic spell on me, anchoring my soul forever in the sarcophagus, so that my soul would not be devoured by the plague along with my body. And then, you came. Kama's finally mentioned Qin Xia. At that time, the warp storm had subsided. You came to find me with the White Knight, helped me repair my ship's engine, and then told me to go to Saturn. You even left the White Knight behind. At that time, you said you had something important to do and then left. I don't know exactly where you went, I only know that you had all sorts of people around you at the time. Eldar Seers, that atavistic beast, an Iron Man, all kinds of people. Qin Xia thought as he listened. It's likely that Kama's failed to protect the White Knight, leading to its capture by the Ordo Malleus. The previous deduction was actually not wrong. If he, who went to find Kama's at that time, had gone after the Great Rebellion, then after everything had settled, he would naturally choose to form a Grey Knights-like unit on Saturn. What about Angron? Qin Xia asked the most pressing question. Do you know where he is now? Kama's experienced the Great Rebellion from the perspective of a minor character, the information he knew was extremely limited. Kama's, who never made it to Nuceria or Terra, likely wouldn't know the Primarch's experiences and fate, but Qin Xia still hoped he might know. Even if the probability was slim. The Primarch and the Lord Regent are one staying on Terra, and the other staying in the Ultima Segmentum formed by Great Nucria and Ultramar. A White Knight Legion member stepped forward and said, I just visited the ancestor of Genes in Nuceria a few days ago. As this warrior spoke, the surrounding environment changed multiple times. Qin Xia saw all these people and objects from 30K appear and disappear. Eventually, they stabilized for a few seconds, allowing Kama's to repeat the warrior's words, informing Qin Xia about Angron's fate 10,000 years later. Clearly, Conrad Curse's prophecy was not unchangeable. Angron did not die beneath a purple sword, but was living well in this era. Qin Xia was relieved. I must destroy the Plague Heart. Qin Xia looked around. I don't know what kind of power that thing has, but looking at the environment here, I estimate it has some kind of temporal ability. Yes, White Knight Lord. We must destroy the Plague Heart in both the past and the future, Kama said. We came here precisely under the Primarch's command. Your actions to destroy the Plague Heart back then failed to destroy this ancient evil artifact. What means do you have? A psychic bomb, the one you left behind. It hasn't been used yet? Did that thing I borrowed from Lion become a family heirloom? Everything around them vanished again for a while. Qin Xia gestured for Varus to deploy the weapon that could destroy the Plague Heart. He indeed had no intention of using the psychic bomb, because the Watchers named Kong had specialized weapons prepared for this operation. Those weapons were Old One creations. Varys bowed and left, leading a portion of the think tank to teleport underground to deploy the ancient bomb. A moment later, everything that had disappeared reappeared. The Plague Heart seemed to sense its impending destruction, and time here became increasingly chaotic. Qinxia even saw the past and future timelines gradually peeling away. Time currents roared through user, forming fine lines that divided everything Qinxia saw. Evacuate the user people. Commas roared at Jonah. It was clear that this good-natured person in charge from the think tank unit had become less amiable 10,000 years later. The White Knight Legion evacuated the user people not by using warships, but by directly using the webway. Within the gate-shaped construct covered in exposed cables, golden light flickered unstably, and the local people who had gathered were queuing to enter the gate. This time, acting simultaneously in the past and future, should be enough to destroy the Plague Heart, Qinxia said, unfastening an ornament from his waist. That ornament was used by ancient slave owners of Nuceria. Back then, when Qinxia collaborated with the Mad King Tark to kill the gladiator arena person in charge and Tark's uncle, he obtained this ornament from the latter. It symbolized the first slave owner to die in the entire Nuceria uprising war. Make time to return to Nuceria. Qinxia hung the ornament on Kama's sword hilt. Don't tell him that the person who gave you this was Qinxia from 10,000 years ago. The slits on the dreadnought sarcophagus faced Qinxia. Kama's was clearly deep in thought. I don't know what my fate will be 10,000 years from now. I'm not even sure if I'll still be alive 10,000 years later. Give this to Angron, even if I can't help him 10,000 years from now, even if this only lets him know that his adoptive father is still alive. Give it to him. By the end, Qinxia was almost choked up. He truly wanted to see Angron 10,000 years later, but he estimated that the Plague Heart couldn't function outside the Eye of Terror, and others crossing 10,000 years to a place with a stable reality structure would likely experience the same situation as those two Grey Knights. Mission accomplished. Kama slowly saluted with a fist to his chest. Qinxia finished everything he had to say, and looking at the increasingly chaotic and unstable temporal situation around them, he motioned for Kamas to leave user. Everyone else had entered the webway, but Kamas remained in place. My lord. A voice sounded from the sarcophagus. When I met Erebus and the others back then, the Emperor, through Erebus, told me a sentence, and asked me to convey it to you a second time many years later. The future is always variable, do not blindly trust it, lest you err a second time. As soon as Kamas finished speaking, he and the other people and objects from 40K vanished. The thinkers exchanged glances, all thinking that Kamas from 10,000 years later had disappeared before finishing the Emperor's warning. But Qinxia was certain that was the Emperor's complete message. In fact, the Emperor's original words might have only been the future is always variable, do not blindly trust it. This style, the Emperor's influence was severely overflowing. Let's go. Qinxia opened a portal, leading everyone away from the barren user. Chapter 528, The Matter of Ancestral Return. Qinxia stood on the command deck, as silent as the thinkers behind him, his heart still in turmoil. At least the webway project succeeded. Qinxia thought. But from various signs 10,000 years later, even if the webway project succeeded, the Emperor still failed to eradicate human religious beliefs. He was still worshipped as a god. Considering the Emperor's previous reason for destroying the perfect city, he must have been worshipped while seated on the golden throne. But how could that be? The future Kamas said that Nuceria and Ultramar formed the Ultramar sector, and Guilliman and Angron were both loyalists. These two not only had their own empires but also their own powerful legions. During the Horus Heresy, the loyalist primarchs placed great hope in the Ultramarines. Vulcan even told his traitorous brothers directly, watch as Guilliman sends the Ultramarines to blow you all to smithereens. But the Ultramarines' journey was delayed by a warp storm, preventing them from reaching Terra. However, if the webway project had succeeded, how could the Ultramarines' journey have been delayed? How could Horus have invaded the solar system and dueled the Emperor, leading to the Emperor having to sit on the golden throne, when Perturabo hadn't even rebelled? And there's the matter of the god-emperor worship. If the primarchs had not left and could have continuously corrected and guided the Imperium, how could the Imperium have sought religious solace in ignorance and fear after the era of the Emperor and the primarchs ended? The Emperor must have an inextricable connection with the golden throne. Qinxia could only temporarily answer his confusion with this not quite an answer. Sir, Mortarion is a traitor, Chief Librarian Varys suddenly spoke. Should we start thinking of ways to deal with him now? The Midnight Lords also still have traitors, Grand Librarian Tethys said, but I don't understand, given that we have already purged the Midnight Lords. The two of them began to mention the Great Heresy. When the future Kamas spoke those words about the future, they were undoubtedly extremely shocked. But the future is the future. This was not some ethereal prophecy, but the future Kamas, influenced by one of the three divine artifacts, coming to the present to recount the events of the future. Tethys, skilled in prophecy, believed that a future with such causality was highly likely to occur. That future is not necessarily an inevitable one. Qinxia turned to look at the two thinkers. I come from another future, a completely different future from what the future Kamas described. Many things I have done have also changed the future I originally saw. Someone once told me that the future is unchangeable, but now it seems that is not the case. So we may not necessarily be able to prevent Mortarion's betrayal. If we now consider Mortarion a traitor and make targeted plans to strike him, then it might be our actions that push Mortarion to the side of the traitors. With that, Qinxia motioned for all the thinkers to return. He did not need to order the thinkers to keep silent, as secrecy was already the most basic rule of the think tank unit. The thinkers bowed, placing their hands on their chests, and exited the command deck. Qin Xiao looked at the captain. We cannot go back now. Do you remember that institute document? Set a course for pediatritis mentioned in the document. We will go and retrieve that thing. The captain first ordered the course to be adjusted to pediatritis, a surveyed world recorded in the database, then curiously asked, Sir, are we going to retrieve the Duchulcha engine instead of destroying it? The Plague Heart, one of the 3 divine artifacts, has already been destroyed, and the Ouroboros is sealed by me on Caliban. The 3 divine artifacts can no longer be reassembled, Qin Xiao explained. The Duchulcha engine is difficult to destroy and has great utility. When the time comes, you should arrange this thing well and train some people specifically to operate it. The orders Qin Xiao issued were quite broad. How could a team suitable for operating the Duchulcha engine be trained, and where should it be placed, when they hadn't even seen it yet? But Qin Xiao only gave broad orders when facing the captain, because it was a habit the captain had cultivated in him. I will, sir. The captain turned and left, walking to the database in the corner of the command deck to review the institute document previously stored there. The Human Historical Research Institute had already seen the Duchulcha engine and described its general condition. Although the authenticity of this information still needed to be verified, it could certainly be used as a reference. The captain planned to arrange for top engineers to form the team to operate the Duchulcha engine, and also arrange for an officer he remembered as being extremely skilled in communication and appeasement to lead this team of engineers. Because the document stated that the Duchulcha engine had its own consciousness, it was essentially a living thing. Conventional engine operating methods might not be effective for the Duchulcha engine. While the captain handled matters, Qin Xiao focused on guiding the warp journey. He never looked for specific routes in the warp, nor did he avoid the warp disasters that navigators considered certain death, traps like storms or reefs. His psychic vision saw the corresponding structure of the target in the warp, then he charged straight through, following a straight line to the destination, jumping out of the warp and returning to the reality universe. It was that simple. The White Knight Lord's orders regarding navigation were more about requiring ship officers to control personnel, to avoid uncontrollable chaotic situations when the ship passed through treacherous warp zones. After some time traveling, Qin Xiao suddenly spotted a flashing sphere in front of the fleet. Qin Xiao initially didn't intend to pay attention, but the object was truly conspicuous, standing out among the myriad of strange and unpredictable things in the warp. So he teleported the sphere into his hand to observe it. The fleet did not stop, continuing to traverse all difficulties and obstacles propelled by the psychic torrent. Qin Xiao investigated the sphere he had just found. Upon sensing his psychic power, the sphere immediately dropped to the ground and projected a holographic image. The holographic image showed Gusa. Qin Xiao watched silently. In the image, Gusa explained his views to Super Xiao Qin, clearly mentioning his desire for Super Xiao Qin to help him find the Plague Heart, and why he wanted to find the Plague Heart. After watching the entire image, Qin Xiao realized that Gusa's ideas had evolved again. From initially wanting to return home, to wanting to bring order to his Blood Axe clan, then to eradicating Gork and Mork who influenced the Greenskin race, and now to wanting to try to remove the devolution mechanism imposed on the Greenskin by the Old Ones by fighting against chaos. Qin Xiao pondered for a moment, then teleported the Watchers from somewhere on the White Knight to his side, and together they rewatched the holographic image. Where was this found? The Watchers asked. In the warp. I don't even know why I found this thing. But I guess my replicated consciousness wanted to convey a message to me, so it threw this thing into the warp, Qin Xiao said. That's not important. What do you think of Goose's idea? This might just be a fantasy, the Watchers replied. My race has some understanding of the orcs and knows that they were indeed subjected to a form of degenerative fail-safe mechanism, but it's unlikely that this mechanism can be removed by fighting chaos. In fact, there's a high probability that there's no way to remove it at all. So you think Gusa won't eventually achieve ancestral return by killing demons or chaos servants? Yes. The Watchers unequivocally asserted that Gusa would inevitably fail. Perhaps feeling that such a definitive answer would not be very convincing, they added a supplementary remark. This isn't the only orc who thought of achieving ancestral return by fighting the enemies of the Old Ones. Tens of millions of years have passed since the war in heaven ended. Is it possible that among the orc race, he's the only chosen orc who could come up with such a wild idea? Qin Xiao thought so too. You heard the future Kamas say that you would fight alongside Gusa when you blew up the Plague Heart, so you hope he becomes stronger. The Watchers pinpointed the fundamental reason Qin Xiao asked them about this. Without any hesitation, Qin Xiao immediately nodded. He's already strong enough. The Watchers squatted down, mentioning Guilliman. Do you remember that Guilliman couldn't even fight back against Gusa? Qin Xiao nodded again. The think tank fleet jumped into the warp. As the strong light that flickered at the Mandeville point in the star system suddenly disappeared, another green light spread across the Mandeville point. A greenskin super dreadnought and a large number of Harad alien vessels burst out of the warp. Gusa stood on the command deck, observing everything in the star system through the viewport. There was no trace of any warships in the star system, only the shattered remains of a planet floated in the void. It seems we were one step too late. Super Xiao Qin entered the command deck. The Plague Heart and its planet have both been blown to smithereens. It looks like no chaos enemies appeared either. Gusa was silent for a moment, then slowly turned to look at Super Xiao Qin. What were you doing just now? I just teleported over from my warship. Super Xiao Qin came to Gusa's side, also surveying the environment in the star system. The Plague Heart was destroyed just like that? I thought chaos would at least send some demons or something to get involved. Gusa remained silent. The greenskin naval officers present, as well as the warlords who had just armed themselves and were preparing to lead assault teams into battle, could all sense the Blood Axe warlords' feeling of loss. Originally, before entering the star system, the orcs had expected a great battle to await them. The Blood Axe warlord would lead them to fight against an unspeakable dark enemy, and then they would be elevated in this war. If, as the Blood Axe warlord had predicted, the genetic limitations imposed on modern greenskin by the old ones could only be unlocked by fighting against dark enemies, then they would be elevated. The road ahead is long, there's no need to rush. Gusa suddenly relaxed, turning to look at the officer responsible for managing the ship's engines. That greenskin officer saluted, placing his hand on his chest, then activated the warp engine, leading the entire fleet to jump into the warp once again. Super Xiaoqin's warship in the fleet released a sphere glowing with points of light in the warp. Although Super Xiaoqin knew he was one step behind his main body, there was no causality, time, or sequence of events in the warp. He estimated that with his main body's psychic power, he would eventually find the item he had thrown out. He succeeded. Chapter 529, Speedrunning Pediditis. A month later. On the front lines of the Great Crusade, ahead of the advance route of the legions led by Horus. The think tank fleet suddenly warped into the reality universe, heading towards the orbit of the target planet. We have arrived at Pediditis, the captain reported to Qin Xia. As soon as he finished speaking, the person responsible for recording astronomical archives on the command deck photographed the entire star system and stored it in the database, naming it Pediditis. The Imperial Expeditionary Forces had not yet reached this point, so the star system, including all its planets, didn't even have a numerical designation. It was only after think tank agents investigated Pediditis that the star system received the temporary name Pediditis. However, the secret investigation by think tank agents could not be used as a basis for recording astronomical archives. Therefore, although Imperial personnel had arrived in this star system earlier, this was considered its first official discovery and recording. According to think tank archives, there are enemies on Pediditis. Should we deploy for combat on Pediditis? The captain asked. Qin Xia shook his head, denying, I only need to take a few people and directly teleport to where the Dujulcha is. After the captain nodded, a think tank combat team was summoned by psychic message and entered the command deck. After Qin Xia perceived the location of the Dujulcha engine and opened a teleportation gate to step through, the think tank team followed him into the gate. As the group emerged from the snowstorm, they saw the Dujulcha engine located within a secret room. It looked like a sphere of light with two poles, connected by numerous cables, with a shriveled, skeletal-looking boy attached to the cables. When the boy noticed the sudden appearance of the group, he was visibly stunned, as if saying, how could you possibly get in here? Varus, who commanded the think tank combat team, sensed psychic fluctuations within the secret room. It was undoubtedly a defensive barrier set up by the Dujulcha engine, making the psychic energy here chaotic and disordered. If it were him, he clearly wouldn't be able to open a teleportation gate directly here. At the same time, everyone on Pediditis was controlled by the Dujulcha engine, and they had also made defensive deployments against a landing assault. However, it was quite clear that these two preparations were useless against the White Knight Lord. I don't have much time to waste on you, Qin Xia said, gesturing for the thinkers on either side to step forward. The thinkers immediately walked up to the Dujulcha engine and began to dismantle and move it. The boy, controlled by the engine itself, looked bewildered, then was carried away by the thinkers along with the engine itself. Qin Xia led the group through the snowstorm, appearing in the White Knight's warehouse. This highly classified warehouse stored all the chaos artifacts previously obtained from INTELS. The Dujulcha engine also had a designated spot here. After the thinkers placed the engine down and activated the force field to suppress its psychic power, Qin Xia stood before the boy connected by the cables, silent for a moment. The boy still looked very confused at this point. Everything had happened too suddenly, as if a mission level that should have required overcoming difficult obstacles was speedrun without any ripples or trouble because the player had read a guide and prepared in advance. Perhaps because he genuinely didn't understand the situation, or perhaps to test them, the boy controlled by the engine slowly spoke. Have you come for the 3 divine artifacts? I am a key, you can use me. Mid-sentence, Qin Xia raised a hand to interrupt. There's no need for cryptic opening remarks. Since I could find you, it's because I know everything about you. Quick question, quick answer. Can you accept being used by me? Upon hearing the question, a look of confusion appeared on the boy's face. After careful thought, he was controlled by the engine to voice its will. I was born a tool, so of course I can accept. But you might not quite understand. All right, thank you. Qin Xia turned to Varus. Go inform the captain to set sail, return to the Abyss battle front line. Varus saluted with a hand to his chest, turned, and left. Qin Xia glanced at the engine again, then left the warehouse with the other thinkers. The warehouse's gate, infused with the ashes of soulless ones, crashed down, sealing the Dujulcha engine within. The boy controlled by the engine looked at the gate, then at the force field restraining him, and finally sat down to seriously ponder everything that had just happened. Outside the warehouse, Qin Xia walked and said to Tethys, help the engineering personnel arranged by the captain to quickly master this engine, but that is secondary. The most important task is to supervise it and ensure its existence remains a secret. Yes, Tethys said, bowing as he walked. As the great library's librarian, guarding knowledge and treasures was his duty. But Tethys was somewhat puzzled. This trip to Pediditis was incredibly easy and smooth. It seemed like a minor matter that could be handled by just sending a few people, though perhaps not as quickly and smoothly as it had just been. Yet the White Knight Lord had come personally, which indicated that the Duchulcha engine was so important that he had to oversee it himself to be at ease. Seeing Tethys's thoughts, and considering that the librarian also had to be responsible for compiling archives, Qin Xia took the initiative to explain, the Duchulcha engine can allow a vessel to traverse warp storms and perform extremely fast and stable warp travel. Just one sentence shocked Tethys and made him realize the importance of the Duchulcha engine. It is so strategically valuable. Tethys couldn't help but exclaim. For a person or object that will be used in war, being called strategically valuable is the highest praise. For the sake of secrecy, if necessary, we can even use it without installing it in the engine room. Remember that. After Qin Xia finished speaking, he opened a teleportation gate, preparing to leave the warehouse area. But before he entered the teleportation gate, the captain and his arranged engineering team emerged from the gate. After Qin Xia stepped into the teleportation gate and left, the captain approached Tethys. The Great Library's librarian stopped and pondered for a moment, deciding that he should temporarily set aside all other matters and personally supervise and accompany the process of understanding and using the Duchulcha engine. Thus, he did not arrange for thinkers and the engineering team to cooperate, and personally opened the warehouse gate. The boy controlled by the Duchulcha engine saw more people enter and immediately stood up from the ground, curiously observing everyone before him. Good evening. The leader of the engineering team was an officer personally selected by the captain. This sweet-looking woman was extremely skilled at communication. She approached the boy, bent down, and smiled, gently extending her right hand. So, this ancient artifact of yours, and this spokesman you control, are both boys. The boy lowered his head to look at the officer's outstretched hand, then looked up. Just tell me where you are going. Star System 92-22. The captain saw that the Duchulcha engine was not interested in conversation, so he took out a data slate and pointed to the star map on it. A star system 3 light years from us. The boy nodded. Tethys activated his psychic power, temporarily releasing the restraining force field on the engine. Then the Duchulcha engine roared to life, and electric sparks flashed within the warehouse, but Tethys knew clearly that it was not electric sparks, because he could feel surging psychic power from that light. Just as Tethys was almost driven by his vigilance to reactivate the suppression field, the Duchulcha engine suddenly stopped. The entire fleet appeared in Star System 92-22. Where else do you need me to take you? The boy controlled by the Duchulcha engine paced before the group. I can take you anywhere, even to that vault holding the ultimate secret. The captain looked at Tethys. It seems none of the people I prepared will be useful, and this thing can talk, potentially influencing these people's sanity. You all leave here, Tethys said. Leave this to me. The captain performed the Aquila salute, turned and led his team away with his hands behind his back, not forgetting to tell the engineering team, forget what you saw today. Father, 7 months have passed. Angron stood before the Great Library's viewport, surveying the entire library's environment. The Primarch himself was, of course, not physically present. Qin Xia was merely communicating with his adopted son via psychic link. Normally, a simple astropathic message would suffice for communication, like a phone call. But after user and the future Kamas had met, Qin Xia particularly wanted to see Angron. You know, time flows differently in the Eye of Terror compared to the normal reality universe. Qin Xia smiled. How is the Abyss battle progressing? It finished 2 months ago. Now the various legions have dispersed, exploring and conquering beyond the imperial frontiers in the west. Vulcan returned to Terra for a visit. The Emperor asked him to help with some webway engineering matters. That went quite smoothly. Qin Xia said, stroking his chin in thought, and after deliberation, he spoke of everything he had seen when destroying the Plague Heart. Angron, upon hearing this, was quite calm, as he had already determined that the future was not unchangeable, and that was enough. Things yet to come are all variables. I recently learned that Horus has been doing many things besides war, Angron said. After learning of the existence of chaos, he became alert to all the strange occurrences encountered during the Great Crusade. He knows about the genetic flaws and the problem of excessive pursuit of perfection in the Emperor's Children Legion, so he keeps the Emperor's children close to supervise them. He believes Mortarian's home world is influenced by chaos, so he has also gradually made Mortarian avoid recruiting soldiers from his home world. He's done quite a lot. Upon learning this, Qin Xia couldn't help but feel that his decision to inform Horus about the chaos influence was indeed wise. And knowing and being able to deduce many traces of chaos influence, then taking actions to avoid it, also demonstrated Horus's capabilities. There is great hope, father. Angron's eyes gleamed. Qin Xia nodded silently, feeling that there was indeed hope in his heart, but the fact that the Imperium would still become a theocracy in the future was too strange, so he remained troubled. Finally, Qin Xia stopped discussing the future. So, should I return to the expedition front line first, or go pick up Vulcan? Vulcan has already left Terra. Let's pick him up first, father. Chapter 530, The Seer's Admonition. Several more days passed in a flash. The think tank fleet had waited for a month at the Bellis Corona spaceport. Qin Xia had already sent a message to the Star Speaker of the Salamander's Legion's fleet, instructing the Fire Dragon Lord to emerge from the warp at Bellis Corona, then proceed to the front line together. Qin Xia estimated that waiting for the Fire Dragon Lord to rendezvous would take at least 2 months. However, less than a week later, the Fire Dragon Lord's fleet appeared at Bellis Corona. A flash of golden light at the edge of the star system, and then the warships the Fire Dragon Lord had taken to Terra entered the reality universe, approaching the think tank fleet. Qin Xia immediately teleported inside the Salamander's Legion's flagship, the Flame Forged. Passing through the snow, he met Vulcan on the command deck and immediately asked, "How are you more than a month ahead of schedule? Did you use the webway?" As his voice fell, Vulcan turned to look at Qin Xia. And as the Primarch formulated his words, a person who had been blocked by the Primarch's sturdy body stepped forward. "We meet again, Qin Xia." Standing beside the Primarch was the Ildari seer Eldrad Ulthran, whom Qin Xia had met before. Qin Xia and Ulthran exchanged greetings, then looked at each other with confusion, not understanding why Ulthran had helped humanity use the webway again this time. "This seer found me when I was going to Terra and took me through the webway," Vulcan explained. "How was the trip to Terra?" Qin Xia asked about the webway, which he was most concerned about. The webway was always of paramount importance, so Qin Xia often subconsciously brought it up. This time, when he mentioned the webway, his first feeling was relief. Because in the future, the webway project would be successful. "I just went to help out a little with the webway project." When the Fire Dragon Lord mentioned the webway project, there was no joy or happiness on his face, only complexity and gloom. "In my opinion, that webway project isn't very reliable. Everything I saw, how should I describe it? It was very crude." Vulcan suddenly turned and walked to the holographic projection device, pointing at it. "It's like a group of primitives saw this thing, thought it was amazing, and wanted to build one themselves. But limited by materials and technology, they could only, from memory, build the shell of this thing. And what could make an empty shell operate? The answer is psyker power. This is the feeling the webway project gave me. It's just a framework piled up, and then all the other flaws and deficiencies are compensated for by the Emperor's powerful psyker abilities alone." At this point, Vulcan wanted to discuss his views further but held back. What the Fire Dragon Lord didn't say was, the resources required for the webway project were astronomical, and the Imperium of Man squeezed every world within its territory more and more, supplying massive resources, only to ultimately create something like that. "But it does work," Ulthran said. "Even the Ildari cannot build the webway. For the Emperor, a human, to be able to create the crude webway the Fire Dragon Lord saw, is already a feat and a miracle that even our race cannot help but marvel at." Vulcan also had to admit this point. And after Ulthran spoke, Vulcan also mentioned the old seer. "This seer went to Terra with me and saw the webway project together. I was truly surprised that he wasn't killed. Although you might not believe it, this truly isn't my first meeting with the Emperor," Ulthran said, as if recalling past events, his gaze gradually deepening. Ultimately, the Ildari seer chose to conceal the past again, shifting the topic away from himself and the Emperor. "Qin Xia, I have something very important to tell you." Ulthran suddenly turned, his gaze falling on a chair. He clearly wanted to sit down and talk, and intended to get a chair. Qin Xia noticed this and directly teleported 2 chairs beneath them. Vulcan, standing nearby, realized that even a psyker of Ulthran's level would not easily use psyker power. "You should know about the Harlequin troop," Ulthran said. Qin Xia, of course, knew what that was. An Ildari organization, calling themselves Harlequins, worshipping the only active god among the Ildari pantheon, whose name was the Laughing God. The Harlequins would appear during major events that would have a profound impact on the reality universe. Seeing that Qin Xia understood about the Harlequin troop, Ulthran went straight to the crucial part. The Harlequins have been investigating Erebus. They discovered that Erebus has been searching for some device left over from the war in heaven. According to our race's records in the Black Library within the webway, this device, once activated, can temporarily blur the boundary between reality and the warp. You can understand it as creating a pocket of the warp within the reality universe. The device is on a border planet in INTELS, which is why our race once helped the INTELS people. Hearing Ulthran say this, Qin Xia wanted to correct the seer's terminology. It was Erebody, not Erebus. He had already given that bastard a name for identification. Ulthran also realized Qin Xia would say this, so he proactively explained, "Don't rush to correct me, the person you call Erebody is Erebus, the genuine Erebus." Qin Xia was puzzled. The person you call Erebody is clearly not a real creature, yet he can freely enter and exit reality, wielding the power of the gods. The reason is that he has an anchor point in the reality universe. This anchor point is Erebus, that pure and kind person. Erebus would have been a complex person, just like all of us sentient beings, with kindness as well as selfishness and evil. But someone separated his good and evil, forming 2 extremely pure and diametrically opposed individuals. They both originated from a complete Erebus, which is why I call Erebody Erebus. Killing Erebody is simple, just kill Erebus. Otherwise, as long as Erebus exists, Erebody will always emerge from various places. Then Ulthran further explained what an anchor point was, discussing some profound knowledge of fate and metaphysics. Qin Xia was only pondering Ulthran's method of eliminating Erebody. Killing Erebus, that just didn't feel right. So Qin Xia wanted to verify the source of the information. As far as I know, Erebody was inherently evil, not a product of someone's evil being separated. Dwelling on that is meaningless. The key is that whoever can be used by the gods is Erebody, whether an inherently evil person or the evil part of someone's soul, it doesn't matter, Ulthran explained. As Qin Xia pondered again, Ulthran also revealed the source of the information. "All the information I've told you comes from the Laughing God. Is it possible?" Vulcan suddenly interjected, "that this god isn't that reliable? How could a reliable god name himself the Laughing God, and have such a ridiculous name, making his followers into Harlequins?" Ulthran's expression was complex, as it was a long story. Qin Xia, however, subconsciously stated, "The Laughing God is the most reliable Ildari god. Relatively speaking. Then do you think this is the truth, or some kind of conspiracy, a trick? Vulcan asked. Qinxia was silent. Angron had once sensed Erebus and told his adoptive father what he had perceived. Pure goodness, without a trace of any negative component. There was once a person named Enamaz in the gladiators group, who was so kind that when he entered the warp, his goodwill was enough to dispel malevolent warp creatures. But Angron sensed that Enamaz still had some tiny negative components in his heart. No matter how kind he was, he would never ask for the High Knight to be spared, which was proof. Erebus, however, had absolutely none. Angron even thought that if Erebus stabbed Erebus and then immediately begged for mercy, Erebus would not hesitate to forgive him. This kind of goodness was too pure, unnatural. After some thought, Qinxia said, 9 times out of 10. We must go to Intes and solve this problem. Ulthran looked into Qinxia's eyes. I'm not suggesting you kill Erebus, because the Harlequins believe this person still has great use, and the benefits he can bring are greater than the harm Erebus brings. I merely believe we should destroy the ancient device protected by Intes. Qinxia naturally agreed, and at the same time, a question arose in his mind. What did Erebus want to do with that device left over from the war in heaven? The most probable answer immediately surfaced in Qinxia's mind: he still wanted to corrupt Horus. The Intes incident was successfully resolved, and Erebus failed to get the dagger. Horus was extremely wary of chaos, and the Daven incident was also unlikely to happen. So, this person, who always tried every possible way to make Horus fall, must still be doing things to find another way to corrupt Horus. We must go find Horus. Qinxia immediately stood up and made the decision, sighing inwardly. He had originally wanted to see Angron, but now. Horus left Terra 3 months ago, Vulcan said. What did he go to Terra for? Qinxia was very puzzled. When I first arrived at Terra, I heard he was questioning something at the Imperial Parliament. Vulcan remembered the matter very clearly. That was questioning why the Imperium ordered the sterilization of the Intes Xenos species, and the Imperial Parliament claimed they knew nothing about it. The bureaucrats argued with Horus, and it became a big issue. Qinxia became even more convinced that Erebus's target was Horus. Detering to Intes was a must, there was no debate. Qinxia first sent the decision to Angron via Star Speaker, then spoke to the Fire Dragon Lord. In case of unforeseen circumstances, we will need more personnel. I brought half of my sons back to Terra. Vulcan readily accepted. Anyway, the salamanders are too few, and the front line doesn't lack us as auxiliary troops. Intes. A gunship passed through the planet's orbit, entered the atmosphere, and flew towards the planet's surface. Horus sat in the gunship, facing 4 of his sons. Loken, Torgadon, Abaddon, Aximand. These 4 Shadow Wolves were also members of the 4 Kings Council. The Imperial Parliament's discussion period had arrived again, and Cyanus had to stay on Terra for a long time. During this period, Loken, newly promoted to a member of the 4 Kings Council, temporarily took over Cyanus's duties. The warp storm has enveloped the Intes star system. This storm is fierce, and Star Speaker and warp travel are completely cut off. Unless the World Eater's think tank can come to help, we will be stuck in the Intes star system for several months. Loken held a document, reporting on recent developments. Horus merely listened silently, without complaint. It was his decision to order a detour to Intes after leaving Terra, and now being trapped by the sudden storm was his problem. He couldn't complain about anyone or anything. A return to old stomping grounds. Torgadon held his helmet, smiling as he looked at the floor. The world beneath the floor was the same world where the Primarch had previously signed the merger treaty with the Intes people. Maybe we'll even see our old friend, that Intes man named Tur. Torgadon seemed very happy, chewing continuously, making a smacking sound from his mouth. He was chewing something called bubblegum. Horus's face showed only melancholy, without a hint of joy. The Primarch felt fear in the place he least should, and what he feared was not war, not a powerful enemy, but a mortal. The administrator of the Intes border planet, the mortal named Tur. We're here. Feeling the gunship gradually steady, Torgadon stood up, put on his helmet, and walked to the slowly opening cabin door. Below was the Imperial Governor's mansion. Inside and outside the mansion were 2 different scenes. Inside was luxurious and orderly, while outside was chaos and decay. People shouted, gathering in the streets outside the mansion, pushing and shoving with the Planetary Defense Force personnel. Torgadon jumped down first, landing in front of the Imperial bureaucrats who were there to greet the Primarch. Then came Loken, Abaddon, Aximand. Finally, Horus. When the Primarch leaped from 10 meters in the air and landed with a thud, a fierce expression appeared on his watched face. Chapter 531, The Intes Incident. War Master. The Imperial bureaucrats saluted with the Aquila. Horus walked up to the one at the front, examined him, and then said, Crom? I barely recognize you. Look at you. To Horus, the governor named Crom was a man so obese he needed a hover wheelchair. Yet, in Horus's memory, Governor Crom was a dashing young man, clad in a crisp military uniform, commanding mortal soldiers as an auxiliary. He had even, in one battle, commanded 2 squads of space marines under extreme circumstances. He had once been dashing, shrewd, loyal, and rational. Anything entrusted to him yielded nothing but the best results. But now. Burp, Crom burped, apologizing awkwardly, sorry, Intalchion food is too high in calories. Horus was incredulous. Crom was not easily swayed by power and luxury. He had once commanded the entire Shadow Wolves Mortal Auxiliary and even served as a patrol fleet commander for a time. The power and lifestyle then were far better than being a governor on INTELS. But Crom had remained incorruptible, his Mortal Auxiliary was always the most combat effective and consumed the fewest resources. Do you know why I appointed you governor of this world after INTELS was incorporated into the Imperium? Horus asked. Because I was capable, Crom smiled. Yes, and now you're a good for nothing. Look at the world you've managed, it was once so prosperous and civilized, and now it's filthy and chaotic. Horus's tone grew increasingly intense, eventually erupting into a roar. You fool, you've personally strangled your future. I intended for you to prove your capabilities to the Intellions, then become a counselor in the joint administration on the INTELS capital world. But you. Crom lowered his head. Horus no longer vented his anger but asked the question he cared about most, who gave you the order to sterilize the Intellion Xeno members of the race? The Imperial Parliament, Crom replied. Nonsense. I personally went to Terra to question the Parliament, and they didn't dare meddle with matters here on INTELS. Horus grew angry again. Crom looked puzzled, but I received the order documents. A bureaucrat beside him immediately stepped forward, presenting the documents and data slate issued by the Imperial Parliament. Horus smashed the documents and data slate to pieces with a single punch. He didn't want to dwell on who exactly issued the order, because mortals were like that, they would engage in endless squabbling, and given that the Space Marines Legion had no oversight or investigative power over the Imperial Parliament, who issued the sterilization order might never be clear. But the problem still lay with Crom. You fool, Horus grabbed Crom from his wheelchair. You execute every order, do you? Don't you know who sent you here? Where's your capability? Couldn't you have stalled? Stalled until I knew about this order, and then had seen us mediate in the Imperial Parliament? Fool. The Primarch's grip was a bit too strong, and Crom felt a sudden dizziness, spewing out the contents of his stomach. Seeing his gene father stained, Abaddon immediately drew his sword and slew Crom. How disappointing, Horus dropped the body, signaling the trembling bureaucrats to leave. Could he have been corrupted by that thing? Loken offered a possibility. The thing Loken referred to was chaos. Are the Intellions completely unaware of his corruption? Aximan stepped forward and said, they have methods to detect corruption. We once used Intellion technology to detect corrupted Xeno races, and it worked very well. INTELS has no investigative authority over Imperial personnel, Loken looked at Aximan. Horus remained silent, thinking it unlikely that Crom was corrupted by chaos. This fellow's will was too strong, he became an auxiliary commander precisely because of his strong will. He had fought guerrilla warfare against occupying Xenos on his home world for 20 years, until the Imperium's divine soldiers descended to save that planet. Or perhaps there was another reason. Horus decided to quell the chaos first, so he walked out of the mansion and into the open, facing the gathered Intellions. After stepping out of the mansion, the dilapidated state of this world became even clearer and more apparent to the Primarch's eyes. People were dressed in rags. Shanties were everywhere on the roads. Horus remembered how prosperous this world had been when he left, but it had quickly degenerated into this state. It was not surprising, however. The Imperium forbade INTELS from using AI, so a planet that originally required AI to manage quickly deteriorated. Horus had looked at some archives on his way and found that this world's situation was still the best in the INTELS sector because it was at least a place where the Primarch had once visited and signed a treaty. Horus. Someone rushed to the front, pushing with soldiers while roaring. You ordered the sterilization of our kin after we joined the Imperium. You shameless, utterly immoral tyrant. People grew even more furious upon seeing Horus. Not even a generation had passed since INTELS joined the Imperium, people still remembered Horus and Tur standing together before the cameras. Insults were the mildest form of protest. Soon, people began throwing objects at Horus. At first, Loken could keep the mortal soldiers in check, preventing them from firing, but when an Intellion directly threw a Molotov cocktail at the Primarch, Loken could no longer control them, and the mortal soldiers immediately opened fire. The situation became chaotic. Horus's voice was loud enough to overpower the crowd, but no one listened to him. Loken tried to dissuade the soldiers, but Abaddon stepped forward again, ordering them to fire, because the Molotov cocktail, shattered in midair, proved the locals intended to kill the Primarch. Horus rushed over, kicked Abaddon away, and stopped the soldiers. And in this process, the corner of the Primarch's eye caught sight of a person standing in the street corner. The person was dressed in rags, standing on the street with cold eyes. It was Tur. The warmth and excitement in Tur's eyes when he looked at Horus back then were now replaced by coldness and disappointment. Noticing that the Primarch had spotted him, Tur slowly pulled up his hood, turned, and disappeared into the shadows. Horus immediately gave chase. In a narrow alley, the Primarch cornered Tur. They stood 10 meters apart, staring at each other. Rain suddenly began to fall from the sky, soaking Tur's clothes, which clung to his body, revealing the outline of bandages. What happened to you? Horus instinctively took a step forward, wanting to check Tur's condition. But Tur retreated quickly like a startled cat. His mere retreat made the Primarch hesitate to advance further. I was in an Intellion prison for 2 months. Tur gradually calmed down, his expression returning to coldness and disappointment. So, what do you think happened to me, my Lord Primarch? Was that your instigation? Horus asked, referring to the rebels. I lost power long ago and was reviled as a traitor, so of course it wasn't me, Tor said. They stood up on their own, for the Intellions you sterilized. Perhaps to you, those so-called Xenos are merely vermin to be dealt with, but to us Intellions, they are kin, they jointly created the once prosperous Intel's with us. Horus was speechless. He could guess what Tor had gone through. As the one who represented Intel's in making the decision to join the Imperium, Tor must have taken the blame after the sterilization incident, becoming the target of people's hatred. Tor was still alive only because the Intellions had extremely high moral standards. Horus wanted to explain, to make promises, but Tor merely pulled a coin from his pocket, tossed it to the Primarch, and then gestured with his chin towards the vending machine behind the Primarch. The Primarch immediately walked to the vending machine like a servant, bought a bottle of alcohol, and then threw it to Tor across the distance. Tor caught the bottle, bit off the cap with his teeth, and took several large gulps. As Horus was about to explain again, Tor dropped the bottle and pulled out something that looked like a controller from his pocket. Horus, Tor said, I'm very grateful you came here. I should have come earlier. Now that I'm here, all problems can still be solved. Listen to me, Horus. I'm very grateful you came here, very grateful you gave me an opportunity to do something for my kin. Tor smiled. I'm also grateful to that Xeno colleague who, back then, led troops into the council hall, wanting to go to war with you. He advised me to keep some reserves back then. I thought he was overreacting, having unnecessary worries, but after he was taken away half a year ago, I realized he was the wise one. Tor's hand was on the switch. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have a way to get revenge on you, you bastard. A directed energy blast erupted as Tor pressed the switch. It first passed through Tor, vaporizing the mortal, even his soul withered in the energy. This was a weapon specifically designed to combat chaos. The Eldar had helped the Intellions develop it. Horus instinctively dodged, and in his subjective perception, he had already dodged, but when he did, he found that the position where Tor stood in his perception was directly in front of his current dodging position, and reality changed in the same way as his perception, so the energy blast still hit him. In excruciating pain, the Primarch saw his own body, and the eyes on his body seemed to see his soul, but ultimately, neither dissipated. As the scene landscapes merged, Horus collapsed to the ground. Do-do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Arabadi hummed a tune as he emerged from the end of the alley, drawing a long sword glowing with 4 colors as he approached Horus. Meanwhile, the 4 members of the 4 Kings Council rushed into the alley and immediately opened fire on Arabadi. Bolter rounds failed to hit the villain. Arabadi stood still, his body shaking, and 4 arms extended from his back, each holding a different colored longsword. The 2 sides faced off. Abaddon did not immediately step forward but used his body to shield Torgadon, intending to have Torgadon pull the Primarch back first. He knew very well that although they outnumbered Arabadi, their chances of winning were almost 0. Buy 1, get 4 free, Arabadi smiled, showing no intention of stopping Torgadon. The villain crouched, his 4 arms brandishing their swords. The surrounding environment suddenly dropped in temperature. The supernatural phenomenon indicated that Arabadi was preparing to use psychic powers. At this moment, a snowflake drifted down from the sky. Arabadi slowly turned around and saw Xinxia emerge from the snowstorm. The 4 members of the 4 Kings Council immediately put down their weapons, looking at the villain with cold, scrutinizing eyes. Are you coming willingly, or shall I send you? Xinxia asked. Arabadi responded with silence, then placed a crimson longsword against his neck and slit his throat. Chapter 532, Where there is light, there is shadow. How many times has he appeared? Xinxia walked towards the 4 people in front of him, coldly glancing at Arabadi's gradually melting corpse. 5th time, Loken replied. At the same time, the 4 shadow wolves of the 4 Kings Council saluted, placing their hands on their chests. Xinxia nodded to them, then walked over to Horus and crouched down to check the Primarch's condition. In his psychic vision, Xinxia saw Horus's soul sleeping. The weapon, developed by the Eldar for the Intel, had wounded the Primarch. Don't worry, Xinxia looked up. Your Primarch just needs some rest. Abaddon's face showed doubt, but considering Xinxia had just appeared like a divine soldier to save his Gene father, he dared not show any of it. Xinxia, however, caught the doubt on Abaddon's face and explained directly, this weapon acts directly on the soul, essentially a psychic weapon. It might grind a mortal soul to dust, but a Primarch's soul, even if hit, would at most suffer minor trauma, nothing serious. If a nuclear bomb had been detonated just now, then you might never see your Primarch again. Only then did Abaddon relax. After a moment of silence, and a bit of awkward hesitation, he finally squeezed out a thank you. You should salute me and thank me solemnly. Xinxia looked up, leveling his gaze at Abaddon's top knot. Don't think that just because you don't usually say thank you, forcing one out now will make me feel its sincerity. Abaddon hadn't expected Xinxia to give him no quarter. He looked awkwardly at Torgadon, then at Loken. Torgadon wore an expression of someone enjoying the show. Finally, Abaddon saluted, thank you very much for your timely rescue. Xinxia walked towards Abaddon, extending his hand, it's nothing, we are brother legions. Just as Abaddon instinctively reached to shake hands, Xinxia suddenly withdrew his hand, touched his cloak, and came before Loken. If your Gene father had been severely wounded just now, to the point of being half dead, what would you do? Then the Primarch would remain in a half-dead state, Loken said calmly. It's that simple. The words were harsh, but even a hot-headed individual like Abaddon couldn't fault Loken. Because this was precisely Horus's own command. He had once cautioned the 4 Kings Council that if he was facing death, they should let him die, and never let him dabble in chaos sorcery or similar things. You are very suitable to be a member of the Four Kings Council. Qin Xia nodded in satisfaction. Loken nodded slightly, then asked about the matter he was concerned about. How did you come to INTELS? The webway, Qin Xia said. The warp storm engulfing INTELS is something even I cannot forcibly break through. Can we use the webway to leave INTELS and return to the Great Crusade front? Loken asked again. Of course, but, Qin Xia looked around. The chaotic scene of this planet entered his psychic vision. It depends on whether your Primarch is willing to leave. Days later, Horus awoke with a start from his sleep. The first thing that entered the Primarch's vision was the environment of the Legion flagship's lounge, followed by a photograph hanging on the wall. The content of the photo immediately pained Horus's heart. Tour smiled, shaking hands with Horus, who was bending down to accommodate Tour, both facing the camera. Behind them were Shadow Wolves Space Marines, INTELS humans, and alien bureaucratic members. The photo, framed in adamantium, was placed where the Primarch could see it with a glance, serving to remind Horus of the importance of non-military conquest. INTELS, an advanced technological alliance that could have caused numerous casualties to the Imperium, had its military and advanced technology used by the Imperium after its incorporation, accelerating the Great Crusade's progress. And in the Great Crusade, human factions that did not wish to conflict with the Imperium of Man would decisively join the Imperium due to the preferential treatment INTELS received. One after another, factions that would have taken years of war to conquer were swiftly brought under Imperial rule. Even those aliens who bore no ill will and had not committed blood debts against humanity, Horus would choose to relocate them, and had benefited from it. An early warning from an alien race had allowed him to successfully prevent the destruction of an expeditionary fleet. But the greater the achievements of non-military conquest, the brighter Tour's smile in the photo, the more pain Horus felt in his heart. This pain made Horus completely unable to think about what he had experienced, why he had suddenly lost consciousness and then awakened. He was only thinking about Tour. You bastard! Tour in the photo seemed to speak as before, uttering words that caused Horus even greater pain. The Primarch had never felt such immense grief. He curled up on the bed, covering his face with his hands, his mountain-like, muscular body trembling violently. At this moment, the door suddenly opened. Abaddon entered the room and saw the Primarch's distress. Judge them, Horus gasped. Father! I said, judge those who spearheaded the sterilization campaign against the alien member races of INTELS, in front of the INTELS people. Horus's words sounded as if they were squeezed through clenched teeth. Abaddon saluted and accepted the order, then stated his purpose. The White Knight Lord wishes to see you. Wait outside. Horus still kept his head down. Abaddon immediately closed the door and left. When the door opened again, Abaddon saw the Primarch had regained his usual composure, dressed in clean, neat casual clothes, walking with his head held high and chest out. The Primarch walked all the way to the conference room door and pushed it open. He saw Qin Xia not wearing his beautiful armor, but just loose trousers and a shirt, sitting in a swivel chair, his legs propped on the table, eyes closed in meditation. The members of the Four Kings Council sat solemnly and upright. Horus gestured for his sons not to salute, and took his seat at the head of the conference table. You were unconscious earlier, Loken reported. Then Arabadi appeared, intending to end you. The White Knight Lord intervened in time and dealt with Arabadi. Indirectly dealt with, Torgadon said. Arabadi was scared into committing suicide. Thank you, Horus looked at Qin Xia. In Qin Xia's view, it was nothing, so he didn't respond directly, instead bringing up INTELS. The chaos in INTELS was clearly orchestrated by Arabadi. It now seemed that the sterilization campaign against the alien member races of INTELS, and the corruption of this INTELS border world's governor, were all related to Arabadi. But Horus couldn't understand why the governor he had assigned to this world would be corrupted. The INTELS people had secretly monitored the governor but found no signs of chaos influence. Arabadi also hadn't been detected. I noticed that no matter when Arabadi appeared, the INTELS people's methods couldn't detect him. It was the same on the front lines, Horus said. If the INTELS people cannot identify Erebus as a chaos servant, then they cannot identify Arabadi as a chaos servant, Qin Xia explained. These two are like light and shadow. He then recounted to Horus what Uslan had told him earlier. Horus fell silent after hearing this. To kill Arabadi, one had to kill Erebus, a difficult choice. Even though Erebus was a fanatic, Horus still liked this word-bearer's warrior, because Erebus was extremely kind, and when nothing touched upon his dark childhood, he was also very intelligent and skilled in combat. But if they didn't find a way to kill Arabadi, this scoundrel would always pop up to stir up trouble. Ultimately, the Primarch decided to set this problem aside for now and asked about the governor. The governor I assigned to this world was someone I carefully selected. You're saying that chaos influence on mortals isn't so easily detected? Qin Xia was silent for a moment, then after 2 seconds, countered the War Master, are you unwilling to accept the fact that the person you assigned became a rotten person after coming here, that he simply rotted, rather than being influenced by something? He was a very good person, Horus frowned. A classic case of a good person turning bad. Qin Xia still had his legs propped up, looking nonchalant, contemplating while staring at the ceiling as he spoke of a past event. The former ruling officer of Nuceria was also a very good person, and very capable. He once defended a city called Netheria, chaining himself to the city wall to boost morale and rally the people to resist the guards. A cannonball blew off his lower half. When I rushed to support after the battle, he told me, now it's good, I can use the time I spent exercising and walking to do serious work, and my wife has no reason to make me go back to accompany her at night anymore. Then he rotted, practiced nepotism, turned a blind eye to the misdeeds of his family, until Angron returned to Nuceria and met him. Listening to Qin Xia's words, Horus had to accept the fact that the person he had carefully selected had simply rotted, rather than being influenced into becoming bad. Then the Primarch asked, what happened later? Later, a single sentence from Angron made him resign, and then it was a domino effect. Tens of thousands of people associated with him were stripped of their positions, Qin Xia said. That cruel. Torgadon popped a bubblegum into his mouth, listening like an audience member. That's how we are in Nuceria, Qin Xia nodded. Ultramar, on the other hand, is different, but they are a noble federation. To be fair, their methods are somewhat more refined. The reason Horus asked about the Nuceria ruling officer's fate was because he wanted to hear about matters of governance. The Emperor had placed the two Primarches most skilled in governance together. Horus either had to figure things out himself or let go. After only a brief thought, Horus had already made a decision to emulate Angron and assign Space Marines to manage INTELS. Not just INTELS, but all other places similar to INTELS in the future would be managed by Space Marines. The decision came quickly, and the resolve to execute it was just as swift. Horus knew the Emperor's attitude towards Space Marines managing mortals, but he could only silently apologize. The practical problems and needs were there, and not everything could be changed by mere will and ideals. I will gradually replace Imperial bureaucrats with Space Marines, Horus announced his decision. Qin Xia showed no reaction. Abaddon, Torgadon, and Aximand immediately expressed their agreement. Only Loken fell into contemplation. And then there are matters beyond INTELS, Horus stood up. Do not speak of the connection between Erebody and Erebus. Absolute secrecy. Loken immediately nodded at this point. There's also the ancient device Uslan wants to destroy, Qin Xia began. Uslan and I will handle this together. You just need to watch your own safety and make sure Erebody doesn't succeed again. Chapter 533, Fish on the Chopping Block. INTELS Border Star System. Planet 9. The transport plane entered this desolate planet, slowly descending to the surface. The hatch opened, and Qin Xia and Uslan stepped out of the cabin, stopping to look ahead. A sphere floated before them. This sphere was over 1,000 meters in diameter, completely black, and eerily suspended in the air. Even to the Eldar's incredibly keen and detailed vision, it appeared completely motionless. Time, physical effects, and gravity had no impact on it whatsoever. Qin Xia observed it with his psyker vision, but his psyker abilities could not penetrate the sphere. The analyzer in his helmet scanned the sphere, eventually providing data results that greatly surprised Qin Xia. It's a perfect sphere, Qin Xia said, browsing the data. So perfect, it's terrifying. This sphere was perfect on every level, arguably the most spherical sphere in the reality universe, a sphere that could be called the perfect template for all spherical creations. Old One creation, Uslan stepped forward, raising his hand towards the sphere. Patterns appeared on the surface of the sphere, as if something was spreading within it, as if some mechanism was being unlocked. It's the entrance to where the ancient device I mentioned is located, and also a warning, a deterrent. Species whose technological theory level hasn't reached a certain degree cannot comprehend its value and significance, and thus won't take it seriously. While species with extremely high technological theory levels will recognize the formidable nature of this creation and ultimately choose to steer clear of it. When the old ones didn't want a secret to be accidentally discovered by Lilith, they would use this gentle method to warn Lilith. As Uslan explained, patterns covered the surface of the sphere, which then gradually dispersed to form a passage. Uslan entered it. I don't think Erebody has the ability to unlock this thing, nor is it possible for him to discover that ancient device. Qin Xia followed him. Is it really necessary for us to go in there and destroy it? Even if Erebody can't get in here, we still have to find a way to destroy that ancient device. Its very existence is a threat to reality, a bomb that could detonate at any time. A device that can temporarily erase the boundary between reality and the warp. I can't even imagine what kind of catastrophe it would bring to the entire reality universe if it were activated in modern times. Once the boundary between reality and the warp disappears, it means the power of the four gods can directly project into reality. Uslan looked around, and Qin Xia also looked around. The environment of the place where the unknown ancient device was stored could not be clearly seen by human visual senses. In Qin Xia's eyes, everything around him was a two-dimensional scene formed by large areas of colored patches merging together. He couldn't perceive whether he was moving forward or backward. And in his psyker vision, the surrounding environment was a chaotic mess. It's physical, Uslan led the way. Don't try to observe it with psyker abilities. Qin Xia asked as he walked, what does it look like in your eyes? Very clear lines, Uslan replied. The Eldar's advanced senses made the extremely chaotic scene, which was incomprehensible to humans, appear clear and orderly. And no matter how clear the scene was to Uslan, he couldn't describe it to Qin Xia in words. The two gradually delved deeper into the location of the ancient device. After Qin Xia didn't know whether he had moved forward or backward for a while, something he could observe appeared in his field of vision, an object suspended in space. Qin Xia could only use the word object to describe it, because its shape and color could not be described by him. This was, after all, an old one creation. How do we destroy this thing? Qin Xia looked at Uslan, expecting the old seer to pull out some ancient bombs or ancient artifact incinerators or other old one gadgets. But Uslan didn't pull anything out, just stared at the ancient device. Qin Xia thought he was contemplating a solution, but after a brief silence, Uslan exclaimed, it's already activated. The warp storm was brought on by this thing in its warm-up phase. Seeing the usually elegant and smiling old seer display such an expression, Qin Xia frowned, subconsciously took 2 steps back, and looked around. Look here. Arabadi suddenly stepped out, appearing among the chaotic colored patches in Qin Xia's eyes. In Uslan's view, Arabadi emerged from behind a cover. When they saw that the person who appeared before them was Arabadi, they were surprised, indeed puzzled as to why Arabadi was here, but they weren't particularly wary. Both Uslan and Qin Xia could easily dispatch this villain with a flick of a finger. Are you planning to send me to rebirth again, or will you listen to what I have to say? Arabadi asked with a smile. Before Uslan and Qin Xia could react, Arabadi immediately asked Uslan, do you Eldar still have the ability to activate this thing? The old seer did not answer, but silently gave an answer no. The Eldar couldn't even create the webway, let alone activate a creation that only the old ones could use as a weapon. While frankly admitting this in his heart, Uslan also wondered how Arabadi had appeared here, and the ancient device had clearly been activated by Arabadi. What method had this scoundrel used? But the 4 gods can, Arabadi spread his arms, looking up as if in worship. They can let me enter this place as if taking a stroll, they can let me activate this thing as if playing with a child's toy. After all, the old one species were merely defeated by a certain reality being, and their wisdom cannot contend with the 4 gods. Don't spout such nonsense. You can only mess with this thing. Qin Xia glanced at the ancient device behind him. This thing was probably thrown around like a grenade during the war in heaven. Can you casually find and manipulate something like the 3 divine artifacts? No, I can't. Arabadi chuckled, very candidly. But I'm making a point, do you understand? What the 4 gods want to do, they will surely accomplish. The goals of the 4 gods will surely be realized. For example, if I want Horus to become the Emperor's enemy, then he will become the Emperor's enemy, because this is the will of the 4 gods, the goal of the 4 gods. You can stop me once, but can you stop me hundreds or thousands of times? Do you think you are some kind of universal adhesive, able to patch up any weakness that exists in the reality universe? Listening to the villain's words, Qin Xia instinctively looked back at the ancient device again. Regardless, Arabadi had indeed entered this place and activated the device, and had done so in advance. His purpose must have been to cause Horus's death, and then his rebirth. Similar to the Davan satellite plan Arabadi would originally have carried out, except now there was no chaos artifact dagger, and Horus was wary and wouldn't be sent into an alien temple by his son, but his plan was merely being executed in a different way. When the ancient device's warm-up period ended and it was fully activated, the 4 gods would be able to directly exert power over the device's area of effect, without needing proxies or pawns. Horus would be like a fish on the chopping block. We can fail countless times, but as long as... Arabadi's words were cut short when he saw Qin Xia suddenly turn and walk to the ancient device, examining the old one creation. Uslan also walked to Qin Xia's side, studying the thing with him. Don't listen to his nonsense about failing countless times. I don't believe he'll have any good tricks left to deal with us after this thing is destroyed. Exactly. Things that can't even cross the veil, that can only rely on pawns and lackeys to do things, really think there's something important. Arabadi was about to speak again, but was disintegrated into snowflakes by the lightning Qin Xia released with a flick of his finger. Perhaps this was just one of Arabadi's countless rebirths, but it didn't matter, Qin Xia just wanted him to be quiet for a while. How exactly do we destroy this thing? Arabadi has gone to rebirth, so stop being so mysterious. Qin Xia looked at Uslan. The old seer replied, destroy it with psyker abilities. The reason this thing can be activated and utilized by Arabadi is that it's psyker technology. You should know what works best against psyker abilities. Still psyker abilities, Qin Xia frowned. But how exactly? Do we both bombard it with psyker spells? Or should we look for other psyker creations? I can only say, try to impact it with stronger psyker power. Uslan thought of some ways his ancestors dealt with Old One relics. The method was simple, impact Old One relics with powerful psyker energy. Psyker technology creations, because they are related to psyker abilities, have shortcuts just like psyker abilities themselves. Whether using or destroying them, there are shortcuts to be taken, but ordinary people cannot take these shortcuts. Have you ever experienced psyker abilities going out of control? Uslan suddenly asked a question Qin Xia found meaningless. My psyker abilities never go out of control. What I mean is, a state similar to madness. A psyker's talent for controlling psyker abilities comes from their spirit and thoughts. A weak psyker might display hundreds of times more psyker power than usual after being stimulated. No matter how stable your psyker talent is, there must be something that can drive your emotions to better mobilize them. Hearing Uslan say this, Qin Xia fell into thought. He understood the meaning of psyker abilities going out of control, and it also seemed feasible. In 40K, there was an alien psyker named the Undying, who ruled many star systems with his psyker power. When he was killed by the Black Templars Space Marines, the psyker shriek he released before his death affected hundreds of star systems, bouncing off the Astronomican's light, burning to death hundreds of millions of psykers, and causing tens of thousands of warships to disappear. If the Undying hadn't lost control before his death, he certainly wouldn't have had that capability. Uslan already had an idea, relax your will and let me influence you. But, the premise is that you trust me. Come on, Qin Xia said without hesitation. Uslan was a reliable ally in the fight against chaos. So Uslan placed his hands on either side of Qin Xia's head, calling upon his psyker power. Qin Xia actively perceived it. Then Uslan, like the Olina sisters during the uprising war, was able to exert a slight influence on Qin Xia. For Aslan's idea, even a slight influence was completely sufficient. As Qin Xia stood still with his eyes closed, Aslan realized he had done all he could, now it was up to Qin Xia. The old seer immediately teleported away, heading to Horus's location, preparing to temporarily take over Qin Xia's duty of stopping Arabadi, to prevent that scoundrel from taking advantage of the situation to cause trouble with Horus. Chapter 534, Psychic Outbreak. Qin Xia, clad in tattered clothes, walked through the unyielding resolve. World Eaters' corpses were everywhere. The interior of the battleship was also a scene of post-war desolation. What was he here to do? Qin Xia had forgotten, only continuing to stumble forward by instinct, eventually entering the unyielding resolve's command deck. The moment the hatch was torn open by psychic energy, Qin Xia witnessed the scene inside the command deck and froze for a moment. The ground was covered with the bodies of Angron's gladiators' brothers and sisters, their deaths extremely gruesome, and some Slaanesh demons were even toying with their corpses. And Angron, his body was pinned to the wall by a purple longsword, his head missing. Qin Xia's gaze shifted, finally landing on the center of the command deck. Mortarion and a Slaanesh greater daemon stood there. The Lord of Death's appearance at this moment was exactly like the Chaos Mortarion of 40K, wearing green armor, with wings on his back, and his respirator constantly filtering the toxic gases he exhaled. Mortarion held a scythe in one hand and Angron's head in the other. It's over. Mortarion casually tossed the head away, as if discarding a piece of trash. He and the Slaanesh greater daemon turned together and vanished with the demons. Qin Xia tried to block them with psychic energy, but the supreme existence in the warp protected Mortarion, intercepting the psychic energy Qin Xia projected. You Chuka. Qin Xia stumbled towards Angron, his voice trembling. You Echela. Cuz. Qin Xia called out the names of the gladiators, hoping for a response. But undoubtedly he received none. All the gladiators had died tragically, their bodies piled together, making it impossible for Qin Xia, as he walked towards Angron, to even distinguish which gladiators had died. Qin Xia's steps did not falter, and he walked to Angron's body. The Primarch's head had rolled back beside his body, his unseeing eyes fixed on Qin Xia. Qin Xia's lips trembled, his mouth wide open, yet no wail or cry of sorrow escaped. He knelt on the ground, cradling Angron's head, and gently closed his adopted son's eyes. The grief was so intense that Qin Xia couldn't even hold his adopted son's head, it slipped from his violently trembling hands. Qin Xia quickly crawled over, reaching out to grasp his adopted son's head, but then his body stiffened, sensing something. He looked up again, and the souls of the gladiators and Angron stood together. Avenge me, Angron's soul said. Qin Xia immediately lunged forward, but grasped at empty air. The souls before him all turned and walked towards the warp, and in that treacherous place, the four gods stood together, laughing madly, preparing various methods. The gods would inflict eternal, endless torment upon Angron and the gladiators' souls once they entered the warp. Qin Xia curled up in pain, and eventually, this pain transformed into rage. A discomfort surged, as if something within him was trying to break out. Qin Xia covered his face and stood up, but white psychic light flowed from between his fingers. Finally, he could no longer restrain himself, his body tensed, and he suddenly looked up, psychic radiance erupting from his pupils and mouth. This violent power tore everything apart, including the illusion before him. At the same time, psychic influences of varying degrees occurred throughout the Imperium. On the INTELS frontier, throughout the entire Eastern Imperium. Warp storms in different locations, whether naturally occurring or summoned by something, were all dispelled by the psychic scream. Massive fleets of ships navigating the warp were forced to stop, passively exiting the warp and returning to the reality universe. Frost spread across hundreds of star systems on the INTELS frontier, forming an eternally visible astronomical wonder. Numerous psychic awakening events occurred in the Eastern Imperium. On planet after planet, people whose psychic abilities were at a very low, harmless level woke up at night to find their surroundings turned into ice caves by supernatural cooling. Navigators, who at this moment were training how to find routes in the warp and thus directly observing the warp, no matter where they were in the Imperium, were temporarily blinded after witnessing the psychic outburst in the warp. These events were things Qin Xia would only learn about later. When he finished the psychic scream caused by his intense emotional fluctuation, he only saw himself still in that strange space created by the old ones. Aslan's method had indeed worked, the ancient device was blown to dust. Aslan, you son of a, cough, cough. Qin Xia slowly straightened up, gasping for breath. He knew Aslan had cast an illusion on him, making him see his greatest fear. But this was also the result of his own cooperation. Had the psychic scream not torn through everything, including the illusion Aslan had cast, and had Qin Xia not remembered everything and restrained the psychic scream in the first instant, he would have likely killed all the think tanks with whom he had established a mental link, and the psychic disaster would have been even greater. After taking a few deep breaths to calm down, Qin Xia speculated where Arabadi would reappear after being killed and what he would do next. Continue trying to corrupt Horus hundreds of times? What a joke, Arabadi couldn't possibly try hundreds of times. By setting up the INTELS and the Old One's relics, he only had one such good opportunity to assassinate Horus. Continuing to try after losing various advantages would simply result in being easily kicked away by Horus or others, just like before. You have temporarily failed, you bastard. Qin Xia teleported out of the current space. At the same time, Shadow Wolf's flagship. The War Master's flagship hung alone in the void, and as lonely as it looked, so lonely was Erebus at this moment. He was in a room filled with automatic weapons, accompanied by books, and no one came to see him for a long time. His legion and Primarch had abandoned him, and though he was on the Shadow Wolves flagship, he was not accepted by the Shadow Wolves. But at this moment, Erebus had something new to admire. For some unknown reason, an astronomical wonder suddenly appeared in the star system. A wide and smooth ice belt appeared at the edge of the star system, looking like a ring surrounding the entire star system, extending from the extremely distant and deep void, and then extending into the distant and deep void. It spanned at least several star systems, Erebus thought. Outside the viewport, the starlight reflected by the ice belt shone. Erebus's handsome face was reflected in the viewport. After admiring the astronomical wonder for a moment, Erebus suddenly heard footsteps. These footsteps immediately put him on alert, as no one had visited his location for a long time. The door was pushed open. Abaddon looked at Erebus. That copy of you was just killed once, it'll probably be another day or two before he crawls out to annoy people again. You can move around. Finally. Erebus followed Abaddon out of the room. Erebody had appeared a few times during the Great Crusade, and each time he appeared and was killed, there was a break of more than a day. This period of more than a day was Erebus's favorite time, because he could move freely, no longer having to worry about Erebody coming to find him. The two came to an open space outside the room, where several weapon racks were placed. Whenever Erebus could move freely, he would take a weapon from the rack to hone his combat skills, ensuring he wouldn't forget how to fight. This time was no different. I really don't want to fight you, there's no point. Abaddon instinctively picked up his longsword. But you'll still fight me. Erebus also picked up a sword, then bowed respectfully, thank you. Abaddon was always in a good mood at this time because Erebus was too polite. After accepting Erebus's bow, Abaddon charged at him with his sword, stepping forward and slashing. Weapons clashed, sparks flying. No power at all. Abaddon looked at his opponent, who was already exerting all his strength to wrestle with him in the clash of weapons. If you ask me, you'd really be better off staying in your room and reading. I can tell you're not good at fighting and killing. I'm sorry, but I must learn, otherwise I still won't be able to kill Erebody when I face him again. I have to remind you, no matter how strong you get, you won't be able to kill him. Abaddon suddenly remembered the feeling of powerlessness he and the other members of the Four Kings Council experienced when facing Erebody while the Primarch was unconscious. Erebus pushed hard, creating distance from Abaddon. The two clashed swords again, a few slashes, a few blocks. Finally, during their exchange, Erebus swung his sword again. Abaddon easily dodged, but as he retreated and stood still, a few strands of hair fluttered down from his head. Erebus saw Abaddon catch the hair, and then saw him glare fiercely at him. The explanation and apology that were about to escape his lips were punched back down his throat by Abaddon. Useless. Abaddon roared, what exactly can you do? Kill? You're not good at that. Study knowledge? I don't think you're good at that either. You know less about chaos than we do. Erebus spat out a mouthful of blood, silently enduring the insult, not retorting. Abaddon's temper grew increasingly volatile, and his words became more and more unpleasant. You useless piece of trash, you can't do anything but stir up trouble. Even Erebody is inseparable from you. Upon hearing this, Erebus suddenly stood up and punched Abaddon in the face. What the hell? I don't want that bastard popping up everywhere causing trouble either. I don't want to. I want to completely eliminate him more than any of you. Is that so? Then kill yourself. If you die, he dies. Abaddon retaliated with a punch, knocking Erebus to the ground. The latter lay on the ground, recovering for a moment, then looked up, giving Abaddon not another counterattack, but a complex gaze. What do you mean? Abaddon appeared to be in a fit of rage and immediately blurted out everything he had heard from Shou about Erebus and Erebody. Originally one person, split into two extremely pure sides of good and evil. The anchor point theory. In short, he said everything. So if I die, he dies? Erebus asked. Of course. Abaddon nodded, his expression furious. Erebus thought for about half a second. He first considered the harm of Erebody being alive, then the benefits he could bring by being alive. Finally, as the time was about to pass 1 second, Erebus suddenly pulled out Abaddon's bolt pistol from his waist and pulled the trigger against his temple. The angry expression on Abaddon's face vanished with Erebus's death. He looked exceptionally calm and composed. I'm sorry. But father, if you cannot be the villain, then let me be. Chapter 535, Chess of Chaos. Horus and Abaddon stood outside the operating room, observing everything within the sterile white room through the glass. Erebus lay on the operating table, still in his armor. The left side of his helmet had been shattered by a bolter round, revealing a gruesome mix of bone fragments and brain matter in his exposed skull. Various state-of-the-art instruments and equipment were piled next to the operating table. The Olina sisters, both highly skilled in biological science and medicine, were performing the surgery, while Shou assisted them with his psychic powers. Erebus will definitely be saved now. Even though he could sense the Primarch's attitude towards Erebus, Abaddon still spoke with a disheartened tone, earning him an angry glare from the Primarch. Abaddon could only say that one sentence. Afterward, he silently observed the scene in the operating room alongside the Primarch. 70% of his cranium was blown apart. Olia performed the surgery while informing Shou of necessary details. Using bio-components from Nuceria can indeed keep Erebus alive, but he will have no emotional fluctuations. He won't feel joy, sorrow, or even his own existence, becoming a literal walking corpse. In the World Eaters campaign, a commander had half his head sliced off by a High Knight, and the new Guard 1 medical department treated him with the same method I'm using now. Olia picked out bone fragments, placed them on a tray, and looked up at Qin Xia. Then continued. That officer survived, but only for half a year. What killed him wasn't a sequela, but a mental illness akin to severe depression. Feeling nothing is extremely painful for a sentient being. Hearing this, Qin Xia, while monitoring Erebus's physiological condition with his psychic powers, looked up at Abaddon. This guy suddenly went to find Erebus, then Erebus committed suicide, and was then brought here. Even the examination and formulation of the surgical plan took half a month, and during this half-month, Erebody indeed did not reappear. He's dead, they're dead, Abaddon said, looking at the Gene Father. In my personal opinion, this is the correct approach. You couldn't bring yourself to eliminate this hidden danger, but I can. I can bear the blame for forcing an ally to his death, as long as it removes a threat for you. It's meaningless, Horus said. How so? Abaddon asked, puzzled. Chaos chose Erebody, not that only Erebody could be chosen by Chaos, Horus said gravely. Without any emotion, simply analyzing it in terms of pros and cons, you shouldn't have forced Erebus to his death. We've clashed with Erebody several times, we know he appears in the star system where Erebus is, and we also know that after Erebody dies, there's a 9+7 or 9+6 hour window of opportunity. We can also train think tanks specifically to deal with Erebody. During the Great Crusade, the Raven Guard's think tank found a way to deal with Erebody. Every time we killed him, it was thanks to the power of those think tanks. You forced Erebus to his death. Yes, Erebody will die, he will never appear again, but as I said, Chaos chose Erebody, not that only Erebody could be chosen. Erebus is a unique person, which may be why he was targeted, but there are countless such unique individuals throughout the Imperium of Man. Horus's gaze shifted from inside the operating room to his son. If another chosen person appears, we will know nothing about him, not even where he is, until he suddenly appears and delivers a fatal blow while we are unaware. Erebus would also choose suicide without hesitation. When Erebody would cause an irreversible disaster, he would commit suicide to stop his evil other self. This is a failsafe. Would anyone else be as decisive as Erebus? Horus believed that Erebus should not have died, and the reason he should not have died was due to his goodness. But this was not a purely moral should not have died, rather, this goodness would act as a failsafe. If Erebody ever became unstoppable, Erebus would make the correct choice himself, without hesitation, just as he decisively committed suicide in front of Abaddon. If it were someone else, Chaos might not choose to split a person's soul in two and have them born to different mothers. Instead, they might directly choose a truly evil individual, and there would be no final failsafe. I understand all this too, Abaddon nodded. But the next person like Erebody might not appear near you, but near another Primarch, targeting another Primarch. That's enough. For example, appearing near Angron or Guilliman. Horus closed his eyes and took a deep breath. You truly are a genius. Chaos doesn't have your tricks, otherwise they would have sent Erebody to corrupt the Primarches ruling the two largest legions. Abaddon thought, as long as it's not you who falls, that's fine. The surgery was gradually completed. Qin Xia had been using his psychic powers to ensure Erebus's soul did not leave the reality universe. Now, sensing that his soul was no longer struggling within his body, he released his psychic powers and asked the Olina sisters, how long will it take for him to wake up? That's unclear, Olia said, glancing at Erebus. This type of surgery is being performed on an Astartes for the first time. It could be days, months, or even years. The conversation in the operating room was overheard by Horus and Abaddon. He'll be in a coma for quite some time, and during this period, Erebody definitely won't appear again, Abaddon said. Yes. Horus at least agreed with this one statement from his son. At least Erebody won't appear, but... Horus had a vague premonition that the gods would merely shift their gaze temporarily from one chess piece. As for who their next desired chess piece would be, and where, that remained unclear. The Chaos Gods indeed had no way to directly manifest in the reality universe, and could only manipulate chess pieces like players. But they were still gods. Horus was well aware of this, and at this moment, he was tormented by this uncertainty, feeling the same way he did when Qin Xia first revealed chaos to him. It was at that moment of knowing chaos that Horus realized what the Emperor was truly fighting against. All the powerful enemies during the Great Crusade seemed like nothing, utterly insignificant, compared to that true threat. The series of countermeasures designed against Erebody are still effective, Qin Xia said, walking out of the operating room and approaching the War Master. Although who Chaos will control before Erebus wakes up is unknown, I think once Erebus wakes up, they will still continue to control Erebody. So the gods can only manipulate this one chess piece. Abaddon said. I thought they had more power, that they could create a whole bunch of convenient chess pieces like Erebody in the reality universe at the same time. Abaddon still held his view. Choosing to let Erebus live because of Erebody's known nature, and then engaging in countless back and forths with Erebody, was simply not appropriate. Those were the Chaos Gods, there might already be countless Erebus-like individuals acting in the reality universe. There are countless people who can be controlled by chaos, but of these people, there can only be one of Erebody's type. This is what the Eldar Prophet's God told him, Qin Xia replied. What's the logic? Abaddon sneered. The logic is that it's almost impossible for the gods to reach a consensus, them standing together to manipulate one chess piece is also an extremely low probability event. Therefore, during Erebus's coma, only one person of Erebody's type will be controlled. Qin Xia then explained. The four gods are not united, they use 99% of their power for internal strife, a struggle known as the Great Game. Only at extremely critical moments do the four gods form a fragile alliance and cooperate while still playing the Great Game. Erebadi was clearly a person chosen by all four gods. It's very difficult for one god to get the other three gods to agree on matters concerning mortals. The reason Erebadi became a common choice must not be simple, but no matter how complex the reason, there will still be similar people in the reality universe, just in extremely rare numbers. If it wasn't a common choice by the four gods, but merely a chosen of a single chaos god, even if there were many of them, they would never have the destructive power of Erebadi. Someone like Erebadi was chosen by all four gods, directly using the power of four deities. After listening to Qin Xia's explanation, Abaddon was not convinced, but still nodded. He didn't want to debate about chaos with Qin Xia, who understood chaos so thoroughly. At this moment, his thoughts were more of emotion. What kind of gods? Infighting, brief and fragile cooperation, mutual slaughter, even with common goals, they still undermine and trip each other. So inferior, not like gods at all. After Abaddon's lament, Qin Xia found it hard not to agree. But there was a reason why the four gods, as warp gods, were so clumsy, almost like sentient beings. The entire existence of the warp is due to the mental projections of sentient beings in reality. Whatever flaws sentient beings have, the four gods will have those flaws. If they were truly perfect, we would have no chance of winning, Qin Xia said. Then, before he awakens and our familiar enemy returns, who is more likely to become the temporary common choice? Horus glanced at Erebus inside the operating room. I don't know, just like you, Qin Xia said honestly. But the countermeasure is similar to dealing with Erebadi, just don't give them an opportunity. You also know that Erebadi's actions were actually trying to make you fall, but if you simply refuse to fall, the four gods cannot force you to. You are a Primarch. Horus felt the same way, he just wanted to hear Qin Xia's opinion. The Primarch could also guess why the four gods wanted him to fall ultimately, they needed a chess piece, a more powerful chess piece. Based on this logic, avoiding corruption was not difficult, just don't fall into a semi-conscious, half-dead state, and don't willingly fall when conscious. Either live, or die cleanly. Angron isn't fighting here after all, so you still need to pay close attention to the other Primarch's situations, Qin Xia reminded Horus. Do you remember what I said? Primarches with inexplicable obsessions or pursuits are prone to falling. I'm well aware, which is why I firmly prevent the Emperor's Children Legion from dealing with chaos-tainted races. Not just the Emperor's Children in Fulgrim, I will arrange the same for other legions and brothers, Horus said. A War Master in name and deed, Qin Xia exclaimed. In one future I saw, you had enough ability to command all Primarches and legions. To be honest, when my father decided to appoint 2 War Masters, I didn't quite understand, nor did I think it was necessary, but now it seems. Horus's gaze was profound, containing a sense of complete understanding. Whether it's me or Angron who gets corrupted, at least one War Master will ultimately be able to step forward and turn the tide. Qin Xia immediately said, but try your best to prevent the situation you described from happening. Make decisions carefully, and if an unmanageable situation arises, find a way to have a star speaker call me. Horus nodded. The Terra Star speaker sent a message earlier, asking me to help you, all the Primarches, and the Emperor hold a meeting. Once I finish this meeting, I will return to the World Eaters. Qin Xia watched the War Master. At that time, you must be extremely careful and take good care of yourself. Chapter 536, A Bright Future. Qin Xia sat cross-legged in the library of the White Knight, as he always did. His soul detached from his body, diving deep into the warp, finding one soul projection after another, and projecting his psychic power onto them. Finally, Qin Xia found the Emperor's soul projection, shining brightly in the warp, and then projected his psychic power onto it. After a flash of white light, Qin Xia's soul entered a newly constructed palace on the Himalayas of Terra. Compared to the magnificent imperial palace, this palace seemed small and simple, its interior decoration not particularly luxurious, with the council hall occupying 90% of the building's area. Inside the vast council hall, there was a long table and over 20 chairs. As with every remote psychic conference Qin Xia had held before, the Primarches gradually entered the council hall under the influence of their accompanying think tanks, though their physical bodies were scattered across the galaxy, their consciousness could converge here at this moment. Reporting for duty is truly convenient now, Fulgrim said, sitting down at the long table and surveying the unfamiliar surroundings. The palace was newly built, there had been no such place on the Himalayas before. The Primarches took their seats. Angron sat in front of Qin Xia. The Emperor had not yet arrived, so the Primarches could chat for a while. Except for the few Primarches who were naturally taciturn, the others were all laughing and talking, and the atmosphere in the council hall was relaxed and leisurely. Qin Xia could sense the progress of the Great Crusade just by feeling this atmosphere. The powerful enemies had been gradually eliminated, and the Primarches were dispersed across the galaxy for efficiency, with no need for several legions to face an opponent together, at least for now. The Primarches discussed interesting anecdotes and achievements from the Crusade, exchanging information. Qin Xia, however, paid more attention to Angron and Perturabo. Perturabo sat beside Angron. Since the Olympia rebellion broke out, Angron and he had not met again until now. I have reshaped Olympia according to my will, transforming it into a truly ideal world, Perturabo said, holding a data slate and introducing it to Angron. The reshaped Olympia no longer had city-states, people lived in city blocks meticulously designed by Perturabo, with various exquisite buildings and sculptures filling their vision. Angron had once believed that the most beautiful city was the main city on Prospero, but now, seeing the new Olympia, he realized that even the architects or aesthetic masters on Prospero, who inherited the knowledge of countless sages and poured their life's work into their designs, could not compare to Perturabo's momentary flash of inspiration. Perturabo introduced each block, building, and the lives of the people in the new Olympia. Angron listened with a smile. It wasn't until Perturabo put down the data slate that Angron said, "You've changed, brother." "I changed a long time ago," Perturabo whispered. "When you beat me down in the Novshandak campaign, I had actually already changed." It seemed that this kind of confession, in Perturabo's view, was too difficult to describe, so the Iron Lord briefly fell silent before shifting his attention to Qin Xia. "So, Mr. Firefighter, why did you just run away from Olympia without a word back then?" Perturabo asked. "Because I didn't think the Olympia matter was a big deal, you at least had the ability to handle it well," Qin Xia said with a smile. "That's an affirmation, but it makes me uncomfortable to hear." Perturabo retracted his gaze and looked at Magnus beside him. Magnus was still dressed as a scholar, holding a book and reading it. He only put down the book and looked up when he felt his good brother's gaze. "How does it feel to be on Terra?" Perturabo asked. "To be honest, not great," Magnus said with a complex expression, then shook his head, "but at least there's one good thing, 11 has hope of helping me solve the mutation problem of my sons." Perturabo looked at 11. 11 sat on the other side of the long table, not talking to anyone, but also not sitting like a rock like Dorn. Instead, he was performing a one-man show. 11 would randomly observe and imitate the expressions of one of his brothers when interacting with others, occasionally even imitating the silent Dorn. That strangeness made Perturabo withdraw his gaze. Is there really hope? How do I feel that even something the Emperor couldn't solve? The Emperor simply doesn't want to solve it, he doesn't have the time, Magnus said, looking at 11 with gratitude, but 11 is different, he's helpful. And he inherited a quality and a specialty from the Emperor, extreme rationality and biological technology. Perturabo fell into thought. He recalled Angron once saying, he was not favored by the Emperor because he inherited the emotionality that the Emperor most disliked, as the Emperor believed emotionality was the greatest weakness. Then 11 should be very favored, but in reality, this was not the case. The Emperor did not think highly of his 11th son, even though this son inherited the rationality that the Emperor considered a virtue. Thinking of this, Perturabo felt that his own personality and flaws were also inseparable from the Emperor. The Emperor was very conflicted, as Angron had said. Perturabo considered himself an unquestionable genius, but unfortunately, he inherited the Emperor's conflict, like a perfect masterpiece with a flaw. Without this flaw, he would have undoubtedly avoided many detours. As the Iron Lord was contemplating the Emperor appeared in the council hall. The Primarchs immediately stopped their idle chatter, and the atmosphere became serious and solemn. However, the Emperor was not wearing his usual golden armor at this time, nor did he appear to be glowing. He was dressed as a scientist, and his hair looked a bit disheveled. Even the Emperor's pupils no longer emitted golden light. "How is the Great Crusade progressing?" the Emperor asked. "The powerful enemies have been eliminated, and the legions have dispersed to fight, solely for greater efficiency, to complete the Great Crusade as soon as possible," Horus said, standing up. "It's the same here," Angron, as another war master, also spoke. "The situation is even better on my side. Even a single legion can be split into multiple branch fleets to expand our territory." The Emperor neither nodded nor shook his head. He was just thinking. The powerful enemies in the galaxy had not been completely eliminated, only that there were no longer any powerful enemies within humanity's future sphere of existence. But it didn't matter. "Well done," the Emperor first nodded in praise with an expressionless face, then showed an extremely subtle smile. This kind of smile, which couldn't even be called a forced smile, might not be noticed by others if it were on someone else. But on the face of the Emperor, a man who never smiled, the feeling it conveyed was different. Back during the Randan campaign, when Qin Xia and the Emperor disguised themselves as ancient knights to reclaim the Void Dragon, the feeling the Primarchs had was the same as what Qin Xia felt when he saw the Emperor's retro performance. "The Webway project is progressing smoothly," the Emperor said, putting away his smile and announcing the progress of his responsibilities. All the Primarchs except Vulcan quietly celebrated. The Webway's importance to humanity was simply too great. But Vulcan had seen the Webway project, and he couldn't bring himself to be happy. "Has the Olympia rebellion been resolved?" The Emperor did not continue to discuss the Webway but looked at his fourth son. Perturabo did not respond, nor did he happily introduce the new Olympia as he had earlier. Instead, he looked alert. To Perturabo, the Emperor's words were merely an introduction, an opening remark. Seeing that Perturabo did not respond, the Emperor said directly, "Build Olympia into a fortress world. If anything should burst forth from the Eye of Terror, I want that planet to be an unbreakable fortress on the front lines of war. Demolish what's already there and build fortresses one by one." Perturabo asked. "You are a master of defensive warfare, you shouldn't ask me how to do it," the Emperor said. "If you absolutely must have an answer, then yes, you must transform it into a world full of fortresses and war facilities." "No, that's impossible," Perturabo immediately refused. "You will regret it. That's even more impossible." The Emperor said nothing more. In his view, when the powerful enemies surged from the Eye of Terror, Olympia would inevitably become a battlefield. If Perturabo did not transform Olympia himself, the enemies would help him transform it. However, Perturabo was not unable to think of this. Not only could he think of it, but he also had a strategy to deal with it. With both of them holding their own opinions, the matter of Olympia could only be left unresolved. The Emperor's command to Perturabo made the atmosphere even more heavy. Everyone was silent for a while. Until the Emperor spoke first. When the Great Crusade ends and the webway is completed, our endeavor will succeed, and humanity will have the possibility of embracing a new future. We can also begin to envision what comes next. The atmosphere lightened. What will you do after everything is over? The Emperor asked Qin Xia. Qin Xia didn't answer immediately, he thought about it. He guessed that the Emperor had actually wanted to talk about this topic since he arrived, but for some reason, he had to annoy Perturabo, issue a mandatory command, and then let the command go nowhere. After pondering, Qin Xia replied, I will continue to operate within the Imperial High Command as a spokesperson for the Astartes legions, promoting the model of transhumans managing mortals throughout the Empire, until all the scribes on Terra become Astartes. Perturabo, whose mood had just been dampened by the Emperor, felt that Qin Xia's words were pleasant to hear, and it had to be his good foster father. Don't spoil the mood, the Emperor said, looking at his other sons. I want to farm, Guillemon said, I've already chosen the place. The moment the webway project is completed, I will immediately resign. The Emperor calmly commented, you are the most prone to evasion among all my sons, inheriting the personality trait that kept me obscure for tens of thousands of years. Guillemon merely smiled, not caring. The other primarchs successively expressed their thoughts. Magnus wanted to teach knowledge, Vulcan wanted to return to Nocturne to be a blacksmith, Lemon Russ wanted to return to Fenris, Dorn wanted to build a house next to the grave of the mortal grandfather who raised him and live there. Every primarch imagined what they would do after everything was over. And after the primarchs had finished speaking, the Emperor summarized, whatever you wish to do, remember, the destiny of mortals must be controlled by mortals themselves. We merely bear the responsibilities we must bear during a specific period. The Emperor lectured again. It was the same old platitudes about mortals ruling mortals, and how mortals would be capable of managing themselves once technology gradually recovered. It wasn't until the Emperor was halfway through his discourse that he realized the primarchs surely understood, so he swallowed the latter half of his reasoning. Meeting adjourned, the Emperor stood up. The primarchs also stood up. Qin Xia gradually cut off the psychic power projected towards the psychears beside the primarchs, sending each primarch's consciousness away. In the blink of an eye, the council hall became deserted, with only the Emperor and Qin Xia remaining. The chairs where the primarchs had sat were still dusty, as if the meeting had never happened. Is Erebus still alive? The Emperor suddenly asked. He is, Qin Xia nodded. The Emperor was silent for a full 2 seconds before mentioning something related to Erebus. Before Erebus fully awakens, the pawn that chaos will make do with his core Phaeron. Core Phaeron. Qin Xia wondered how the Emperor knew. If you understand the four gods to a certain extent, you will realize it's definitely core Phaeron. Then at least Horus shouldn't be corrupted, right? Erebus still needs a while to wake up. If he doesn't wake up, then his evil version won't be able to act. Hearing this, the Emperor turned and looked at the wall of the council hall. The bas-reliefs on the wall depicted a sacred scene, the Emperor standing on the Himalayas, raising a long sword, with the earliest citizens led by the Emperor at the beginning of the unification wars below the mountain. This is what frightens me, he said. Chapter 537, The Hermit. Lawton. A world of beautiful mountains and clear waters, sparsely populated. In the planet's Antarctic region, 2 tall explorers in black hooded robes trekked through the ice and snow. The cold wind howled. As the 2 explorers walked through waist-deep snow, each step they took covered the footprints left by the previous one. There were no landmarks on the snowfield, even traces were erased by the wind and snow. Even observing the 2 explorers from a god's eye view, it was difficult to tell if they were moving forward or treading in place based solely on visuals. Fortunately, for 2 explorers with superhuman physiques, traversing the South Pole was not an impossible feat. When the wind and snow stopped, the explorers arrived at a mountain pass and simultaneously removed their hoods. Core Phaeron's slightly weathered but still handsome face was exposed to the wind and snow, and the cold wind rushing into his lungs made him cough a few times. The space marine beside him also removed his hood, revealing a handsome face. Master, it's just ahead. The servant took 2 steps forward, his gaze falling on Core Phaeron, his hand pointing into the mountain pass. An ancient city stood in a basin in the planet's south pole, surrounded by high mountains forming a natural barrier, which to some extent prevented the extremely harsh external climate from affecting the ancient city. Thus, the ancient city only appeared somewhat dilapidated, but its overall structure remained intact. It was a city built from black stone material, shaped like an 8-pointed star. Wide avenues connecting various parts of the city formed the outline of the 8-pointed star, while the buildings within the road network filled the 8-pointed star like blocks of color. Finally, Core Phaeron knelt on the ground, covering his face with both hands to hide his distorted expression of ecstasy as laughter and sobs simultaneously emanated from beneath his hands. The space marine servant beside him silently watched his master. Core Phaeron sobbed for a few seconds, then looked up to the sky and sighed, we have been living as the hermit on this planet for half a year, searching aimlessly every day, and now we have finally found this city. This is heaven's will. The servant nodded vigorously, then took out an ancient book made of human skin and presented it to Core Phaeron with both hands. After taking the book, Core Phaeron looked at the city depicted on its pages, then compared it to the giant ancient city before him. After a confirmation that had no material but significant spiritual meaning, he stepped towards the ancient city. The master and servant trekked for a long time before reaching the edge of the ancient city, and then walked for another long time before finally entering it. There were no signposts or anything to guide them, but they just knew where to go. It was a mysterious feeling, the straight avenues beneath their feet and the surrounding buildings seemed to point in one direction. Corfairan observed his surroundings with ravenous curiosity. He saw that the roads were incredibly clean, and the tall black buildings even contained furniture, as if the people in this city had vanished overnight. The environment had an indescribable eeriness, but the master and servant were fearless, continuing straight ahead. After the Word-Bearers Legion gathered in the INTELS star system a year ago and were dispersed for combat, Corfairan left the Legion and came to this world called Loden. The reason was that the servant accompanying him had accidentally found a book. Then, following the book's guidance, the two searched for the ancient city on Loden, which was called the City of Truth in the book. And after Corfairan lived like the hermit for over a year, did the people in the Legion think he wasn't doing proper work? Of course not, they believed Corfairan was pursuing truth, searching for evidence that the Emperor was a god, doing this with the support of the Great Legion Primarch, Lorgar Aurelian. We're here. After an unknown period of walking, Corfairan stopped. Is this the place we're looking for? The servant looked ahead with skepticism, where an incredibly magnificent building stood. The building resembled a cathedral, but like the rest of the City of Truth, it was utterly black, built from an unknown material. This is the temple. Corfairan handed the ancient human skin book to the servant. The servant took it, compared the illustration in the book to the building before them, and then read the ancient text on the page. Once upon a time, he crossed the stars, and under the golden light radiating around him, his first believers built this place. The God Emperor's first temple. The servant put down the ancient book, exchanged glances with Corfairan, then quickly stepped forward. The two entered the temple. Surprisingly, the temple was empty, with only a circular hall. There was no light, the hall was pitch black. However, Corfairan was not lost, he simply walked to the center of the hall, knelt on both knees, and prayed devoutly. The servant followed suit, kneeling and praying. An ethereal voice, transcending time and space, echoed in their ears, accompanied by many other voices. Listen to the truth. Corfairan spread his arms. The servant listened intently. Humanity's first god originated on Terra. The servant heard the voice in his ear narrating the deeds of the God Emperor. The stories told were similar to the Lectitio Divinitas compiled by the Primarch. The discovery of this ancient city would not only confirm the fact that the Emperor was a god but also reveal another truth most important to the current faith in the Emperor. The Word-Bearers were not even the first believers in the God Emperor. Did you hear the same thing I did? The servant asked Corfairan. Exactly the same. Corfairan knelt on the ground, his expression as devout as a baptized person. The holy voice echoed in his ear. You will get everything you desire. Eternal life, unmatched power, the satisfaction of control, and the absolute status derived therefrom. You only need to bring him here. Three vague silhouettes promised all this to Corfairan. Each silhouette exuded an aura of immense power and evil. Corfairan slowly stood up and looked at the servant. It's time for us to end this life like the hermit and return to the Legion, back to my son's side. Half a month later. Lorgar was in the Legion flagship's prayer room, kneeling and praying before various objects with strong religious styles. After a prayer concluded, Lorgar slowly rose. The door to the prayer room was pushed open at that moment, and his son, who had been waiting for a long time, stood outside. Facing the Primarch who had turned around, he immediately reported matters. The White Knight Lord has been assigned by the two War Masters to the front line to supervise our Legion's war progress. He will arrive at the Legion fleet soon. There's also another matter, Corfairan just arrived at the flagship. He returned from that planet called Loden, but he doesn't seem to have brought anything back, and seemingly had no harvest. After reporting, the son quietly awaited the Primarch's reply. The Hermit, take men to greet the White Knight Lord. Lorgar said, as for Corfairan's matter, I will handle it myself. The word-bearers called the Hermit immediately bowed and then parted ways with the Primarch, each attending to their own matters. Lorgar left the prayer room, tidied his appearance, and headed to the flagship's hangar deck to personally welcome Corfairan back to the Legion. When the Primarch saw his adoptive father, the first words he heard were son. Corfairan always referred to Lorgar, the Lord of the Legion, as son. Among the many Primarches and their respective foster parents, Shou and Angron were the closest. But the White Knight Lord would never call Angron son in public, because when Angron, as an adopted son, fulfilled his command duties in the Legion, he was not a family member, but the master of a legion, a marshal of war. The address son would diminish Angron's authority. But Corfairan didn't care about that. The more people there were, the more heartily and loudly he called out. Father! Lorgar enthusiastically stepped forward to greet him. Many word-bearers had already gathered in the hangar deck, and these space marines watched and listened as the Primarch and Corfairan discussed their time as the Hermit on Loden. The word-bearers named the Hermit stood in the corner, watching with cold eyes, while waiting for the cruiser he managed to approach the flagship. Before boarding the cruiser to carry out the Primarch's order to welcome the White Knight Lord, the Hermit could observe with a detached gaze. You should withdraw from the war now and go to Loden, son. Corfairan said in an unyielding tone, as I just said, I found something that can boost the morale of believers even after the destruction of Perfect City. It can prove that the Emperor is a god, and that we are not the Emperor's first believers. After Corfairan finished speaking, Lorgar nodded without hesitation, indicating his agreement. The Hermit grew increasingly dissatisfied with Corfairan. On one hand, he understood that the Primarch was bound by personal feelings and was unable to decisively defend his authority when Corfairan publicly called him son. On the other hand, he felt that the Primarch might not necessarily be constrained by personal feelings. The Primarch had just called Corphaeron by his name, Corphaeron, not father, in the prayer room. This was a form of proof. But what exactly was the Primarch hesitating about? If he publicly told Corphaeron, don't call me that anymore, then Corphaeron would never again have any opportunity to say son. Corphaeron was highly respected, but no one would mind giving him some deeply ingrained education when necessary. As the hermit pondered, the cruiser had already approached the flagship. He could leave now. After a final glance at the Primarch and Corphaeron, the hermit boarded a transport ship to the cruiser, heading to welcome the White Knight Lord. Lorgar, meanwhile, asked his adoptive father, when shall we go to Loudon? Now, son. Corphaeron pointed to his battleship outside the viewport, we go now, just you and I. Corphaeron finished speaking and waited for the Primarch's agreement. He saw the Primarch agree without hesitation. At this moment, the development of all things appeared before Corphaeron like threads. Since returning from Loudon, he possessed a power unmatched by ordinary people. All right. Lorgar did not hesitate at all. My father. Chapter 538, The Sacrifice. In the blink of an eye, another half a month passed. Lorgar and Corphaeron traveled together on a battleship to the star system where Loudon was located. They encountered no warp storms or sudden incidents during warp travel, arriving safely and quickly at their destination. Even when they took a transport to Loudon's South Pole, there was no snow or wind. Wild animals were scattered across the snowfield, and the entire South Pole seemed to have become their paradise. However, there was also a forbidden zone within this paradise. No animal would approach the octagonal ancient city. This city is built of blackstone, Lorgar said, observing his surroundings as he walked along the ancient city's roads. I've seen this material with the World Eaters, it can suppress psychic powers and also amplify them. Such an enormous amount of blackstone, what race built this city? While Lorgar observed his surroundings, Corphaeron walked ahead, only wanting to bring his adopted son into the temple as quickly as possible. So, he didn't bother to think about Lorgar's question, merely answering casually, no race built this place, it was built by the Emperor's first followers. Indeed. Lorgar quickened his pace, catching up to his adoptive father. The two arrived at the temple and entered. Do you know why I brought you here? Corphaeron asked. To prove my faith, Lorgar replied calmly. And I am as well. Corphaeron nodded, then knelt on the ground. The Primarch also knelt, as if praying to the Emperor as he usually did. What did you hear? Lorgar turned and asked. Holy words, Corphaeron answered. Lorgar heard nothing. Corphaeron, however, was completely different, he heard the voices that had been echoing in his ears. They praised his decisiveness, his wisdom, and his unwavering faith. They were excited that he had brought the Primarch, bestowing rewards. All the praise and rewards made Corphaeron tremble with excitement, his eyes gradually bloodshot, his entire being immersed in extreme pleasure, fully absorbed in the sensations of that moment. What were they? True gods. This was Corphaeron's understanding. At this moment, what Corphaeron was experiencing was not mere pleasure, that was too lowly for him. He was enjoying the highest grace a believer could receive, knowing God exists and being answered by God. Lorgar was like a delicious dish placed on the dining table. Corphaeron knew this, and within him, besides the satisfaction of fulfilling the mission given by the true gods, there was also heartache. All the details of their father-son relationship on Calcus flashed through Corphaeron's mind like a revolving lantern. Corphaeron even questioned his feelings for Lorgar, possessiveness, thoughts of exploitation, but there was indeed some affection. What did you hear, father? Lorgar asked with a smile. The call of the true gods? Admonitions? Teachings? Lorgar's smile at this moment was just like when he was a child. Then what did you hear? Corphaeron also asked with a smile. The call of the true gods, admonitions, teachings, Lorgar replied. Corphaeron didn't know if his adopted son was telling the truth, because he wasn't sure if the true gods would treat Lorgar the same way they treated him. Lorgar was merely a delicacy placed on the gods' dining table, nothing more. He was not worthy to be compared to him. Close your eyes and listen. Corphaeron reached out and stroked the back of Lorgar's head. Lorgar nodded, feeling a sense of déjà vu, like when Corphaeron taught him how to pray as a child. He knelt on the ground, tightly closed his eyes, and then immersed himself wholeheartedly in prayer. Corphaeron, meanwhile, stood up and walked behind Lorgar. The Primarch was completely unaware. In Lorgar's perception, his adoptive father remained kneeling beside him. Even without the utmost trust between an adoptive father and son, he had every reason and confidence to trust his superhuman senses. But what the Primarch didn't know was that what he perceived was a comprehensive deception based on time, existence, and even the soul level. Corphaeron was no longer a half-finished space marine, he was the CO chosen of the gods he worshipped. I offer you to the gods. Green light condensed in Corphaeron's hands, and his palms descended towards the top of Lorgar's skull. At this point, the Primarch remained completely unaware. But when his palms actually touched the Primarch's head, Corphaeron suddenly screamed and retreated in terror. Father! Lorgar, as if still unaware of what his adoptive father had done, remained kneeling, eyes tightly shut, oblivious. I am listening to the teachings of the gods. The gods have revealed another destiny to me. That other destiny, where the native religion of Calcus contained elements of heretical evil gods, where you were influenced by heretical evil gods from a young age and became their pawn. I saw that in that destiny, you and Erebus would constantly indoctrinate me with those heretical evil doctrines, and then I would become a hateful pawn, just like you are now. Then, the gods told me that this place was originally an altar, and the evil gods you worship would perform a wicked ritual here, and I would be a poor wretch sacrificed by my adoptive father to the gods as an offering. The Primarch spoke as he stood up, turning to face Corphaeron. You said you wanted to prove your faith, and so do I. With that, the Primarch stood his ground, radiating dangerous and powerful psychic energy. Corphaeron was the same. The black stone structures of the entire ancient city began to take effect, greatly amplifying psychic power. The power of the Chaos Gods was permeating the increasingly fragile fabric of reality, a process that was even materialized in Corphaeron's eyes. He could see the power of the gods emanating from him, reaching out to Lorgar. The entire space became dark, chaotic, and terrifying because of it. But Lorgar stood his ground, no evil power able to penetrate his surroundings. Corphaeron could not see what power was behind his adopted son, only his adopted son himself, but without a doubt, this current situation was not just a confrontation between him and his adopted son, but also a confrontation between gods. Use the power we gave you. Turn him into a sacrifice. It's that simple. Voices echoed in Corphaeron's ears again, and he began to actively accept the power from the warp. He could even detect Erebodi's presence within the power, and clearly sensed that even so, he was no match for Erebodi, one god was absent. But Erebodi had to deal with Horus, he, Corphaeron, only had to deal with Lorgar. You are just a Primarch who can be tamed by mortals. Corphaeron retreated several steps. You are just a mortal. Lorgar glared, when I no longer consider you my father, but a damned heretical pawn, I can crush you like an alley cat. The Primarch seemed to be venting all his suppressed patience with Corphaeron. As Corphaeron began to unleash his psychic powers, Lorgar pointed at his nose and roared, what gives you the audacity to order me around and not be killed by me is not your power, but your identity. Now, in my eyes, you are no different from the Xenos of the Great Crusade. No sooner had he spoken than Lorgar and Corphaeron unleashed psychic spells at each other. There were no flying bolts of lightning, nor would there be a protracted struggle of many rounds, but simply the purest and simplest psychic confrontation. The psychic spells did not manifest in any specific form, they were merely driven by the combativeness and killing intent in both their hearts to attack the other, directly affecting the opponent in a way that did not belong to the material universe. Corphaeron trembled violently. Lorgar, meanwhile, knelt on one knee, covered in cold sweat. Corphaeron's psychic power, upon impacting him, immediately penetrated his body, causing him agonizing pain. But soon, a power acted upon Lorgar, dispelling that tormenting pain. Corphaeron also recovered, and as he stood up, preparing to cast another psychic spell, he suddenly trembled again, feeling his soul disintegrating. That formidable psychic power had the momentum to destroy everything. The collateral damage alone, caused by its effect on Corphaeron, was enough to make it difficult for Corphaeron to call upon the blessings of the gods. As the new chosen of the gods, Corphaeron was undoubtedly at a disadvantage. He could still see the gods. Seeing that their plot to sacrifice Lorgar had failed, the gods showed no anger or resentment. They conversed and laughed, like outsiders watching a play. If likened to the behavior of real beings, it was like two conspirators observing their chosen pawns from afar, watching them fight each other, and then the conspirators laughed and bickered among themselves, without any of the tension one would expect if their cause or ambition depended on their chosen pawns. Lorgar's psychic power once again affected Corphaeron, and the formal battle ended at this moment. Corphaeron fell to his knees, feeling his soul and body fading away. If there were bystanders present at this time, they would completely fail to understand the two men's fighting style, or how they stared at each other for a long time, then one after another knelt, and how a winner was finally decided. It was like a battle between two chess pieces. Victory was determined by the rules on the chessboard, a single move of a piece was equivalent to the beginning and end of a battle. You wanted to use me as a sacrifice to chaos. Lorgar walked towards Corphaeron, stepping on his former adoptive father's chest and raising his warhammer. When were you corrupted? The warhammer did not fall immediately. Corphaeron did not answer, but the ancient book made of human skin at his waist fell to the ground beside him, explaining everything to Lorgar. Lorgar had no further questions, and swung his hammer down. The warhammer pierced Corphaeron's flesh, cracking the ground. At this moment, whether it was the pain felt during the previous psychic duel, or for some other reason, Lorgar's body trembled, and he had to lean heavily on his warhammer to maintain balance. Gazing down at Corphaeron's face for a moment, Lorgar took a deep breath to compose himself, then turned and incinerated the ancient book of human skin with psychic flames, finally walking out of the temple. The fabric of reality was extremely fragile. Warp creatures flickered in and out of existence in the streets and buildings. Even demons emerged. But they all merely circled Lorgar, and Lorgar simply trudged forward, warhammer in hand. No demon dared to take a step forward. Chapter 539, a close call, but safe. Where is Corphaeron now? Qin Xia, surrounded by many word-bearers, strode out from the flagship's hangar deck. The hermit, who was responsible for receiving him, followed beside him. He and the Primarch went to a star system called Loden, which is about 10 light-years from us, the hermit said truthfully. Just the two of them. Qin Xia immediately stopped. Because Qin Xia was wearing a helmet, the hermit couldn't see any expression on his face, but he could sense that the White Knight Lord was getting nervous. For some unknown reason, the hermit did not hide anything. Yes. Give me the coordinates for Loden. Qin Xia immediately turned and walked back towards the hangar deck, preparing to board a transport ship to Loden at once. The Emperor had already confirmed that the next Erebodi was Corphaeron. So Qin rushed from Horus's side to the word-bearers without hesitation, just to thwart Corphaeron's plot, similar to how he thwarted Erebodi's plot. On his way, he also obtained commission orders from Angron and Horus, giving him the authority to represent both war masters. It was precisely because Qin carried the authority granted by the two war masters that the hermit had to obey, immediately sending the coordinates of Loden to the White Knight. Uslan had left after the device created by the Old Ones was destroyed, so the webway was not an option. Qin walked towards the transport ship, calculating, if he used the Dujulcha engine, he might still arrive in time. Prepare the psychic bomb. Qin, after his calculations, transmitted a psychic message to Varus, I want it ready for immediate use. Upon receiving the message, Varus immediately went to work. Although he was curious, he would not ask the White Knight Lord why he ordered a psychic bomb to be prepared when visiting a friendly legion. Qin's idea was, if he ultimately failed to arrive at Loden in time to stop Corphaeron's as yet unknown plot, then he would blast Lorgar to death. This was his last resort. Not just Lorgar, if Erebodi's previous plot against Horus had not been thwarted, the psychic bomb would have eliminated Horus as well. The prerequisite was to use the psychic bomb after confirming they were corrupted. But just as Qin made up his mind, a cruiser suddenly exited the warp in the star system, then approached the Legion flagship. A transport ship entered the flagship's hangar, opened its hatch, and the Primarch of the Word-Bearers Legion emerged from the dark cabin. You've arrived. Lorgar first gestured for his sons not to salute, then spoke to Qin. Was your journey smooth? Even as Lorgar uttered another greeting, Qin still gave no response, only intently observing Lorgar's soul. In his psychic vision, Lorgar's soul was the same as before, without any trace of chaos power. Qin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Father. A handsome word-bearer stepped forward, where is Corphaeron? This was the servant who had previously accompanied Corphaeron in seclusion on Loden. When Corphaeron was mentioned, Lorgar's face remained expressionless, only responding very naturally, he needs to remain on Loden for a few more days. Seeing the servant withdraw, Lorgar's gaze fell upon Qin's face again. With his psychic power, his gaze penetrated the helmet, seeing Qin's puzzled eyes, and knowing that Qin also wanted to know Corphaeron's whereabouts. At this point, he understood Qin's true purpose for coming. Please follow me. Lorgar walked past Qin, personally leading the way. A Primarch personally leading the way was itself a statement, meaning, no one else needed to follow, not even the servant who was responsible for leading the way. The word-bearers no longer crowded around Qin and the Primarch, all withdrawing. I killed Corphaeron. Inside the prayer room, Lorgar knelt on the floor, his expression still calm as he spoke of this matter that greatly surprised Qin. It was as if killing Corphaeron was as commonplace as a butcher slaughtering a pig. How did you kill him? Qin's tone was also very calm. He didn't care whether someone like Corphaeron lived or died, the key was that this person would create crises. Now that Lorgar himself had stifled the crisis, there was nothing to worry about. He was corrupted by chaos and wanted to take me to an ancient temple on Loden to sacrifice me to the four gods. We fought in the temple, and eventually, I killed him. It's that simple. However, a certain power helped me and told me many things. Lorgar finished recounting what happened on Loden in a few words. Qin listened, thought carefully, and then posed another question, what helped you? Do you think it was the Emperor? A power with a strong sense of affinity, Lorgar said, I believe it came from the Emperor. Qin had a different view. Corphaeron certainly wasn't chosen by the four gods collectively. He wasn't as unique as Erebodi, his origin wasn't even due to one of the four gods splitting his chosen person into good and evil, and he hadn't even encountered chaos worship after chaos deliberately purged the original chaos-infused beliefs of Culcus. So, it was highly probable that the god who helped Lorgar was one who hadn't conspired with the other gods. As for the Emperor Lorgar spoke of, the Emperor now was not the god Emperor of 10,000 years later, he wasn't that powerful yet, and he was deliberately controlling the Black King's power. It was not very realistic for him to manifest over such a long distance to help Lorgar defeat a chosen of the gods. One Erebodi, one Corphaeron. Qin paced back and forth behind Lorgar, hands behind his back, sighing, how is it that the senior pawns chosen by chaos all come from your Culcus? Because there is religious faith, a desire for miracles, and a firm belief that there is only one true god in the world, anything resembling a miracle will be considered to come from the true god one worships. Thus, heretical evil gods can take advantage of the void, Lorgar immediately said. Qin felt that this Primarch's understanding of religion was still very high, he truly hit the nail on the head. In fact, what Lorgar was saying now could explain a major problem in 40K, the imperial cult itself didn't really trust the manifested living saints. Because living saints could perform miracles, but those miracles might not necessarily come from the god Emperor. In 40K, there was a living saint who, after rising to a high position, forced many space marines to the side of chaos. Living saints themselves might not even know the true source of their power. Living saints exploited by chaos aren't necessarily malicious, they simply possess religious faith, believing there is only one true god Emperor in the world, and by readily believing in miracles of unknown origin, they fall into the abyss, becoming pawns and minions. As you say. Qin stopped, I suggest you still don't assume that whoever helped you was definitely the Emperor. The miracles you saw may not have come from what you believe in. I am indeed prone to credulity. Lorgar did not refute or argue, even showing a slight agreement, in the revelations the Emperor gave me, I saw another path of destiny I would have taken. Then Lorgar recounted what he had seen. That is, Corphaeron and Erebus would have subtly guided him, indoctrinating him with chaos ideology, ultimately leading him to fall into chaos. But you still believe the miracle came from the Emperor himself? Qin Xia asked again after listening. Yes. Why? A feeling. Seeing the conversation circle back to the mystical feeling, Qin Xia stopped asking further, merely offering Lorgar a piece of advice. The matter on Loden was a close call, but safe. You must not be careless or overconfident. If you truly believe in the God Emperor, then hold firm to your faith. But also, don't, as you said, attribute all miracles to the sole true God you worship, because for both you and Chaos followers, gods are not unique at all. Upon hearing these two pieces of advice, Lorgar looked at Qin Xia. You admit the Emperor is a god? He asked. The Emperor is a god. Qin Xia said without hesitation, there is no doubt about that. Lorgar rose from the ground, a new fervor in his eyes. It wasn't the fervor of seeing a fellow believer, but the fervor of confirming a truth. Qin Xia's acknowledgement that the Emperor was a god at this moment held immense significance in Lorgar's eyes. Firstly, Angron's foster father knew many things, even things that primarchs didn't know. Secondly, what Qin Xia said was not persuasion, but an explanation that resonated with Lorgar's own conjectures. Even Qin Xia didn't know what effect his affirmation at this moment had. It made Lorgar absolutely certain that the Emperor was a god. The matter of the Black King, a demon once told me about it, Lorgar said. I was certain then that the Emperor must be a god. Your saying so precisely proves you weren't certain, Qin Xia said. The Emperor originally intended to keep the matter of the Black King from you, but I was certain you would still find out. But when I say the Emperor is a god, I'm not referring to him as the Black King, but another kind of god. Lorgar frowned. He thought that the one who helped him on Loden was the Black King. A god shaped by human faith, Qin Xia said. That's all I have to say. I believe you understand the reason for my visit, so no need for further words. Farewell. Qin Xia turned and left. After leaving the prayer room, Qin Xia felt that telling Lorgar that the Emperor was a god wasn't entirely appropriate. But some people just need faith, and for such people, believing in the Emperor is truly useful. Currently, the God Emperor's faith has been forbidden from spreading, and the Emperor's personal order to destroy the perfect city also dealt a heavy blow to existing believers. Lorgar only needed to be certain that the Emperor was a god, and then he could continue to firmly believe in the Emperor, as long as he didn't fall into chaos and become a pawn of chaos. In a sense, this was also a delaying tactic, and this delaying tactic was not born from Qin Xia's sudden inspiration, but from the Emperor's opinion. If he wants to believe, then let him believe. Qin Xia recalled what had happened earlier. After discussing Corphaeron, the Emperor suddenly expressed his arrangements for Lorgar. As long as he doesn't side with chaos, he can do as he pleases. But after, no one can stop humanity from moving towards prosperity and reason. Anything or anyone that could plunge humanity back into ignorance and darkness must be crushed. Also, there's another matter, investigate 11. The Emperor at the time didn't just talk about Lorgar and the word bearers. He also mentioned 11. See what he's doing, and if necessary, bring him back to Terra. Chapter 540, Ultimate Survivalism. The think tank fleet departed from the expeditionary fleet led by Horus and arrived in a star system in the central region of the Imperial Territory. This star system was the homeworld of the 11th Primarch, and just like the extremely simple name 11, the star system's name was simply Star System. When the think tank fleet appeared, the fleets in the star system immediately came to greet it, leading the fleet into the starport. Qin Xia stood on the White Knight's command deck, observing the starport through the porthole. The starport was located near a planet that resembled a green emerald. Its massive size was sufficient to accommodate an entire legion's fleet for entry and rest simultaneously. As for its appearance, it was very ordinary, looking like a black box floating in the void. This was 11's aesthetic style. The Primarch was an absolute pragmatist, even adding 2 pieces of metal for decoration to the starport was, in 11's view, completely meaningless. The fleet entered the starport and docked. Light illuminated the communication panel, and the Imperial double-headed eagle symbol rotated a few times before loading a communication window. Welcome, to the star system. The Primarch is waiting. For you. A space marine spoke to everyone on the command deck. He did not salute, nor did he offer any opening remarks beyond the necessary welcome. Is the Primarch on the home world? Qin Xia asked. If so, I can teleport down directly. Just give me the coordinates. The space marine immediately projected the coordinates onto the communication panel. Qin Xia glanced at the captain. The captain issued an order after the White Knight Lord turned and entered the teleportation gate, Protocol 1. As the entire fleet entered a state of secret combat readiness, Qin Xia had already arrived on 11's home world. The 11th Primarch was not at the Great Crusade's front lines like other Primarches commanded by Horus, only his legion was at the front, but he was not. This was because Horus's arrangement for 11 was to coordinate logistical supplies, ensuring the expeditionary fleet would not worry about resources. This was a task that was very busy when it was busy, and very idle when it was idle. As Qin Xia emerged from the wind and snow, he saw 11 squatting in the forest, feeding meat to a local Xeno. It was a large arthropod creature, roughly similar in appearance to the bug infantry from Starship Troopers that Qin Xia had seen, but much larger in size, with many soft tentacles growing from its unarmored abdomen. 11's adoptive mother was a member of this Xeno species. They had once fought humans on the moon for thousands of years, but now they worked together to create prosperity. He is my brother. 11 placed the meat into the Xeno's mouth, then turned to Qin Xia. My brother and I adventured, fought, and eliminated a giant beast located underground. The Xeno stood beside 11, its compound eyes, encased in a transparent carapace, observing Qin Xia. Its gaze was not like an animal's, but like a human's, even more intelligent and sharp than a human's. Hello. Qin Xia tentatively waved. The Xeno lowered itself, its two side-like forelimbs crossing each other, mimicking the human gesture of the Aquila salute. 11 kissed his brother's head carapace, then said something. The Xeno quickly departed. It was the fastest-moving creature Qin Xia had ever seen, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Why have you come, my brother's adoptive father? 11 gestured for Qin Xia to walk with him. The two advanced through the primeval forest. I did something for the War Master. He asked me to check on the supply situation before I returned to the World Eaters, so I came. Qin Xia said. Everything is normal. 11 replied. Then I am relieved. I will leave this afternoon. All right. After a few exchanges, both fell silent. 11 merely walked, not contemplating anything. Qin Xia, on the other hand, was thinking about various pieces of information concerning 11. On his way to find 11, Malkador sent someone with a document, which contained the results of the Seal-Bearer's agent's years of investigation into 11. Theoretically, 11 only controlled the star system where his home world was located. But in reality, his influence was immense. People in several star sectors were influenced by 11, they learned his philosophy and walked the path he laid out for them. And the star sectors influenced by 11, whether it was the tithe or the resources for the Webway project that the Imperium now extracted annually, paid the most, even more than Nuceria and Ultramar. High efficiency. This was the characteristic of 11 and his supporters. Also because of high efficiency, the 11th Legion possessed a vast fleet, second in size only to the Ultramarines fleet. As for the number of people in the 11th Legion, Imperial agents had not investigated it clearly either. In short, the 11th Legion, like their Primarch, was extremely low-key, quietly getting things done. Upon careful observation, one would certainly discover their astonishing strength, but they never boasted or demanded any honors. But the Legion's strength and administrative matters were certainly not the Emperor's purpose for sending Qin Xia. During the Olaner campaign, I saw members of your guard. They had many mutated abilities. Qin Xia mentioned past events. The scene in the Olaner campaign where an 11th Guard warrior impaled a greenskin war boss's head with a bone spike remained vivid in Qin Xia's memory. That modification technology has already been reviewed by the Adeptus Mechanicus, that technology only had conceptual problems. 11 looked at Qin Xia, mimicking Qin Xia's expression at the moment. You didn't know about this? Qin Xia nodded. My apologies, I failed to inform you of the review results in time. Your combat ability left too deep an impression on me, I always forget that you are also a learned scientist. The Primarch said, stopping and reaching out to touch a nearby tree. A worm-like creature emerged from underground, opening its large mouth. Qin Xia looked inside the mouth and realized that this worm was not a creature, but a biological-like architectural structure leading to an underground laboratory. The two entered the worm-like entrance together and arrived in the laboratory. 11 walked to a storage cabinet containing a large number of biological samples. I hope there can be one more World Eater's gene seed here. Qin Xia looked at the storage cabinet and found several different types of gene seeds stored inside, with labels on the storage jars containing the seeds. There were Vulcans, Sanguiniuses, Magnus, and a storage jar marked with the Roman numeral 2. Vulcan went to the front with me before. How did he give you a gene seed? Qin Xia asked. Vulcan came here through the webway with an Eldar before. He mentioned going to the front with you and said he left first, stopping here to deposit a gene seed. 11 replied. Vulcan urgently wanted to solve the problem of latent mutations. Who is number 2? Qin Xia asked again. The second Primarch. 11 still answered very frankly. He died in battle, and his sons were merged into the Ultramarines. Qin Xia did not speak, also wanting to hear 11 talk about the second Primarch. He was a wise and powerful commander, and an incredibly upright and noble person. He once led many brothers to fight Xenos, but ultimately sacrificed himself when his flagship was destroyed. It was then that I realized that as the Emperor's supreme masterpieces, we Primarches are not invincible. 11 walked to the database console and pressed a button. The characteristics of the 11th Legion's gene seed were displayed in detail. I hope to obtain a World Eater's gene seed for research into psychic and biological empathy. When 11 repeated his hope, Qin Xia did not answer, observing the 11th Legion's gene seed information. Absolutely stable, absolutely applicable, without any obvious adverse mutation problems. Of course, this was the result of 11's modification of the gene seed. Originally, it wasn't this good. In addition, there was the benign mutation that all Space Marines of the 11th Legion possessed. Biological empathy. Communication via pheromones and brainwaves. The World Eaters also had empathy, but that was psychic empathy, not something everyone had, nor could it be like the 11th Legion, which communicated entirely through empathy. If we could merge, it would give the World Eaters the same high-efficiency communication ability as the 11th Legion. 11 said. Obtaining a World Eater's gene seed shouldn't be difficult, should it? I always feel that you actually have our gene seed in your possession. Qin Xia asked. I would not take anything from any brother without authorization. 11 instinctively looked up, his gaze seeming to pass through the laboratory ceiling to the moon. The Xenos on the planet raised me, and the humans on the moon educated me. No unauthorized actions. I understand this principle. Qin Xia listened with considerable approval, thinking that 11 was quite scientifically ethical. If 11 had merely spoken empty words, Qin Xia certainly wouldn't have believed him. But the documents provided by Malkador corroborated 11's words. The 11th Legion had indeed never collected gene seeds from allied forces in any war. I'll have to ask Angron about the World Eater's gene seed when I get back, we can discuss it later. Qin Xia politely refused. Also, regarding biological research, don't delve too deeply into it. 11 tilted his head, his eyes expressing a question. Qin Xia said, the image of the Space Marines has great significance, they themselves symbolize the purest form of humanity. If they grow extra limbs, bone spikes, or anything else, that image would not be good. That research has already been prohibited. 11 nodded. Although the Adeptus Mechanicus believed that evolutionary technology had no problems, the Emperor did not agree. After he ordered the prohibition, I no longer touched that field. Qin Xia nodded silently, observing the entire planet with his psychic vision. He indeed found no signs that the technology was still under research. Everything I do is only for humanity's survival. 11 said, as if defending himself. Survival is everything, everything is for survival. Everything the Emperor pursues is also for humanity's survival. Prosperity, reason, advancement, combat, these are all ultimately means for the species to survive, no different from the various researches I conduct. Humanity must survive, and to survive, it should rightfully abandon everything that is detrimental to survival. Including the obsession with a so-called pure human form. For survival. For survival. 11 emphasized repeatedly. However, the Primarch's words merely went in Qin Xia's left ear and out his right. He did not believe 11 was right, because humans are intelligent beings, and even if they have not escaped their animalistic nature, they have pursuits that transcend it. Humans cannot live merely for survival and gene replication, otherwise, it would be impossible to explain humanity's self-destructive tendencies during certain periods. Qin Xia conveyed what he had seen and heard at 11's place to the Emperor. After the Emperor received the astropathic message and responded, Qin Xia prepared to leave and return to the World Eater's Legion. The Emperor's astropathic response was, since he has indeed not pursued those researches, then he may continue to survive. Chapter 541, Fate. Report, Sir. All weapons on the entire fleet have been fully loaded, and weapon operators are on standby 24/7. Once the attack order is given, the weapons will be deployed swiftly. Very good. We'll send our own people to the starport to transport supplies. Don't let the 11th Legion's people come up. Yes, sir. The captain was busy handling various matters on the command deck. The entire fleet was on high alert. Looking at the inner harbor of the massive starport where the fleet was docked, and the large Primarch homeworld patrol fleet outside the starport's entrance and exit, the captain couldn't help but mutter to himself. If a fight breaks out, it'll be troublesome. Even if we risk an emergency warp jump, I'm afraid a few warships will be lost here. The White Knight Lord said there might be a fight in this star system. I wonder what orders he received. Please don't fight. The think tank fleet doesn't have many warships to begin with. Isn't this just throwing an egg at a rock? Caliban bless us. Just as the captain was muttering, snow began to drift across the command deck. The moment he saw the snowflakes, the captain immediately pointed to the person in charge of the engine in the corner, preparing to issue an evacuation order while also watching the snow. Qin Xia emerged from the snow, alone. The captain was still pointing at the officer managing the engine, and still watching the White Knight Lord. It's fine now, the snow behind Qin Xia vanished abruptly. We can leave. Only then did the captain lower his arm, then frowned in thought. Considering that the White Knight Lord had said on the way to the star system, once we arrive at the 11th Primarch's home world, enter a state of concealed readiness. And now, the White Knight Lord returned and said it was fine. Also, the think tank fleet's prior involvement in the operation to retrieve Magnus. In less than 2 seconds, the captain deduced the truth. The White Knight Lord's purpose in coming here was likely to investigate the 11, and if he was found to be problematic, he would be taken away, just like Magnus had been. Now that the White Knight Lord had returned alone, it was indeed fine. Prepare to set sail. The captain breathed a sigh of relief, still giving the order to the engine manager. The order was immediately executed, and the entire fleet began the departure procedure, gradually leaving the giant starport and arriving at the Mandeville point. Before warp travel, some preparations were still needed, such as lowering the viewport covers and instructing the crew to gather and try not to be alone. And most importantly, to ask the White Knight Lord about his next plans. Sir, are we returning to Nuceria? The captain asked. Qin Xia nodded. The captain was even more relieved because the think tank fleet would not have to perform tasks similar to investigating the 11, and would also be far from the front lines of the Great Crusade where Horus's fleet was. The fleet prepared, entered the warp, and was propelled towards Nuceria by the psychic tide Qin Xia had summoned. Qin Xia remained on the command deck, while over 100 officers came from outside the command deck, saluted Qin Xia and the captain respectively, and then gathered together. On the command deck, the immediate superiors of the instrument and equipment operators also gathered with the others. Looking at these people, Qin Xia was a little confused. Today is a routine meeting, held once a month. Although he was sure the White Knight Lord probably wouldn't attend the meeting, the captain still asked, "Will you attend?" Qin Xia nodded. Anyway, there was nothing to do next, only a boring journey. The think tank's affairs were also handled by Varus, Tethys, and the others. He would simply read books or personally help Olia with some experiments, so attending was probably better. Then Qin Xia realized that he had never attended a routine meeting before, and it wasn't that he hadn't had free time, but each time he had just happened to miss it due to other matters. Please. The captain gestured, then led the way, entering the conference room connected to the command deck with everyone else. There were no chairs in the conference room, only a holographic projection displaying a star map. Because all official matters outside of routine meetings were handled on the command deck, the conference room was very simply furnished. Qin Xia approached the holographic projection equipment as he usually did for combat meetings, and so did the captain. The other officers, according to their rank, encircled Qin Xia in the holographic projection equipment in layers. How is the gun deck? Court Samos, person in charge of the port gun deck, and Court Case, person in charge of the starboard gun deck, please report. The captain asked questions as if following a procedure, while also glancing at Qin Xia. Considering that the White Knight Lord might not know who the gun deck person in charge was, he specifically called them by name. The two sibling officers managing the port and starboard gun deck stepped forward, saluted the White Knight Lord, then saluted the captain, and reported, everything is normal. Afterward, the captain inquired about the status of other parts of the ship. The officers all replied that everything was normal. Essentially, routine meetings were just a formality. It was simply a regulation of the Imperial Navy Department for everyone to gather monthly and discuss matters. If anything truly important happened, the subordinates would immediately report it to the captain, not wait until now to resolve it. While this procedure was underway, Qin Xia realized he only recognized a dozen or so people among those present. The White Knight, the fleet, and all the various tedious and boring affairs were handled by the White Knight's captain, who was also the commander of the think tank fleet. Qin Xia did not deal with these trivial matters, and naturally, he would not know the non-command deck officers who constantly came to ask for either money or personnel. If someone else were captain, Qin Xia would not be so lax about ship and fleet affairs. But, this White Knight captain was too effective. He handled everything meticulously. Although he practiced nepotism, he truly put people in the right places. And he was also very trustworthy. You've worked hard. Qin Xia smiled. The captain knew exactly what part of the hard work this referred to. He first exhaled softly and nodded instinctively, then shook his head vigorously, I merely handle some fleet trivialities, it's far less arduous than your work. Qin Xia nodded silently. He had nothing to reward the captain with. This man was first the captain of the White Knight heavy cruiser, and second the commander of the think tank fleet, practically at the pinnacle of officialdom. Reaching this level was the limit, there was nothing more in terms of wealth or power to give him. Qin Xia's gaze shifted from the captain, sweeping over the others with the thought of getting to know them better. The officers were generally old, even the youngest had a face full of wrinkles. This was normal, as each of them was the chief manager of their respective departments on the White Knight. Only those whose qualifications, abilities, and status were second only to the captain could enter here to attend the meeting. However, there was one officer who was an exception. That was a very young man, standing in the corner of the conference room, far from Qin Xia. Who is he? Qin Xia asked. The captain had not mentioned this person's name earlier, so he began to explain, Fal. From the gun deck, he is the conference room manager. Fal had already saluted when his eyes met Qin Xia's. Now, hearing the captain mention him, he saluted again. He comes from the lower gun deck, from a family of lance weapon operators, so his background is absolutely reliable. His abilities are also good, he graduated first in his class from the ship's officer academy, so I specifically promoted him to be the conference room manager. He is very young and still needs experience. Qin Xia looked at the young man, the smile on his face gradually fading. The White Knight Lord suddenly thought of some things. Although he didn't handle much of the ship and fleet affairs, he did understand personnel matters. There was a naval officer academy on the White Knight. When the fleet went to Terra that year, the captain specifically went to the Imperial Navy Organization to request permission to establish the school. New officers for the ship and the think tank fleet would be trained at the school, and after graduation, they would be assigned to various parts of the ship. And this young man before him. He had excellent grades, strong abilities, and at a young age, he earned the captain's appreciation to become an officer and conference room manager. Such a talent, his job was to manage the conference room, and his privilege was to be allowed to stay in the conference room during meetings. At most, he could see the White Knight Lord, merely see him. If the White Knight Lord had not spoken up to mention him, he would have been no different from the vast majority of people on the ship unknown. When going to do something and seeing the think tank, he would stand aside, pressed against the wall, like everyone else. As Qin Xia pondered these things, Fal's eyes sparkled, and a smile appeared on his face. This young man was very aware of everything, but he was not only content with all he had received, but also deeply proud of it. Fal merely came from a family that had lived under the lance for generations. His family had earned merits in the Alainer campaign, and then was able to send the smartest child in their family to the Naval Academy. Fal had no grand pursuits, ideals, or ambitions. He simply hoped to graduate from the Naval Academy as his family wished, become an officer, and if he was even luckier, become a high-ranking officer who could see what the White Knight Lord looked like, a person above others. Then, during every holiday, he would return under the lance and tell his family about the White Knight Lord's demeanor and words details beyond propaganda posters and news. Until one day, many years later, when Fal stood on the command deck, accepting the authority transferred by the captain, he would recall this moment from his youth and marvel at the wonder of fate. Fal will gradually learn various ship affairs, then pass several assessments, and eventually become a qualified World Eaters Legion Naval Fleet officer. The captain guessed what Qin Xia was thinking and actively explained. Qin Xia knew this too, nodded silently and said nothing more. His fate changed because of you, the captain added, the fate of everyone on the entire White Knight has changed because of you. Fate? Qin Xia looked at the captain. The captain nodded, genuinely emotion, yes. If the Lion King had not given this battleship to his brother, and this battleship had not had the honor of becoming your flagship, it would have been just one of many warships in the Dark Angel's Legion, lost in a war with vastly unequal strength. Crashing into an enemy ship, crashing into some giant void facility, or shattering a planet. The captain's last sentence was a complaint about the Dark Angel's Legion. It's not just your fates that I've changed. Qin Xia thought of everyone in the World Eater's Legion. Changing the fate of others is my honor, and my pursuit. The captain saluted. As Qin Xia reflected on fate, the captain asked again, if everything settles down, what will you do? I don't know, Qin Xia said. I've never really thought about that. What about you? The captain was also taken aback by the question. After careful thought, he replied earnestly, I have already achieved everything I wanted, my wife, and my status, so when everything ends, I will choose to raise Osiris, and then grow old peacefully with my wife. The captain paused, a smile appearing on his face. It was a smile of contentment and pride from having achieved everything he desired. After all, I am just a mortal. This is my fate. You are an ordinary yet extraordinary mortal. Qin Xia nodded. Wilson. I greatly admire you. The captain nodded, his expression difficult to describe. Wilson isn't your name? Then why did your wife call you that when she scolded you? Sir. Wilson is a word on Caliban, meaning something like toad. She always felt it was a bit of a loss for a knight like her to end up with a knightly orders servant like me, so she used Wilson as my name when scolding me. So that's it. What's your real name? My parents were eaten by a giant beast when they were supposed to name me. My name was given by Luther, that king like knight. The captain suddenly had an idea. It doesn't matter. Since you once thought Wilson was my name, then that is my name. It's like I was given a name by the White Knight Lord and the 12th Prince's foster father. This is an honor. Upon hearing this, Qin Xia looked a little troubled. The word Wilson had a bad connotation on Caliban, so it wasn't good to use it as the captain's name. Do you permit me this honor? Wilson asked. Qin Xia awkwardly scratched the back of his head, hesitating, if you think it's okay, then. Wilson certainly thought it was okay. In the presence of so many high-ranking officers, the White Knight Lord had given him a name. Regardless of the name's meaning, it didn't matter, what was important was that it was bestowed by the White Knight Lord, the Primarch's foster father. From his generation onwards, his descendants that is, the descendants of his adopted son, Osiris would become an incredibly glorious family. I will serve you with all my heart and soul. Wilson knelt on one knee, drew his sword, and held it parallel to the center line of his body. Qin Xia still felt the name wasn't quite right, but for now, he could only nod and help Wilson up. But in the White Knight Lord's heart, he would still refer to this person as captain, and not by the derogatory Wilson in the Caliban language. Our discussion about fate ends here. Warp travel is like a holiday for me, and I too must enjoy a period of ease and tranquility in my fate. Qin Xia said. Yes, sir. The captain saluted. Chapter 542, The Storm. Research Lab. Olia stood in front of the operating console, her hands gripping the robotic arm control device. Inside the glass case on the console in front of her was a piece of red biological tissue, being gently cut by the robotic arm's scalpel. Olia controlled the robotic arm, and Qin Xia controlled Olia's hands. Your movements must be steady, precise, and swift. Yes, just like that, cut open the biological tissue. Qin Xia instructed her on the key techniques while holding Olia's hands, indirectly controlling the robotic arm. Olia, on the other hand, was full of joy, like a student just starting dissection classes, filled with curiosity and a sense of fresh excitement for the things before her. At the other end of the research lab, Quadrant and Brown sat side by side, their backs to Qin Xia, examining data on ancient stone man technology. Quadrant was focused, while Brown occasionally looked back. Did I remember incorrectly? Stone Man retracted his gaze. Was it Olia or Olina who performed the surgery on Erebus earlier? It was the three of them, him, her, and Qin Xia who performed the surgery together, Quadrant replied, after diligently retrieving data from his memory chip, giving an absolutely correct answer. So, Olia, who could even perform brain surgery on Erebus, is now being taught by Qin Xia how to cut biological tissue like a student. Brown shook his head helplessly. Natural humans are truly interesting, worthy of being my creators. Quadrant scanned the data pad, the information on the screen scrolling rapidly, reading 100 lines at a glance. After a moment, Quadrant nodded, indeed. Qin Xia didn't hear what Brown was saying, still focused on the task at hand. How do you know so much about surgery? You mean me? Yes. I used to be a very skilled doctor and scientist. I had to remove necrotic organs from patients and implant artificial ones under extremely limited medical conditions. Wow. Back then, even giving a patient anesthesia could be fatal. There were no advanced artificial implants. Before my inventions, people relied on a massive device to filter blood. Can you imagine? Just to replace a kidney, they needed to build something bigger than the operating console in front of us. Qin Xia mentioned the past, suddenly falling into contemplation. What's wrong? Olia looked back at Qin Xia. Nothing. Qin Xia's eyes were deep. I just suddenly remembered the past. The past from 10,000 years later. Yes, as I said before, I was learning prosthetic modification techniques under the guidance of the Adeptus Mechanicus monks of the White Scars at that time. Qin Xia suddenly recalled his past in 40K. Those in the White Scars who had taken care of him would likely have their destinies changed by his influence, and perhaps would never become White Scars Space Marines in the future. It seemed impossible to have a first reunion 10,000 years later. Recalling the past of cheating at cards with the White Scars thinkers using his psychic powers without getting beaten, Qin Xia felt a touch of regret. Let's continue. Qin Xia snapped out of it, continuing to help Olia, the super biologist and surgeon, learn how to cut biological tissue. The floor suddenly began to tremble. The 4 people in the research lab immediately put down what they were doing, stood up, and looked at each other. After the floor trembled, the entire research lab began to shake, the tremors growing increasingly intense. Quadrant decisively threw out a gravity device to fix all items in the research lab in place. We've entered the storm. Qin Xia's right eye shimmered with psychic light, while his left eye focused on Brown. Take those 2 to the shelter. Brown split into 3. 2 Browns went to take Quadrant and Olia, while the other Brown looked at Qin Xia. I'll go with you. Qin Xia shook his head, to the shelter, now. Brown realized he couldn't intervene in the upcoming situation, so he immediately vanished from the spot. The other 2 clones, carrying Quadrant and Olia, transformed into molecules and atoms, flowing through the matter that made up the warship, entering the shelter in the core section of the White Knight. Brown left, continuing to use his ability to turn others into molecules and atoms to bring people along. Olia, on the other hand, spoke, using her special psychic powers to force all the panicking people who had just entered the shelter to calm down. This shelter was extremely vast, and its building materials incorporated some black stone, so there was no need to worry about damage during a warp storm. All non-psychers, including Olia and Brown, simply needed to wait. On the other side, Qin Xia teleported to the command deck. The captain, still in his pajamas and picking at his eye boogers, immediately saluted upon seeing Qin Xia enter. Sir, we have encountered a warp storm, and the fleet is under the influence of a psychic surge. Psychic surge was a term invented by the think tank to describe the situation where a ship in a warp storm is continuously impacted by surrounding psychic energy. No fleet other than the White Knight fleet would deliberately plunge into a warp storm, so there was no similar term. How did we suddenly run into a storm? Qin Xia asked. Didn't I disperse all the storms along the way earlier? We didn't run into the storm came to us. The captain immediately produced a datapad, displaying the readings just recorded by the detection equipment. The warp readings, which were difficult to quantify, suddenly surged, confirming the captain's words. Qin Xia withdrew his gaze, pondering for a moment. At this time, all thinkers had teleported to the command deck, awaiting orders. Under everyone's gaze, Qin Xia took a step, directly moving outside the White Knight's Geller field. Only by being directly exposed to the warp could he see the external situation more clearly. He saw the purple clouds in the warp coalescing into demonic outlines, and the cloud-formed hands firmly gripping the entire think tank fleet. Lightning, storms, and various natural phenomena typically seen in the reality universe occasionally appeared. The fleet's position shifted, as if being tossed from one demonic hand to another. Qin Xia did not come out to admire the scenery, but to disperse this sudden storm. Without the barrier of the reality universe's veil, Qin Xia could unleash even more powerful psychic energy in the warp, which was saturated with psychic power. As he raised his hand, a torrent of snowy white psychic energy condensed from behind the fleet. Even the psychic energy that constituted the storm itself could be called upon by Qin Xia. As the thought of clearing a path emerged, the torrent of psychic energy surged forward, passing through the fleet, and clearing a navigation route through the warp storm of purple clouds ahead. The fleet detached from the psychic surge, no longer trembling. But just as Qin Xia was about to return to the White Knight, the storm suddenly reconverged and enveloped the fleet. A psychic surge even more violent than before occurred, affecting all ships. Protect the Geller field. Qin Xia gave the order to the thinkers inside the White Knight. No sooner had he spoken than portals leading to different ships appeared behind the thinkers. The thinkers immediately walked through the portals, dispersing to various warships in the fleet, appearing directly near the Geller field. Qin Xia accumulated psychic energy and once again waved his hand at the storm. A clear path was opened again, but another storm descended, this one 100 times more intense than the second storm just now. Countless warp creatures surged out of the storm, heading directly for the fleet, but could only circle around the Geller field, unable to enter. The thinkers continuously reported on the Geller field status. They were positioned around the Geller field device, using their psychic powers to forcibly stabilize everything around them, preventing any accidents that could lead to the Geller field's destruction. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. Just then, the storm in front of Qin Xia gradually shifted, the purple smoke and clouds coalescing into a demon. It was no longer just a demonic outline, it had truly transformed into a demon. It was the image of a Slaanesh demon, and its appearance revealed the mastermind behind this storm. However, Qin Xia could sense that it wasn't a true Slaanesh demon appearing in front of the fleet, but rather, a portion of Slaanesh's power. Every demon under the 4 gods of chaos is a part of the 4 gods' power. When they appear individually, Qin Xia can sense that fragile wisp of power, but now his feeling was of a portion of power. Do you think you can travel unimpeded in the warp? Do you think you can even lead a fleet to forcefully cross storms that others would avoid at all costs? The demon spoke. What it said was not words composed of individual sounds, but a psychic force reverberating in the warp, which itself represented messages and language, allowing Qin Xia to understand it. Qin Xia responded with silence, merely staring at the demon, and once again activating his psychic energy, releasing a torrent of psychic power as before. But this time, the demon retaliated with some power, blocking the psychic torrent. Qin Xia also sensed that the opponent seemed to intend to utilize this psychic power, but the attempt failed because the psychic power he was using was akin to a public resource he had claimed, and could not be shared by others. Do you realize who you are challenging? The demon spoke again. Slaanesh himself, Qin Xia replied. Clever. The demon pointed at the fleet. You are indeed powerful in the warp, but you are spread thin. You might be able to protect yourself, but you absolutely cannot protect them. With the Geller field, what can you do to them? Qin Xia glanced at the fleet. It's like with the reality veil, no matter how powerful you are, your demons may conjure storms and cross multiverses in the warp, but they can still be cut down by swords and blades once they enter reality. But you must pass through the warp. What the demon said made Qin Xia himself feel it was correct. Humans must pass through the warp, without the protection of the reality veil, they fall within the domain of the gods. Moments later, the captain's report sounded in the power armor helmet. Qin Xia opened the portal to the ship. I'm waiting for the Duchulcha engine to start. What are you waiting for? Inside the ship, the Duchulcha engine was already roaring, its power, sufficient to break through the storm ahead, radiated around the White Knight fleet. The demon did not attack, it continued to speak. It seemed it wasn't there to deal with the fleet at all. Everything it did, whether conjuring the storm or being controlled by its chaos gods to speak, was merely for a grand entrance. Such is the temperament of warp creatures, they lack cause, purpose, and their actions, like the warp itself, are abstract. Qin Xia retreated into the portal. The demon watched as the fleet was enveloped by the Duchulcha engine's energy, then instantly broke through the storm, finding a nearby star system and leaping into reality at a speed too fast for the demon to conjure another storm. Chapter 543, Crisis has arrived. The fleet emerged from the warp, appearing in the outer reaches of an unknown star system, far from any celestial bodies. Before the viewport covers rose, the warship scanned the entire star system with capabilities far exceeding visual range. We're within Imperium of Man territory, our luck isn't bad, the captain said, wiping sweat from his forehead. As the fleet commander, his greatest fear was the fleet being affected by a warp storm, potentially appearing in a chaotic location upon entering the reality universe. This was the best-case scenario. A slightly worse situation would be the fleet's membership scattering directly, or even appearing inside a planet. The Duchulcha engine was more reliable than the captain had imagined. Report. Friendly warships detected in the star system. An officer stood up to report, and a holographic image popped up in the center of the command deck. It displayed the silhouette of a Retribution-class heavy cruiser. Analyzing all the ship's characteristics, it was concluded to be a Death Guard Legion warship. Are we back on the front lines of Horus's expedition? The captain frowned. Perhaps they came here, Qin Xia said, pointing to the warship outside the viewport. Approach it and inquire about the situation. If necessary, take it with us. The captain immediately made arrangements. The rest of the think tank fleet began to rest. The White Knight gradually approached the friendly Death Guard warship. Upon entering communication range, the White Knight attempted to contact the friendly warship. No response. The captain watched the constantly rotating symbol of the two-headed eagle on the communication panel, which meant the other party had not answered for a long time. Qin Xia directly observed the entire warship with his psychic vision, but when his gaze reached the ship's interior, he only saw a void. There were soulless ones inside, and not just ordinarily powerful soulless ones. Be cautious, Qin Xia ordered again. The captain then relayed the White Knight Lord's orders in detail. The White Knight closed to within 1 light second of the friendly warship. The communication array continued to try to contact the other party, while the ship's starboard gun deck received orders to enter full combat readiness. Torpedo bays, macro cannons, and lance weapons, these weapons on the starboard side were activated after the ship turned and aimed its starboard at the enemy, targeting the friendly ship. Qin Xia stood waiting. If there's no response after half an hour, send a think tank combat team to lead an auxiliary army marine squad to board and investigate. Yes, the captain turned and picked up the communicator, calling the marine commander, prepare 2 boarding legions. Time passed. 10 minutes later, the friendly warship still did not respond. Qin Xia continued to wait until he received a psychic message from the Great Library's librarian before teleporting out of the command deck and into the chamber used to house the Duchulcha engine. Tethys was standing next to the boy controlling the engine. What is it? Qin Xia asked the engine directly. We deviated from the normal time point, emerging from the warp at a time point beyond the extreme of the redundancy range. Simply put, there's a 7 solar month difference between when we entered the warp and began our journey, and now. Half a year. Qin Xia thought about it and felt that this time deviation was nothing, even normal warp travel could have time deviation issues. But the Duchulcha engine should not have allowed such a problem to occur. Why the 7 solar month deviation? Qin Xia asked. The warp storm was too strong, the boy controlling the engine spoke like a puppet, I couldn't guarantee both the accuracy of the time point and our ability to break through the storm. Qin Xia accepted this outcome calmly. The Duchulcha engine was not an invincible entity, just like most creations in this universe, it was in a state of kin, but not completely kin. The Duchulcha engine struggled to break through overly strong warp storms. For example, according to normal development, the engine would fall into Lemon Russ's hands, and Lemon Russ would use the engine to wreak havoc behind enemy lines. But when he wanted the engine to help him travel to Terra, the engine directly stated that it could not break through the storm covering Terra. It's nothing, you did your best, Qin Xia opened a teleportation gate, motioned for Tethys to continue guarding, and then returned to the command deck. Half an hour had passed, and the lone Death Guard Legion ship still hadn't responded to the White Knight's call. A think tank combat team, led by Varus, had already assembled. 12 thinkers were on the hangar deck, gathered with a large number of mortal auxiliary marine soldiers, ready to board the lone ship and begin their investigation. The captain looked at Qin Xia. The White Knight Lord nodded slightly. The assembled armed personnel entered the transport ship and headed for the lone ship. Time continued to pass, and various internal ship conditions were relayed to Qin Xia. Many people died here. The gun deck is empty. It seems all the space marines and mortal sailors on the entire ship have perished. Otherwise, as the most important part of the entire ship, the gun deck would definitely have people. Qin Xia mourned for the personnel inside the ship, then ordered, there must still be a soulless one alive, find him, and bring him back. Finding a soulless one on a city-sized warship was not easy, but the influence they could exert on a psyker could itself serve as a tracking clue. Varus only needed to feel that sickening repulsion, he would go in the direction where the repulsion was strongest. Lord, I think the soulless one that can block your psyker vision is a bit strange, Varus said. How can there be such a powerful soulless one, whose range of influence is enough to cover a warship? Hearing this, Qin Xia remembered the powerful soulless one still being kept on the White Knight. That soulless one's anti-psyker talent was exceptionally strong, but it wasn't strong enough to cover a warship. You mean it might not be a single soulless one? Qin Xia stood with his hands behind his back, pondered, then ordered, this doesn't affect your mission, bring him back. Spatial fluctuations detected. Before Varus could respond, an officer's report from the command deck sounded first. Qin Xia had already looked towards the source of the spatial fluctuations. At the other end of the star system's edge, 3 warships suddenly jumped into the reality universe and proceeded forward. Those were also Death Guard warships. This is the Steadfast, a Death Guard Space Marine's face appeared on the communication panel. Are you the World Eater's think tank fleet? The Lord of the 12th Legion has been looking for you on the front lines for 7 months. It's a long story, Qin Xia began. Why is your warship in this star system? Not sure, we just received orders to come to the rescue. The Space Marine glanced at the view outside the viewport. The friendly fleet continued to approach. Upon reaching a position almost face-to-face with the White Knight, all warships opened fire, and thousands of torpedoes and macro-cannon shells pierced the void shield, blowing the White Knight in half. The command deck was annihilated in the bombardment, and the heavy cruiser fell in the unknown star system. All of this flashed rapidly before Qin Xia's eyes. This was his prophetic ability. This ability could only predict short-term dangers, but compared to long-term prophecy, its advantage was its absolute accuracy. Awakening from the prophecy, Qin Xia immediately activated his psyker powers. The White Knight teleported thousands of kilometers to the left, and the next second, the Death Guard warships opened fire at its original location. Engage. The captain, still unclear about the situation, instinctively roared the command. All weapons on the starboard gun deck opened fire. The White Knight alone unleashed firepower equivalent to the combined total of the 3 enemy ships. After a furious bombardment, the 3 Death Guard ships were crippled, losing their ability to move and attack. As Qin Xia was about to question the Space Marine on the other end of the communication panel, the 3 warships simultaneously exploded and sank, turning the ships, along with the Space Marines and mortal sailors inside, into space debris. What in the... The captain looked dazed, and as he spoke, an answer dawned on him. The Death Guard had rebelled. An answer also emerged in Qin Xia's mind, and he then sternly ordered Varus, you have 20 more minutes. If there's still no discovery after 20 minutes, return immediately. The White Knight will sink that lone ship. Lord. Varus responded. We already have a discovery. In a compartment in the midsection of the lone ship. Mortal marine soldiers had already sealed the compartment's entrances, while the thinkers stood before a device, enduring pain as they observed it. The device before them had a sorceress appearance, looking like a black spire covered in spikes. Each spike on the spire held the corpse of a soulless one. Although he didn't understand the purpose of the spire, Varus could instinctively guess that it was a construct that used soulless ones to create an anti-psyker field. The mortal soldiers stepped forward to examine the spire, eventually finding a passage leading to its interior. When they opened the hatch, a space marine tumbled out of the tower, falling heavily to the ground. All firearms aimed at the Space Marine's head. Varus raised his hand, signaling everyone not to be nervous. He then crouched down for a closer look, quite shocked. Captain Garo. The person before him was Garo, captain of the Death Guard's 7th Company. Garo, seeing his friend with whom he had once fought alongside, was also quite surprised. Qin Xia teleported out at this moment, appearing before Garo, and placed a hand on Garo's head, sensing information. Why the lone ship appeared in the star system? It was a ship transporting soulless ones. The Death Guard had received help from the Silent Sisters in a war and thus wanted to form a soulless one unit for anti-psyker purposes. The lone ship encountered an extremely intense warp storm during warp travel. What the spire was, Garo had created it himself as an anti-psyker construct. This spire, impaled with numerous soulless one corpses, could maximally counteract the effects of warp storms, allowing the ship to force its way through, but just like the Dujulcha engine, it wasn't necessarily effective against strong storms. Numerous pieces of information flooded into Qin Xia's mind. At the same time, Qin Xia also learned a piece of news that nearly made him show panic. A warp storm, sweeping across the Imperium of Man, had raged for half a month. All of the Imperium of Man's warp travel methods were paralyzed, and various star systems became isolated, just like in the Dark Age, unable to contact each other. Qin Xia took a deep breath and looked at Varus. The chief librarian noticed the White Knight Lord's face was slightly pale. I was just discussing with others what to do after everything settled, discussing fate. A difficult destiny. Chapter 544, Mission. Is this the Eisenstein of your 7th company? Qin Xia took a deep breath to calm down, and asked softly. Garo trembled, and there was no response for a full minute. It wasn't until Qin Xia repeated the question that Garo replied after a brief daze. This is the Eisenstein. The Death Guard just attacked us. Did you notice any signs of Legion rebellion before you left the Legion? The Death Guard attacked you? Legion rebellion. Yes, Legion rebellion. I don't know. How could this be? Qin Xia and Garo exchanged questions and answers, not really wanting to obtain any information from Garo through language, as he already knew everything he needed to know. The reason for repeating the questions was that Garo was in an extremely weakened state, his soul barely clinging to his body. Perhaps this situation arose from staying too long in the tower filled with the corpses of soulless ones. Garo needed to recall speaking, to restore the connection between his soul and the reality universe. By the time the last question was answered, Garo had fully recovered, no longer trembling, his pale face now bearing a stern, somber expression, having regained his former demeanor as the captain of the Death Guard's 7th company. The Death Guard just attacked you. Garo stood up and demanded, the warp storm raged, and my ship was caught in it. I only survived and returned to reality thanks to the anti-psyker facilities made by the soulless ones. How could my legion come and attack you? They might have come for you. Qin Xia waved his hand to create an illusion, allowing Garo to see the outside situation. Among the floating wreckage were some Death Guard insignia. First Company's warship, Garo said. The 7th captain did not deny the authenticity of the illusion Qin Xia presented. Although Qin Xia had never met this 7th captain before, Garo had heard many things about Qin Xia during the incident of Magnus' arrest and the Ulaner War, and had participated in many military operations led by Qin Xia, though at the time he stood among the Death Guard Space Marines. Garo did not question or deny, his surface remained calm, but his heart was in turmoil. The fact of the Legion's betrayal was simply too shocking. While surprised, he also questioned Mortarian's arrangements. If the Primarch hadn't insisted on sending him to find the soulless ones, he wouldn't have been completely unaware of the changes happening in the Legion. In your impression, where is your Primarch stationed? Qin Xia asked the crucial question. Kerr, Garo said. The War Master ordered our Legion to stop recruiting barbarous-born Space Marines. The Primarch conflicted with him but still went to a star system called Kerr to recruit. That was the new recruitment source the War Master chose for our Legion. I'm going to Kerr. Qin Xia motioned for Varus to take the others back to the ship, then said sternly to Garo, I'm going to kill your Primarch. Garo was stunned, and subconsciously replied, with what? A psyker bomb, Qin Xia said. Are you coming with me, or are you staying here? Garo hesitated for a moment before answering in a low voice, if the Legion has truly rebelled and is hunting me, then I will surely die if I stay here. I'll go with you. Qin Xia sent a psyker message to the captain, send people to take over the Eisenstein. Batches of sailors were transported by transport aircraft into the Eisenstein, including low-level sailors drawn from the decks of various warships, as well as administrators drawn from officer schools and the Reserve Officer Corps. The empty Eisenstein was quickly repaired and maintained, and joined the think tank fleet. During the maintenance of the ship, people discovered that the crew members on the Eisenstein had not mysteriously disappeared, but had all died in the anti-psyker device made from the corpses of soulless ones. It was a shelter built out of necessity, extending from the top deck of the Eisenstein all the way down to the lower decks, with a rather spacious interior. But such a device was still too cramped for hundreds of thousands of people. People were not killed by the warp disaster, but by the environment and the innate power of the soulless ones. Even the Space Marines led by Garo succumbed to the long-term influence of the soulless one's power, becoming corpses lying in the anti-psyker device. Garo's survival could only be attributed to sheer luck. Or, someone didn't want him to die. White Knight Command Deck. The captain came to the command deck after handling the Eisenstein's affairs. Due to the sudden warp storm disaster, the massive crisis spreading throughout the Empire, and the rebellion of the Space Marines legions, the command deck was very quiet and silent. The captain knew that the White Knight fleet was now the only fleet with superluminal travel capability, and had to shoulder the responsibility of going to various parts of the Empire to collect, transmit, and verify information. The entire fleet probably couldn't head directly to Nuceria as originally planned. The captain came before Qin Xia, and seeing that Qin Xia was closing his eyes, he did not disturb him, waiting silently. Qin Xia was attempting to contact Angron, using his powerful psyker abilities, which were sufficient to establish a superluminal communication network. Normally, when Qin Xia used this ability, he would search for soul projections in the warp, then exert influence on them to achieve the goal of superluminal psyker communication. But now, all Qin Xia saw in his psyker vision was storm and chaos. Just not seeing was not enough to affect anything, Qin Xia could still try to perceive. When he closed his eyes and entered the warp in a soul, not physical, state, it was as comfortable and free as cruising the deep sea in a submarine, and the storm could not affect him. Qin Xia searched for Angron's soul projection as if exploring the deep sea in a submarine. Around him was utterly black sea water. But Qin Xia's connection with Angron, everything he had experienced, the entanglement of their destinies, all of these allowed him to scan for Angron's soul projection as if activating radar sonar. Eventually, the submarine broke through the utterly black sea water, approaching the soul projection. At this moment, the surroundings suddenly became clear. Qin Xia's soul, inside the submarine, looked up and surveyed his surroundings. Before him was a crimson figure seated on a brass throne. To his left and right were green and purple figures, respectively. Behind him was a blue figure. The Chaos Gods. Kern, Nurgle, Slaanesh, Xianch. They simultaneously cast their gazes upon Qin Xia's soul. Their outlines were infinitely vast, while Qin Xia's soul seemed as tiny as a molecule. Qin Xia couldn't tell if the four gods had truly appeared, or if they were merely casting their gaze here, but as the Chaos Gods in the warp, merely looking could sculpt their magnificent forms within the warp. The gods could not influence Qin Xia, nor could they influence the psychic power Qin Xia possessed. But they could influence the warp itself. When Qin Xia sent a message to Angron's soul projection, the distance between that message and the soul projection was stretched infinitely. There is no spatial distance in the warp like in the reality universe, but the four gods wanted there to be. Qin Xia tried to accelerate the propagation speed of the psychic message, but no matter how much he sped it up, the four gods could immediately stretch the forcibly created distance even further. After a simple game of wits, the four gods made no further moves, merely observing Qin Xia's soul. They reached a consensus on dealing with this real-world being, just as they reached a consensus on choosing Erebody as their agent, but they still could not directly influence Qin Xia. His physical body was not in the warp, so even psychic attacks would be ineffective. However, this might already satisfy the four gods. Qin Xia exited the warp and opened his eyes. "We can set sail," the captain said. "The Duchulcha engine is ready." Qin Xia did not immediately order to set sail, but after thinking, he opened a teleportation gate and sent a message to Kamas. Kamas teleported to the command deck and saluted the White Knight Lord. "Take the Duchulcha engine and leave here. Go to Nusaria and give the engine to Angron." Qin Xia issued an order that utterly bewildered those who heard it. Kamas didn't understand. The Duchulcha engine now seemed to be the only effective superluminal means, and the think tank fleet still relied on this thing to travel everywhere. Even if they didn't travel, didn't shoulder the responsibilities that only the think tank fleet could in this crisis, they could still return directly to Nusaria and bring the Duchulcha back together, but Qin Xia instead told him to take the engine and leave by himself. "Tell Angron that I had told him everything, and to do as much as possible." Qin Xia did not explain the reason, but continued to order, "Also tell him that I cannot return to Nusaria for a short period. I have to try to gather more information and do more things. At least we must first figure out who all the enemies are." Having given the orders, Qin Xia looked at Kamas, who, despite his puzzled expression, still saluted with a hand over his chest and accepted the command. Recalling the first time he met Kamas, teaching Kamas who was being ostracized in the think tank, and making Kamas a grand master of the think tank capable of independently coordinating teaching matters, as well as Kamas's future destiny. Qin Xia spoke, "I don't know if this separation will make your destiny the same as what we foresaw when we destroyed the Plague Heart. I hope you take good care of yourself, do what you can, but act within your capabilities, and never be reckless or careless." However, Kamas wasn't thinking about himself at all right now, so he just nodded and then asked, "But without the Duchulcha engine, how will you do what you need to do?" "I have a way," Qin Xia said, looking out the viewport. The think tank fleet floated in the void, the outside void calm and deep, but in the warp beyond the void, it was certainly a scene of raging storms. Kamas saluted one last time and turned to leave. A frigate detached from the think tank fleet, carrying the Duchulcha engine, and departed. After they entered the warp, Qin Xia also began preparing for superluminal travel. How could he lead the fleet in warp travel when the Duchulcha engine had been sent away, Uslan was not present, and the Webway project had not yet succeeded? The answer was... Qin Xia lowered his head and looked at the many items hanging from his waist, specifically the Eldar-style spirit bone device. He recalled the various things he had done during the 2-Unitar Ark World incident. After entering the 2-Unitar Ark World, he hadn't treated all the Eldar inside as people who wanted to kill Angron, and thus slaughtered them all. He had helped the Great Seer of 2-Unitar accomplish something and was gifted this ancient Eldar artifact. And then, he had befriended Uslan, who taught him how to use the ancient Eldar artifact. Sometimes, certain acts of kindness indeed leave a path for one's future. Qin Xia picked up the pocket universe, contained the entire fleet within it, and then opened a portal to the warp. The White Knight Lord was going to traverse the warp in his physical body. Chapter 545, The Assassination Plot. When Qin Xia entered the warp, the surrounding environment became like a desolate wasteland in a blizzard. The four gods were still watching him. Four figures loomed in the blizzard, their power flickering in and out of existence. Qin Xia could sense the immense malice at least 3 chaos gods held for him, evident by the destructive power they continuously unleashed upon him. The physical body, as the vessel for the soul in reality, was inherently dangerous in the warp. While the chaos gods might not be able to do anything to Qin Xia's soul, they could indirectly destroy his physical body. Even if this couldn't harm the fundamental essence of a human, their soul, they still wanted to do it. Even if it only turned Qin Xia into a lonely ghost capable of freely entering and exiting reality in the warp, it would be worth it. Before entering the warp, Qin Xia thought for a moment and expected the four gods to attack him, but he still chose to enter the warp and act according to his own ideas. Because, it didn't matter, Xianch would intervene. When Slaanesh first swept destructive power towards Qin Xia, Xianch's power protected him. Kern and Nurgle then turned to confront Xianch. Xianch became entangled in a struggle with his siblings. The fragile cooperation the four gods had just achieved collapsed at this moment. Qin Xia was certain that Xianch would not allow the other chaos gods to destroy his physical body, because his very existence caused change, and Xianch, as the Lord of Change, benefited from change. But benefiting wasn't the key reason Xianj would choose to fight his siblings for an enemy at this time. Warp creatures rarely did anything for profit, so there was only one crucial reason: Xianj simply loved change. As the four gods struggled, Xianj used the psychic currents in the warp to send Qinxia to a distant place. The surroundings were no longer a blizzard, but rather the sights a starship would see while traveling. Twisted stars, celestial bodies with eyes, nebulae that coalesced into demons and brandished their claws, and so on. Qinxia even saw Angron's essence in the sky. That giant eye was shrouded in a purple storm. Looking around, he didn't see the four gods, so Qinxia wanted to take the opportunity to contact Angron. But as soon as he sent out a psychic message, the outlines of the four gods suddenly appeared around him, all staring at him. There was no other way. Qinxia could only continue what he originally intended to do. Soon, the storm shrouding Angron's essence also appeared around Qinxia, just like the storm field he had seen while traveling in the warp earlier. Qinxia felt he couldn't see his hand in front of his face, neither with his naked eyes nor his psychic vision, and he had no way to find the correct path in the warp storm like the Duchilcha engine. Moreover, a aimless search in a place without space and time would surely yield no results. Qinxia thought of an old acquaintance and used his psychic power to call out to that old acquaintance. Hey! It's me again. A supreme heaven creature born from the idea of a reality being desiring to find a way forward. The blood compass appeared before Qinxia. The compass looked behind Qinxia and said gleefully. Previously. I once helped Qinxia during the World Eaters' Uprising War, allowing him to find a warp passage to the Morian stronghold territory. The second meeting was not long ago, when the Primarch Angron's soul was lost in the warp. Now it's the third time. Hearing what the compass said, Qinxia turned to look behind him and found a large group of eyeball-like creatures behind him. They were either staring at him or at the compass. Are you talking to them? Qinxia instinctively became wary of those creatures whose origins were unknown. They are observers, and they are interested in you and the affairs of the reality universe. The compass floated next to Qinxia and nudged him. Quickly say hello to them. Qinxia only felt helpless. It was like when he took Avita and Asar on a day trip through the warp. Although nothing strange was surprising in this ghostly place, it was still too abstract for a reality being. Seeing that Qinxia didn't greet the eyeballs, the compass whispered, for all the times I've helped you, give me some face in front of my friends. Hello, everyone. Qinxia waved at the eyeballs. The eyeballs bounced up and down, seemingly responding to Qinxia. Help me find the way, I need to go to a place called Kur. Qinxia said. The compass immediately pointed out a direction. As a warp creature born from concepts like identifying the way forward, the compass naturally would not be affected by warp storms. It could easily use its associated concepts to do what it wanted. Qinxia also knew that warp creatures were often influenced by their concepts, leading them to certain behaviors. But what the compass and the path had to do with those play-watching eyeballs, Qinxia truly couldn't figure out. They are creatures born from the concept of observation. The compass, seeing Qinxia constantly looking at the eyeballs, took the initiative to explain, you'll understand if you imagine this scenario. You are walking on a road, and many of your kind are sitting by the roadside, watching you and talking about you. This is the connection between me and them. Having received his answer, Qinxia no longer lingered and moved forward in the direction indicated by the compass. Resisting the storm, a long and arduous journey. Qinxia didn't know how much time had passed, only seeing another warp creature when he was about to reach his destination. The creature looked like a signpost, and it had helped Qinxia mark warp passages during the Uprising War. Here. The signpost said, we meet again. Qinxia pushed forward, came near the signpost, passed through the veil of reality, and entered the reality universe. After leaving the extremely unfamiliar environment of the warp, Qinxia didn't feel much familiarity with the reality universe he was in. He was in the void. His armor nullified the suffocating coldness and weightlessness that Qinxia should have felt. But fortunately, the normal scenery before him immediately gave Qinxia the feeling of returning to a familiar place. The stars were no longer twisted, nor did they have eyes. Before him was an ordinary inhabited star system. The entire Death Guard Legion fleet was amassed in the star system, with some warships from other legions nearby. The other legion ships were generally severely damaged, and the scars on the warships, which clearly weren't from bombardment, were obviously caused by the warp storm. The Death Guard Legion warships, however, were completely undamaged and continuously dispatched gunboats and transport ships to the other legion vessels. This scene alone could explain many things. Qinxia then used his psychic vision and saw Mortarion inside the Death Guard Legion flagship, the Endurance. A plan was formulated in an instant. First, enter the Endurance to observe and gather some information. If Mortarion was confirmed to be a traitor, then assassinate him. First, try to release the think tank fleet from the pocket universe to bombard the Endurance. If that failed, then use a psychic bomb to destroy the Endurance. The priority was to eliminate a rebellious Primarch. Qinxia immediately acted. Mortarion sat on the bed in his quarters. His armor stood by the wall, and his great scythe leaned against the headboard. The Primarch had his eyes closed, muttering to himself. Something about 7, 6. From time to time, these numbers would also be added and subtracted in Mortarion's mouth. Finally, after a series of calculations, Mortarion blurted out, 34? 34. The Primarch continued to calculate. This was numerology. Mortarion, as an absolute materialist who abhorred psychic powers, would not use the psychic potential commonly possessed by Primarches. But sometimes he wanted to know certain things, so something called numerology was created by him. He used numbers for prognostication, believing it to be a completely scientific and rational, non-witchcraft method, much like people used mathematics to calculate probabilities or economic statistics, which was rather absurd. After a series of calculations, Mortarion suddenly opened his eyes and drew a conclusion from the numerical results he had calculated. This conclusion was Qinxia was coming to kill him. He even calculated how many seconds until Qinxia would arrive. A snowflake drifted down. Qinxia slowly stepped out from the shadows of the bedroom. Seeing that Mortarion had calculated, through numerology, that he was coming to kill him, he was both surprised and calm. Numerology was truly accurate, truly powerful. Originally, the Emperor would not inform the Primarches about the Webway project, but there were still Primarches who knew about it. One was Magnus, and the other was Mortarion. How could Mortarion know about the Webway project? The answer was that he calculated it using numerology. So, when Qinxia discovered that Mortarion had calculated his arrival to kill him, he was not surprised. However, before actually making a move, he still had to confirm. The Primarch suddenly grabbed his great scythe and, swinging it, was already close to Qinxia. The scythe blade, reflecting the starlight, pierced through the hastily condensed psychic shield, collided with Qinxia's raised spear, and clanged, sending sparks flying. Mortarion continuously swung his scythe, and Qinxia continuously parried, but a Primarch's strength was clearly greater than a Space Marine's strength, as was his attack speed. Finally, after Mortarion's scythe struck the spear aside, he was blasted back by a psychic impact, crashing heavily into the armor leaning against the wall, falling amidst scattered armor parts. In close combat, Qinxia was no match for a Primarch, but with psychic power, he certainly wouldn't let Mortarion, a Primarch who hated and wouldn't study sorcery, have an easy time. Just as Mortarion tried to stand up, another psychic impact struck him. Dust in the bedroom was stirred up, and the Primarch, along with the armor parts, was pinned against the wall by the psychic energy. Qinxia maintained his raised, clenched hand, his hand trembling slightly from the exertion. "You traitor!" It wasn't Qinxia who shouted this, but Mortarion. "My brother trusted you so much. And you betrayed him." Mortarion struggled fiercely, breaking free from the psychic hold several times only to be pinned against the wall again. "You're not a traitor." Qinxia questioned, "Then why are you attacking me?" "You're not a traitor, why are you here to kill me?" The Primarch retorted. "I'm not here to kill you. Well, I did have that thought because your legion attacked me. But before I made a move, I needed to confirm whether you had rebelled, and you charging at me and attacking made me believe you had betrayed. The Emperor's children just attacked me recently, and I also know that someone has betrayed. When you came to assassinate me, of course, I thought you were the one who betrayed." Qinxia observed again and again. Seeing that Mortarion indeed showed no signs of being corrupted by chaos power, he slowly released his hand. Mortarion also did not attack rashly. The two stood 10 meters apart, facing each other warily. They stood in a standoff for a full 10 minutes. Seeing that neither side had any intention of making a move, they finally believed that what the other said was true. Chapter 546, Typhon. Inside the sleeping quarters. The Primarch and Qinxia sat side by side, leaning against the wall. Mortarion brought up what had happened earlier. "Angron sent people to Horus to look for you, and you were missing for 7 months. A month ago, a warp storm started, and I happened to be at Kur recruiting. After a while, several Blood Angels Legion warships appeared in the Kur star system, being pursued by Emperor's Children warships. I helped them out of trouble and kept the Emperor's Children and Blood Angels warships in the fleet for repairs. Everyone on the Emperor's Children warships was killed by me. Most of the people on the Blood Angels warships were dead, which is why I sent people to take over their ships. And you damn bastard, actually thought I was stealing their ships." Mortarion glared at Qinxia. Qinxia, however, remained calm and composed, merely retorting, "Your legion attacked me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have thought you had rebelled. Besides, even if I thought you had rebelled, I still wanted to confirm it when I arrived, but you started attacking me without a word. If I hadn't calculated that you would come to kill me, would I have attacked you?" Mortarion pointed his index finger at Qinxia. "I calculated that you were coming to kill me, and you actually came. Then why didn't you confirm it? Is there something wrong with you?" Qinxia tapped his head. "Could I be a traitor? Think about it. If I were a traitor, could I have raised someone as good as Angron?" Mortarion fell silent for a moment. He wasn't convinced, but rather thinking. Then the Primarch spoke, "If you ask me, Angron is only so kind because he is naturally empathetic to others. When he tricked people into dying, you even praised him. If you ask me, it would have been better if you hadn't raised Angron. Get lost." Qinxia gritted his teeth. Then he wanted to talk about things like the butcher's nails. And that Angron wasn't without extremely kind people around him, but for Angron, what he needed was precisely decisiveness and a bit of ruthlessness. But on second thought, never mind. Things that haven't happened simply haven't happened. The Primarch and Qinxia both fell silent. A moment later, Mortarion broke the silence. "I didn't mean to say those things. It's just that seeing you here, and you're not a traitor, I feel very fortunate. I've really been going crazy these past few days. The warp storm is raging, I can't leave and I can't receive astropathic messages. I don't know what to do. Also, the Emperor's Children Legion rebelled. I don't know why they rebelled and attacked friendly forces, and I don't know if other legions are like them. Anyway, it's a good thing you came. Mortarian's words made Qin Xia's right eyebrow twitch slightly, surprised by the Lord of Death's remarks. But considering Mortarian's experiences and state of mind during this period, it was understandable. After all, he had met someone who could communicate with psychers and was incredibly powerful in a moment of extreme crisis. After Mortarian expressed his emotions, he became cold again. Contact the other brothers. Can't contact them. Chaos is targeting me. Then you have other things to do. Mortarian said, leaning his head back against the wall, gazing at the ceiling, and falling into thought. Qin Xia said that the Death Guard fleet had attacked the think tank fleet, and Mortarian was half believing, half doubting. Qin Xia understood Mortarian's thoughts but did not use psychic means to recreate the scene, because Mortarian was more suspicious of psychic powers than of his brother's adoptive father. If anyone in your legion has betrayed, it must be Typhon's doing, Qin Xia said with certainty. Mortarian immediately stood up, my legion cannot betray, and Typhon even less so. I don't think so. In fact, it's not. What do you know? You're not my adoptive father. I just know. Mortarian spoke with increasing urgency, his tone no longer as cold as usual. Qin Xia immediately stood up, stopping the argument, I will investigate myself and bring you the evidence. Then I hope you. Mid-sentence, Qin Xia suddenly paused. The bedroom door opened, and Typhon entered, saluting Mortarian, the investigation results are in. Mortarian looked at where Qin Xia had just been standing. The spot was empty. The Primarch withdrew his gaze and looked at his son, friend, and first captain, whose eyes showed suspicion, take me there. The two traversed the corridors of the Endurance, making their way to the command deck. As the blast door automatically opened, the Primarch saw two of Typhon's trusted warriors standing guard with bolters, and between them knelt an old man. The third eye on the man's forehead identified him as a navigator. Mortarian remembered this navigator, he was an elder of the Zijinda navigator family. Because he was an elder of the Zijinda family, he didn't spend all his time in the navigator sanctum like other navigators, which was why Mortarian remembered him. Your Highness, the elder seemed to have seen a savior and tried to crawl to the Primarch's feet, but upon seeing Typhon, he immediately stopped and cowered on the ground. Typhon walked to the elder's side, facing the Primarch, he is the culprit. The matter Typhon was tasked to investigate was, the Legion fleet plunging into a warp storm 2 months ago during warp travel. At that time, warp storms were not yet everywhere, and the navigation channels were still safe and clear. But as the fleet's flagship, the Endurance plunged into a route with a warp storm, dragging the other warships into the storm as well. Although they eventually successfully reached the current star system, the fleet suffered losses of at least 12 cruisers and millions of people, tens of thousands of space marines. Typhon's investigation results were before the Primarch. That trembling elder of the Zijinda navigator family, as a navigator, it didn't surprise Mortarian that he was the culprit. Why did you lead the fleet into the storm? Mortarian stepped forward, grabbed the elder's throat, and lifted the old man off the ground. Even Xeno's species in the Great Crusade couldn't cause me casualties of a dozen warships and tens of thousands of Astartes like you have. It was definitely not me. Your Highness. The elder dared not struggle, only shivered. Mortarian's hand wasn't particularly forceful, which allowed him to speak. Yes, of course, it wasn't you. It was a navigator from your Zijinda family. Perhaps someone else was on duty for you then. I don't know. I swear on the third eye on my forehead. Even if you truly don't know, you are still derelict in your duty. Mortarian's grip tightened. But in the end, the Primarch chose not to kill this navigator elder, releasing his hand and letting him drop to the ground. The first captain stepped forward, and the Primarch turned away. The elder looked at Typhon approaching him, then at the Primarch's back. Considering this might be his last chance to speak to His Highness, he rushed to speak. I have already screened the family members, using mind reading. The family member who navigated the Endurance, he also had no idea what happened at the time, only felt some kind of power invading his brain. Before he could finish, a space marine nearby struck the elder to the ground with a rifle butt. The elder couldn't withstand the blow, he was dazed, his mouth full of blood, his jaw completely numb, and he couldn't get up again. Nonsense, Typhon reprimanded, that navigator had already mutated, and you didn't notice any clues on him? Bullshit. Typhon then presented a data slate to Mortarian. The data slate played a video of the navigator who had piloted the Endurance squatting in a cell, his body mutated and covered in pustules. Typhon then swiped the screen. Several photos appeared consecutively, showing various ritualistic items found in the navigator's room. He had found evidence that this navigator had been corrupted by rituals. All the navigators in the fleet come from the Zijinda family. Chaos corruption is pervasive, we must immediately apprehend the navigators, Typhon advised. Ever since Horus learned of chaos, the Primarchs also became aware of chaos. Because they had to do things to counter chaos influence, the Primarch's trusted aides in each legion also knew of chaos's existence. In the Death Guard Legion, Typhon was responsible for dealing with chaos influence because he was a psyker. Mortarian withdrew his gaze, said nothing, and simply left. Typhon, meanwhile, gestured to his trusted warriors to imprison the elder. After the elder, who had been beaten into silence, was lifted, Typhon turned to a human officer. The officer immediately stepped forward, presenting a document with both hands. Typhon signed his name on the document, then gestured for the officer to take it and send it out. It was an order to round up all navigators in the fleet. The navigators would be taken away, investigated, screened, and finally, those who could be used would remain, and all who could not be used would be executed. At least on paper, Typhon would do so. Every warship had a place called the Navigator Sanctum. It was a spherical structure, enormous in size, extending from the top deck to the bottom deck of the warship. This spherical structure was the sanctum. It was not built with the warship but constructed separately and then placed inside after the warship was completed. Navigators lived in the sanctum, and most navigators never left the sanctum their entire lives. Typhon entered the giant spherical structure. All the apprehended navigators were imprisoned here, guarded by Typhon's trusted men. Regardless of age or gender, all huddled under the barrels of the Space Marines' guns, trembling. Typhon said nothing, merely giving his trusted men a few glances. The Space Marines immediately dispersed, each preparing. Some forced the navigators to stand and gather together, while others brought out bags full of materials. Typhon came before everyone and gently raised his hand. The navigators watched the first captain. Typhon snapped his fingers. The sound of a navigator's head exploding and the snap of fingers occurred simultaneously. Blood splattered everywhere, then floated up before landing, forming a ring that encircled all the navigators present. The sudden death caused panic. People screamed and ran, trying to escape, but when they rushed to the edge of the blood and tried to cross it, they were blocked by an invisible energy and pushed back. Typhon continued to snap his fingers. Another navigator died. Fear spread through the sanctum. The fear of the Psychers resonated in the space. Chapter 547, Divine Plague. The third snap of fingers rang out. This time, however, there was no sound of a skull exploding accompanying the snap echoing through the sanctuary. Typhon was quite surprised, looking around. A snowflake fell, and the figures of Qinxia and Mortarion appeared in Typhon's line of sight simultaneously. The first captain's surprise deepened. That Qinxia could appear here silently, completely undetected, did not surprise Typhon in the least, because as someone who had previously carried out missions with Qinxia, Typhon knew intimately how powerful the White Knight Lord's Psyker abilities were. He was surprised that Qinxia appeared here, and that Mortarion appeared here. How did you appear here? Typhon subconsciously glanced behind him. There was no World Eater's think tank fleet next to the Death Guard Legion's fleet, even with Psyker vision, no fleet could be seen. There was only one possibility for Qinxia to appear here, either he had been stealthily on board for a long time, undetected until now, which was impossible, as he had no time. Then there was only another possibility, Qinxia had crossed the warp storm by himself. Crossing the warp in the flesh. Typhon, what are you doing? Mortarion pointed at the navigators. I am executing them because they put our entire fleet in danger, Typhon still tried to explain. The document you signed said you would filter out those among them who could live. If you kill them all, what will the fleet use for navigation in the future? Mortarion approached Typhon, his words cold. You want to kill them all, is it for execution, or for something else? Are you trying to perform some ritual? Using these people's fear to achieve some purpose of yours? Mortarion wasn't truly trying to hear the truth from Typhon, he was trying to convince himself. Qinxia, beside him, was well aware of this, which was why he chose to bring Mortarion to witness all of this firsthand, so that Mortarion would know what Typhon was truly doing. And even until Typhon brought the people in, Mortarion still tried to defend Typhon, until he saw Typhon exploiting the navigator's fear. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, the Primarch would surely not have believed that Typhon would betray him. You have fallen to chaos, for what? Mortarion stopped, no longer approaching his first captain, and instead drew his scythe from his back. Typhon was silent for a moment, as if realizing that he could not possibly conceal it, and also intending to persuade, he began to speak to his friend and father figure. For eternity, for power. Join this cause, Mortarion, and together we shall pursue eternity and power. Eternity, power, these are precisely what we have always pursued. We yearn to become strong, for our greatest regret is not having beheaded those damned alien tyrants before the Emperor's arrival on Barbarus. We also yearn for eternity, for we have witnessed too many mortals die due to the fragility of the flesh. You only need to stand by my side, and we shall obtain everything we have ever dreamed of. Typhon spread his arms, his posture tall and straight, looking at Mortarion with an all-accepting demeanor. The Primarch was not unmoved, but rather pondered carefully. Qinxia was not worried that Mortarion would choose to side with Typhon in this situation. The Death Lord was different from Perturabo, at his core, he was still good-natured. Mortarion landed on Barbarus, was adopted by an alien tyrant, and was educated and controlled by the tyrant, but even so, when Mortarion ran out of the tyrant's castle and saw humans, he immediately thought, these are my kin. He not only thought so but immediately chose to help the humans kill the pursuing puppets. With a great understanding of chaos, Mortarion would make the correct choice. Typhon, you betrayed me. The Primarch roared, swinging his great scythe directly at Typhon. The surrounding Space Marines immediately opened fire on their Gene Primarch. Bolter rounds could not hit the Primarch's massive but agile body. Mortarion, who was charging at Typhon, quickly turned and attacked his sons, leaving Typhon, the Psyker, for Qinxia to handle. The moment they saw Psyker light glowing in Qinxia's eyes, Typhon and Arabadi had the same thought, they absolutely could not engage him head-on. However, Arabadi knew he could resurrect, but Typhon did not believe he could resurrect, so instead of committing suicide, he immediately opened a teleportation portal, attempting to flee into the warp. Qinxia glanced at the Space Marine, who was the last one left, and decisively pursued him. His goal was not to kill Typhon, but to find a way to capture him. After entering the warp, Qin Xia saw a green outline approaching the veil. The location corresponded exactly to the Endurance's navigator sanctuary. Those navigators were already psychers, and the immense negative emotions generated by their extreme fear greatly weakened the fabric of reality, providing an opportunity for warp entities. Nurgle Daemon. Qin Xia sensed the entity's identity, though its specific type of daemon was still unknown. Typhon's killing in the navigator sanctuary was precisely to summon it. But the daemon did not seem to be entirely for entering reality. Upon discovering Qin Xia, it immediately swept over. Qin Xia first used the vast psyker energy in the warp to anchor Typhon in a fixed position, then teleport to evade. After one round of engagement, the daemon and Qin Xia were far apart, confronting each other. During this time, more and more demons gathered, but they did not attack, instead singing praises to the daemon that had engaged Qin Xia. Seventh Daemon Prince, Seventh Daemon Prince. Father's favored one. The song echoed in the warp. Qin Xia heard one line and immediately blocked out the song, but even with that single line, he already knew the daemon's identity. It was the one who survived drinking the most terrifying virus from Nurgle's cauldron, ascending from a minor daemon to a great daemon. The one who could easily traverse multiple universes, annihilating countless civilizations and realities, just to find suitable plague materials. Nurgle's most favored, the great unclean one Kyugas. The name Kyugas echoed in the warp. The demon's chorus shook the entire warp. Their power was not immense, but merely because they chanted Kyugas's name, they could, through the conceptual power behind that title, unleash countless plagues in the reality universe. The warp storm, raging across several sectors, no longer affected only the warp, even the real world located along the warp lanes generated countless viruses. For the insignificant beings in this catastrophe, that is, the most ordinary mortals on a planet, they only saw countless walking corpses emerge, their families dying from unknown viruses. They had no idea that all of this was merely because a daemon mentioned Kyugas's name in the warp. Just a name possessed such power. This was the true worth of Nurgle's first great daemon. Enough. Kyugas's voice boomed. The voice was not pure language, but a non-physical sensory experience that combined countless concepts and powerful psyker energy. Each seemingly syllabic element contained immense power, producing an eternal echo in the warp and impacting Qin Xia. Be serious. Be serious. Kyugas roared. The Nurgle demon sang even more joyfully. Kyugas reluctantly gave up on disciplining his subordinates. This great unclean one, who was too serious and thus out of place among Nurgle's demonic hordes, looked at Qin Xia. To Kyugas, the brief skirmish just now could not be called a fight, it merely wanted to pass by Qin Xia and take Typhon, but Typhon was bound by Qin Xia's psyker abilities, and it couldn't do so without killing Qin Xia. And now, Kyugas decided to engage in a formal fight. Qin Xia's decision was to decisively return to the reality universe. One man and one daemon simultaneously pierced the veil and entered reality. Kyugas descended into the navigator sanctuary. Its form was no longer a blurry outline of concepts and power, as it had been in the warp. The great daemon looked like an extremely corpulent green mountain of flesh, with a large mouth and fanged teeth on its belly, spewing pus and intestines. Mortarian's face turned even paler upon seeing this monstrosity. Qin Xia appeared beside the Primarch. Typhon and the navigators had already been teleported away, only the Primarch, Qin Xia and the great unclean one remained in the entire sanctuary. It is Kyugas. Qin Xia began to transmit information about Kyugas to the Primarch using psyker power. Mortarian, upon hearing titles such as Plague God's First Great Daemon, traverses multiple universes searching for plagues, and various other chaotic titles and terrifying deeds, his face darkened, as if facing a formidable enemy. Let's attack together, Qin Xia said, gripping his spear. Mortarian was so tense he didn't even want to speak, the handle of the scythe in his hands creaking. A second later, seeing Kyugas raise its corpulent arm, the Primarch and Qin Xia exchanged a glance, then each charged at the great daemon from opposite sides. Both displayed their divine abilities. The psyker energy, imbued with malevolent power, was purified by Qin Xia and then turned back upon Kyugas. The great daemon was knocked down by the psyker impact. As it tried to get up, Mortarian slashed its belly with a single strike. Countless psyker-formed mosquitoes and fat maggots spewed from the wound. Before they hit the ground, they were transformed back into psyker energy by Qin Xia and poured into Kyugas's body through the wound. Mortarian jumped onto Kyugas's head, severing an arm that tried to block his attack. Surprised at how effective his attack was, he suddenly saw Qin Xia behind him, raising his hand, imbuing his scythe with psyker power. Qin Xia's other hand unfastened an ancient relic with anti-psyker properties, shoved it into Kyugas's belly, and then unleashed his full psyker power. The great daemon's body exploded. The invincible, terrifying, Nurgle's first great unclean one was banished. I thought it would be more formidable. Mortarian's face was no longer as pale as before. Demons are like this in the reality universe, Qin Xia said. Chapter 548, Fallen Conspiracy. The Navigator's Sanctum transformed into a temporary prison. The heavy gates, once used to separate navigators from common sailors, now served to confine the navigators and Typhon. When Kyugas had just descended, Qin Xia had specifically acted to protect the navigators, preventing their complete demise, which would have left Mortarian's Legion fleet without warp travel capability. These survivors were also confined within the sanctum, temporarily unable to leave. Mortarian and Typhon faced each other. The Primarch and Typhon, who had grown up with him, looked at each other but remained silent. Both their hearts were tumultuous, with countless words suppressed within them. Time passed. Qin Xia, who had killed Kyugas and left, suddenly walked into the sanctum. Typhon first felt a strong psychic fluctuation, then saw the White Knight Lord leading a squad of think tanks through the gates and into the sanctum. This rebellious first captain believed that being able to use psychic powers so freely was a talent and a luxury, and even if Qinxia's psychic strength was less than a fifth of his own, he would still have the ability to fight 1,000. Captured alive by the White Knight Lord, he was utterly convinced. Where exactly are your ships and men hidden? Mortarion leaned against a pillar, arms crossed, only his head turned towards Qinxia. Qinxia said nothing, leading the White Knight think tank to Typhon's front. 2 rows of think tanks parted, creating a path. Then, the Primarch, Typhon, and the navigators present saw a charming little figure walk out from the path the think tanks had cleared. Watcher Kang's 2 arms were tucked into the left and right sleeves of his robe, and the dark void hidden beneath the robe first pointed at Mortarion, then at the navigators. Qinxia had only left earlier to secretly bring Watcher Kang and a few thinkers out of his pocket universe. Next, Kang would shoulder an important responsibility. What does this little brat want to do? Mortarion's gaze towards Kang was not friendly. As a son of the Emperor, this humanist, and having lived under alien enslavement for a long time, Mortarion hated all aliens. Even if he knew what the Watchers were when he cooperated with the First Legion back then, he still disliked these aliens. Kang also didn't need Mortarion's affection, he simply carried out the task Qinxia had given him. The Watchers had turned to the left, and half of the navigators present involuntarily left their relatives and stood to the Watchers' left. Kang then looked at Qinxia. Qinxia knew that those who stood to the left were considered by Kang to be corrupted by chaos. This consideration was by no means the suspicion and conjecture of the future Inquisition, but rather, as creations of the Old Ones, the Watchers, who had always fought against chaos, had their own way of identifying chaos corruption. Qinxia gave Chief Librarian Variz a look. The Chief Librarian bowed and stepped forward, approaching the navigators to the left of the Watchers. You are almost certainly going to die. Variz thought to himself. However, he had to do this in a different way. After identification, you have all been affected by the warp storm. This influence not only caused you to lead the fleet into the storm but will also lead to your mental derangement and physical mutation. At this point, Variz took out the video recording that Typhon had previously used as evidence, which showed a mutated navigator screaming in agony. This influence is not entirely untreatable, but the treatment carries significant risks. If you are willing to accept treatment, then come with me. As Variz finished speaking, those navigators whom Kang had identified as corrupted immediately stepped forward, gathering around the Chief Librarian. They were so decisive, firstly because Qinxia had saved them earlier, and the think tank's armor color scheme was similar to Qinxia's, indicating they were with him and could be trusted. Secondly, as navigators, they were acutely aware of what the negative effects of the warp could lead to. Once mutated, even the annihilation of their souls would be the best outcome. Variz turned and led the corrupted navigators away. This was not entirely a deception, he would treat these navigators, but the success rate of the treatment was rather low. Variz used the method of offering some hope instead of immediate despair to persuade the affected navigators to leave. This method could not deceive a Primarch. Mortarion could interpret from Qinxia's gaze that the navigators who stood to the left were corrupted by chaos, and that Variz was actually going to kill them. However, those already corrupted by chaos were currently beyond cure, beyond help. Mortarion looked at Typhon, the same applied to Typhon, this companion, close friend, subordinate, was beyond salvation. It's his turn. Qinxia wanted to walk over and read Typhon's mind. Mortarion immediately reached out to stop him. Rather than letting Qinxia read his mind, the Primarch still preferred to question Typhon about some things himself. The Primarch at this moment was like someone betrayed by a loved one, he had to question his loved one as to why they betrayed him, even if he already knew the reason. You've been played by him. Typhon spoke first, that bastard Qinxia just wants to tie you to his war machine to complete a pathetic tyrant's doomed pipe dream. If you remain stubborn, you will find death and annihilation, not eternity and strength. If I had stood with you just now, what would have happened after your ritual was complete? Mortarion asked. I would have crushed the heads of 49 navigators, and then 7 emissaries of the Father God would descend here, granting us everything we seek. Father God's emissaries? You mean that ugly, disgusting thing just now? They are beautiful, perhaps not to you, but don't you understand that a person must pay a price for what they want? Mortarion looked at Typhon in disbelief. He was certain Typhon had gone mad. Horus had once convened a secret meeting, telling the Primarches about the dangers of chaos, but Mortarion thought it was all idealistic nonsense until he witnessed everything firsthand and understood the power of chaos corruption. You're not even you anymore. Mortarion said with a sorrowful expression, dropping his scythe and sitting on the ground despondently. Mortarion's feelings for Typhon were complex, hatred, trust, jealousy, admiration, all were present. You should believe me. When I first learned of chaos's existence, I, like Horus, was taught to believe they were evil and deceitful. But when I truly understood them, I realized that chaos is the only truth. Typhon voluntarily spoke of his experiences encountering chaos, because he believed he was not being interrogated, but rather persuading Mortarion to side with chaos. Everything I have done, as I said, is for our pursuit. You know very well that the Emperor and the alien tyrant who tried to control you are no different, they both treat you as a tool, not giving you true fatherly love. But Father Nurgle loves us, loves every living creature. The Emperor wants you to call him father because he wants to use you as a tool for his ascension to godhood, but the Father God is different, he simply loves you. Upon hearing the last sentence, Mortarion's body trembled, but quickly returned to calm. Is it true that from the moment Horus ordered us to change our recruitment world, you tried to sideline me, usurp command of my sons, and then used a storm to scatter most of the legion elsewhere, turning them into your pawns? Mortarion asked. Typhon neither nodded nor shook his head, for this was a fact the Primarch had already come to realize. Earlier, when Qinxia spoke of the Death Guard attacking the think tank fleet, Mortarion had been skeptical. But just now, while killing those loyalist warriors of Typhon, Mortarion discovered that every single one of them was a barbarous-born warrior. Connecting this with some of Qinxia's previous words, as well as Typhon's betrayal, and the earlier warp storm. For the Primarch, those things he had once been unaware of could quickly be deduced from these clues. 80% of the barbarous-born disappeared in the storm that previously crippled the entire Legion fleet. Mortarion turned to Qinxia, they were all subverted by Typhon. What is the approximate number of barbarous-born traitors? Qinxia asked. Mortarion fell into deep thought. After a few seconds, the Primarch's answer was not the number of traitors, but how many men he still had. There are still 50,000 Death Guard Space Marines that I can mobilize and command. Qinxia took a deep breath. Counting the new recruits previously levied on Barbarous, plus the existing barbarous-born in the Legion. In short, if the Death Guard who betrayed Mortarion attacked, they could wipe out the loyalist Death Guard with overwhelming superiority. It was fortunate that Typhon intended to summon demons to corrupt Mortarion, otherwise, if he had intended to kill Mortarion, Typhon would have simply rallied the rebels, and Mortarion would have been finished before the think tank fleet arrived. They are not traitors. Typhon said, my barbarous-born compatriots who chose to support me, they are not traitors. Mortarion glared at Typhon. They are the ones you abandoned. Typhon continued. When you decided to follow Horus's advice and ordered the recruitment world to be changed to Kur, they were abandoned by you. In the secret meeting, Horus told you Primarch brothers that he believed Barbarous was corrupted by chaos, the implication being that every barbarous-born space marine was unclean. So what would happen when you agreed to change the recruitment location? The barbarous-born would gradually diminish until their numbers were too few to do anything, and then they would be slaughtered and executed by you. Upon hearing this, Qinxia believed that it was indeed Horus's actions that indirectly led to 80% of the barbarous-born in the Death Guard Legion supporting Typhon. Regardless of what Horus was truly thinking, panic would spread among the barbarous-born, forcing them to choose to support Typhon, who would absolutely stand by the barbarous-born in the future. If Mortarion hadn't recruited some new soldiers on Kur, and if there weren't existing Terraborn in the Legion, he would truly have become a mere figurehead. Not all barbarous-born support you either. Mortarion stood up. There are at least 20,000 barbarous-born still in the fleet, they support me, which is why they weren't taken into the warp by you. Yes, they were excluded by me. However, if you persist, they will die in the Emperor's hypocritical cause before they can be purged by you and Horus. Typhon said. They will not become like you, a pathetic pawn, a worm. They are the pathetic ones, and so are you. Seeing that Mortarion's questioning session was over, Qinxia retrieved the Sirius sword from the warp, preparing to skip the meaningless argument between the Primarch and Typhon. The moment the Sirius sword appeared, it caused agony to everyone present, including Qinxia. The Sirius sword itself possessed anti-psychic powers, and it was also fused with the ancient anti-psychic artifact Irrational Lament. Its mere presence caused all soulful beings to feel painful agony. You can't kill me, Typhon said. This artifact, which uses psychic power against psychic power, is not even as good as the ancient artifact you used to kill Kyugas just now. You have a soul, Kyugas did not, so against you, the Sirius sword is more effective than that ancient artifact. Qinxia raised the sword and walked towards Typhon. Even if I truly die, I can be reshaped. Just like Kyugas. Typhon became agitated, trying to break free from the psychic restraints Qinxia had placed on him. Reshaping and resurrection are not the same concept, at least for you, Typhon 1, you will truly die completely. Qinxia brought the sword down, severing Typhon's head. The traitor's soul and body were simultaneously torn apart by the Sirius sword. Chapter 549 Internal Strife. He's dead. Mortarion looked at Typhon's headless corpse, his tone firm yet laced with a question. He is indeed dead. Qinxia put away his Sirius sword. But I can sense that something is missing from his soul, which is why he spoke like a madman just now. A missing part. Hearing this, Mortarion immediately pressed, you mean he could still be resurrected? With that incomplete soul? Just a wisp of a soul, it cannot be resurrected. Qinxia was absolutely certain. In his perception, the part missing from Typhon's soul was as tiny as a single cell in a human body. It would be utterly impossible for Nurgle to resurrect another Typhon based on that wisp of a soul. If Typhon's image was still useful, Nurgle might be able to mold a demon or a mortal into Typhon, but that wouldn't even be a ship of Theseus. It would simply be creating something unrelated to Typhon and then slapping a Typhon label on it. As for what that missing wisp of Typhon's soul was, sanity. A wisp of sanity. Qinxia truly didn't know how to describe his psychic perception. It was like the space he entered when he destroyed the Old One's relic with Uslan, it was impossible to describe that space using human senses. Well done, Typhon, you damned bastard. Mortarion cleaved Typhon's corpse with a single strike. You've turned all barbarous-born into traitors. Barbarous was already deeply influenced by Nurgle. Qinxia wasn't surprised, then offered Mortarion some comfort. But it's also impossible that all barbarous-born not in the fleet have rebelled. Why? The Primarch seemed to see a ray of light in the darkness. Perhaps species diversity on a mental and psychological level. Just as there are all sorts of oddities in the human race, there must be loyalists among the Barbarous-born. And it's not certain that these Terraborn and Kerborn in your fleet don't have rebels either. Hearing Qin Xia's words, Mortarion felt the light he had just seen was too faint to be perceived. Now, hope for the Barbarous-born had to be based on psychological species diversity, that ridiculous theory. Mortarion felt that Qin Xia might as well have offered some psychic mysticism, at least that would sound more reliable. What should we do next? Mortarion was at a complete loss now. His understanding of chaos was limited to a few second-hand theories he'd heard from Horus. The Zijinda navigator family had just undergone a drastic change, making normal navigation impossible even without a warp storm, let alone with one raging now. So, Mortarion hoped Qin Xia could come up with some good ideas, because this guy, despite being arrogant, was a reliable bastard and a fount of ideas. Qin Xia fell silent. Mortarion was already in a foul mood. Seeing Qin Xia's uncertain attitude, a surge of anger rose within him. Just as he was about to say something, the communicator on the Primarch's wrist chimed, and the captain's voice came through, "Second Company fleet has returned." Mortarion immediately looked out the huge, ornate floor-to-ceiling window at the front of the navigator's sanctum. A strong flash of light flickered near Mandeville Point, and then hundreds of warships leaped from the warp into the reality universe. As this fleet forcefully pushed through the storm into reality, the raging warp storm, coupled with the warp engine's efficiency, slightly permeated reality, and the entire star system was under the influence of supernatural cooling. At the same time, the recruitment world below the fleet, Kurstar, also experienced numerous supernatural events. However, this was only a tiny effect brought by the warp storm's slight infiltration into reality. The scale was astonishing, but it was unlikely to have any lasting consequences. Yet, a fleet able to pass through the storm, even being enveloped by it upon entering reality, itself indicated that this fleet meant ill. "My lord, you need to sign an order for Kurstar port to provide supplies to the Second Company fleet." The captain spoke again. The news of Typhon's rebellion had not yet spread beyond this sanctum. The captain believed that the Second Company fleet, which had just entered the star system, were still comrades, and everyone on all the warships currently under Mortarion's command would undoubtedly think the same. "Prepare for battle first," Qin Xia said. "Worry about survival later." Mortarion coldly ordered through the communicator, "Don't even think about welcoming the Second Company fleet. Get to battle stations. They are the enemy." Though he didn't know why the Primarch issued such an order, and despite his extreme astonishment, the captain would still carry out the command. All naval military personnel of the entire fleet sprang into action. Strategic plans were formulated, artillery decks on each ship were mobilized, and the strength of warships available for void combat was tallied. A series of preparations essential for void combat were all carried out simultaneously and completed. Over 60 warships of various classes, led by the flagship Endurance, sailed forward, while the remaining hundreds of warships stayed around Kurstar port. Judging solely by the number of warships, the suddenly arriving Death Guard Second Company fleet seemed doomed to certain defeat, with no chance of victory. However, the fleet Mortarion commanded had recently endured a powerful warp storm. Most of the warships in the fleet, like the battered and surviving mortal sailors, were barely able to move and fight. "My lord, violent incidents have occurred on the flagship's lower decks," the captain reported. Then came several more pieces of bad news. Violent incidents also occurred elsewhere on the Endurance. The same was true within the warships surrounding the Endurance. Certain areas within the warships had completely lost control. These were the sailors who had survived the storm, resisting combat orders. They were unwilling to continue fighting, and unwilling to attack allied forces. The fact that a traitor from the Zijinda navigator family, whose fate was controlled by Mortarion, had caused the fleet to be torn to shreds by a storm, had severely impacted morale. So, the violent incidents were not caused by chaos influence. "Suppress them by force," Mortarion ordered. "No matter what means you use, make those fools get back to where they belong, and then fight." This was the exact order the captain wanted. The Primarch's permission had been granted. Armed personnel, poised for action on various warships, began to forcibly suppress the chaos. After an unknown number of deaths, while the violent incidents were not entirely quelled, most areas on the various ships regained order. The sailors, either voluntarily or under duress, continued to serve Mortarion's commands. Even the humblest sailor in the fleet has self-awareness, and will feel dissatisfaction and resist. Mortarion suddenly sighed. This is why chaos is so pervasive. It's unavoidable. Qin Xia opened a portal to the command deck. Never let ordinary people know about the existence of chaos. Typhon knew about chaos, and so willingly embraced it for power and eternity. If 100 characters like Typhon popped up in your fleet, that would be enough to destroy us. Have your people handle this mess here and seal off the information. Mortarion stepped into the portal. Qin Xia followed the Primarch's steps. The Thinkers in Kong remained to clear up the traces of chaos. The two fleets approached each other. The face of Gruger, the Second Company commander, appeared on the communication panel. "Father, we have forced our way through the warp storm to be by your side." "Fire!" Mortarion interrupted Gruger's clumsy loyalist act with a ruthless command. As his own fleet opened fire, the Second Company fleet also fired upon Mortarion's fleet. It seems Typhon has been exposed. The sincere expression on Gruger's face vanished, replaced by a look of mockery and excitement. "I warned him not to come back to his death, but to directly deactivate the Endurance's Geller field and let you die in the storm. But he refused, spouting some nonsense about salvation and persuasion." Hearing that Typhon could have directly caused his death, but still chose to deceive him in a roundabout way, trying to persuade him to willingly accept chaos. Mortarion grew even more furious. The two fleets continued to bombard each other for a period. After several strategic orders were issued, Mortarion's fleet began to retreat towards Kurstar. This was not a tactical maneuver, but a retreat due to insufficient strength after the exchange of fire. The warp storm had crippled the fleet's rear, rendering the enemy's superior numbers as mere spectators, while the second company fleet, which had been separated from the Legion fleet by the warp storm, was completely unharmed. The storm seemed harmless, perhaps even beneficial, to them. Mortarion commanded the captain, have the sailors from those damaged warships get to the artillery decks. At least make them capable of returning fire like defensive platforms. Don't let the war reach Kurstar. That's your recruitment world, you can still rise again with it. Qin Xia said. While offering advice to Mortarion, Qin Xia observed the Death Guard second company fleet. The distance between the two fleets grew shorter, and they drew closer to the star and other uninhabited planets. Although the four gods would give traders a green light, allowing them to travel unimpeded in the warp, being in the reality universe still required adherence to certain real-world rules. For example, one could not enter the warp near a celestial body, otherwise, extremely terrifying disasters would occur. The closer the enemy fleet was to a celestial body, the less chance they had for an emergency escape to avoid total annihilation. That's enough. Qin Xia immediately teleported out of the command deck. After a brief thought, Mortarion still ordered no further retreat, making the fleet hold its ground, then looked out the viewport again. After a flash of strong light, a new fleet suddenly appeared less than 2 light seconds directly behind the second company fleet. The White Knight heavy cruiser, 4 Retribution-class battlecruisers, and 12 Nissaria-pattern frigates appeared in the void. The think tank fleet immediately opened fire on the second company fleet. The Thinkers, who had been poised for action, used their psychic powers to assist in the battle. As the assault began, 2 warships at the very end of the second company fleet, attempting to turn and face the unwelcome arrivals, were enveloped by psychic energy and collided with each other. Qin Xia, who had left earlier, returned to the Endurance's command deck. Have your fleet been hanging from your crotch all this time? What were you waiting for? Mortarion looked at the glowing Xenos artifact at Qin Xia's waist. Although he didn't know what it was, he could guess that this clearly used item had been storing the think tank fleet all along. I couldn't release the fleet at the beginning. Qin Xia subconsciously glanced around. Your Terraborn aren't 100% trustworthy either. Chapter 550, Loyal Barbarous-born. The think tank fleet's entry into the void battle immediately turned the tide. Although this fleet was less than a tenth the size of the Death Guard's second company fleet, its appearance was too sudden. It materialized directly behind the second company fleet, lined up, and opened fire from the optimal angle. Coupled with the assistance of the Thinkers, the battle quickly became one-sided. Both the think tank fleet and Mortarion's fleet, without prior communication, simultaneously chose non-destructive tactics to attack the enemy. Given Mortarion's urgent need for warships, boarding actions to capture ships were a viable strategy. Can those captured warships still be used? Mortarion asked. There's a way to ensure they can still be used, Qin Xia said. Mortarion then confidently allowed his subordinates to seize the ships. The think tank fleet also organized boarding parties, with various think tank combat squads assisting the Death Guard boarding teams in capturing ships. Garo was also one of the participants in the boarding action. Although the frigate Eisenstein, being severely damaged and unfit for battle, was not released by Qin Xia, Garo chose not to remain on the ship and instead actively requested to join the operation. He could not stand by and watch the Legion's current situation. Regardless of why the second company fleet attacked the Primarch's fleet, they deserved to die. Garo was led by Varus's think tank squad, teleporting into the lead cruiser of the second company. Stepping out of the teleportation portal, Garo observed his surroundings, seeing hundreds of battle brothers who had just boarded via boarding torpedoes. On the ground lay the bodies of some second company warriors. The fratricide caused Garo pain. Captain Garo. A Terraborn space marine stepped forward to ask, where is my brother? He served in the 7th company. The 7th company is gone, Garo said, I am the only one who survived. May his soul return to Albia. The space marine showed no grief, merely returning to his assigned company and advancing with them. Hearing the name Albia, Garo recalled his past. He was once an Albia native from Terra. Before its integration into the Imperium, this place belonged to a brutal warlord. The Emperor eliminated the warlord, restoring freedom and dignity to the people. To die for the Emperor was indeed an honor. How did you not die in the anti-psyker device made by the soulless one? Varus asked as the 10 thinkers he brought merged with the boarding party. The 2 detachments, belonging to different legions, were able to cooperate without much communication because the Death Guard had previously collaborated with the World Eaters during the Ulaner campaign. At that time, thinkers also cooperated with Death Guard space marines against the orcs. They would cooperate now just as they had then. I don't know either. Garo followed the company, longsword in hand, leading the way. Varus asked no more questions, raising a psychic barrier to accompany his old friend. With the assistance of the think tank, the boarding party advanced at an extremely fast pace. The enemy space marines' defensive positions were easily breached by psychic spells, and various heavy weapons brought by the enemy could also be intercepted by the thinkers. In addition, boarding torpedoes occasionally slammed into the ship's hull, deploying more warriors, so the battle proceeded exceptionally smoothly. While advancing towards the command deck, Garo suddenly pulled Varus aside, read my mind. I know where that bastard Gruger will be commanding the battle, then we'll go and kill him. Varus pondered for a moment, placing his hand on Garo's shoulder. Abstract information surged into Varus's brain. The chief librarian tried to decipher it, separating and understanding fragmented pieces of information. Although the information was fragmented, it was enough. Varus explored the ship with his psychic vision, seeing the enemy only 2 Death Guard company officers in the place. Gairo's mind indicated the Death Guard second captain Gruger habitually stayed. Gruger was in that cramped room, planning for the fleet to escape the celestial body's gravitational influence and make an emergency warp jump. Having done this, Varus glanced at the boarding party members who still needed to control vital areas of the ship, then opened a teleportation portal and, with Garo, went to Gruger's location. The moment they stepped out of the portal, Varus raised his hand and released a psychic lightning bolt, incinerating the 2 officers. Garo, long sword in hand, charged at Gruger. The 2 engaged in close combat, exchanging several blows, before Garo suddenly drew his bolt pistol and fired at Gruger's head. The bolter's shell exploded, shrapnel clattering against Gairo's armor. The traitorous second captain, completely unharmed, rapidly retreated from the bolter's smoke, confronting Garo, the 7th captain. As Varus prepared to instantly kill Gruger with his psychic powers, Garo raised a hand to stop him. The White Knight chief librarian could tell that Garo and Gruger had some history, but he only knew Garo as a person and nothing about the other captains of the Death Guard Legion. But it didn't matter. There was no need to know Gruger's past, it was enough to know he was an officer of a rebellious Death Guard Legion force. Whether his name was Gruger or some other damned name was irrelevant. Varus was willing to give Garo a chance, but also prepared to end Gruger's life in 10 seconds. Garo killed Gruger in less than 10 seconds, using only 2 moves. First, he scattered the ashes of the soulless one, then with one sword strike, he severed the head of his former comrade. Varus then relaxed his guard, turning to examine a stack of documents on the desk. What is the 0901 system? Varus asked. Garo, also sifting through documents, instinctively replied, when the Primarch sent me and the 7th Company to search for the soulless one, the Legion was stationed in the 0901 system. That place was once occupied by Xenos, then conquered by the Legion. Gruger's objective wasn't to kill your Primarch. Varus showed the documents to Garo, he was going to the 0901 system. Garo immediately took the documents and scrutinized them. It was an order from Typhon to Gruger. In the order, Typhon mentioned that a company of barbarous-born space marines had suddenly rebelled. After secretly uncovering Typhon's true intentions, they engaged in battle with other companies that had also been lost in the warp and appeared in the 0901 system. The document also contained a piece of information. Typhon had requested aid from the Emperor's children to help eliminate the remaining loyalists. Varus had already transmitted the document's contents to Qin Xia, who then informed Mortarion. Mortarion was quite pleased to learn that there were still organized barbarous-born loyalists. After relaying the message, Varus and Garo continued to gather intelligence. Gruger now stood by, watching the 2 of them work. And also looking at his own headless corpse on the ground. The second captain, who had known Typhon's plan from the beginning, then realized he was dead. After a brief pause in the reality universe, his soul uncontrollably ascended to the warp. Piercing the veil, entering that sea of souls, and being torn apart by the forces of the warp. Just as he was about to be annihilated, Gruger suddenly felt himself being sheltered by something, then reappeared in a garden. A green figure hummed a song, stirring something in a cauldron. As soon as he appeared here, Gruger perceived many things he had not known before. For example, before arriving in the Kerr star system, although his fleet could navigate freely in the warp, it still encountered a storm and was forcibly drawn into the star system. During this process, he saw Mortarion and then decided to take advantage of the situation to kill the Primarch. And this was the arrangement of the deity before him. Its purpose was to sacrifice the lives of an entire company, elevating one chosen individual among them to a higher existence. Gruger even knew what the deity before him was Nurgle. That was the deity Typhon had mentioned earlier when instigating the barbarous-born rebellion. The second captain had thought it was the first captain's nonsense, not believing it truly existed, or even if it did exist and bestowed greater power upon Typhon, it wasn't in the form of a specific deity, but rather something more advanced and powerful. Now Gruger realized how ridiculous and foolish his previous thoughts had been. Come. Gruger heard the call, approached the cauldron, and saw Nurgle pointing at him, bestowing some power upon him. Power filled Gruger's soul, shattering and reshaping it countless times. Gruger, who had little understanding of the warp itself, could sense that he was receiving a blessing, acquiring the power and eternity Typhon had promised. But the euphoria of being elevated to a transcendent existence quickly vanished. Gruger felt that everything was wrong, and then his soul broke free from the cycle of reshaping and shattering, beginning to twist and mutate uncontrollably. He could not bear the effects of that transcendent power, began to twist, and gradually lost his self. Poor little one, you cannot bear my favor. Gruger heard the words spoken by the green figure before completely losing himself. The words themselves impacted his soul, plunging him into an even more terrifying state. The second captain ultimately transformed into a chaos spawn in the garden. A disgusting creation, like a mass of rotting flesh and tentacles churned together in a meat grinder. The chaos gods bestow blessings upon their chosen, elevating them to higher existences, but not everyone can withstand this favor. Those who fail to withstand the favor turn into something called a chaos spawn. Without self-awareness or the ability to comprehend anything, they only kill or vent some feeling. But becoming a lump of rotten flesh was clearly not the intention of the god who summoned Gruger here. A tiny wisp of Typhon's soul was injected into Gruger. The purpose of this trace of soul was merely to grant Gruger a tiny bit of self, but it was enough. The reborn knelt before the deity. He was neither Typhon nor Gruger, but a newly elevated existence. If one had to give it an objective and neutral name, it would be Daemon Prince. The Daemon Prince did not return to the reality universe to kill the enemies of its former self. No corresponding changes occurred to the former self's corpse in the reality universe. It merely waited quietly as a pawn for the time it would be used in the future. Chapter 551, a member of the Four Kings Council. The void battle ended. Mortarion and Qin Xia entered the trader company captain's flagship together, inspecting the post-battle work. The Death Guard still managed to spare many individuals to serve as crew, and the think tank fleet could also graduate a batch of naval officers ahead of schedule to manage the crew provided by the Death Guard, ensuring the smooth progress of affairs related to the captured warships. Countless generations of families who had lived on ships migrated to other vessels. They praised Perturabo or Qin Xia for the better working environment and higher status they would receive after migrating, or perhaps cursed Perturabo or Qin Xia for disliking leaving their comfortable surroundings. Among the crew, there were many terms used to refer to the migration, which they viewed as a turning point in their family history or the beginning of a new glorious history for a particular ship. Regardless of how these crew members viewed it, to individuals like Mortarion and Qin Xia, it was simply a dominant command that had to be issued and executed without negotiation. Mortarion was still more focused on the chaos cleansing work. Observing how Qin Xia's subordinates purified the trader ships, the various experiences gained from this would enable the Death Guard Legion to independently cleanse trader warships in the future. Warships were extremely valuable and could not simply be blown up. Inside the spacious corridor, a heavy transport vehicle rumbled forward and was waved to a stop by the Primarch as it passed Mortarion. After the vehicle stopped, the driver exited the cab and saluted the Primarch. The first batch of supplies transported for cleansing would undoubtedly contain the most important items. Mortarion thought the vehicle might contain a secret tool invented by Qin Xia, but when he opened the transport compartment, he saw mountains of various decorations. The Primarch could roughly deduce the categories of these items from their shapes: Imperial Aquila symbols, books for propagating the Imperial truth, commemorative medals, and players that continuously broadcast Imperial truth quotations 24 hours a day. What is the meaning of these? Mortarion waved, signaling Qin Xia to come and see what goodies this first transport vehicle had brought. Qin Xia already knew what would be in the transport vehicle and what this most important batch of items, which had to be delivered first, was, so he did not walk over. Seeing his indifference, Mortarion spoke, the Imperial truth. Kogaris once said it was a lie, and I was indifferent until I realized there truly were gods, and those psychic powers, supernatural phenomena or beliefs were not the lies and deceptions propagated by the Imperial truth. The Imperial truth is a clumsy lie, a broken tool destined to be discarded from its birth, but this doesn't prevent it from being effective. Qin Xia looked out beyond the corridor railing. Beyond the corridor railing was a vast hangar deck, where several bustling formations were slowly moving forward under the supervision of Space Marines. Those were the crew members. People don't know that much, the vast majority of them grew up under the propaganda of the Imperial truth, and they only believe in the Imperial truth. That's enough. The mind itself possesses power, as long as they believe the Imperial truth is real, that is enough to curb some chaos influence. If we consider it from a purely pragmatic perspective, the word-bearer's Imperial cult is what we need most right now. Qin Xia said. After hearing these words, Mortarion was speechless. The Primarch was not a fool, he could delve into conditions like chaos influence and ponder the uses of these Imperial truth goods. The Primarch merely wanted to vent his dissatisfaction with the Imperial truth, and even with the Emperor. If there was anything bad about being a loyalist, it was that in the presence of traitors, one could not directly curse the Emperor. Qin Xia could also guess the Primarch's thoughts, so he signaled the driver, whose hearing was psychically shielded, to leave and at the same time said to Mortarion, at least in this era of rampant warp storms, we are not fighting for the Emperor here, but for all humanity in the northern territories of the Imperium. We will have a time to question the Emperor about his actions, but it must be after all enemies influenced by chaos have been utterly eradicated, and when the Webway project succeeds and humanity can breathe. Lord of the Death Guard, the billions of humans in hundreds of star sectors in the Northern Imperium may not need you to fight for a lying tyrant, but they certainly need you to fight for them. If Kogaris had heard this sentence at that moment, he would probably have burst out laughing. But Mortarion, after hearing Qin Xia's words, took a deep breath, his expression no longer as stern and dejected as before, and slowly nodded. So, the current situation is similar to Barbaroux's before the Emperor's arrival, Mortarion said. People need me, they need salvation. Then I will fight for them. Yes. Qin Xia nodded, also pondering Mortarion's thoughts. Mortarion helps the weak, helps oppressed humanity, in fact, because he needs to receive gratitude, praise, and recognition from the other party being helped. When Barbaroux was still ruled by Xenos and humanity was still enslaved by Xenos, the Primarch, raised by Xeno tyrants, did not need humans to offer him anything precious, he only needed people to be grateful to him, worship him, and regard him as a savior. However, after the Emperor arrived on Barbaroux, Mortarion, who should have become the savior, became a bystander watching the Emperor become the savior. Thinking of this, Qin Xia added, the Emperor cannot cross the warp storm to get here, you are the only savior the humans of the Northern Imperium can rely on. Mortarion's expression was solemn and grave, this is my duty. Qin Xia motioned for the Primarch to continue observing the cleansing operation with him. The soulless one entered the warship and began to walk through every area of the vessel. All existing instruments and equipment were dismantled and replaced with new ones. The Red Robe Covenant Mechanicum of the think tank fleet began to communicate with the machine spirits, pacifying them with rituals unique to the Adeptus Mechanicus. The think tank unit cleansed any creations emitting psychic power and dealt with supernatural phenomena. Even Watcher Kong came aboard the warship, meeting with Varys. The chief librarian and the Watchers together disposed of the bodies of the second company's officer-level personnel, performing a complete obliteration at both the physical and warp levels. When all this progressed to a point where official duties required Mortarian's attention, Qin Xia handed him a document containing a formalized cleansing procedure. Here, an anti-chaos secret manual. Mortarian reached out, took it, and opened the document's cover. I think a procedure should be added to it. Adding a procedure to use numerology to ascertain whether the chaos influence has been thoroughly cleansed, right? I knew what you were going to say the moment you opened your mouth. Nearly 100 warships were incorporated into Mortarian's fleet. More than half of the warships began to rest and resupply from Kurstar, preparing to enter Qin Xia's pocket universe and then cross the warp storm for a war, as Mortarian had resolved to save his loyal descendants of Barbaru's descent. As Qin Xia prepared to open the pocket universe, a strong light flashed at the edge of the star system, and a warship warped into reality from the Mandeville point. While all warships were preparing for battle, a communication request was sent to the Endurance's command deck. The naval personnel operating the scanning device then reported something. That's a Luna Wolves warship. Mortarian was momentarily surprised, then, after making eye contact with Qin Xia, he focused intently on the communication panel. After the Aquila symbol rotated a few times, the loaded communication window appeared. A grim and stern face emerged, its cold eyes sweeping over Qin Xia and Mortarian. That was indeed a member of the Luna Wolves Legion. Not even an ordinary Luna Wolves space marine, but a member of the Four Kings Council Aximand. Lord of the White Knight. Lord of the Death Guard. Aximand spoke slowly, a chilling voice emanating from between his pale, cracked lips, sounding like a mischievous Malcador. How is the War Master doing now? Qin Xia stepped forward, asking loudly in an almost accusatory tone. Qin Xia was most concerned about Horus. As an extremely powerful legion, and Horus as a primarch with immense charisma and command ability, holding the position of War Master, he held crucial importance in the sudden rebellion. Although Qin Xia had already helped Horus fend off Erebodi's two major conspiracies, he still couldn't be sure if Horus had encountered other troubles, or even if Erebodi had reappeared. Lord of the White Knight, when you left the front 7 months ago, I was dispatched by the Primarch to the Emperor's Children Legion to undertake liaison duties, so I do not know the status of the Legion and the Primarch. Aximand's dead fish eyes slowly moved from Qin Xia, settling on Mortarian. The Emperor's children have rebelled. I witnessed their entire legion descend into madness and depravity. After collecting sufficient evidence, I chose to leave. A member of the Death Guard Legion informed me of the Legion's movements. Coincidentally, I was relatively close to Kerr, so I chose to come to you. Mortarian and Aximand's eyes met, filled with suspicion. Aximand continued, your legion is in peril. I destroyed an Emperor's Children Legion warship en route and learned from the captives that they are besieging the 0901 system, intending to kill the Death Guard Astartes who are still willing to fight for you. If you are willing to go and support your loyal sons, I will navigate for you. How did you get here? Qin Xia asked. Warp travel. Aximand responded calmly and meticulously, my navigator can guide the warship through the warp storm. Crossing the warp storm. Mortarian glanced at the pocket universe device at Qin Xia's waist. Even this fellow can't guide a fleet safely through the storm, but your navigator can. Aximand, I thought you were different from that blustering fool Torgadon. Aximand remained silent. The two sides stared at each other across the communication panel for a moment, then Mortarian broke the silence. Are you here to lure me into a prepared trap to my death, or are you genuinely here to help? Qin Xia was silent, but clearly agreed with Mortarian's conjecture. The information about loyalists being besieged in 0901 was something Garo and Varys had found on the second company's capital ship earlier. The source of the information was already a Chaos servant, and now Aximand had arrived in this star system when non-Chaos personnel could not cross the storm, and he was also talking about the loyalists in the 0901 system. It was hard for anyone not to be suspicious. Aximand remained silent, his grim eyes meeting the Primarchus without evasion or weakness. Mortarian glanced at the gunnery officer, then his gaze returned to Aximand as he raised his right hand. The officer immediately stood up, his hands behind his back, watching the Primarchus' raised arm. Once that arm fell, the order for the Endurance to unleash its full firepower would be transmitted to the gun decks. Look out the viewport at the Endurance, a Gloriana-class battleship, and then look at the White Knight, a heavy cruiser whose firepower is second only to the Glory Queen, and then make a choice. Surrender, or die. Chapter 552, Emperor's Children. The Shadow Wolves battleship chose to surrender. Aximand was brought by the White Knight think tank to the White Knight, where he was held in a cell made of black stone and subjected to mind-reading interrogation by the Thinkers. His battleship, meanwhile, was sandwiched between the White Knight and the Endurance. The 0901 system still needed to be reached, and Aximand's battleship would be forced into a suicide ship, thrown into the void battle as a shield to draw fire. All battleships that would not remain in the Kerr star system entered the pocket universe. Qin Xia still traversed the warp physically, as before. As Qin Xia entered the warp and, as before, sought out a compass creature to guide him, within the pocket universe, Aximand had just entered his cell. The detention area arranged for all chaos-related individuals was on the lowest level of the White Knight. In an ancient ruin that still hadn't been completely cleared, and had little value in doing so, the soulless ones had established a survival tribe. The tribesmen refused to leave their ancestral lands, so they were allowed to remain on the ship's lowest level, with supply convoys coming in occasionally, but on the condition that the soulless one tribe undertake some work. Detaining those related to chaos, or psychers, was their work. Aximand was personally escorted by Varus. After disembarking the gunboat, he saw a bastion-shaped fortress in the ruins, with its gate suspended high in the air, and armored soldiers patrolling. Those soldiers were also soulless ones, and Aximand felt sick and pained just by approaching them. After a brief exchange with the tribal warriors, Varus led the prisoner into the underground section of the tribal bastion. They passed through rows of cells together, arriving at the deepest part. As Aximand was kicked into the cell by Varus, he saw a beautifully furnished special cell opposite, and as he wondered who it was for, he suddenly saw 2 space marines stick their heads out from under the cell window. They were secretly observing the prisoner. How long have the 2 Grand Masters been here? Varus asked the think tank beside him. 2 months, the think tank replied. The 2 individuals imprisoned in the luxurious cell were indeed 2 Grey Knights. They had become the Grand Masters of the White Knight think tank, but as time passed, their madness grew more severe. The risk of psychic overload forced the think tank to imprison them in cells containing black stone. That should be soon then, tell those soulless ones to prepare for their release, Varus instructed, then entered Aximand's cell. The other 2 thinkers who had accompanied the chief librarian also entered the cell, and the 3 of them confronted Aximand. Why don't you go and identify the navigator of my battleship, to see if he has the ability to guide the ship through the warp storm as I said? Aximand spoke first. Tethys has already gone with his men, there's no navigator on that ship at all. Varus shook his head. We once fought side by side in the Ulaner campaign, I once thought you were the most silent and resilient of men, but the result? Aximand sneered. As Varus raised his hand to perform the mind reading with his think tank brothers, the 2 Grey Knights were just released by the soulless ones. They were still shouting loudly as they walked out of the cell, but upon seeing Aximand, they paused for a moment, gradually calming down. One of the Grey Knights walked into the cell, and under Varus's gaze, approached Aximand, sniffing with a twitch of his nose. I smell a traitor. Psychic light shimmered in the Grey Knight's eyes. Did you read his mind? Varus asked. Mind reading isn't always feasible, the Grey Knight pointed to his chest. Use your heart more to make judgments. If you find someone suspicious, then they are most likely already a servant of chaos. With that, the 2 Grey Knights left together. As Grand Masters, they would not directly participate in the affairs of the White Knight think tank but would offer opinions and guide teaching. Varus still extended his hand to sense Aximand's brain. Upon entering the state of perception, Varus first noticed that the psychic energy within the entire pocket universe surged, a sign that the White Knight Lord was injecting psychic energy into this ancient alien construct. It also indicated that the White Knight Lord had already traversed the warp and reached the target star system, and the entire fleet would be released to participate in the battle. Aximand, meanwhile, sensed psychic energy pouring into his mind. As a non-psyker, he had no way to resist the psychic intrusion. After Varus began to formally perceive the prisoner before him, he suddenly realized there was something within Aximand's body. The think tank supervising the mind-reading interrogation from the side saw runes made of alien language flash on Aximand's body, and this member of the 4 Kings Council, the prisoner of the Shadow Wolves, suddenly vanished. This sudden disappearance was not even something Aximand himself desired. When he realized he had left the pocket universe, he even paused, completely unexpected. In his observation of the surroundings, Aximand realized that he seemed to be in another dimension. He could go wherever he wanted, this transcendent ability of movement driven solely by thought. As for where to go, Aximand looked towards the star system. The Emperor's children and a portion of the Death Guard Legion's battleships were gathered in orbit around a planet, continuously bombarding the surface. That was it. On the other side. Upon entering reality, Qinxia began to activate the pocket universe, putting it into a state where it could release its contents at any time. At the same time, he observed the star system with his psychic vision. The Emperor's Children Legion fleet, and a portion of the Death Guard Legion fleet, were gathered together, bombarding a planet. In his psychic vision, everything on the planet was clear. Approximately 20,000 Death Guard were hiding in an underground fortress, evading orbital bombardment. Many of them had already died, but those still alive merely piled the bodies of the dead together as cover, while checking their weapons and equipment, preparing to resist the assault after the orbital bombardment ended. Somewhat unexpectedly, the commander leading the Loyalist Death Guard in defending the underground fortress was a traitor from his memory. Qinxia then looked towards the Emperor's Children Legion fleet and saw an even more surprising scene. Aximand, who should have been in the pocket universe at this time, was now surprisingly aboard the Emperor's Children flagship, the Emperor's Pride. He escaped. Qinxia asked Varus, using psychic energy that had infiltrated the pocket universe, how is this possible? Varus then recounted what had just happened. Qinxia speculated that Aximand, that scoundrel, had somehow obtained something that could open the exit of the pocket universe, likely also an Eldar artifact. Given the relationship between the Shadow Wolves and INTELS and the Eldar, he must have obtained an Eldar artifact related to pocket universe technology. Qinxia did not blame Varus, observing Aximand while pondering the next course of action. Aximand. In a corridor of the Emperor's Pride flagship, a blood-soaked Death Guard captain saw Aximand and immediately stopped, while observing outside the viewport, but he didn't see Aximand's battleship anywhere. Where is the Primarch? Aximand asked. The captain immediately led the returning individual to the Primarch's location, finally stopping outside the banquet command deck. Before Aximand entered the command deck, the captain suddenly asked, did Typhon's plan succeed? The grim man said nothing, stepping onto the command deck. Just a few steps after Aximand entered, a wine glass flew from a distance and shattered on the ground. He looked up and saw Fulgrim, the Gene Father of the Emperor's Children Legion, and several high-ranking members of the Emperor's Children. These individuals were seated around a dining table, on which sat a bathtub filled with wine. Fulgrim appeared to have just bathed in that tub, shirtless, with wine still on his body. Eidolon, what did you just say? Fulgrim gestured for one of his sons to approach. Father, I suggest you shatter that planet. Eidolon, an Emperor's Children, stepped forward, kneeling on both knees, offering counsel in an extremely humble posture. Good suggestion. Fulgrim helped his son up, a supremely genial smile on his face. Then the Primarch twisted off Eidolon's head, tore it off, and tossed it into the bathtub, his smile vanishing with the action. What did I say before? We are to fight those Death Guard who are still deluded. The focus is on the fight, not victory. The Primarch said. The Emperor's Children laughed as they ladled wine from the bathtub, rose to toast, and screamed loudly. Qinxia witnessed this scene. Fulgrim was definitely corrupted. And the corrupted Emperor's Children, like their Primarch, had become unpredictable in temperament. My lord. Aximand, in Qinxia's psychic vision, stepped forward, kneeling on one knee. Fulgrim gestured for a son to pour the guest a glass of red wine, then asked, how did things go? Qinxia had already called upon his psychic power, suspended in the void, with his hands raised. Frost condensed in places the Emperor's Children did not perceive. Psychic energy silently surged towards Aximand. I have witnessed Typhon's success, he has made his Primarch submit to the will of the Supreme Heaven, as he promised you. He will soon bring his fleet, and his Primarch, to the star system, to fight alongside you. Aximand responded to Fulgrim. As the first word of this sentence was spoken, Qinxia's hands were already suspended in mid-air. The Death Guard Legion fleet, and the Lord of the Death Guard, brought into the light by Typhon, they will all come to the star system. The Lord of the Death Guard will come here to personally purge his disobedient sons. Aximand continued. After hearing all this, Fulgrim smiled and stood up, ordering his sons, come, let us make some preparations, and welcome my good brother. Although the god he serves is not the same as mine. Aximand knelt on the ground, enduring the nausea. After speaking those few sentences, this member of the Four Kings Council felt a sense of great accomplishment. After the feeling of great accomplishment dissipated, came confusion. Aximand repeatedly recalled the events that had transpired, even viewing and contemplating his experience from a third-person, objective, and neutral perspective, doing so only to find answers to his confusion from the past. 2 months ago, the Emperor's Children Legion underwent a drastic change after Typhon's arrival, or perhaps, a crisis had long lurked beneath the surface. And then people began to go mad. A portion of the Death Guard Space Marines came to the Emperor's Children Legion after Typhon, they did something unknown, and then a portion of the Death Guard suddenly attacked the Emperor's Children, then dropped onto the only planet in the 0901 system to defend a fortress. Typhon then left, and the Emperor's Children and a portion of the Death Guard began to attack the Death Guard defending the planet. No matter how he thought about this matter from a third-person perspective, Aximand still had many confusions because he lacked much information. Even the things he personally experienced and witnessed were full of mysteries. Aximand had come to the Emperor's Children Legion to convey the War Master's orders. The Shadow Wolf Space Marines who came with him were all slain by Fulgrim, while he chose to submit and also did some nauseating things. The purpose of his submission was only to have a chance to leave alive and inform his Gene Father what had happened here. Until recently, when Typhon had been gone for a long time, Fulgrim ordered Aximand to leave and go to the Kerr star system to check on the situation. Aximand finally found an opportunity and thus departed. The warp storm raged, and the battleship got lost in the storm, but for some unknown reason, the navigator sanctuary, which was reported to have been completely destroyed, was still able to function, and a navigator who refused to answer any calls or inquiries guided the entire ship out of the storm. And then he met the White Knight Lord and Mortarion. Aximand knew very well that surviving the warp storm would make him highly suspected of rebellion, but he believed that the living navigator could prove everything. But it didn't. After somehow being able to leave the pocket universe again, Aximand chose to come to the Emperor's Pride. At least, once Mortarion's fleet was released, the Emperor's Children would initially assume they were allies and not attack them, thus revealing a fatal flaw. Recalling it this way, Aximand, whether by putting himself in his own experience or by examining this experience from other perspectives, could not find the answer. Who was the navigator who helped the ship out of the storm, and why he was able to leave the pocket universe, these would likely remain eternal mysteries. But it didn't matter. Aximand looked up at Fulgrim. He felt he still had a chance to be teleported out of the Emperor's Pride before the void battle began, to then figure out those mysteries, and return to his Gene Father's side. Chapter 553 Many Questions. Light flickered in the void. Warships were emerging from the Mandeville Point's white circular cross-section. The visual effect of the pocket universe spitting out warships only differed in color from the visual effect of warships jumping out of the warp. Mortarion's fleet was released, while the think tank fleet remained inside the pocket universe. Because of Aximand's report, Fulgrim believed that Typhon, who had run back to perform a ritual for Mortarion, had truly returned. The Emperor's Children still maintained a loose bombing formation, and the warships of those barbarous-born traitors also loosely circled the planet, none of them reacting to the arriving fleet. Inside the Emperor's Pride, Aximand looked at the outside scene through a blood-stained porthole and said, Typhon and his Primarch have arrived. Fulgrim walked towards the porthole, holding a wine glass and gazing at the fleet. Directly in front of the fleet were several ships overgrown with flesh and blood, which were precisely the ships Typhon had taken when he left the 0901 star system, undoubtedly confirming his return. However, within the flesh and blood ships that Fulgrim saw, were all the White Knight thinkers, forming a ritual array to create the illusion. Qinxia was still in the void, ready to open a teleportation gate to bring Aximand back at any moment. But it had to be after the official start of the battle, otherwise Aximand's disappearance would make Fulgrim wary. Mortarian's fleet continued to advance. The sailors in every warship had already sensed something from a series of commands like concealment action and load ammunition, even though these men did not know the intricacies of the Legion's high command, nor why Astartes fleets would fight each other, they at least understood how the battle they were participating in was to be fought. Looking at hundreds of Emperor's Children Legion warships, and the Glory Queen class Emperor's Pride, the sailors on the gun decks of every warship in Mortarian's fleet held their breath. The naval officers were the same. Although speaking on the command deck meant the other side couldn't hear, everyone still instinctively remained silent. The strategic plan had been finalized, now it was the execution phase. The plan was simple, the closer they got to the enemy fleet, the higher the weapon accuracy. At that time, with the enemy not even having time to raise their void shield, a single volley from the entire fleet would be enough to destroy the Emperor's Pride, as well as a large number of warships around the Emperor's Pride. Qinxia in the void was ready to teleport Aximand at the moment of firing. Just then, Fulgrim suddenly ordered, "Connect to the Endurance, I want to talk to my brother and Typhon first." The communication order was sent. Qinxia projected his psychic power towards the Endurance. Mortarian calmly accepted the communication. On the comms panel, Fulgrim saw his brother with wings on his back and an extremely massive body. And Typhon stood beside Mortarian, his body also showing mutations. Their appearances were the same as those Fulgrim had seen revealed by the Chaos Gods in his prophecies. "You ascended so quickly." Fulgrim sneered, "The God of Life is truly passionate, not even willing to let you undergo a little test." Mortarian didn't know what to say, he just felt that the psychic disguise Qinxia had set up for him was quite effective. Qinxia knew all too well what a monster Mortarian would become after his fall. When he was trained by the Grey Knights, the Grey Knights used the combat footage of banishing Mortarian as teaching material, so the psychic illusion was perfectly crafted. "Forget it." Fulgrim was a little disappointed, "I've already drawn up the strategic plan. We'll go deal with Horus in a month." Aximand, still kneeling on the ground, felt his heart pound, and he stealthily reached his hand behind his back. He planned to find the right moment to strike Fulgrim, who had not yet received the blessing and ascended, before Qinxia teleported him. This would be his revenge for all the reluctant acts of depravity he had been forced to commit during this time. "My queen. Father." The command deck gate of the Emperor's Pride opened, and 2 Emperor's Children Space Marines entered the command deck, each calling out to Fulgrim and saluting. Behind the Space Marine followed a Shadow Wolf Space Marine. It was Abaddon. Qinxia was extremely surprised. How could Abaddon appear here? Even Aximand was extremely surprised when he saw Abaddon, not knowing how this guy had appeared here. "You fools." Abaddon walked up to Aximand, suddenly drew his sword, and swung it at the necks of his battle brothers and 4 King's Council colleagues standing beside him. "They're here to attack you." Aximand vanished from the command deck before he could be beheaded. Abaddon sheathed his sword, pointing out the porthole, "They're here to attack you." Fulgrim immediately turned, roaring his command. "Open." Qinxia in the void saw the macro cannon fired by the Endurance hit the command deck of the Emperor's Pride. The entire Emperor's Pride even tilted slightly to the left from this single shell, and then the void shield rose. More and more attacks landed on the Emperor's Children fleet, and one warship after another was destroyed in the first volley. The distance was not close enough, and the results of the volley were not enough to determine the superiority of the fleets at this time. Mortarian's fleet had fewer warships but had the advantage of formation and first strike, while the Emperor's Children, though having more warships, had loose formations and needed time even to gather into a combat formation. Qinxia then moved the think tank fleet behind the Emperor's Children fleet, and then returned to the Endurance's command deck. "White Knight Lord." Aximand immediately stepped forward, wanting to ask Qinxia some questions. Qinxia knew what he wanted to ask, and he didn't know the answer, even more puzzled than Aximand. "Horus has rebelled." Mortarian loudly stated the possibility, otherwise, how could Abaddon, that War Master's dog, appear on Fulgrim's side? And want to kill Aximand? "That's impossible." Aximand roared. Aximand looked just like Horus, so he looked like a miniature Horus, defending himself. Mortarian slapped Aximand, making him spin in a circle, then cast his gaze upon the only planet in the 0901 star system. His loyal Barbarous-born sons were fighting on it. "You command the fleet." Qinxia walked out of the command deck, "Leave the ground matters to me. Teleport them back, and then we'll leave together. Don't really expect our fleet to destroy Fulgrim's fleet. Don't you remind me." On the planet. Inside the underground fortress. The orbital bombardment suddenly stopped. Although the reason was unclear, the master of this fortress, the Barbarous-born Space Marine commander defending the fortress, still realized that the next phase would be a frantic assault by landing forces. So Durek Lask stood up from his chair in the command center, leaning on his chain sword with a broken toothed blade, watching the holographic projection. A communication panel nearby flickered a few times, and the face of a Death Guard traitor appeared on the panel. All the Death Guard loyalists in the command center, including Lask, ignored it. The traitors would offer surrender before each attack, and then mock after the surrender failed. This was already a regular feature. "Give up, father has already arrived." When the traitor said this, Lask turned sharply. "Lies." Lask shook his head after a brief thought, if the savior has already fallen to chaos, then he would stand behind you, personally persuading me to surrender. The traitor snickered, isn't the savior of Barbarus the emperor? Shut up. Lask raised his sword, pointing at the communication panel, the emperor merely took the fruits of victory. I know who the true savior of Barbarus is, I witnessed him with my own eyes, I personally followed him. He is the savior who rescued humanity from alien tyrants. Give up. It's useless, if you just stand out with those fools, Typhon will grant you power in eternity, just as he promised. The traitor said. However, to Lask, this statement held no persuasive power whatsoever. Grant me power. Grant me eternity. Lask's neck jutted forward slightly, he gritted his teeth, his head trembling slightly as his voice came through his clenched teeth, as if using all his strength. I don't care. If the savior of Barbarus chooses rebellion, then I will follow him to chop off the emperor's head. Conversely, then I will follow him to chop off the heads of you bastards. If he stands behind you, then I will announce surrender and kill dissenters, if he stands against you. Lask's right hand slowly moved across his neck. His eye patch over his right eye and the scar on his face added much ferocity to him. Then I will turn this fortress into a meat grinder, and when the Primarch arrives here, he will see the ruins of the fortress, and the corpses of you traitors, and Fulgrim's bastard spawn piled up like mountains. The traitor's gaze avoided Lask's, and after a few seconds, he cut the communication. The attack began. The corrupted mortal auxiliary forces attacked the fortress first. After this suicidal first wave, the Emperor's children and Death Guard traitors cooperated to assault the fortress. Lask was already familiar with the combat style of these enemies. The Emperor's children had no tactics, merely enjoying the pleasure of battle in what was a guaranteed victory. And while the Death Guard traitors still had tactics, in a battle like assaulting an underground fortress, they could only engage in a head-on clash. Conversely, on the defending side of the fortress, countless firing slits, traps, and shift-based combat arrangements were all aimed at minimizing the disadvantage caused by the vast disparity in numbers. Lask's defensive setup was like a meat grinder, fiercely grinding down any enemy who dared to enter the fortress. But he wasn't actually good at defense, he was just too good at siege warfare. Now that it was his turn to be on the receiving end, it was simply a change of mindset. Experience told Lask that he only needed to wait, and eventually, he would receive a report of enemy casualties, and a report of his own casualties that was 1% of the enemies. He could continue this cycle for a very long time, until the very last person was eliminated in the war. As everyone in the command center watched the holographic image, a snowflake slowly descended before Lask's eyes. The supernatural drop in temperature alerted Lask, and when he instinctively turned his head to look for his psychic combat advisor, he saw a blizzard. Lask, who had fought in the Olaner campaign, understood the scene before him all too well. Considering that Typhon's plan included some content specifically designed to deal with the World Eater's Primarch's foster father. Get out of here. Lask ordered the others. The officers continued to work. It wasn't until the strategic indicators of friendly forces on the holographic image became fewer and fewer, so few that only the command center still had people, so few that the roars of the Emperor's children reached the command center, that Lask turned and stepped into the blizzard. After passing through the blinding blizzard, Lask saw the command deck of the Endurance. Mortarion, clad in armor, stood with his hands behind his back, watching his son. Father. Lask slowly knelt, leaning on his chainsword, his ragged armor rattling with the movement. Mortarion turned to the captain, retreat. Chapter 554, Reason for the Rebellion. The Mortarion fleet, which temporarily held the advantage, began to retreat, with the Pocket Universe entrance opening directly behind the fleet. The think tank fleet, as Qin Xia's personal guard, naturally entered the Pocket Universe one step ahead of Mortarion's fleet. By the time the Emperor's children and the Renegade Death Guard fleets had assembled into a battle formation, only 1/10 of their total number of warships had completely withdrawn. On the command deck of the Endurance, Lask, who had been rescued, was still kneeling before Mortarion. How many men do you have under your command? Mortarion asked in a calm tone, seeing his flagship enter the Pocket Universe, inquiring about what concerned him most. Around 30,000, Qin Xia answered for Lask. These are all the people I rescued with teleportation spells, not a single one was left behind. Except for Lask, they are all on your flagship's hangar deck. Lask nodded in agreement, indicating that it was indeed true. Over 30,000. Mortarion looked up, calculating silently. That should mean there are still nearly 90,000 renegade warriors, and as seen just now, these renegade warriors and the Emperor's children Space Marines are together, merging their forces, and Fulgrim should have command over those renegade allies. Thinking of this, Mortarion looked down at Lask, thinking that at least there was one good thing, the 30,000 loyalists of Barbarus descent that Lask brought were at least absolutely loyal. Qin Xia thought so too. Lask of the Death Guard Legion was not considered a loyalist in the original history of the rebellion, but rather a firm and unyielding rebel. However, Lask had one characteristic, he would support whoever Mortarion supported. As someone who had followed Mortarion from very early on and witnessed everything Mortarion did to save the people of Barbarus, he already regarded Mortarion as the true savior. Lask was not loyal to the Emperor. But it didn't matter, even Primarchs rebelled. Aximand, Qin Xia turned to look at the only shadow wolves present. Aximand was somewhat dazed at this moment, showing no reaction when the White Knight Lord called his name, only staring blankly ahead at nothing, unsure of what he was thinking. Apothecary, Mortarion thought Aximand's silence at this moment was due to the slap he had given him. Make sure this fellow wakes up, I still need him to provide some information. What's the problem? Aximand met the Primarch's gaze. Mortarion did not ask directly, instead walking into the strategic room connected to the command deck. Every person permitted to enter the strategic room was glanced at by the Primarch as he walked past. Qin Xia, Lask, Aximand. Just these 3 people. The airtight blast door of the strategic room rumbled shut after the 3 people plus 1 Primarch entered the room. Let's compare information. Mortarion stood with his hands behind his back. 90,000 of my legion are confirmed traitors. Lask, I need you to tell me the details you know. Lask immediately saluted. The warp storm scattered a large number of warships and your sons. All lost warships, after passing through the storm, arrived in the star system where the Emperor's Children Legion fleet was stationed. Various rumors spread within each lost warship, and we were forced to make a choice. Lask raised 3 fingers as he spoke. He mentioned 3 types of perceptions among the Death Guard Legion rebels. The first kind believed that because they were of Barbaru's descent, they would be replaced and abandoned. The second kind did not believe they would be abandoned for not being of Barbaru's descent, but because high-ranking officers in the Legion, including most captains, had taken a stance, they had no choice but to compromise or remain silent. The third kind, those who were swept up by various lies and were completely unaware of the situation. They simply saw the people around them rebel and so they rebelled, not even necessarily knowing that they had rebelled. These people were the most numerous. Lask saluted Mortarion again. As for me and the more than 30,000 people I led, we completely did not believe we would be abandoned, and we also clearly understood what the conspiracy of Typhon and others was. I had conducted an investigation and found out that Typhon intended to corrupt you, and not, as he claimed when comforting us after the warp storm, to carry out your will and commands. So I immediately chose to lead my men to attack the Emperor's children and the traitors, but later I couldn't escape and had to abandon the ships to hold out in the underground fortress of the planet. At this point, Lask fell silent, indicating that he had finished telling what he knew. That Typhon and his supporters had deceived and coerced over 90,000 people did not surprise Mortarion. Firstly, the situation was special, and secondly, Typhon himself was special. Even if other companies might not heed Typhon, Typhon had already monopolized the interpretation of the Primarch's will, and Mortarion, isolated in the Kerr star system, could not speak to the Legion warriors at all. However, after today, quite a few Death Guard should find their way back. The Primarch and the flagship appearing in the 0901 system and attacking the Emperor's children was a call in itself. Do you think Typhon has the ability to split himself in 2? Mortarion looked at Qin Xia, seeking an answer from the Psychic Master. For example, he splits himself into 2, one here in the Kerr star system preparing to act against me, and another with the Emperor's children to incite the lost fleet. If he really split himself in 2, I would see in my psychic vision a being with 2 connections to his soul projection. Qin Xia shook his head. So the answer is simple, no, he just has a way to freely travel between the 2 star systems. I agree with the White Knight Lord's view, Lask recalled for a moment. I found that when the traders performed warp travel, they not only weren't affected by the storm but also arrived at their destination faster. Typhon probably used this advantage to travel between the 2 locations. Mortarion nodded silently. Next, he inquired about something that both he and Qin Xia were quite concerned about. Namely, how the Emperor's children and Fulgrim had rebelled. Aximand, you previously represented the Shadow Wolves and the War Master in visiting the Emperor's Children Legion. How did they rebel? Mortarion asked. This was definitely a painful experience for Aximand. When the Primarch gave the order, and Aximand had to recall that experience, his chest rose and fell dramatically, like a child startled awake from a dream, remembering a nightmare. The War Master sent me to warn Fulgrim absolutely not to make contact with the latter. The latter are an alien species similar to snakes, with chaos beliefs, which is why Fulgrim was forbidden from contacting them. But later Fulgrim still made contact with the latter, though not a member of that alien race, but a sword, and a suit of armor. Aximand pointed at the armor on Qin Xia's body. Much more beautiful than the White Knight Lord's set. But to be honest, looking at that thing, I always felt an inexplicable strangeness. It was after coming into contact with that suit of armor and that sword that Fulgrim's temperament changed drastically, and after that, his sons also began to change. Recalling it now, when I went to the Emperor's Children Legion at that time, I already noticed they were not quite right, engaging in various decadent behaviors. At this point, Aximand took a deep breath, then gently exhaled, and did not continue speaking. Mortarion and Qin Xia both knew that Aximand must have had to do something as well, otherwise he couldn't have gained the trust of the Emperor's children. What about the navigator on your ship? Mortarion brought up another matter. How did he disappear after guiding your ship out of the storm? Aximand gently shook his head, indicating he didn't know. I think it might have been an Ildari, Qin Xia suddenly blurted out, a statement that surprised others. Aximand looked at Qin Xia, bewildered. The runes that allowed you to escape the pocket universe, I deduce that they must have been placed on you by an Ildari, otherwise the pocket universe wouldn't have been activated, Qin Xia said. It's based on this point that I believe you've had contact with an Ildari. Aximand recalled for a moment, then wondered, why? Qin Xia didn't know why either. At least regarding the unknown navigator, it was pure speculation. Fulgrim still rebelled, Mortarion brought the topic back to the Primarches. Back when Horus held secret meetings to discuss chaos, he and the other brothers unanimously believed that Fulgrim had the greatest possibility of contact with chaos, followed by me. Saying this, Mortarion's face showed helplessness and pity, he slowly shook his head, silent for a few seconds, then frowned and said, Horus has always tried to prevent Fulgrim from coming into contact with anything related to chaos. And then what? You think he just suddenly rebelled, as unexpectedly as the warp storm raging across the Imperium? Qin finished Mortarian's second half of the sentence. The Primarch nodded. This universe isn't turn-based, it's not like everyone takes a step and then watches and waits for others to continue, Qin said, gently picking at the dazzling patterns on his breastplate, which Fulgrim had personally branded. Qin was still thinking at this moment that he had done almost nothing for Fulgrim. Originally, in his plan, Angron was the top priority, Magnus who would destroy the webway, and Perturabo who was the main force of the rebel faction against the Imperium were also very important. Conrad Kurz was pulled along by Angron incidentally, he hadn't intended to spend so much effort on Conrad Kurz. And then there was the most important, but uncertain in terms of redemption, Horus. Qin did have plans for Fulgrim, but he hadn't had time to implement them. Just as he had said, everyone inside and outside this universe was not a player in a turn-based game. Qin thought that when he stirred up the Dawnstar incident for the Astartes Legion's right to speak, perhaps a Chaos minion was roaming the most hidden corners of the galaxy, contacting those whose destiny was inevitably linked to chaos. White Knight Lord, Your Highness, Aximand couldn't help but speak, do you think, what is the likelihood of the War Master rebelling? Is it possible that Abaddon came to the Emperor's children under the War Master's instruction? Abaddon is equivalent to Lask of the Shadow Wolves, Mortarian glanced at the loyal barbarous descended commander he had just rescued. He follows Horus's lead, so what do you think? Aximand's face was slightly pale. Don't guess, Qin interrupted the speculation about Horus. The best way is for us to go find Horus and confirm it. Mortarian agreed wholeheartedly. Then he heard Qin say, but before that, we can try to catch Abaddon first. Let's act, Mortarian raised his hand in agreement. I'll do this alone, a crowd would be inconvenient, Qin's eyes sharpened, and he raised his right hand, clenching it in the air. I'll grab that top knot. Chapter 555 Operation, Pulling Braids. Inside the Emperor's Pride. Abaddon got up from the ruins, taking a moment to recall what had just happened. Just moments ago, before the Emperor's Pride's void shield had fully activated, a macro cannon shell struck the command deck, obliterating half of it. Fulgrim happened to be standing by the viewport. Though covered in wounds and blood, he hadn't been killed. He sat hunched in the wreckage, watching Abaddon slowly rise with an utterly calm gaze. The Primarch's purple armor glowed faintly. Abaddon. What are you doing here? Fulgrim asked softly. Abaddon had no intention of answering the question, assuming Fulgrim's mental illness had flared up again. He was more concerned about the armor Fulgrim was wearing. After some thought, Abaddon couldn't recall if Fulgrim had been wearing this current purple armor when he entered the command deck. Mortarian came right to you. Abaddon couldn't suppress his rage, shouting at Fulgrim, yet, because of your foolishness, he left safely right in front of all of us. After yelling, Abaddon felt a bit of regret, having witnessed how volatile and cruel Fulgrim could be. Currently, the head of the Emperor's Children's senior commander, Eidolon, was still soaking in a bathtub. That bathtub was placed on the dining table right in front of Abaddon. But Fulgrim didn't suddenly erupt in anger as he usually did, nor did he burst into laughter after being offended. Only silence. Stillness. Fulgrim seemed to have suddenly become a philosopher, sitting hunched in the ruins, looking profound. Abaddon said nothing more, calming himself to think about Aximand's recent actions. He had only returned after Aximand had left the Emperor's Children fleet, dispatched by Fulgrim on a mission. This incident made Abaddon feel that Fulgrim had lost even his judgment, sending someone like Aximand out on a mission instead of an Emperor's Children. Are you going to betray me too? Fulgrim suddenly spoke, like Aximand. My loyalty was never to you in the first place. Abaddon immediately retorted, but, then again, Aximand also doesn't know what happened with the Legion, otherwise he would have made the same decision as me. Fulgrim fell into thought after hearing this, then suddenly covered his face and began to weep. As tears streamed from beneath his hands, an eerie laugh intertwined with his sobs. Abaddon simply turned and left, no longer bothering with Fulgrim. The Emperor's Children Space Marines who entered the command deck asked Abaddon some questions, but Abaddon gave no response, just walked on in silence. Leaving the command deck, leaving the Emperor's Pride. Boarding the cruiser he had arrived on, he left the star system. The Emperor's Children tried to contact Abaddon, asking why he was leaving, but Abaddon gave no reply. He had promised Fulgrim before coming that he would assist him with some tasks. But before was before, and now was now. Abaddon believed there was no need for him to remain with the Emperor's Children Legion, all previous plans could be scrapped. The cruiser entered the warp. For the rebels, the storm was no problem at all, instead, it was a tailwind that allowed the ship to gain momentum. Qin waited on a navigation route. Abaddon's warship had already appeared in his sight. Even though it looked incredibly distant visually, due to the sheer size of the warship itself, Qin could only see a portion of its bow. Facing the warship that was heading straight for him, Qin did not evade. He simply focused intently and raised both hands. Chinook power was drawn and channeled by him, enveloping the warship. As Qin pushed his hands, the rapidly advancing warship gradually stalled, even slowly receding. Finally, as ice and snow appeared in the warp, the entire warship was forcibly pulled out of its navigation state, bursting out of the warp into the reality universe without its warp engine activated. Abaddon, on the command deck, saw the frost forming across the entire command deck and the snowflakes slowly falling from the air, and he could guess what had happened. Deploy armed personnel to defend the command deck. Abaddon suddenly turned and issued orders to the panicking mortal officers. But upon turning, he realized he was no longer on the command deck but in a dark corridor, the exact location of which he did not know. This meant that neither the mortal naval marines nor the Shadow Wolf space marines would be able to find Abaddon in a short time. Here. A voice sounded from behind him. Abaddon became instantly wary, drawing his bolter pistol and turning to aim. Qin Xia appeared in the tactical display embedded in the Terminator armor's helmet. Unlike the wary Abaddon, Qin Xia simply stood in the middle of the corridor, his long spear planted in the ground, leaning against it, looking less like he was there to fight and more like he was waiting for an old acquaintance on the street. Abaddon tried to pull the trigger, but no matter how hard his finger pressed, the trigger wouldn't budge. Even his entire right arm, holding the gun, slowly bent back, pointing the muzzle at his own head. Then Abaddon's other hand uncontrollably lifted, removing his helmet. Finally, this hand reached for his waist, activating his comms device, broadcasting his current position to those searching for Abaddon and the intruder. If the trigger were pulled now, the bolt round fired would shatter Abaddon's skull, not as fortunate as Erebus, whom he had forced to his death. What's going on with your legion? Why are you here? Has Horus betrayed us? 3 questions in a row reached Abaddon's ears. Qin Xia didn't even look at Abaddon, staring down at the floor, as if hesitating, troubled, agonizing. Why don't you come over and find the answer from here? Abaddon struggled, lightly tapping his head with his finger. Qin Xia remained silent. He was somewhat afraid of getting the answer he least wanted, that Horus had betrayed them. Abaddon also remained silent, his eyes scanning left and right. In the other branching corridors, several Shadow Wolf space marines and GRYMN Terminators were silently approaching. Qin Xia happened to be standing at the convergence point of the branching corridors. The space marines immediately charged at him, no longer crouching or treading lightly, but sprinting rapidly. Qin Xia's head remained still, his eyes subtly shifting to the left. More than 30 Shadow Wolves froze in place, mid-charge. A squad of GRYMN Terminators burst through the corridor wall to Qin Xia's right, and also froze in place as they emerged, power swords in hand. Qin Xia had just controlled Abaddon to send his current location, the purpose of these arrivals was to allow him to hear all sides and be enlightened. Qin Xia no longer leaned on his spear, walking directly towards Abaddon. Abaddon watched helplessly as Qin Xia approached and placed a hand on his head. A flood of information surged into Qin Xia's mind. This information wasn't fragmented clues, nor was it limited, single perspective images. Qin Xia immediately knew the thing he most wanted to know. Horus had not betrayed them. The War Master's ship had been damaged during a warp storm, its Geller field failing, and everyone on board had fought bloody battles with the warp creatures that poured in for months. When their ammunition ran out, the claws of a chaos god descended upon the ship. A blue, 2-headed bird, leaning on a staff, appeared before the exhausted Primarch and teleported him away. When Abaddon asked the demon what the Primarch would face, one of the demon's heads spoke the truth: he will become an emissary of the gods under the influence of the Supreme Heaven's power. But the situation is not irreversible, you still have a chance. Go find Fulgrim, warn him when his fleet is about to be ambushed by Mortarion, and then bring Mortarion here. Your Primarch will be released. Horus's fate was unknown, and Abaddon tried to resist, but the outcome was predictable. Qin Xia then read the minds of several other space marines, experiencing everything he had just read from Abaddon's mind from their perspectives. Finally, he returned to Abaddon, slapping that face, which bore an expression of indignation. 2 teeth, mixed with blood, splattered out. Are you insane? You actually followed the words of that 2-headed bird, wanting to hand over Mortarion to them in exchange for your Primarch's freedom. You're insane. You're crazier than Fulgrim. Qin Xia reprimanded him. So, was I supposed to watch the Primarch die? Or watch him turn into that thing Fulgrim is? Abaddon roared, blood splattering from his mouth towards Qin Xia as he spoke, blocked by a Shinik barrier. When the Primarch was taken, we couldn't even stand up and fight to the death. Many warriors tried to commit suicide and failed. Besides capturing Mortarion to trade for the War Master, what else could I do? Abaddon hadn't finished speaking before he received another slap. Don't raise your voice at me. I know what you've been through, and I know why you are doing this, but your actions are still nothing short of madness. Qin Xia said. Abaddon didn't argue this time, because he knew he truly had been driven mad. On his way to the Emperor's Children Legion, he had thought countless times about his actions, but ultimately decided countless times to do as the demon said, because at least there was some hope in that, rather than just waiting for the Primarch to be corrupted or killed. Qin Xia didn't reprimand him any further but pondered the entire situation. First, Horus had not yet betrayed them, only his fate was unknown, which was good news. Second, Xianch had used Carlos to inform Abaddon to capture Mortarion in exchange for Horus. Xianch probably wanted to corrupt Mortarion himself. Angron, Magnus, Mortarion, Fulgrim. Of these 4 Primarches who would side with one of the 4 gods in the Great Betrayal, 3 would definitely not be able to betray now. If the gods wanted a pawn of their own, they would have to work harder on other Primarches or the remaining vulnerable ones. As for White, Xianch didn't directly corrupt Horus. Regardless of whether Horus could be corrupted in a conscious state, the other gods would not allow Horus to belong solely to Xianch. Either Horus would become a choice for all gods, or he would die. This was certainly an agreement between the 4 gods. All gods getting Horus, or no one getting Horus. From a chaos perspective, this is self-defeating, but truly very chaos. Come with me to save Horus. Qin Xia said. Are you going to be the master firefighter again? The War Master is in the hands of a Chaos God, a Chaos God. Abaddon roared. You either come with me. Qin Xia clenched his right hand. Abaddon was lifted by Shinnick power, his armor creaking under the Shinnick pressure. Or I'll kill you first, then go save Horus. We must rescue the War Master immediately. Preferably right now. Whenever I'm idle, I sense my Primarch is suffering immensely, tormented by the Chaos Gods with unimaginable methods, forcing him to submit. Abaddon and Qin Xia walked side by side in the warship's corridor. Behind them followed the Shadow Wolves Space Marines. Facing Qin Xia's recent ultimatum, either die or come with me to save Horus, Abaddon didn't make any verbal choice, but his current willingness to walk alongside Qin Xia and allow the Shadow Wolves to obey Qin Xia's orders was equivalent to making the most correct choice. I know. As Abaddon was about to urge him again, Qin Xia softly replied with an indifferent remark. Abaddon, at this moment, only wanted to rescue his Primarch. He forcefully suppressed his dissatisfaction with Qin Xia's current attitude, then remained silent, saying no more. He assumed Qin Xia was contemplating how to rescue Horus, and that he should be quiet for a while. However, Qin Xia just kept walking forward, as if taking a stroll. He didn't use teleportation to go directly to a specific place on the ship, nor did he explain why he was strolling in the corridor. Abaddon finally couldn't hold it in and spoke urgently, I can see the War Master being tormented right now. His screams echo through the warp in my mind. Saying this, Abaddon glanced at the corner of the corridor. When he reached this point, he subconsciously looked into the deep, dark part of another corridor. Horus's screams came from that dark place, mixed with pleas for help. Abaddon knew this was an illusion, but he firmly believed this illusion reflected Horus's state at that very moment. Horus had screamed when Carlos descended upon the vengeful spirit and he was tormented by the power of the Chaos Gods. He is enduring double torment, of both soul and body. Pains unimaginable to you reality creatures are inflicted upon him, along with all the futures and pasts you reality creatures fear most, and Horus fears most, all tormenting him. Abaddon recalled the words of the two-headed bird demon named Carlos. You don't understand how I feel right now, how we feel. Abaddon scanned every Shadow Wolves who, like him, looked into the deep darkness of the corridor. You should put yourself in our shoes. When the Lord of the 12th Legion kneels on the ground, wailing in agony, cycling through one desperate illusion after another. I would be so upset I'd cry. Qin Xia's tone remained calm, but a slight frown indicated he spoke the truth. Abaddon stopped, looking at Qin Xia. If it were the Lord of the 12th Legion, another War Master, who was captured, would you walk around like this, as if taking a stroll? Or would you gather those willing to follow you and go snatch him back? Haste is useless. The opponent is too powerful. We should calm down, think of a strategy, and then act. Qin Xia raised his hand, pointing to his head, don't let emotions dictate your thoughts, especially before such a major crisis. Besides, I'm not walking you around like this because I'm not anxious at all. I'm waiting for someone. Qin Xia added. Abaddon looked puzzled. At this moment, 10 thinkers emerged from a branching corridor. After teleporting out, they walked non-stop towards Abaddon, simultaneously taking out various tools. The thinkers stopped around Abaddon. Then Aximand flashed out from behind a thinker pattern terminator, gazing at Abaddon. Your intentions were good, but you did bad things. These bad deeds won't be erased just because you were eager to save your father. Qin Xia said. The thinkers walked towards Abaddon, shackling his arms with psychic chains. They also put a collar on Abaddon that suppressed bioelectric signals. Even his top knot was fitted with a circular shackle. You previously tried to cut down Aximand without hesitation. Qin Xia declared, now that the War Master is imprisoned, command of the front line will temporarily be taken by Mortarion. He will strip you of your personal freedom and your title as a member of the Four Kings Council. I am not Mortarion, but I will submit a report to Mortarion later, and he will approve it. He is no longer a member of the Four Kings Council. Aximand reminded Qin Xia, he was stripped of the title after he presumptuously forced Erebus to his death. Why don't you just kill me? Why go to all this trouble to investigate the truth, to persuade me to surrender? Abaddon roared. For these people. Qin Xia scanned the Shadow Wolves Space Marines. These Space Marines did not draw their weapons, nor did they speak for Abaddon, but they instinctively stood on Abaddon's side, clearly hesitating about their next course of action. There were still nearly 10,000 Shadow Wolves Space Marines on the ship. The other warriors of the Shadow Wolves Legion were stationed on INTELS. They were not annihilated by demons and, after leaving the warp with Abaddon and others, did not choose to help the Chaos Demons. Qin Xia, while reading memories just now, discovered that Cyanus had ordered them not to follow Abaddon. You are not capable of participating in the War Master's rescue operation. What you should do now is accept Mortarion's command and fight against the traitor legions. Qin Xia said, but I promise you, I will now attempt to rescue your Primarch, and only I can. The Shadow Wolves did not question him. Although Qin Xia had claimed he would take them to save the War Master when he controlled Abaddon, neither Abaddon nor anyone else knew how to do it. Facing those warp demons and gods, if they had any chance of fighting, they wouldn't have been forced to cooperate with Fulgrim, sending Mortarion or another Primarch to exchange for Horus. We trust you. A Shadow Wolf stepped forward and saluted. From the Terra Council to the Astartes legions on the Imperial frontier, everyone knows that the White Knight Lord of the World Eaters Legion always keeps his word. Some time later, Qin Xia released the entire fleet in the Kerr star system, then entered the warp, preparing to find Horus. He didn't know how long this mission would take, nor was he sure if he would even return. During his absence, Mortarion would hold the Death Guard Legion's current recruitment world, Kurstar. After entering the warp again, Qinxia did not see the four gods. The last time he entered the warp to pull out Abaddon's ship, he also didn't see the four gods. They were probably busy with something, but Qinxia was very sure that if he tried to contact Angron, they would inevitably attract the four gods again. Qinxia did not go to Xianqi's realm first, but instead entered the realm he had created. This space, composed of psychic energy filtered by Qinxia, was inhabited by the demon Serum, who wished to avoid Kern. When Qinxia and the demon met again, without a word, Serum knew what he had come for. Don't expect me to create anything that can disperse a warp storm. Serum was still forging things, but this time not weapons, but containers. That storm was stirred up by the gods themselves. Even you can only open a path in it that quickly disappears. I can do nothing about it. Alright, then it's fine. Qinxia prepared to leave this pure white space. Serum suddenly turned his head. What are you planning to do? Go to Xianqi's realm. Qinxia replied. Hearing this, Serum thought for a moment, then stood up. Its massive body, burning like a furnace fire, stood before Qinxia, surrounded by mountains of weapons and equipment. Qinxia looked at the great demon. Serum reached out and picked up a heavy forging hammer, taking a step with irresistible momentum, looking beyond the pure white space. You are going to Xianqi's realm. Qinxia was silent. Then I need to pack up and return to the reality universe, continuing to pretend to be a planet and hide. Serum turned its body, putting all its creations into containers. I hope you survive. I really don't get used to living in the reality universe. What's the difference between you standing up so aggressively and then just farting? Qinxia said. Serum was unconcerned. If it were something else, I might be able to offer you a little help. No. I actually do have one help I can provide. The great demon then handed Qinxia a stone inscribed with runes. What is it? This is a communicator I forged for Sams. It can summon Sams to you. Sams? The demon whose origin is not even related to the four gods. Yes. Flames erupted from Serum's pupils, the ends of the flames turning into sparks. Its gaze gave a profound feeling, as if recalling shared experiences with Sams. You're going to Xianqi's realm, so you'll need a helper. I don't know why, perhaps influenced by its concept, it's quite willing to help people like you who intend to do things. Serum said. Qinxia looked at the runestone, lost in thought. Serum no longer procrastinated, taking all its belongings and leaving the psychic space Qinxia had created. How do you return to the reality universe? Qinxia asked. I have some weaponsmithing cultists in the Eye of Terror. As long as I respond to their prayers, they will summon me to the reality universe through sacrifice. Serum said without looking back, I wish you a safe return. After Serum left, Qinxia ultimately decided to use the stone to summon Sams. After psychic energy was injected into the rune stone, a black shadow appeared in the warp, rapidly approaching Qinxia. Sams was indeed summoned as Serum had said. In the warp, it looked like a shadow, without the materialized body it had in the reality universe. Qinxia could sense that Sams truly did not belong to any of the Chaos Gods, which was fundamentally different from Serum, who was born from Kern's power. And even without sensing it, Qinxia knew some things about Sams and could still confirm that Sams did not belong to the four gods. Oh, it's the Monopolizer. Sams revolved around Qinxia, and an understandable voice emanated from the black shadow. Monopolizer. Qinxia found the title strange. You can transform psychic power into power that belongs only to you. That's where the name comes from. Sams stopped revolving, remaining still. It's just a name, no need to dwell on it. Qinxia noted the appellation, then asked, Serum said you could be my guide and accompany me to Xianqi's realm. Do you have the ability and courage for that? I'm quite willing to cause some trouble for the Lord of Change right now. Sams agreed. But as Qinxia prepared to move forward, he heard the demon ask a question completely unrelated to Xianqi's realm. How is the god's game playing out in reality? Will your human master ascend to godhood? Qinxia understood that Sams was asking about the Dark King. Then he realized that Sams knew quite a lot about the Dark King, and this demon also knew another thing: the Dark King's candidates. The Dark King didn't just have the Emperor as a candidate, there were three. The flamboyant king on the small throne, the screaming pretender, and a mad prophet who could traverse among the stars. The Emperor and Horus were both candidates. As for that prophet, no one would know who it was. The god's game is destined to fail. Qinxia said, even if they go to great lengths to cause trouble just to bring a companion into existence, they will not get their wish. That's a pity. Sams indicated a location, go there, that is Xianqi's realm. Qinxia advanced. At this moment, the avatars of the four gods were circling around. Don't try to use the space you created as a sanctuary for Serum to isolate them, unless you never plan to go anywhere else in the warp. Sams was fearless. Go forward openly. In places we can't see, they are in a commotion because of you. There's no need to pay attention to them. Without Sams's reminder, Qinxia also knew he didn't need to care about these four gods. However, as Qinxia stepped forward, Xianqi's realm moved beneath his feet. A visually crystal-composed kingdom appeared. Chapter 557, Horus's Predicament. The Lord of Change is eager to see you. Sam snorted, how interesting. Qinxia ignored Sams and quietly observed the scene before him. He had seen this place before when he went to Xianqi's realm with Angron to rescue Magnus, but the scenery here was completely different from last time. This was normal, as Xianqi was the Lord of Change, it would be hell if it were exactly the same. Qin Xia stepped into Xian's realm, walking through a corridor made of crystal. After walking down the corridor and descending, Qin Xia arrived on a desolate plain, with the city suspended in the sky above him. Xian's demons appeared. Lord of Change, the greater demon-level servants, emerged one after another, like water from a tap. The Lord of Change that Qin Xia had defeated was just one of these colossal greater demons. Lesser demons were not even qualified to appear here, they could only wander like lost souls on the edge of the crystal demon realm. A crystal staircase gradually materialized before Qin Xia. The greater demons looked up at the staircase, waiting like spectators, not advancing to attack Qin Xia. Seeing this, Qin Xia realized that his journey would likely not involve combat, so he looked at Sams beside him. Do whatever you want to do in the crystal demon realm, you don't need to accompany me anymore. I just want to see what you'll do, Sam said with a smile. Qin Xia stepped onto the crystal staircase. The moment the bottom of his armored boots touched the crystal staircase, he entered the city within Xian's realm, arriving at its deepest part, which could not be reached without countless trials. Qin Xia did not see Xian here. This unseen referred to a physical entity that can be observed visually. It was not like Sam's, who, without a physical body in the warp, presented as an outline or a collection of colors. But if seeing Xian was not about visual perception, then Qin Xia had already seen Xian countless times. The Chaos Gods had become part of the warp's composition, much like natural phenomena such as storms are linked to a planet's environment. White Knight Lord. A demon appeared out of thin air before Qin Xia. Qin Xia was currently observing his surroundings and did not pay attention to the demon. He saw crystal palaces, furnished with many crystal items that only humans would use, and then he understood that everything he saw was constructed specifically for him. We've met, the demon said. Only then did Qin Xia look at the Lord of Change. This Lord of Change looked like a blue mass, but Qin Xia indeed sensed a familiar part of it, the demon that could only speak the truth. The Lord of Change, who could only speak the truth, had appeared during the aftermath of the Perfect City incident. At that time, the planet's reality structure was extremely fragile, and it appeared, creating a supernatural event. Erebus captured it, the think tanks took over, and then this Lord of Change was used as material for the think tanks to practice on, to learn how to banish a greater demon. You can call me Kerr, the Lord of Change said. I will now become the spokesperson for the Lord of Change, otherwise, you won't be able to understand anything it wants to express. Qin Xia gestured for the Lord of Change to begin. The Lord of Change was silent for a moment, then its entire being changed. It no longer felt threatening to Qin Xia, no longer carried the chilling sensation a greater demon should bring to a real being, it seemed to transform into a harmless, decrepit old man. Or perhaps the sense of threat was too immense, so immense that it numbed Qin Xia. What do you want to do? Xianch, using the demon as a medium, asked Qin Xia. I want to see Horus, Qin Xia stated directly. As soon as he spoke, the surroundings rapidly changed, from a living room with human furniture to a crystal dungeon. Horus was in the dungeon. Heart-wrenching wails reached Qin Xia's ears. When Qin Xia looked at Horus, he found the War Master curled up in a corner of the dungeon, his two eyes glowing with psychic light. Qin Xia tried to sense what Horus was experiencing, and as this thought emerged, he felt as if he had become Horus, directly experiencing everything Horus was enduring. First, there was an extremely terrifying pain. Pure physical and spiritual pain. It was as if a patient with advanced bone cancer was suffering from the illness without painkillers, and their sensitivity to pain had been amplified hundreds of thousands of times. This pain was sensed by Qin Xia through psychic power, the true torment Xianch inflicted on Horus he could not yet feel. However, Xianch, by creating illusions, allowed Qin Xia to see what Horus saw and experienced. Horus's memories were sealed, and he re-experienced everything countless times, like restarting a game, but each experience was completely different. In the first half of one experience, he enjoyed sweet, happy days, meeting one unforgettable person after another. Then, in the latter half of the experience, all these beautiful things were shattered, and various misfortunes created by Xianch crushed those beautiful things, then crammed them into Horus's mouth and forced him to chew. To demonstrate, Xianch again made Horus experience some things. It started from Horus emerging from the amniotic pod onto his home world. Afterward, Horus was taken by the Emperor, led the Shadow Wolves to conquer the galaxy, and then became the War Master. The Emperor was not a tyrant at all, but an educator, interacting with all the Primarchs, including Horus, like a true father. Later, the Emperor revealed his intention to ascend to godhood, personally killing and sacrificing every Primarch, then forcing Horus to be the central medium of the ritual, watching his brothers die. Finally, Horus was cruelly murdered by the Emperor. Enough, Qin Xia averted his gaze. The scene before him suddenly vanished. Horus was still experiencing various things that felt completely real to him, enduring torment, crying and laughing. I can release him, but I have one condition, Xianch said. Qin Xia was silent. If you cause 9 to the power of 9 changes, I will send both of you out of supreme heaven, and I will never again do anything in common with my other brothers and sisters, Xianch said. That's impossible to achieve, Qin Xia drew his serious sword. It's more likely that I'll take Horus and fight our way out of here. That's not difficult at all. Xianch flickered back and forth before Qin Xia. Every action you take is equivalent to causing a change. What's so hard about that for you? You just don't believe me, you're just resistant, you're just ignorant and suspicious of everything you saw when you entered supreme heaven. Listening to Xianch, Qin Xia looked at Horus again, wondering if even if he agreed, Horus could endure for such a long time. Qin Xia finally decided to take a gamble, severing the demon acting as Xianzhe's mouthpiece with a single sword stroke, then opening a portal to teleport himself and Horus out of Xianzhe's realm. Affected by the warp storm, Qin Xia could not see where the portal would open, so where they would emerge was completely random. But it didn't matter, Qin Xia just wanted to leave Xianzhe's realm, and even leave the warp to return to the reality universe. However, when he emerged from the snowstorm, he saw that he had left the warp, but Horus had not. Turning back, he found Horus bound by Xianzhe's power. He can't leave. A new Lord of Change appeared before Qin Xia, becoming Xianzhe's new mouthpiece. Then Xianzhe said nothing more, unleashing its power on Qin Xia. It was an attack from a chaos god. The psychic energy within the entire warp became turbulent, pulled by Xianzhe. Before Qin Xia could react, he was blasted out of Xianzhe's realm, streaking across the warp like a meteor, eventually landing in an unknown place. All around was nothingness, only the avatars of the gods projected in all directions, and Sam's, who had also been blasted out. If the Lord of Change had used a little more force, your body would have turned to ashes, Sam said. Qin Xia clenched his fists, continuing to ponder a solution. At least you're sure that Primarch is still alive and can hold on for a while longer. That's enough, Sam said, as if trying to persuade him. At least he's still controlled by only one chaos god, instead of giving all the gods an opportunity to turn him into their puppet. This warp storm, is there anything that can completely quell it? Qin Xia asked. Completely quelling it is impossible, but at least there's a way for some people to pass through the storm. Use the ritual dagger, the Duchulcha engine, Sam said. That ritual dagger is useless in my hands, and useless in anyone else's. Qin Xia knew that the ritual dagger could pass through the storm. But the problem was that ever since Inteles handed it over, Qin Xia had tried to use it, only to find it completely ineffective. Perhaps it needed to be activated in some way. Or perhaps this damned thing was not as friendly as the Duchulcha engine and simply didn't want to be used by others. Sam's fell silent. It clearly had no other solutions to offer. A warp storm itself was nothing, but the problem was that the gods themselves had now stirred up the storm. The storm could cease to exist, or it could exist forever. As long as Qin Xia entered the warp, he would always be blocked by the storm. Don't try to go to the crystal demon realm again until you are absolutely certain, Sam's advised, then vanished. Qin Xia had thought this demon would want to ask him something, or ask him for help with something, but it left directly, as if knowing it hadn't been of much help and was too embarrassed to speak. This made Qin Xia subconsciously ponder Sam's motives, but this thought was extinguished as soon as it arose. Pondering a demon's motives was utterly meaningless. Sam's did not belong to any chaos god, and its very existence was shrouded in many mysteries. It was impossible to even deduce its actions based on the concepts it was associated with. Qin Xia no longer lingered, finding a compass in the warp to ask for directions, and headed directly to Kerr. After passing through the veil and entering reality, Qin Xia saw Mortarian's fleet docked near Kerr star's orbit, with countless transport ships shuttling between the planet and the fleet, taking the people from the planet onto the ships. Qin Xia teleported to the Endurance's command deck, intending to ask Mortarian why he chose to bring the Kerr people into the fleet. If it was for evacuation, then with the warp storm raging, Mortarian entering the warp would be tantamount to suicide. Upon entering the command deck, Qin Xia suddenly saw an old acquaintance. Uslan Eldrad. I have foreseen that this entire sector will become a war zone, and the Kerr people must be swiftly evacuated, Uslan was telling Mortarian. Seeing Qin Xia appear, Uslan immediately left the Primarch's side and walked up to Qin Xia. You must evacuate from here, gather the loyalist Primarches and legions, and then figure out how to fight. We know what to do, the problem is how to do it, Qin Xia asked. Can your Eldar help us use the webway? Hearing the phrase your Eldar, Uslan smiled awkwardly but politely. No, of course, it's not our Eldar who will help you use the webway, but I will. From Uslan's words and his reaction when speaking, Qin Xia judged that helping humanity use the webway was a great risk for Uslan. Chapter 558, The Laughing God's Olive Branch. The fleet was ready. After taking all the Kerr, it sailed out of the star system and entered the webway. Though both were faster than light travel, navigating the warp amidst storms was difficult, while traveling through the webway was incredibly smooth. Storms could not affect the internal environment of the webway in the slightest. It was only now that Mortarian truly understood the Emperor's mindset, realizing that the webway project, which had invested immense manpower and resources, almost draining the entire Empire's resources, indeed held great value. He had initially believed that the storm which interrupted humanity's prosperity would not happen again. We are meeting someone first. Uslan's eyes and mouth were tightly shut, yet his voice still emerged from him. In Qin Xia's perception, Uslan was using his psychic powers to probe everywhere, like a thief looking around nervously. Qin Xia observed Uslan, pondering the old seer's thoughts. In the original Great Heresy, Uslan would indeed help humanity, but he wouldn't do so much. There must be some reason for Uslan to be more proactive in helping humanity. Stop. Uslan opened his eyes. The entire fleet took 2 solar hours to slowly come to a halt, suspended within the space formed by the webway's golden barrier. Uslan then teleported out with Qin Xia and Mortarian, appearing at a fork in the webway's bottom path. The moment Mortarian stepped out of the teleportation gate, he instinctively reached for the scythe on his back, but quickly changed his hand from reaching for the scythe to rubbing his shoulder. Before the three of them stood a group of Eldar Xenos. These Eldar Xenos didn't look as dignified as the craft world Eldar Uslan belonged to. Their attire resembled theatrical costumes, and some Eldar wore Harlequin's masks directly. People from the Harlequin troupe. Qin Xia looked at Uslan, wanting the old seer to explain. Then, from among the Harlequin troop members, a person in a long robe stepped out. This is a Veil Walker of the Harlequin troop. Aslan introduced him to Qin Xia. The Veil Walker saluted with a human aquila gesture, and a melodious, beautiful voice emanated from beneath his translucent helmet. We have come for you. Qin Xia nodded. I know you probably want to say something. I ask you to speak directly and by no means put on a play for me, and then make me decipher its meaning from the drama. Aslan and the Veil Walker exchanged glances. The Veil Walker found that Qin Xia was indeed as Aslan had said, quite knowledgeable about the Eldar, and even very familiar with the Harlequin troop, who had always resided in the deepest parts of the webway. Of course, we would not communicate with you in such a manner. The Veil Walker said. Qin Xia looked at the Harlequins. Some Harlequins who were taking out props silently put them back, and some Harlequins who were about to start singing and dancing also silently returned to their original positions. They didn't look like they would not communicate with you in such a manner at all. Aslan will take the Divine Sun to find his brothers. The Veil Walker said, bowing to Mortarion, we Harlequins hope that you can go to the deepest part of the webway to meet the Laughing God. Qin Xia and Mortarion reacted differently upon hearing these words. Mortarion was surprised by the title Divine Sun. This did not seem to be an honorific meant to show that even among the arrogant Eldar, there are humble ones, but rather a title imbued with much information. Could it be that in the eyes of the Eldar, the Emperor was a god? Mortarion wondered. However, the Primarch now wanted to find his brothers and eliminate the rebellious faction with them, so he had no time to dwell on the issue of titles. Qin Xia, on the other hand, was surprised that the Laughing God, Seguruk, wished to see him. Seguruk resided in the deepest part of the webway. This Eldar Laughing God guarded a place called the Black Library. Legend had it that the Black Library contained all the books of the ancient Eldar Empire, a place that anyone who knew of its existence dreamed of entering. So Qin Xia naturally agreed without hesitation, I will go to pay my respects to your god. Pay respects. When this word reached the ears of the Harlequins present, it pleased them greatly, and some of them smirked. The Veil Walker bowed again, then turned to Aslan, bidding farewell in the cryptic and difficult to understand Eldar language. But before Aslan took Mortarion away, the Veil Walker had a message for the Primarch. The one who guided Aximand out of the storm earlier was a follower of the Laughing God. That was the first time the god extended a helping hand to you. Was it you who did it? What evidence do you have? Mortarion instinctively questioned the Xeno's words. The runes on Aximand. The Veil Walker said, we marked him with runes when he hadn't discovered us, allowing him to fulfill his historical mission at a specific time. Mortarion and Qin Xia exchanged glances. Aslan said another sentence in the Eldar language, then took the Primarch back to the ship. The reason the Veil Walker had instructed Aslan to bring Mortarion down earlier was merely to tell them about helping Aximand. Qin Xia felt that it seemed the Harlequin troop would do something with Mortarion later, and helping Aximand was to show goodwill, taking the first step in establishing a friendly relationship. Please follow me. The Veil Walker turned, leading the Harlequin troop members to guide the way. To prevent Qin Xia from feeling distrust, no Harlequin walked behind Qin Xia, instead, they left their backs to Qin Xia. This was also to build trust. Any species leaving their back to others takes a risk, so this behavior itself becomes a way to build and confirm trust. The group walked through a low, corridor-like section of the webway, then came to a webway space large enough to accommodate over a dozen star systems, boarded an Eldar vessel, and headed for the distance. The webway journey continued for an unknown duration. The ship finally stopped. Qin Xia stood behind the transparent energy shield inside the Eldar vessel, observing the outside world. An incredibly massive structure floated in the very center of this vast space. It integrated Eldar architectural techniques, utilizing the characteristics of the webway's internal space, shaping the structure into a form that could not exist in the reality universe or even the warp. Qin Xia did not know how to describe it. All he saw was the tip of this colossal structure, appearing in his vision as a plane with sides infinitely close to an arc. The Veil Walker did not know what he did, but a flashing passage opened on the surface of the giant building. Qin Xia and the Harlequins took one step and arrived inside the building. Compared to the outside, the place where Qin Xia appeared was more concrete. The decor was a vibrant, mismatched style typical of Harlequins, filled with seats, with a stage where stars flowed in front, and a ceiling of mist and shimmering runes. After the Veil Walker made a gesture to invite him, Qin Xia sat in the nearest seat. A stirring piece of music began, each note piercing human senses, causing Qin Xia to experience a succession of sadness, excitement, melancholy, and relief. However, for the Veil Walker beside him and the Harlequins walking towards the stage, the music that could directly manipulate Qin Xia's emotions through hearing was like wind blowing past their ears, a sound they would not even notice. The curtain on the stage gradually opened. A group of Harlequins appeared from behind the curtain. They were extravagantly dressed, made up as various characters, and performed a play with extremely exaggerated movements. Considering he was in someone else's territory, Qin Xia patiently watched. The Harlequins could easily perform highly difficult movements that humans could never achieve. In combat scenes, they directly killed those playing enemies, and then the deceased would resurrect, briefly recount their character's fate, and then silently exit. Because the theatrical performance was too abstract, if Qin Xia didn't have so much knowledge, he wouldn't have understood what was being performed at all. It was the past of the Laughing God. The Laughing God once fought against the Citan in the war in heaven. A group of Citan prepared to kill him, but he tricked one of them, named the Outsider, Saruk, causing him to devour his companions and go mad. The play ended, and suddenly, smoke swirled and stars scattered across the entire stage. The curtain opened again, but behind it was not actors and backstage, but a temple-like building. The Harlequins finished their performance, bowed respectfully, then retreated and knelt on both sides of the path leading to the temple. The temple rapidly drew closer, and a large gate engraved with a grimacing smile appeared before Qinxia. The laughing god was about to appear. Qinxia rose from his seat. The gate slowly opened, and a harlequin wearing a smiling mask leaped out from inside the temple, his laughter echoing throughout the entire theater. Then Qinxia suddenly felt someone touch him. He turned to look and saw the laughing god sitting beside him, applauding his followers' performance. The laughing god, Seguruk, had an extremely slender and fluid physique, beautifully eerie, and his facial features formed a smiling face. This was not his true divine appearance. What do you think of the performance? Qinxia heard the laughing god ask him in human language. When he spoke, his voice was no different from a human's, except that his tone always contained a sense of being barely holding back. Not very good. Qinxia spoke truthfully. The laughing god did not refute, but merely waved his hand. The surrounding environment changed from a theater to a corridor. This is the Black Library. The laughing god led the way. I know you dislike cryptic ways of communication, so I will speak plainly. Qinxia remained calm on the surface, but in his heart, he thought, thank goodness, praise the laughing god, praise Seguruk. For a god who liked to have his followers perform plays to convey messages, being able to speak plainly was almost a blessing. You have been to Xianqi's realm. Yes. Then you should be clear that you cannot save Horus now, no matter what. I have an idea. A door appeared at the end of the corridor ahead. Qinxia walked, watching the laughing god. Your unique qualities allow you to be immune to the influence of the Sea of Souls to a certain extent, yet you can harness the power within the Sea of Souls. The laughing god said. The warp, that's what you call the Sea of Souls. So, is there such a possibility that if you, like some greedy beings, acquire the power of certain concepts within the warp, you might not necessarily be twisted by those concepts in return? For example, you could become a minor god, but not necessarily be warped into a chaos servant. Speaking of this, the laughing god stopped in front of the door, looking at Qinxia, as if asking if he was sure he wanted to try. Qinxia was not surprised. I've thought of this idea before, but I don't know how to acquire more powerful strength, whether it's advancing to a minor god or seizing a certain concept. I know a lot, but not in detail. Then let's make a deal. The laughing god placed his hand on the door. If you walk in here, it will be considered that the deal is struck. If you are unwilling to take the risk, then you may withdraw. Qinxia pondered briefly, open the door. Chapter 559, The Fourfold Trial. The door slowly opened. A roaring sound vibrated through the entire corridor, the entire Black Library, and even the entire webway. Energy, coming from neither the warp nor the reality universe, surged out from the crack in the door, and even just from the slightly open gap, it gave Qinxia the sensation of facing a volcanic eruption. As if something transcendent lay behind the door. But when the door fully opened, what Qinxia saw was an infinitely vast space composed of psychic crystals, which sometimes resembled a labyrinth, sometimes a place filled with giant bookshelves like the Great Library of the White Knight, and occasionally looked like the underground dungeons of the Imperium of Man's Terra Imperial Palace. While this change and instability could easily lead Lilith to associate it with Xianqi's realm, it was actually just a coincidence between a certain characteristic of Xianqi and the most advanced ideas of the ancient Eldar Empire's engineers. The idea of the ancient Eldar engineer was that a place storing many things did not need a fixed form, it should be as if it had a life of its own, shaping itself according to the visitor's will, so that the visitor could complete their desired task more quickly. For example, if a visitor's goal was to find a weapon, then a path should immediately appear before the visitor, leading to the armory just 10 steps away. In an infinitely vast place, where the stored items were so numerous that nascent species could not even imagine them on a cognitive and sensory level, the Black Library's transformation design was naturally extremely necessary. Do not attempt to discern this place with your human senses. The laughing god did not go ahead but floated beside Qinxia, patiently instructing him. Do not categorize or distinguish them, simply accept this place. You are a powerful psyker, even when your brain is engaged in thought, psychic energy permeates everything around you, and thus this place can change its environment according to the psychic energy you exude. If you try to forcibly discern this place, it will reshape itself according to your thoughts. After a few sentences, the laughing god still felt his explanation was unclear. There was no help for it, human language was simply too simple and plain, unable to convey the meaning to Qinxia with a single, simple sentence. And if they communicated through psychic power, influenced by the psychic power itself, the expressed meaning would become extremely abstract and even more difficult to understand. I understand what you mean. Qinxia took a deep breath and calmed down. He no longer observed everything before his eyes but instead generated only one thought, I want to observe. As the laughing god said, Qinxia's thought activity caused psychic energy to permeate the surrounding environment, and the environment immediately stopped changing, forming a more intuitive scene. Winding, twisted paths and walls covered with runes. Every few steps, there was a large door, and the signs hanging on them expressed in human language what could be conveyed in just 1 or 2 words in Eldar language. This is a place of demon fragments, demon knowledge, and demon weapons. A will check is required before entering here. Qinxia saw this sentence written on the sign to his left. If this sentence were seen through Eldar eyes, it would consist of only 1 or 2 characters. The entire Black Library is different from what I know, Qinxia said. Xia had once thought about coming to the Black Library. Although it was guarded by harlequins and heavily fortified, it wasn't impossible for people to enter. Ahriman, for example. Xia thought that upon reaching the library, he would see everything that those who had passed through here had seen, and then he could seize the initiative and use his knowledge to overcome the library's many dangers and enter. But now that he had truly arrived, Xia realized his previous thoughts were wishful thinking. From the moment you arrived here on a ship, what you saw had no value to be remembered, only what you can take from here has value, the laughing god floated forward. Because the Black Library itself is an extremely dangerous place, and its constant change is merely the most inconspicuous of the countless restrictions it sets for intruders. If you intended to break in, you would wander in a labyrinth for decades before entering the theater. I've helped you a great deal. What the laughing god said was true, Xia knew clearly. A god and a man walked along the path. The path was not without danger, some entities flickered into existence on the path, casting hostile glances at Xia. Xia could feel a strong sense of threat from them. These creatures were the guardians of the Black Library, they came from neither the warp nor the reality universe, and their very existence was a mystery. Furthermore, the origin of these guardians was unknown, some speculated they were ancient Eldar, while others believed them to be puppets shaped by technology beyond the imagination of younger species. Understanding this information was worthless, it was better to consider how to face the attacks of these guardians, as they were powerfully difficult to quantify. But the guardians did not attack Xia. Upon seeing the laughing god, they continued to wander. I can only take you this far, the laughing god suddenly stopped. The Black Library hides the darkest and most terrifying things, including chaos taboos. You must find them yourself. Xia stopped and looked back at the laughing god. Try to survive the attacks of these guardians and find the chaos taboos, then learn and strengthen yourself until you can challenge the guardians, and then you can delve deeper into the Black Library to explore more ancient secrets and treasures. Ultimately, you will be richly rewarded, bringing this experience in the Black Library to a close. Listening to the laughing god, Xia felt it was a bit too dramatic. It was like a protagonist in a story arriving at a secret realm, constantly fighting, learning, and strengthening himself, eventually breaking out of the realm and returning triumphantly with abundant rewards. There was nothing wrong with that, either. I'm kidding, the laughing god suddenly retracted his previous words. You don't have that much time to waste, and I don't have that much time to wait for an outsider like you to stay here for so long. Hurry up and come with me, let's get this done and leave. The laughing god continued to float forward. Xia followed behind, somewhat speechless. The laughing god enjoyed playing tricks, but Xia had initially thought he was a particularly jovial god. However, after meeting him, he found him quite silent and calm. If it weren't for the laughing god's joke just now, he would have thought the laughing god was different from his common impression in the world. Here, the laughing god stopped and pushed open a door. Xia stepped inside and saw another extremely vast space, filled with all sorts of strange and peculiar things. The laughing god guided Xia to a book suspended over black flames. As Xia approached the book, he could perceive an extremely evil chaos power emanating from it, just like being in Xian's crystal realm or facing a warp storm personally stirred up by the chaos gods. This was undoubtedly a chaos artifact. The Black Library housed many similar chaos artifacts, and even some overly powerful demons were collected there. Pick it up, the laughing god said. Xia picked up the book and instinctively opened its pages. This chaos artifact, when opened, instead became calm, releasing no chaos power. Xia found that the entire book had only 4 pages, each bearing the words Fourfold Trial, and beneath Fourfold Trial was a riddle-like passage. The Myriad Knowledge Codex, the despicable seeker wanders beyond reality and illusion, greedily learning everything, and ultimately he inscribes everything into his own book, shamelessly proclaiming himself the master of all knowledge. The valiant lord, a person with only courage faces countless powerful enemies with courage alone, and ultimately ascends to the throne with courage. What makes a king is not mountains of bones, but only courage. Foolish compassion, a compassionate person walks through a plague-ridden world, with only the desire to save, but the outcome is merely watching others die in agony, and dying of the plague himself. Strict self-discipline, what is sought is nothing but reaching the pinnacle. After reading these 4 pages of riddles, Xia pondered for a moment and then spoke. These fourfold trials clearly relate to the 4 gods. They should be 4 ways to seek greater power. For example, the Myriad Knowledge Codex probably requires finding ways to collect as much knowledge as possible and then recording it. And the Valiant Lord requires fighting many people single-handedly, even without armor or weapons. I don't quite understand foolish compassion and strict self-discipline. After hearing Xia's analysis, the laughing god nodded in approval, then added, foolish compassion requires saving many people, and strict self-discipline is about reaching the pinnacle in a certain skill. Then those last 2 are too vague. Can't I already tell that it's about saving people and reaching the pinnacle in some memory or skill? Xia said, the latter half of foolish compassion, which is painfully watching others die and dying of the plague myself, does that mean I have to go to some place to save people and then watch the people I saved die? Someone tried what you described for foolish compassion, and it didn't work, the laughing god replied. Someone also tried to reach the pinnacle in a certain skill for strict self-discipline, and that didn't work either. Xia immediately felt confused. Since 2 people had tried the latter 2 trials, and had done as the laughing god just said but failed, then what was the laughing god talking about? The laughing god, however, had a reason, the failures didn't give it their all. Xia pondered, realizing that the 2 failures the laughing god mentioned, although they had done as the laughing god just said, had not given their all, they hadn't done it completely. But this was the Laughing God's perspective. What if the method the Laughing God described was wrong? The fourfold trial are 4 paths to godhood, the Laughing God said. I know, mortals can achieve godhood through the fourfold trial, becoming minor gods or something. Qin Xia looked down at the book in his hand. I realized it the moment I opened it. Qin Xia began to ponder. The fourfold trial were 4 paths, so choosing any one and following it to the end would be the same. Ultimately, the methods of the 4 trials were to accomplish 4 unprecedented and unrepeatable great deeds. Qin Xia was not unfamiliar with such means, because some mortals who excessively pursued a certain power would also sacrifice and ascend to daemonhood in similar ways. For example, killing enough people. Inventing enough knowledge. Draining Slaanishes greater demons or something. As Qin Xia was pondering, the Laughing God, however, thought Qin Xia was worried. You also see that these fourfold trials are related to the 4 gods. The 4 gods themselves are components of the warp, imbued with vast concepts and power, and their personalities are also influenced by the concepts they embody. A mortal flesh and blood, if he completes the fourfold trial, will inevitably become a part of them, but you may not. You might be able to claim various concepts for yourself. The fourfold trial, 4 paths of ascension, they might have limits. If all goes well, when you reach the final step, you will seize all the chaos concepts in the warp, ultimately killing the 4 gods at their very root. Although this is theoretically feasible, a god believes it is theoretically feasible. The Laughing God was majestic and solemn, patiently explaining like a teacher, without any hint of jest. If you ask me, it's 100% feasible. I've been planning to do this for a long time, but I didn't have this thing to show me the way, to tell me exactly how to do it. Qin Xia looked down at the book. Even if you had known how to do it earlier, it would be useless. Without this medium, even if you did something earth-shattering, like killing billions of living beings, Angron could still decide to ignore you in the end, the Laughing God said. Qin Xia examined the book, feeling that it was like a gift from the Watchers to him, unique, powerful, but not yet indispensable. The book in your hand comes from a mortal who witnessed the birth of the Chaos Gods, so the records he left are indispensable to you, the Laughing God said. Qin Xia immediately hung the book at his waist. The book gifted by the Emperor was threaded through its spine with a fine adamantium chain, secured to the waist of his armor. Now, Qin Xia hung the Chaos Book beneath the Emperor's book. Thank you. Qin Xia stood up. I know a lot of information and can perceive many things, so I can judge that you are indeed helping, but I still want to ask one question, why are you doing all this? The Laughing God was anti-chaos, the only Eldar god among the existing deities who could actually get things done. He had crafted a supreme prank for chaos, to counter chaos. But a god like the Laughing God inevitably faces a situation where his perspective is extremely high, making it difficult to focus on a specific individual among sentient beings. Thus, when an individual receives good intentions from the Laughing God, they naturally feel strange. Because you are trouble. I'm good at prophecy, you should know that. The Laughing God waved his arm. Various illusions appeared around Qin Xia. In one of the illusions, Qin Xia saw himself fighting his way into the Black Library, facing countless difficulties and trials, eventually entering the Black Library, and taking the book of the fourfold trial that was now hanging at his waist. Your destiny is not on the veil. But I can deduce your destiny by working backward from the destinies that countless people are most likely to achieve. This part of your destiny that I'm showing you isn't something I saw, but something I inferred. Then the illusion changed again. 4 destructive entities entered the webway and began to destroy the Black Library. In the future I foresee, 4 individuals will gain power through the fourfold trial. They will be twisted by the concepts that form the Chaos Gods, and they will cause unimaginable destruction to me. You are as much trouble as they are. When the Laughing God said this, Qin Xia realized that the Laughing God's intention was to make the 2 troubles collide and resolve themselves. One trouble would seize the book of the fourfold trial, while the other trouble, unable to obtain the book of the fourfold trial, would be unable to ascend. The former was, at least, an ally in the general direction, while the latter stood with the Chaos faction. But Qin Xia believed that the Laughing God's intention was not so simple. The explanation he received might be true, but only a part of the truth. Regardless, considering the book of the fourfold trial as a crucial tool, Qin Xia was still willing to help the Laughing God. You said you wanted me to promise you one thing. Please tell me, I will do my best. I will tell you about this matter in the future. All right. The Laughing God in front of him suddenly vanished. Qin Xia heard laughter echoing through the space, an incredibly colossal deity overlooking the entire Black Library structure from outside, its laughter rumbling throughout the webway. Apparently, the rather rational and serious Laughing God was merely an avatar, embodying all of the Laughing God's rationality and coldness, materialized to explain everything to Qin Xia. Now that its mission was complete, it returned to its true form. Qin Xia walked out of the collection chamber. The Veil Walker and the Harlequins were already waiting outside the door. We will assist you in completing the first trial. The Veil Walker opened an exit to beyond the webway. Qin Xia did not answer immediately, because he was thinking. The Laughing God seemed to know his unique characteristics. His soul was completely independent of the warp, yet not immune to psychic abilities. This indicated that he could actively establish a connection with psychic abilities and the warp, but anything he subconsciously resisted would be blocked. This was undoubtedly suitable for undergoing the fourfold trial, gaining power without being corrupted by chaos, just as one could use psychic abilities without being affected by their negative traits. When did the Laughing God start observing him? Thinking this, Qin Xia looked at the Veil Walker. The Veil Walker waited for a few seconds and, seeing no reply from Qinxia, was about to ask again when Qinxia finally gave an answer. Thank you, but no need. Only I can undertake the fourfold trial. We should gather all our forces. Travel through the webway and confront the traitors on Chemos. On the Endurance's command deck. Mortarion looked at Korux. Behind Korux were some high-ranking officers of the Raven Guard Legion. 2 days prior, with Uslin's help, Mortarion found the Primarch closest to Kurstar, who was Korux. Previously, Korux's Legion fleet had been heavily damaged by a warp storm, and the Primarch, with a small force, was stranded in a star system 12 light-years from Kurstar. Uslin first found them, then led Mortarion to Korux via the webway. Now that the two Primarches had converged, with a total of 130,000 Space Marines, they naturally intended to accomplish something grand and vent their anger from being outmaneuvered by Typhon and Fulgrim earlier. Chemos. Korux frowned at the word. Are you sure? That place is hundreds of thousands of light-years away from us. Chemos, Fulgrim's homeworld, yes, but he is now less than 30 light-years from us, near a warp rift. Mortarion then displayed the information Uslin had provided earlier to Korux. A star map appeared on the holographic projection, with Chemos prominently marked. Mortarion had intended to explain the reasoning Uslin had given him earlier, such as Chemos being corrupted, or Chemos being brought near a rift by some warp sorcery, and other abstruse knowledge. But Korux understood everything the moment he saw the star map, seemingly quite familiar with the warp, only unaware that Chemos, as Fulgrim's homeworld, had been teleported away. I don't think that's appropriate. Korux pointed to other locations on the star map. Uslin's private ship was traveling among the stars, searching for the locations of other Primarches. Why not wait for the others to arrive before dealing with this traitor, Fulgrim? Korux's eyes held pity, his gaze shifting from his brother to his sons. We could have crushed them with several times their forces. Why must we choose to fight on Chemos now? The previous warp storm had caused heavy losses to the Raven Guard, with most of their sons' fates unknown. This had become a heartache for Korux. Let's do this, we go to Chemos first, then leave some people to travel through the webway to contact our other brothers. We'll decide everything based on the situation. Mortarion chose to concede a step. Only then did Korux nod in agreement. As long as Mortarion conceded, there would be many ways to ensure Mortarion would eventually have to wait for the other brothers to arrive before fighting. During the Great Crusade, Korux learned more than just strategic and tactical knowledge, he also learned other things, such as diplomacy. A snowflake drifted down from the sky. Mortarion raised his hand to catch the snowflake, realizing who had returned. Humph, now we are sure to win. Qinxia teleported directly beside Mortarion. He wasn't surprised to see Korux, as he had already been surprised when he used his psychic vision to see the internal situation of the Endurance. Now I support a decisive battle on Chemos with only 2 legions. Korux changed his mind and walked towards Qinxia to shake his hand. The two hadn't seen each other for a while. Korux's pale face showed no emotion, but his eyes were very deep. Qinxia felt that he and Korux didn't have much of a friendship. Back when Korux rebelled, Angron was more helpful. But little did he know, everything Angron said, did, and the support and understanding he gave in front of Korux back then, constantly and everywhere, reflected what kind of person his foster father was. Korux was therefore very interested in Qinxia, feeling that their friendship was not shallow. You plan to attack Chemos? Qinxia glanced at the star map, then nodded to Uslin. So far, the only traitor is Fulgrim. Mortarion's face also lacked the melancholy he had shown when he first heard about the Legion's rebellion. The webway, unaffected by warp storms, had been comfortable for him these past few days, and he was now full of confidence. What are we worried about? The old seer has already told me that in the destiny he once foresaw, many Primarches rebelled, but now there is only Fulgrim. There's nothing to worry about. Just concentrate our forces and eliminate him. Go straight for a decisive battle. Mortarion walked towards the holographic projection device, waving his hand over the displayed image, and a complete strategic plan was immediately presented. The Death Guard and the Raven Guard would split into 2 fleets, taking 2 webways, and appearing directly near Chemos. Even the ground forces could directly use the webway connected to Chemos to assault Chemos. This was the advantage of the webway. As for why there was an Eldar webway entrance/exit on Chemos, neither Mortarion nor Korux felt that it was best not to disrupt unity at this moment. Even if an unexpected situation arises, we can wait for the 11th Primarch's support. Uslin pointed to a location on the star map. Mortarion relayed the information Uslin had provided earlier. Although most of my brothers are still unaccounted for, the positions of Rogaldorn and 11 have been confirmed. The 2 of them were stationed in the same star system when the warp storm suddenly appeared. And 11 has been organizing suicide squads for reconnaissance missions, arranging for some people to pilot ships to forcibly cross the warp storm. Any ships that miraculously survive can transmit information. One surviving ship encountered the Old Seer. Mortarion kept saying Old Seer, clearly very satisfied with Uslin. Using ships as expendable resources. Qinxia's expression was complex. This behavior highlighted 2 characteristics of the 11th Legion, one was individual sacrifice for the collective, and the other was that the 11th Legion's fleet was indeed massive. If Uslin hadn't appeared in time, everyone would still be stuck on Kur, and the only one who could possibly contact other Primarches and gather forces from various legions would be 11. After some thought, Qinxia walked to the holographic image, propping his hands on the edge of the device, and leaned over to examine the star map, which had been adjusted to a flat mode. Mortarion's entire strategic plan, from the fleet's departure to the end of the operation, was presented in meticulous detail. The advantage is mine, Qin thought. Horus had not betrayed, but was captured by Tsianch, and could still be saved. Angron, Perturabo, Conrad Kurz, Mortarion, Magnus, these individuals had also not rebelled. Neither in the future known through the Plagueheart's actions nor in the current situation had they stood against humanity. As for the Hydra, the Alpha twin brothers, who would have originally participated in the rebellion, Qin wondered if they even existed in this universe, as he had never seen them. Now, at most, there was only Fulgrim, plus a portion of the Death Guard. They were not threatening enough. All the efforts made before were not in vain. The current situation, though seemingly critical, actually held a great advantage. I support Mortarion's plan, Qin said. If everything goes smoothly, then we attack Chemos. Even if it doesn't go smoothly, we can wait for support from other primarches and legions. Mortarion smiled. But I have one request. Qin pointed to Chemos. Adjust the strategic plan. In the landing battle, gather 10,000 Emperor's children. Whether by luring or besieging, just gather them, then everyone else withdraw, and leave that planet to me. Upon hearing this, the two primarches on the command deck exchanged glances but did not voice any objections. Uslan, however, looked at the book of the fourfold trial at Qin waist, and after a brief thought, said, I will help you complete the first trial. Chapter 561, Valiant Lord. The Legion fleet split into two, traveling along two divergent paths in the webway. Chemos was not located in a star system, but in a warp rift. The rift itself had no name, because there were too many small-scale warp rifts to be worth naming. Chemos was being dragged into the rift by the power of the warp, looking like a purple tongue reaching out from the rift, devouring Chemos. The Emperor's Children Legion fleet guarded Chemos. Whenever Chemos moved 1 meter, the entire fleet moved 1 meter. This extremely abnormal unified movement ability indicated that Fulgrim had once again obtained good things from his god. The battle began 2 minutes later. One fleet exited the webway. The Endurance, the White Knight, the Emperor's Pride. 2 Glory Queen-class battleships, along with 1 heavy cruiser, leading over 400 warships, suddenly appeared. The Emperor's Children fleet immediately reacted, converging on the uninvited guests. The Emperor's Children fleet's reaction was so fast it was like a single organism, rather than a massive fleet composed of many enormous vessels. The fleet formed a battle formation while automatically advancing, ready to face the powerful enemy. After the Void battle began, the branch fleet sailed out from an area far from the Void battlefield. Over 200 warships headed directly for Chemos. All kinds of orbital defense facilities were shattered in less than 1 standard hour. The fleet descended over Chemos, bombarding the surface. Korux, who was commanding the branch fleet, then ordered only 10 ships to continue orbital bombardment, with the rest going to support Mortarion. Inside a frigate belonging to the World Eater's think tank fleet, a task was underway. Are you sure you are not wearing armor, not carrying weapons, and not bringing any Iron Man down? Quadrant and the hovering servoskulls were disassembling Qin armor. The ornate and heavy breastplate was removed and placed in a storage box bearing the World Eater's emblem. No one, nothing, Qin muscular physique was revealed as piece after piece of armor was removed. After the armor was disassembled, next came the various weapons and equipment. The book hanging at his waist, the pocket universe, the portable soulless one, a large number of miscellaneous items, apart from the fourfold trial, were taken off. The servoskulls used anti-gravity devices to carry them, placing them into boxes mixed with black stone. Watcher Kong was also present. It would be responsible for monitoring and guarding the contents of each black stone box. The fourfold trial wasn't the Laughing God's idea, it was my idea, Kong said. Your idea was for me to seize the concepts and powers of the 4 gods. You didn't mention any fourfold trial. You, like me, didn't know how to achieve that intention. Qin took off the Emperor's book and handed it to Quadrant. Besides, this isn't your idea, it's my idea. I had already thought of this idea with my brethren before you even arrived at Caliban, Kong said again. Qin was now only wearing a pair of briefs, with the fourfold trial tied to the elastic waistband of his briefs. After the psychic message from Uslan was transmitted, Qin walked forward. As he passed Watcher Kong, he casually stroked Kang's head again. You're always right, Watcher Kong, the Monday morning quarterback. Kong had always been displeased with this behavior. With its arms tucked into its sleeves, its entire shadowy body enveloped in a robe, it appeared profound and majestic, but its diminutive size always made it seem comical. As Qin walked past the armory gate, Kong suddenly leaped up and headbutted Qin lower back. The Watchers, with their incredibly precise control over psychic power, almost knocked the White Knight Lord to the ground. As Qin turned around, Kong remotely closed the gate. On the other side, Uslan sat in the cleared warehouse, his eyes closed, sensing everything with his psychic powers. He would provide guidance to Qin and forcibly intervene if things went wrong. As Qin teleported to the surface of Chemos, Uslan's gaze also fell upon him. I have already performed the ritual. The entire Chemos is the ritual site. You will charge into Chemos in the bravest way possible, fighting alone. Remember to preserve the skulls and other such things, pile them up, they are useful for the ritual. Qin listened to Uslan's instructions, looking up at his surroundings. Chemos. A barren planet, Fulgrim's home world. Now, there were no normal living people on this planet. The ruined cities lay desolate, people were either killed by the Emperor's children or enslaved by them. Almost all space marines were stationed on Chemos, using cruel methods to screen new recruits for augmentation surgery. It was unknown when they started their evil deeds on the Primarch's homeworld, but the ability to quickly reach Chemos without being affected by warp storms must have been due to Slaaneash's help. The rebel factions were not necessarily immune to the warp's malevolence, nor were they 100% unaffected by storms. The Emperor's children's ability to swiftly conquer this planet and send it into a warp rift clearly indicated that the Chaos Gods were no longer even pretending. The fabric of reality here is so fragile it barely exists, Uslan said. The ships outside Chemos were conducting orbital bombardments on the planet's surface, yet any kind of chaotic attack would disappear without a trace upon entering Chemos. I can see that. Qinxia retracted his gaze and walked forward. Directly ahead was a fortress located amidst the planet's mountains. Before the fleet began its attack, the Death Guard and Raven Guard Space Marines had already entered Chemos through the webway. In the perfect strategic plan devised by the two Primarchs, two companies of Emperor's Children Space Marines were separated from their allies and surrounded, gradually pushed into the mountain fortress. Then, a force of approximately 30,000 Death Guard and Raven Guard troops besieged the mountain region. They would not attack. Mortarion and Korix would not question Qinxia's reasons, only carry out this arrangement. Valiant Lord, Qinxia murmured, quickening his pace, and disappeared into a snowstorm. A squad of 10 Emperor's children walked inside the fortress. The person leading this squad was Lucius. Ever since entering the fortress, Lucius had been constantly complaining. We should have all gone into the warp, instead of coming to Chemos. The Primarch is already mad, haven't you noticed? Now look, Death Guard, Raven Guard. Space Marine Civil War, damn it. Lucius took a few steps, then suddenly stopped, signaling the squad members behind him to stop as well. The Emperor's children waited in place for a moment. A minute later, Lucius suddenly burst into laughter, gasping for air. After he had laughed enough, he said, we waited for 1 minute and 10 seconds. In that time, my entire company is gone. No, that's not right, you and I are the last survivors of the company. The Emperor's children looked at each other. These newly augmented individuals did not know why Lucius was laughing. Was an entire company being slaughtered in the meat grinder of the Space Marine Civil War something to laugh at? Don't be so tense, I'm just trying to lighten the mood. Lucius continued to lead the squad forward. When we see Comoran later, draw your bolt guns and prepare for battle. If we don't show that kid a little bit of color, he won't honestly give me half his men. The Emperor's children reached out and disengaged the safeties on their bolt guns. The group turned a corner and suddenly all stopped. A person stood in the corridor ahead. Lucius initially thought the guy was one of their own, just finished with some mischief. But looking up from the standard white briefs of the White Knight think tank, he saw Qinxia's face. Lucius had seen Qinxia during the Greenskin extermination campaign in the Onus sector back then. Bolt guns opened fire. A volley of bolter rounds struck the psychic barrier, failing to prevent Qinxia from instantly charging in front of the Emperor's children. Psychic energy permeated every muscle, every bone, and even every inch of Qinxia's skin. The first Emperor's children to engage Qinxia had his heart ripped out. The heart was compressed in Qinxia's hand to the size of a sesame seed, then projected, piercing the head of the next Emperor's children. With a punch and a kick, breastplates were shattered, augmented organs were pulverized. In less than a minute, only Lucius remained standing. And the only reason Lucius was still standing was that he had just blocked Qinxia's punch with his sword. Biomancy. Lucius recalled the power Qinxia had unleashed, surpassing a Space Marine's physique, a special skill. Qinxia approached Lucius. Lucius lowered his body, holding his sword vigilantly. The two approached each other with a tacit understanding. At the moment of engagement, the war sword in Lucius's hand was shattered by psychic energy. As the blade transformed into a dozen fragments flying behind Qinxia, Lucius's temporarily handsome face was smashed by Qinxia's fist, helmet fragments and skull mixed together. After dealing with Lucius, Qinxia casually picked up a power sword, beheaded the Emperor's children, and piled their heads together. The battle in the corridor had already alerted the enemy. A squad of enemies patrolling nearby quickly approached. As they simultaneously raised their bolt guns and fired, they were struck by blade fragments flying from an unknown direction, piercing their armor and shredding their internal organs. Using psychic powers so frequently, will you be able to complete the trial? Uslan asked. As far as I know, there are also sorcerers among those who worship Gurn, Qinxia said, walking forward, then beheaded another batch of Emperor's children and piled them up. After doing this, Qinxia suddenly remembered that he hadn't taken the gene seed, so he used his sword to dig out a Space Marine's gene seed. The gene seed looked like a fleshy ball with some tentacles. The Emperor's children's gene seed had mutated. As Qinxia examined the seed, it suddenly grew a mouth and bit Qinxia fiercely, then jumped off his palm and fled. Qinxia caught up to the gene seed in 3 strides, then kicked it. With a disgusting squelching sound, the gene seed was kicked into a pulpy mess on the wall. The remaining gene seeds burrowed out of their hosts' chests and scurried around on the floor. I think it's enough for them to just exist, you don't necessarily have to catch them, Uslan said. I think so too. Qinxia continued forward. More and more Emperor's children discovered the uninvited guest. Estimating Qinxia's approximate location based on the locations of fallen personnel, they immediately rushed to kill him. When Qinxia encountered multiple Emperor's children, he wouldn't teleport away, but would directly charge in, never avoiding battle, even if he ultimately had to win with psychic abilities. The interior of the fortress was not narrow, but aside from special passages, it could not be traversed by armored units, only infantry could fight Qinxia. After killing a group of Space Marines, he would pile up their skulls and then dig out their gene seeds. When tired, he would use psychic energy to restore his stamina. When injured, he would use psychic energy to heal his wounds, trying to kill enemies in the most brutal close combat possible. This was a mechanical, repetitive labor. As Qin Xia expressionlessly killed the 400th Emperor's children, he suddenly looked at the lights in the corridor, and in a daze, recalled the past. Those were the days when he worked in a factory during university holidays to earn money. Every day, he sat on the assembly line, and his job was to open one empty can after another. The feeling at that time was the same as now, numb, head empty, repeating the same thing, and even. Qin Xia broke free from his memories, punching through an Emperor's children's breastplate with a psychic-infused fist. Even the work was also opening cans. After 19 standard hours of such repetitive and mechanical slaughter, the 888th Emperor's children died before Qin Xia. After discarding the corpse, Qin Xia subconsciously turned to look for other enemies, only to see that the corridor behind him was covered with skulls at some unknown point. The skulls converged into a staircase, reaching up to the heavens. Gene seeds were laid out like pebbles on the skull staircase. Qin Xia walked towards the staircase. After climbing for a moment, he perceived himself leaving the reality universe and entering the warp. The skull staircase transformed into a plane. Countless blood-red demons piled up on the skull plane, encircling Qin Xia in layers. Molten brass converged into an unending river, flowing through the mountains beyond the plane. Qin Xia continued forward, arriving before a throne. A crimson shadow sat upon the brass throne, with mountains of skulls piled at its feet. That was the Blood God. Upon seeing the Blood God, Qin Xia confirmed that one of his fourfold trial, Valiant Lord, was complete. The original plan might have required killing more Space Marines, but it wasn't surprising that the ritual was completed after only killing 888. In the original Great Betrayal, Perturabo ascended to an undivided Chaos Daemon Prince by sacrificing fewer Imperial Fists gene seeds than he had. The Blood God looked at Qin Xia, making no move. But Qin Xia, for reasons unknown, sensed surprise. Then Angron raised his hand, and the distance between Qin Xia and the brass throne was infinitely stretched. But at that moment, the fourfold trial glowed, its form transforming from a book into a skull. Only then did Qin Xia realize that the fourfold trial itself was not a book, but a concept, a symbol. Its form could be ever-changing, just like the Black Library. Then a part of Angron was drawn out. Qin Xia could not perceive how large or how small that part was, only that it was a constituent element of the warp. Symbolizing courage. The projection of countless acts of the weak against the strong by living beings in the reality universe, converging into this part, which was similar to a concept, yet different from a concept, possessing a physical form. Qin Xia actively accepted this power and teleported out of the warp. Angron and Xianch, who had attempted to act, had just begun to entangle in battle. Then Slaanesh also joined the fight, and another great game among the four gods commenced in the central region of the Chaos Gods' domains within the warp. Countless demons converged into a force capable of annihilating the reality universe, fighting for their deities on the battlefield. Returning to the reality universe, Qin Xia ignored the disputes in the warp, only wanting to do something proper. His current mindset was like holding a hammer and seeing everything as a nail. Driven by this mindset, Qin Xia casually picked up a sword from the weapons piled on the ground and swung it vigorously forward. The endurance was clashing with the Emperor's pride. Battles between two Glory Queen-class warships often took a long time to decide a victor. Mortarion watched Chemos, contemplating strategy. A blood-red light suddenly appeared in Chemos's northern hemisphere. That blood-red light was sharp and straight. Upon its appearance, it dispersed the clouds across the entire northern hemisphere, like a sharp blade cutting horizontally across the top of the planet. Mortarion suddenly perceived that the psychic content of the entire space had sharply increased. He didn't know why he could perceive it, but he just had a sense of it. This was proof that the fabric of reality was further weakened, with massive amounts of psychic energy released from the warp rift, then filtered and utilized by Qin Xia. The blood-red light, formed by countless psychic energies, suddenly dissipated. Immediately after, an entire landmass rose from the planet during its rotation, ascending towards orbit. The landmass fragmented during its ascent, they would become Chemos's planetary rings in the future. What is this? Mortarion observed Chemos, subconsciously wanting Korix to come and see, but then turned to realize Korix wasn't on the flagship. Lask suddenly teleported behind the Prim Arch. He had been responsible for forcing a portion of the Emperor's children to gather during the recent surface war, then leading his troops to surround them without attacking. Down there, Mortarion turned to look at his son. Father, I don't know what happened at the fortress. Lask recalled everything he had just seen. When the fortress and the entire landmass suddenly separated and ascended, we were teleported out. As for now, whether the White Knight Lord survived this celestial catastrophe, I don't know.